Ding! The most formidable villain system has been bound. Transcending into a world amalgamated from numerous novels, I have become a nefarious tycoon, and to my astonishment, my fiancée is none other than the villainous arch-nemesis. In order to survive, Fang Yu chooses to embrace the role of a consummate antagonist. Plundering the protagonist's fortune, I convert it into villain points. Ding! Constitution 50. Ding! Charisma 30. Ding! Acquire the skill mind reading. Fang Yu. Protagonist halo? What is that trifling thing? Wherever I stand, I embody destiny. Protagonist? I shall slay indiscriminately. Simplified version. What to do when I find myself transmigrated as the villain? Awaiting your response, it's quite urgent. Chapter 1. No more pretense. It's time to reveal the truth. Morning. Haijing City, Sunrise University. As one of the top 10 prestigious institutions in the Eastern Summer, countless students aspire to gain admission, striving fervently to squeeze in. Within, there is no shortage of second-generation wealthy elites and signs of power. Creak, creak. The harsh sound of friction resonates as a dilapidated bicycle wobbles toward the depths of Sunrise University. The rider is a young man who appears to be around 20 years of age. The young man possesses a handsome visage, chiseled like a sculptor's creation, with a pair of pitch-black eyes that are dark and profound, exuding an indescribable allure. Waves upon waves, waves upon waves. The young man hums a tune as he rides his bicycle, arriving beside a grove of cypress trees by the Yenshui Lake in the southern district of the school. There stands a young woman, slender in form, with skin as white as snow. Her beauty, though not the absolute pinnacle, is still quite remarkable, earning a commendable score of 8 or 9 out of 10. Beside the young woman stands a handsome young man, clad in an elegant suit, his demeanor exuding grace and politeness. Upon seeing him, one cannot help but think of a few words. Second-generation rich. Fang Yu halts his bicycle and approaches the young woman. Jiang Yu, did you summon me today for a specific purpose? Jiang Yu glances at Fang Yu's worn-out bicycle, a flicker of disdain and contempt crossing her brow. Are you blind? What do you think I called you here for? Can't you see it for yourself? As she speaks, Jiang Yu leans toward the young man beside her, then coldly declares, let's break up. Many onlookers have taken notice of the unfolding situation, stopping in their tracks with expressions of keen interest, engaging in hushed discussions. Hey, isn't that the renowned, beautiful girl Jiang Yu among the freshmen? The one beside her. Is that her recently rumored boyfriend Fang Yu? He is indeed quite handsome, but alas, he appears to be quite impoverished. Who is that man next to Jiang Yu? I don't know, but he certainly seems to be affluent. Given the circumstances, it seems Jiang Yu has latched onto a wealthy heir and intends to cast aside Fang Yu. TSK, how truly pitiable. The crowd almost instantaneously assessed the situation. A certain male student, filled with indignation, exclaimed, I never imagined Jiang Yu could be such a materialistic woman. How disappointing it is to have once regarded her as a goddess. This remark instantly drew agreement from several earnest-looking male students, but a few nearby girls quickly objected. What? Are you suggesting that we girls should suffer alongside you worthless losers? How shameless. Exactly, we would rather weep in a BMW than smile on a bicycle. There's no crime in valuing wealth. It's only reasonable to seek it. Who's to blame for not being a wealthy heir? A barrage of caustic remarks ensued. The faces of the male students flushed crimson, yet they found themselves unable to retort. The onlookers continued to gaze at Fang Yu and Jiang Yu, wearing expressions of amused mockery, eagerly anticipating this grand spectacle. Jiang Yu coldly declared, You simply do not deserve me. It is best we do not waste each other's time. At that moment, a striking red Bugatti Veyron suddenly appeared along the narrow path and came to a gradual halt. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Many girls felt a mix of envy and resentment. Jiang Yu has truly hit the jackpot. She struck gold. Oh, how I wish the person stepping into that car were me, even if it meant being a mistress. If fortune smiles upon her, perhaps Jiang Yu will seize this opportunity to marry into a wealthy family, and thereafter, we shall inhabit entirely different worlds. Jiang Yu's expression grew even more self-satisfied. You see, Fang Yu, we are simply not of the same world. Only such a lifestyle is worthy of me, and you cannot provide that. Presently, Jiang Yu firmly believed that only wealth reigns supreme. She cast a proud glance around, and upon witnessing the envious and astonished gazes of the onlookers, her vanity was greatly gratified. Indeed, this was the life meant for her. A myriad of gazes turned toward Fang Yu, filled with pity, regret, mockery, and malice, all teeming with various emotions. They were all eager to discover how Fang Yu would respond. Would he plead desperately? Would he fly into a rage? Or perhaps, would he unleash a furious outburst? Very well, then let's break up, Fang Yu stated with an air of calmness, not a hint of hesitation in his demeanor. A smirk of derision graced his lips. Everyone was taken aback. This scenario seemed off-kilter. Jiang Yu publicly disavowed Fang Yu in such a humiliating manner, yet he remained so composed. Jiang Yu, equally bewildered, shared in the confusion. She never anticipated Fang Yu's reaction would be this way. An unnameable fury surged within her. Fang Yu's nonchalant demeanor thwarted her sense of superiority. In Jiang Yu's view, he should have approached her, pleading earnestly, only to have her trample on his face. Fang Yu brushed off his clothes and smiled. All right, enough of the pretense. Let's be frank, I'm actually a super wealthy heir. At his proclamation, a chorus of suppressed laughter erupted around them. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yu could not help but burst into laughter. Fang Yu, a super wealthy heir, dressed in shabby clothes and riding a dilapidated bicycle? What a joke. To her, this was merely Fang Yu trying to save face. Pathetic and laughable. Why should I let him get under my skin? We are destined to inhabit different worlds. Jiang Yu scoffed, her expression returning to one of haughty pride. Then, she leaned in, attempting to drape her arm around the shoulders of the nearby boy. However, what happened next took everyone by surprise. The boy abruptly shrugged her off, pushing Jiang Yu aside. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. Darling, why are you? Yet the boy had already strode forward, coming to stand before Fang Yu, bowing deeply. He respectfully addressed him. Young master. The Bugatti Veyron roared back to life and glided to Fang Yu's side. It then came to a gentle halt. All those who had approached with a mocking attitude were left wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Smack! Some even dropped their phones, which clattered to the ground. What is happening? Young master, that Bugatti Veyron belongs to Fang Yu? What on earth? Chapter 2. The Supreme Villain System. Jiang Yu's complexion turned ashen. In an instant, everything clicked into place. Her adversary was merely testing her. How laughably oblivious she had been. Priding herself in front of him, believing she had secured a wealthy heir, only to discover he was but a subordinate. With a sharp clap, a young man clad in an elegant suit respectfully opened the car door for Fang Yu, gesturing invitingly. Young master, please enter the vehicle. Fang Yu nodded slightly. At that moment, Jiang Yu, pale as a ghost, stepped forward hurriedly, exclaiming frantically, Fang Yu, I was merely joking. Surely you can't believe me? Grant me another chance. Do you even believe your own words? Fang Yu chuckled softly, amused. I genuinely appreciate the entertaining performance you've put on. Jiang Yu's face fell instantly. She realized her fate was sealed. Just as Fang Yu was about to enter the car, a figure suddenly obstructed his path. It was a girl, clad in denim shorts, with a slender waist and long legs, embodying the archetype of an internet celebrity. Her heavily made-up face exuded allure as she leaned against Fang Yu's Bugatti Veyron, one hand playing with her hair while the other rested on her hip. With a flirtatious smile, she cooed, Hey handsome, could you take me for a spin? I've never ridden in a Bugatti before. Her words dripped with suggestiveness, clearly seizing the opportunity to insinuate herself. Fang Yu replied coolly, What? Do you think this is a dumpster? That I would accept any refuse? He added disdainfully, If you've never been in a Bugatti, perhaps you should wash up and dream on. The girl's expression froze. Meanwhile, the elegantly dressed young man stepped forward, pushing her aside before opening the door for Fang Yu once more. Young master, please. Fang Yu had one foot in the car when he suddenly turned back, offering the girl a slight smile. Believing he had taken an interest in her, her heart raced with joy. There was hope. She twisted her waist even more enticingly, convinced that if she could ensnare Fang Yu, even if she couldn't marry into wealth, she would certainly reap some benefits. Yet Fang Yu merely laughed. By the way, I suggest you visit a hospital for a checkup. Your movements resemble those of a certain kind of pit-dwelling creature. With that, he settled into the car. Drive, he commanded coldly. Yes, sir, the young man replied respectfully, casting a final icy glare at Jiang Yu before the driver pressed the accelerator, speeding away. All that remained was the internet celebrity girl standing alone in the wind, utterly flustered, accompanied only by the equally disheveled Jiang Yu. The surrounding students exchanged incredulous glances. This turn of events was utterly outrageous. Undoubtedly, this sensational news would swiftly circulate throughout Rising Sun University. Inside the car, Fang Yu closed his eyes in contemplation. Suddenly, he silently invoked System. A swirl of silver light materialized before him, unfurling into an invisible panel that others could not perceive. Supreme Villain System. Host, Fang Yu. Personal wealth, 1, 9 billion. Charm value, 13, average person, 10, maximum, 30. Physique value, 12, average person, 10. Skills, cello, advanced, piano, advanced, literary appreciation, intermediate. Villain value, 0. Current triggered book, The Master Comes Down to the City. Fang Yu is not a native of this world. Despite retaining his original name, body, and memories, he was, in fact, a time traveler. The world he now inhabited was a composite realm formed from various online novels. It bore resemblances to Earth in certain aspects, yet possessed numerous disparities. The currently triggered book was titled The Master Comes Down to the City. Details regarding the book had been relayed to Fang Yu's mind upon his arrival, and he had previously read this very novel. He now found himself in the role of a major antagonist bearing his own name, a character that played a significant part in the narrative's development. Fang Yu, the sole heir of the prestigious Fang family in Haiqing City, was part of the Fang Group, a colossal conglomerate involved in various sectors such as biotechnology, film, and real estate, boasting assets in the hundreds of billions. Even within the entirety of Dongxia, he was assuredly no minor player. In other novels, Fang Yu might have been cast as a protagonist. However, in The Master Comes Down to the City, he was destined to become embroiled in conflict with the protagonist, Chen Yi, ultimately succumbing to a tragic fate of ruin and despair. A quintessential high-level pawn. Until his last breath, he would plead like a dog for mercy from Chen Yi, only to meet a horrific demise. With a determined clench of his fist, Fang Yu's gaze sharpened. He understood that if he remained passive, history would inevitably repeat itself. He would be humiliated by the protagonist and lose everything. Since he had traversed into this world and assumed the identity of another, he would not allow such a fate to unfold. Upon reflection, if one were to strip away the initial empathy directed towards the protagonist, were all the antagonists in urban power fantasies truly deserving of universal disdain and annihilation? Not necessarily. Ultimately, it was simply a matter of victors and vanquished. Under the protagonist's halo, there was bound to be no space for villains to survive. For Fang Yu, it mattered not whether he was a protagonist or antagonist, a figure of righteousness or malevolence. His sole desire was to endure. Thus, as for Chen Yi, Fang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers rhythmically tapping against his knee. For my survival, you might as well perish. He was not the fool who, despite possessing wealth and power, made foolish blunders that led to his own demise. Having taken on this identity, he was the true fated one in this world. A glint of brilliance flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. Moreover, he possessed a system. Pausing for a moment, he redirected his focus to the system panel. While most aspects were comprehensible, one particular element drew his attention, the so-called villain value. With a casual tap, an explanation he had long memorized appeared. The host can acquire villain value by seizing the protagonist's opportunities and altering the fates of characters within the narrative. Villain value can be utilized to enhance attributes such as physique and charm, upgrade skills, and bolster the host's capabilities. The system will unlock additional functions in due course. Stay tuned. Friendly reminder, current villain value, 0, protagonist's fortune value, 15,000. Gazing at the system panel, Fang Yu murmured, it should be about time. Suddenly, a chime sounded. Congratulations to the host for altering the storyline and preemptively humiliating the character Jiang Yu, earning 200 villain value and 200 protagonist fortune value. Friendly reminder, current villain value, 200. Protagonist fortune value, 14,800. Another chime. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot for the first time, earning a novice gift pack. Choose 2 out of 3 rewards. Reward 1, management skills, mastered 1. Reward 2, skill upgrade card 1. Reward 3, a hamster 1. Chapter 3, the fiancé is the villainous boss. Indeed. Fang Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Jiang Yu, a minor antagonist in the narrative, was originally destined to be exposed by the protagonist, Chen Yi, revealing her true identity as a duplicitous schemer, thus receiving a well-deserved comeuppance. However, the tides had turned, and she had been supplanted by him. Consequently, the plot had shifted, granting him 200 villain points while simultaneously diminishing Chen Yi's fortune value. This fortune value can be likened to a protagonist's halo. It is this very aura that allows the protagonists of such tales to thrive with unbridled audacity. Once Chen Yi's fortune value dwindled to 0, his protagonist's halo would be completely stripped away, rendering him devoid of his status as the main character. The novice gift pack was indeed a pleasant surprise. Fang Yu's gaze flickered towards the three options presented before him. He could only select two: management skills, proficient, a skill upgrade card, and a hamster. What absurdity was this? How could a hamster be considered a reward? Fang Yu was left speechless, his face betraying his disdain. System, what does proficiency entail? The system promptly responded. Skill levels are categorized as novice, intermediate, advanced, proficient, and perfect. Generally, advanced is the maximum that an ordinary person can achieve under normal circumstances, while proficiency is sufficient to overshadow others. Understanding dawned upon him, and he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of such a formidable reward. Without hesitation, he selected the skill upgrade card and management skills, proficient. As the skill transmission commenced, he sensed a torrent of vast information flooding into his mind, transforming into memories of diverse knowledge and experiences in management, as if he had undergone countless hours of study and practice, seamlessly integrated into his consciousness. Ding! The skill upgrade card has been deposited into the storage space. The host may review it at their convenience. With a mere thought, Fang Yu delved into the system's accompanying storage space, where he indeed found a glimmering card. A cursory glance revealed its details. Skill upgrade card, upon use. It can elevate one skill by 2 levels. For now, it was unnecessary. He would set it aside. Fang Yu withdrew his thoughts, pondering his next course of action. Evading the situation was not an option. He could not simply choose to live the life of a wealthy heir. For the world's will would inexorably drive Chun Yi and him into conflict, rendering any possibility of amicable coexistence between hero and villain utterly implausible. If he did not take the initiative, his demise would be certain. Thus, his objective became clear. Alter the narrative, seize the protagonist's opportunities, completely siphon Chun Yi's fortune value, strip him of his protagonist's halo, and ultimately ensure his disappearance from this realm. As for directly sending someone to assassinate Chun Yi with a bullet to the head, in the early chapters, the protagonist was significantly weaker in both strength and influence compared to later on, which seemed like a viable option. Fang Yu had contemplated this before, only to have the system douse his enthusiasm with cold water. The system had clearly indicated that until Chun Yi's fortune value reached 0, signifying the complete removal of his protagonist's halo, any attempt to forcibly eliminate him would result in a series of unforeseen events allowing him to escape death. This would only risk exposing himself and placing him in perilous circumstances. Such a gamble was not worth the potential loss. Moreover, even if luck favored him and he succeeded in killing Chun Yi, it would preclude him from acquiring sufficient villain points to enhance his abilities. When he progressed to the next book, the protagonist would undoubtedly be even more formidable, and his situation would become exceedingly dangerous. Therefore, such underhanded tactics were untenable. Fang Yu's advantage resided in his identity, currently concealed in the shadows, and, most importantly, his familiarity with the narrative. His eyes narrowed slightly. In the novel The Master Descends into the City, the protagonist Chun Yi was originally an orphan, taken to a mountain by a mysterious elder, where he learned various skills including medicine and martial arts. Upon returning to the world, he leveraged his background and abilities to thrive. Currently, there were still 7 days until Chun Yi's descent. He had ample time for preparation. Do we have any arrangements for today? Fang Yu sighed, glancing at the young man clad in an elegant suit beside him. His name is Lung Han, Fang Yu's personal secretary, meticulously trained by his family from a young age. Ensuring his loyalty. Young master, you are scheduled to play golf with Miss Song Chaoyu from the Song family at 3 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's expression became solemn. Song Chaoyu. She was undoubtedly the leading lady of the story, simultaneously embodying the greatest antagonist. 2 seemingly contradictory identities coalesced within one individual. Song Chaoyu had always concealed her true self, biding her time and amassing power. In truth, she had long since clandestinely seized control of the Song family's significant influence and would soon engulf numerous factions in Haiqing City, relentlessly expanding her reach. Even the protagonist Chun Yi had fallen under her spell, manipulated and utilized by her for an extended period, serving as a stepping stone in her ascent to greatness. Ultimately, she would turn against him, declaring war and becoming the supervillain boss of the entire narrative. The author's thought process was undeniably clear. As for the present, Song Chaoyu bore another title, his fiancée. In 3 days, they were to hold a formal engagement banquet. The Fang and Song families intended to forge a powerful alliance through this union. Thus, both families had been actively fostering the relationship between the two, and today's golf outing was part of that endeavor. Fang Yu glanced at his watch. The time was approaching 2 o'clock, and he would require some time to reach the designated location. Let us proceed directly to the golf course, he instructed with a hint of coldness in his eyes. In the original narrative, the downfall of the Fang family, along with Fang Yu's demise, was inextricably linked to this Song family's second daughter. Today, he would confront this Song Chaoyu. Chapter 4, Probing. The Bugatti Veyron sped along the road. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the Qing Tung Golf Club, the venue where he had arranged to meet Song Qiaoyu, located on the outskirts of Haiqing City. This establishment enforced a strict membership policy, refusing entry to ordinary visitors. Maintaining membership required an annual fee of 2 million. Those eligible to frequent this venue were either affluent or of noble lineage. As the Bugatti Veyron came to a halt in the parking lot, a club manager hastily approached. With a respectful and obsequious smile, he opened the car door for Fang Yu, slightly bowing as he said, "Young Master Fang, upon hearing of your arrival, I immediately set aside my tasks to welcome you. The venue and equipment have been prepared for you." Fang Yu alighted from the vehicle, responding with a nonchalant, He glanced at the club manager. Well done. He bore no aversion to flattery. In fact, he found it rather agreeable, for individuals who entirely detest being catered to are exceedingly rare. At the very least, Fang Yu was not one of them. "It is my duty," the manager replied, beaming with joy at Fang Yu's praise, and he added, "Miss Song has just arrived and has already entered the venue." "I understand," Fang Yu acknowledged. Nodding slightly, Fang Yu stepped into the venue, making his way to his exclusive suite, where he changed his attire under the cold and meticulous service. He then embarked on a golf cart that brought him to the course. Soon, a graceful figure caught Fang Yu's eye. The woman possessed an ethereal beauty, with bright, captivating eyes and a gentle smile that revealed pearly white teeth. Her subtly arched eyebrows framed a flawless complexion, as delicate as porcelain. Her nose was exquisitely sculpted, and her lips resembled the petals of a rose. Cascading black hair flowed down like a waterfall, exuding a chill akin to a pristine spring nestled in snowy mountains, showcasing an air of ethereal pride that was utterly enchanting. Clad in a white, ultra-short sports skirt, she accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection. As a gentle breeze swept by, it tousled her dark tresses, enveloping her in an aura of nobility and elegance. It was Song Qiaoyu. Even Fang Yu found himself momentarily entranced. However, he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, as described in literature, she was a femme fatale, captivating to the core. No wonder even the protagonist, Chen Yi, succumbed to her allure and was manipulated by her. A shiver of caution coursed through Fang Yu's mind, sharpening his vigilance. Had she arrived early? Approaching Song Qiaoyu's side, Fang Yu initiated a greeting. "I just arrived not long ago." Song Qiaoyu turned to him, her gaze meeting his with a faint smile. Her eyes sparkled with the depth of the universe, both dazzling and mysterious, tugging at the heartstrings. "In that case, let us commence," Fang Yu declared, gripping his golf club and proceeding forward without further ado. Had it been the previous version of Fang Yu, he would have eagerly approached her, eager to please. After all, it was nearly impossible for anyone to resist Song Qiaoyu's near-perfect beauty and transcendent aura. Not to mention, the original character was a quintessential sycophant. Yet alas, no matter how devoted a villain might be, he could never win a woman's heart, especially not Song Qiaoyu, the formidable antagonist in the narrative, one whom even the protagonist Chen Yi failed to conquer. Song Qiaoyu's brow furrowed slightly, sensing an unfamiliarity in this version of Fang Yu. Previously, he had exuded the flamboyance typical of a wealthy heir, always eager to ingratiate himself with her, taking every opportunity to cast lingering glances. This time, however, he merely glanced at her a few times before averting his gaze. His address was also unusually distant, referring to her as Miss Song. This departure from his prior demeanor left Song Qiaoyu feeling somewhat disoriented and intrigued. Was it merely her imagination? With her back to Fang Yu, she furrowed her brows. Or could it be that he was intentionally attempting to capture her attention through such aloofness? Many young men today indeed employed this reverse psychology, feigning indifference to pique a woman's interest. Song Qiaoyu's impression of Fang Yu diminished further. How juvenile and laughable. Nonetheless, he still held significant utilitarian value, and it was far too early to sever ties with him or the Fang family. Regaining her composure, Song Qiaoyu followed Fang Yu's lead, gracefully boarding the golf cart. The two soon arrived at the starting point. "Shall we engage in a match? Stroke play or match play?" Fang Yu inquired. "Match play, of course. Ladies first. I invite you to proceed, Miss Song." Song Qiaoyu accepted without hesitation, taking a golf club from the attendant. Time flew by, and several hours soon passed. Suddenly, Song Qiaoyu's pocket vibrated slightly. She frowned, retrieving her phone. "Excuse me, I need to take this call." She answered the call promptly. "Hello, is there something urgent?" Song Qiaoyu's expression darkened as she replied, "I understand." Fang Yu inquired, "What has happened?" "My father has been feeling unwell again, but our family's private doctor acted swiftly, and he is no longer in serious condition." Song Qiaoyu ended the call, exhaling deeply. Fang Yu remarked, "In that case, Miss Song, surely you must return to check on him?" Song Qiaoyu shook her head. "My father insists he is fine and has advised me not to make a special trip back." At this, Fang Yu's gaze sharpened. Song Guofu, the current head of the Song Group, but rumored to be suffering from a chronic ailment, his health declining year after year. This was precisely why Song Guofu had been fervently advocating for a union between the Fang and Song families. With only 2 daughters and the elder one tragically deceased years ago, Song Qiaoyu remained the sole descendant of the family's direct line. In the traditional view of such prominent families, a woman was deemed neither capable nor qualified to lead, unless through marriage. Song Guofu needed the power of the Fang family to secure his lineage's standing and dominance. To outsiders, the grandeur of a wealthy family may seem enviable, yet it conceals numerous troubles, including fierce internal strife among various factions. If Song Qiaoyu could not secure a marriage with the Fang family, rival branches would stop at nothing to usurp their lineage's rights, a scenario intolerable to Song Guofu. He was a man who placed immense value on family interests, prioritizing them above his own well-being. Thus, even in the face of illness, he insisted that Song Qiaoyu remain here to avoid any unforeseen complications in the proposed union. As Song Qiaoyu picked up her golf club once more, her mind appeared restless, evidently troubled by her father's condition. With a meaningful glance at Song Qiaoyu, Fang Yu unexpectedly stated, "Is your uncle's ailment truly just a result of overwork and fatigue?" Song Qiaoyu's grip on the club faltered imperceptibly. Leaning on the golf club, she gradually straightened, her gaze sharpening with an intensity that felt like a blade, locking onto Fang Yu. "What do you mean?" The tranquility and warmth in her eyes vanished, replaced by an icy coldness that seemed capable of piercing through both body and soul. Fang Yu met her gaze fearlessly, a smile gracing his lips, simply taking it at face value. "Your uncle, having shouldered the Song group since a young age, has always prioritized his health. Yet his condition has taken a swift downturn in recent years. Might there be something more to it?" Song Qiaoyu's eyes narrowed, glinting with an unspoken threat, before her expression gradually softened into a smile. "Young Master Fang, you may be overthinking this. Surely I am well aware of my father's health. Is that so? Perhaps I am being overly suspicious," Fang Yu replied nonchalantly, though inwardly he could not suppress a derisive chuckle. "Trust you?" He was all too aware that Song Guofu's illness was entirely orchestrated by Song Qiaoyu herself. The private doctor responsible for Song Guofu's condition was also in her employ. If memory served, following the engagement ceremony between himself and Song Qiaoyu, Song Guofu would, under her control, suffer a relapse, leading to ineffective treatment and ultimately, a tragic demise. Subsequently, the Song family, already largely under her influence, would become entirely hers. However, Fang Yu furrowed his brow in silence. Song Qiaoyu truly lived up to her reputation as one of the foremost antagonists in the narrative. Her psychological resilience was indeed formidable. If it were anyone else, they would have succumbed to panic after his sudden probing. Yet she managed to recalibrate her mindset in a matter of seconds. That's well and good. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved. However, Fang Xiao, certain words ought not to be spoken lightly. Wouldn't you agree? Song Qiaoyu remarked with a charming smile. Akin to a flower blooming atop a majestic mountain, her exquisite beauty seemingly dimming everything around her. The attendant, clad in a white coat and a black tie, couldn't help but glance up, feeling as though he had been ensnared by her allure. Gazing at Song Qiaoyu's nearly flawless figure, a flicker of avarice crossed the attendant's eyes. To be able to taste the beauty of such caliber would indeed be worth any risk. Suddenly, a chill coursed through him. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. This was disastrous. Fang Yu was still nearby. Song Qiaoyu was, after all, his fiancée. To brazenly stare at the fiancée of the heir of the Fang family was tantamount to courting death. The attendant's neck stiffly turned, and he beheld Fang Yu's impassive face, his gaze as frigid as ice. His body instantly froze. "Where do you think your eyes are wandering?" Fang Yu's emotionless tone carried a palpable chill. Regardless of the circumstances, Song Qiaoyu was currently his nominal fiancée, an object belonging to him. It was intolerable for anyone else to lay claim to her, even with but a glance. A shiver ran through the attendant. He hurriedly bowed repeatedly, sweat beading on his forehead. "Fang Xiao, I was wrong. It was not my intention, and I am willing to accept punishment." His nervousness rendered his speech halting. At that moment, the attendant was filled with regret. Was he a fool? How could he have committed such a basic blunder? A reprimand was undoubtedly imminent. Not only would he be humiliated, but he might also face a deduction from his salary. Yet, he felt no overwhelming dread, for in his mind, Fang Yu's temperament was relatively lenient. Thus, he harbored some skepticism, not believing Fang Yu would truly take action against him. Fang Yu's expression remained unchanged, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Oh, since you are willing to accept punishment, I shall not make it difficult for you. Resign and leave Haiqing City." "What?" The attendant was taken aback. "Resign? Leave Haiqing City?" His face turned ashen. "No, Fang Xiao, you must be joking. My entire family resides in Haiqing City." Fang Yu's eyes sparked with an icy light, chilling to the bone. Do I appear to be jesting? If I ever see you in Haiqing City again, I shall have your eyes gouged out. My possessions are not to be coveted by others. Under that piercing gaze, the attendant's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, his face as pale as a corpse. It was over. In a moment of folly, he had sacrificed his future and fate. Everything he had strived for in the first half of his life was now lost. No, Fang Xiao, grant me another chance. I shall never dare to do so again. The attendant crawled toward Fang Yu, clinging to his leg and pleading for mercy. However, Fang Yu impatiently kicked him away. Get lost. Must you go to such extremes? A crisp voice interjected from the side, prompting Fang Yu to turn his attention. Song Qiaoyu spoke, her expression serene, though a flicker of anger danced in her eyes. The tone she took was as if she were merely an object belonging to him. Fang Yu stepped closer to Song Qiaoyu, standing before her. It is indeed necessary. Some individuals remain oblivious to their own positions, failing to comprehend the gravity of the situation they face, and thus must pay a grievous price. Wouldn't you agree? His words bore an insinuation. Song Qiaoyu's gaze shifted slightly. The imposing stature, the piercing eyes, the domineering and audacious rhetoric he wielded imparted an unexpected sense of pressure upon her. Was this truly the same frivolous young master she had never regarded seriously? The aura he exuded today was markedly different. Today has been exhausting. Let us conclude here. Fang Yu turned, retrieving a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. After speaking, he strode away. Ding. The host has successfully altered the plot. Hostess villain points, 500. Protagonist Chun Yi's fortune points, 500. Chapter 6, Increased charm points. Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming sense of elation. He had amassed a staggering 500 villain points. Truly, he was the villainous boss of the narrative. His significance in this world far beyond that of minor characters like Jiang Yu. A mere encounter with Song Qiaoyu had incited a slight shift in the plot, affecting her mindset, and thus he had reaped 500 villain points. A smile crept across Fang Yu's lips, his spirits lifted. Friendly reminder, current villain points, 700. Protagonist S fortune points, 300. Fang Yu pondered, yet the road to fully usurp Chun Yi's fortune points remained long and arduous. Until the protagonist's halo was entirely stripped away, he would forever remain a formidable threat. With 700 villain points now at his disposal, it was time to make use of them. The system, displaying its user-friendly nature, provided another prompt. Villain points can be utilized to enhance attributes such as physique and charm, to draw skills, to elevate skill levels, and to augment the host's capabilities. More functions will be unlocked in due course. Stay tuned. Fang Yu inquired within his mind, what are the costs associated with these functions? 100 villain points can increase 1 point in physique or charm. Random skill drawing costs 500 villain points, while targeted skill drawing requires 1000 villain points, allowing the host to view the skill list during the process. The cost to upgrade skills varies depending on the skill level and its inherent power. Fang Yu contemplated. To increase one attribute requires 100 villain points, and targeted skill drawing demands as much as 1000 villain points. This amount of villain points is hardly sufficient. As for random skill drawing, he dismissed the notion entirely. It sounded utterly useless. Only a fool or someone with an excess of villain points would resort to such a gamble. Fang Yu gazed at his system interface. Ultimate villain system. Host, Fang Yu. Personal wealth, 9 billion. Charm points, 13. Ordinary individuals have a score of 10, with a ceiling of 30. Physique points, 12. Ordinary individuals have a score of 10. Skills, cello, advanced. Piano, advanced. Literary appreciation, intermediate. Villain points, 700. Current triggered book, The Expert Descends into the City. The original Fang Xiao possessed a plethora of disorganized skills, yet few were practical, and the option to enhance skill levels was summarily dismissed. Fang Yu's gaze lingered on the physique and charm attributes. Physique encompasses strength, agility, resilience, and mental fortitude, among other capabilities. The attribute of charm transcends mere enhancement of appearance and demeanor. It significantly influences the favorability of characters within the narrative. In simpler terms, it bears a resemblance to certain abilities akin to a protagonist's halo. Typically, the protagonists in literature merely need to stand in a particular spot, and they are immediately approached by various beautiful women and prominent figures, effortlessly earning their trust and support. Quite absurd indeed. Fang Yu swiftly made his decision. This time, he would prioritize increasing his charm value. Although charm may appear ephemeral and intangible, it is, in fact, of paramount importance, especially when engaging with narrative characters. While mere bystanders may fawn over one's looks and status, such superficial admiration may not hold when faced with significant characters. Furthermore, The Master Descends into the City does not delve into ancient martial arts or the more fantastical realm of cultivation. The protagonist, Chun Yi, may possess commendable skills. But he is not primarily renowned for his martial prowess. His expertise lies in medicine, with a dabbling in feng shui and other esoteric arts. Fang Yu mused, my advantages lie in my identity, wealth, and status. I would be foolish to confront Chun Yi directly. If I were to find myself in a position of having to engage in a one-on-one battle with him, it would signify my utter desperation and a last-ditch struggle for survival. Thus, I shall allocate all my villain points to enhance my charm value. Ding. Host villain points, 700. Charm value, 7. No sooner had the words left his lips than the number representing his charm value began to fluctuate, ultimately transforming into 20. Should anyone stand before Fang Yu at that moment, they would perceive an intangible shift in his aura and charisma. The upper limit for charm value is 30 points, and 20 is already an exceedingly high figure. Fang Yu returned to the reception hall of the club. The driver promptly brought forth the Bugatti Veyron from the parking lot, whisking Fang Yu away. As he departed from the Qingting Golf Club, Fang Yu sat in the car, his eyes closed in contemplation. His personal secretary, Lung Han, inquired, young master, where to next? Home, Fang Yu replied, his eyelids still lowered, and thereafter fell silent, beginning to reflect on the entire encounter with Song Qiaoyu. As depicted in the book, the second miss of the Song family is indeed a formidable character. Even in her current dormant phase, her strength should not be underestimated. I must not be overly ambitious, but rather proceed with caution. Today, Fang Yu only conducted a modest probe, revealing little of himself. With 7 days remaining until the arrival of the protagonist, Chun Yi, I must strive to sever his opportunities and eliminate potential threats. Fang Yu's eyes narrowed. He would certainly not allow Chun Yi the chance to rise. Those villains in novels who prefer to strategize and wait until the protagonist reaches the pinnacle before striking are foolish, their graves long since eroded. Meanwhile, after Fang Yu's departure, Song Qiaoyu stood alone on the expansive golf course, her expression dark and uncertain. Today, Fang Yu had seemed like a different person altogether, leaving her perplexed. She pondered deeply. Throughout their meeting, it appeared that Fang Yu had maintained the upper hand, leading her by the nose. Moreover, what did Fang Yu's words truly mean? They felt laden with implication. Song Qiaoyu's gaze turned inscrutable and icy. It is unlikely that a person could change so dramatically in such a short span. Could someone be manipulating him from behind the scenes? But who could it be? A figure silently approached from behind Song Qiaoyu. Mississippi. After a prolonged silence, she spoke coolly. Go. Investigate whether Fang Yu has recently been in contact with any suspicious individuals. Yes. The figure responded respectfully, then added, Miss. Do you suspect Fang Yu of any wrongdoing? If so, why not deal with him directly? Fool. Song Qiaoyu's voice turned frigid. Do you think he is merely a street thug? That one can kill at will. Setting aside the likelihood of success, what if exposure jeopardizes my plans and leads to total failure? Can you bear the consequences? Attend to your duties. Yes, I spoke out of turn. Upon hearing the implication of her words, the figure trembled, lowering his head, afraid to speak further. Song Qiaoyu gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Chapter 7. The Affluent Parents. In Haiqing City, at the Fang family villa, Fang Yu returned home, first indulging in a hot shower before changing into fresh attire. By the time he completed these rituals, it was already dinner time. Fang Yu stepped into the spacious, brightly lit dining room, where a row of attendants stood ready to heed his commands. Upon seeing Fang Yu enter, they all bowed slightly. Young master. The dining table, styled in Italian postmodernist art, was both simple and dignified, exuding an air of authority. At that moment, a man and a woman were already seated at the table. The man, composed and dignified, with glossy black hair and a resolute face that bore a striking resemblance to Fang Yu, albeit with the addition of wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and traces of gray at his temples, radiated a sense of wisdom and experience. He was Fang Qixiong, the chairman of the Fang Group, a self-made tycoon who built a vast enterprise from scratch over several decades. He is truly a prodigy in the business world. Even Fang Yu could not help but harbor admiration for his estranged father. The other individual, exuding an air of elegance, was Fang Yu's mother, Jiang Fang. Though she had entered middle age, she still retained her charm, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Jiang Fang had married Fang Qixiong before his rise to success, steadfastly supporting him to this day, and their relationship remained harmonious and affectionate. Despite their advanced years, they still indulged in moments of sweetness, showcasing their love, thereby making Fang Yu, the lone bachelor, feel somewhat out of place. Dad, Mom, Fang Yu greeted as he approached. Xiaoyu has arrived, quickly take a seat. Jiang Fang beckoned with warmth in her eyes. Fang Qixiong also nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As Fang Yu settled at the dining table, he indeed felt a twinge of hunger, promptly picking up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placing it in his mouth. Did you meet with Qiaoyu this afternoon? Jiang Fang inquired with a smile. How did it go? Haven't you always liked her? Fang Yu replied with a smile that held deeper meaning. It went reasonably well. Jiang Fang continued. Let me tell you, when interacting with girls, one must invest some effort to make them happy. You need to pamper them. You can't be like your father back in the day, a complete blockhead. Fang Yu shrugged. The previous incarnation of Fang Xiao had indeed been quite thoughtful and meticulous. Always hovering, asking questions left and right, but alas, the devoted suitor ended up with nothing in the end. Of course, the original owner was also rather driven by physical desires. Fang Qixiong coughed violently. What are you saying in front of the child? His once imposing demeanor faltered, and he shot Jiang Fang a glare. What? Am I not speaking the truth? Jiang Fang retorted without hesitation, raising her voice sharply. Fang Qixiong, momentarily cowed, ceased further commentary. It appeared that the formidable Fang Qixiong was, after all, under the thumb of his wife, and the attendants standing by could barely suppress their smirks, their eyes narrowing in amusement. Observing the scene before him, Fang Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly, brushing his fingertips against the tip of his nose. However, a moment of contemplation washed over him, leading to a discreet sigh. According to the original storyline, after Fang Yu and Chun Yi had officially severed ties, the devoted Jiang Fang and Fang Qixiong would unhesitatingly align themselves with Fang Yu, ultimately suffering grave repercussions. Jiang Fang, unable to bear the news of Fang Yu's demise, would endure a profound psychological blow, resulting in her confinement to a psychiatric institution where she would drift into madness. Meanwhile, following the bankruptcy of his company, Fang Qixiong would find himself abandoned by all, as no one dared to risk offending the protagonist, leading this once powerful business tycoon to a state of despair, reduced to laboring at a construction site. Fang Yu's expression remained impassive. From the perspective of the protagonist, Chen Yi undoubtedly embodied the role of a competent lead, blessed with fortune and exhibiting ruthless decisiveness, leaving no room for future complications. Such a narrative would undoubtedly resonate with readers who identify with the protagonist, providing them with a sense of satisfaction and ease. However, this time, none of that would come to pass. Dinner concluded swiftly. At parting, Jiang Fang and Fang Qixiong exchanged glances, a flicker of doubt in their eyes, until Jiang Fang could no longer restrain herself and inquired, Son, I sense you have undergone a significant transformation lately. You seem quite different than before. Fang Yu shrugged and replied, Is that so? Perhaps I have matured. Jiang Fang and Fang Qixiong exchanged puzzled looks. The group dispersed to rest, yet Fang Yu, upon returning to his room, did not hasten to sleep. Instead, he engaged in deep contemplation regarding his forthcoming actions. Chapter 8. The Commencement of Action. The following day, at dawn, at Tianyu Media Company, a subsidiary of the Fang Group, boasting assets in the billions and currently managed by Fang Yu. In the chairman's office, Fang Yu reclined languidly in his leather chair, exuding an air of casual lethargy. Knock. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Enter, Fang Yu called. Lung Han stepped inside, inquiring, Young master, what instructions do you have for me? Without further ado, Fang Yu seized a document from his desk and tossed it before Lung Han. Upon glancing at it, Lung Han expressed surprise. What is this? A list. Fang Yu replied nonchalantly. Your task is to locate every individual enumerated here, and then he proceeded to delineate the actions required of him. If necessary, he could enlist the family's resources. This list comprised a selection of supporting characters Fang Yu had identified based on the narrative of the book. These individuals would, at various junctures, either assist the protagonist or be drawn under his wing. They represented the simpler, more manageable characters typical of the early chapters of the story. Individually, each was as insignificant as an ant before the Fang family, easily eradicated. However, a multitude of ants could indeed bring down an elephant, especially when, under the protagonist's halo, their threat would multiply exponentially. Before the official appearance of the protagonist Chen Yi, Fang Yu had no qualms about dispatching them to preempt any future complications. Understood. Lung Han raised no objections to this task. It was a habit cultivated since childhood, serving as Fang Yu's personal secretary. Ask little, act more. He did not need to comprehend Fang Yu's commands. He merely needed to execute them. On the sidewalk outside a residential complex, a middle-aged woman clad in a red coat was walking her dog when a young man in a white work outfit and a sun hat rushed up to her, clutching a stack of materials resembling flyers. Congratulations, madam. Me? The middle-aged woman halted, pointing at herself in bewilderment. Indeed, our travel agency has opened a branch in Haiqing City. And to celebrate our grand opening, we are randomly selecting 30 customers to receive a complimentary 14-day vacation voucher to Hawaii, including meals and accommodation. We will also assist with passport and documentation processing. All we ask is that you promote our company afterward. Really? Such good fortune. The middle-aged woman, overwhelmed with joy, felt as though luck had smiled upon her. The staff member smiled slightly. Of course it's genuine. Our company is quite reputable, You can find official information online. You needn't worry. Will you accept this invitation voucher? If you agree, we can proceed to the company for registration, and your trip can be arranged immediately. Yes, I'll take it. The middle-aged woman, ecstatic, hurriedly tugged her dog along and followed the staff member. Unbeknownst to her, according to the original trajectory, she would soon suffer a severe illness while on the road, subsequently encountering Chun Yi, who would put on a show and deliver a harsh rebuke to a nearby expert physician. However, now that she had accepted the invitation to vacation in Hawaii, such a fate was no longer feasible. Whether she would fall ill in Hawaii depended on the whims of fate, a concern that lay beyond Fang Yu's considerations. He was the antagonist, not a saint. The lives of these unconnected individuals were of no concern to him. Ding. Host villain points, 200. Protagonist fortune, 200. Chapter 9. Leave Haiqing City or face death. At Haoyan Entertainment Center, one of the most renowned multifaceted entertainment venues in the West District, patrons filled the place daily. The atmosphere vibrant and raucous. The owner, Feng Yang, held considerable influence in the surrounding area, and generally, no one dared to disturb his establishment. Today, a black sedan slowly came to a halt outside the Haoyan Entertainment Center, and a burly man wearing sunglasses emerged, followed by a throng of similarly imposing figures. They surged into the center's lobby, startling the guests, who, overwhelmed by the menacing aura emanating from this group, stood frozen in place. Several security personnel, steeling themselves, attempted to intervene. Who are you? Do you have any idea whose territory this is? Before they could finish, the lead giant, resembling a human fortress, cast a cold glance their way. Get lost. The security guards promptly fell silent, having sensed the unmistakable killing intent radiating from their adversaries, leaving them paralyzed with fear. This intimidating group barreled through, heading directly to the most opulent room on the top floor, Feng Yang's office. Bang! The door was violently flung open. Feng Yang, a portly man with a receding hairline, was startled by the commotion and scowled. Who are you? This is utterly outrageous. The owner of Haoyan Entertainment, Feng Yang? The lead man inquired. Feng Yang, incensed, retorted, knowing who I am, you still dare to cause trouble? The towering figure stepped forward, stating calmly, you have 2 days to close down Haoyan Entertainment and leave Haiqing City, or you will bear the consequences. Close down the entertainment center? Leave Haiqing City. Feng Yang was taken aback, then erupted into a furious laugh, thinking these individuals must be deranged. This is not some corner store. While Haoyan Entertainment may not be a colossal enterprise, it is still worth hundreds of millions. There is no way I can just shut it down at your whim. You are delusional. Get out of here, or I will not be so accommodating. Feng Yang's expression darkened as he contemplated calling for security assistance. Think carefully about the consequences before you speak. We are here representing young Master Feng, the lead man remarked coolly. Feng Yang's pupils constricted. Which young Master Feng? The muscular man scoffed derisively. In Haiqing City, aside from that individual, who else dares to call themselves young Master Feng? His insinuation was unmistakably clear, and Feng Yang, not being a fool, comprehended whom he was referring to. Fang Yu, the esteemed heir of the Feng family in Haiqing City. This family is renowned as one of the city's foremost aristocracies, far beyond the reach of a mere small-time businessman like himself. Yet, why would that individual suddenly seek to trouble him? His expression darkened, fluctuating with uncertainty. Even if it were young Master Feng, he could not simply demand the closure of my Haoyan Entertainment without any justification. Buzz. At that moment, the muscular man's phone rang. He glanced at it casually and smiled. Young Master, yes, we have arrived at Haoyan Entertainment Center and met with Feng Yang, but it seems he has some objections. Understood. As he spoke, the muscular man turned his phone screen toward Feng Yang and coldly stated, my young master wishes to speak with you. Feng Yang's expression tightened, but considering the immense value of Haoyan Entertainment, the culmination of his life's work, he gritted his teeth and bravely implored, young Master Feng, we have no quarrel, do we? I cannot recall having offended you. Why then would you demand that I shut down Haoyan Entertainment over a mere disagreement? Indeed, you have not offended me, yet. Fang Yu's voice came through the phone, but you must vacate Haiqing City within 2 days, no reasons required. Mr. Feng, I have graciously granted you a 2-day grace period. Is that not merciful enough? Merciful, my foot. Feng Yang nearly choked on his anger. How could it sound as if he were the one benefiting? Young master, you are being excessively unreasonable. This is my life's work. You think you can destroy it with a mere word? The Feng family may wield great power, but I, Feng Yang, am not to be trifled with. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Feng Yang's face flushed with rage, his mind clouded in fury. The moment those words escaped his lips, the temperature in the room plummeted, an icy chill permeating the air. He instantly shivered, his body stiffening. For a hard object pressed against his forehead. Mr. Feng, tread carefully. The leading muscular man wore an unmasked, chilling expression, as if any further misstep from Feng Yang would cost him his life. Silence enveloped the other end of the line. Cold sweat began to trickle down Feng Yang's forehead, the oppressive weight of silence threatening to crush him. With a mere twitch of the muscular man's fingers, his life could be forfeit. After several agonizing seconds, Fang Yu's voice returned, laced with a languid sigh. Mr. Feng, is there some misunderstanding? A corner dog, you say? If you recognize yourself as such, then you must behave accordingly. Do you perceive that I am negotiating terms with you? His tone was devoid of warmth, delivering an ultimatum. Tell me, will you depart Haiqing City quietly, or will you meet your demise? Fang Yu required no input from Feng Yang. He was not there to negotiate. In the presence of the Fang family, what was Feng Yang? Seizing the advantage meant exploiting every resource at his disposal, regardless of the means, even if it meant resorting to underhanded tactics. As a villain, he had to embody the role. He was not among those dim-witted antagonists who merely provided experience points to the protagonist and their minions, appearing cunning yet utterly foolish. For him, the strategy was to wield his power from the outset, snuffing out adversaries in their infancy. Cold sweat continued to bead on Feng Yang's brow. At that moment, Fang Yu added slowly, Mr. Feng, do not misjudge the situation. For the sake of your daughter Feng Xiaoxiao, you should consider your next steps carefully. You dare. Feng Yang shot up, incredulity etched across his face. All he had achieved had come at the cost of countless unsavory deeds, and he had made many enemies. Which is why he had concealed his daughter's true identity for her safety, to prevent any vengeful retaliation. Even those closest to him were unaware of her identity. When the adversary uttered his daughter's name, the last vestige of his defenses shattered. Under the predatory gaze of the leading muscular man, Feng Yang trembled and finally conceded, Fine. I will leave in 2 days. Isn't this splendid? Mr. Feng, you have made a wise decision. Feng Yu chuckled. By reaching this amicable agreement without resorting to violence, we can both look forward to a brighter future. Gazing at the gun still aimed at him, Feng Yang's lips twitched, and he repeatedly affirmed, Yes, yes. You then? The leading muscular man inquired into the phone. Fang Yu commanded, Withdraw, you have other tasks to attend to. Understood, we depart. After hanging up, the muscular man holstered his weapon and signaled for his team to leave the room in an imposing procession. With a sudden collapse, Feng Yang slumped into his chair, feeling as though his body bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, his lips pale. After a prolonged moment, he pressed a button on his desk. A man with a center-part hairstyle entered the room. Boss, you called for me? He was Feng Yang's confidant, deeply trusted. Feng Yang, drained of energy, uttered, Take stock of our assets and dismiss the employees. We must leave Haiqing City. What? The confidant was taken aback, his complexion shifting. Boss, we cannot do this. Crash. A potted plant was brutally smashed over the confidant's head, leaving him bloodied and dazed. Feng Yang's face twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he bellowed. Do as I say, if you value your life. Why yes. The confidant, thoroughly terrified, clutched his head and hurriedly fled the office. Feng Yang's anger gradually dissipated, and he sank back into his despondency. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Tianyu Media, Fang Yu ended the call. Feng Yang's daughter, Feng Xiaoxiao, was one of the protagonist's love interests in the narrative, having crossed paths with the protagonist, Chun Yi, at Shiri University. Following a cliched rescue, she was captivated by Chun Yi's charm and strength, joining his harem. Consequently, Feng Yang became entangled with Chun Yi, providing significant support at the request of Feng Xiaoxiao during the early stages. Now, with Feng Yang's departure from Haiqing, he would undoubtedly take Feng Xiaoxiao with him. The connection that should have existed between them would be severed. Ding. Villain points accumulated, 1,000. Protagonist luck points, 1,000. Chapter 10, The Deluge of Villain Points. The Fang Family Banquet. Fang Yu's dispatched operatives were actively maneuvering throughout Haiqing City, systematically locating the easily dealt with minor characters. The methods employed varied. Some resorted to threats, others to manipulation or seduction. Ding. Villain points accumulated, 100. Protagonist luck points, 100. Ding. Villain points accumulated, 200. Protagonist luck points, 200. Ding. Villain points accumulated, 50. Protagonist luck points, 50. In the company office, Fang Yu was diligently managing affairs, the system notifications chiming persistently in his ears. Finally, he exhaled deeply, setting aside the documents in hand. Possessing mastery in business management, handling these matters was second nature to him, and at last, the cacophony of notifications subsided into tranquility. Fang Yu's gaze sharpened. It seemed this was all that remained. He casually pulled up the system panel. The ultimate villain system. Host, Fang Yu. Personal wealth, 1, 9 billion. Charisma, 20, average is 10, maximum is 30. Physical strength, 12, average is 10. Skills, cello, advanced. Piano, advanced. Literary appreciation, intermediate. Villain points, 2,500. Current triggered book, The Master Descends into the City. Friendly reminder, the host currently possesses 2,500 villain points, while the protagonist, Chen Yi, has an impressive luck value of 11,800. Although they are merely minor characters, the most formidable among them is nothing more than the owner of the Haotian Entertainment Center. However, every little bit counts, and these individuals have collectively bestowed upon Fang Yu a total of 2,500 villain points. The protagonist, Chen Yi, has already been stripped of a staggering 3,200 luck points even before making his official entrance, much to Fang Yu's satisfaction. Of course, luck points are elusive and intangible. Chen Yi himself cannot perceive them, or he would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming sense of frustration. Fang Yu first expended 1,000 villain points to elevate his charisma to the maximum value of 30. As for the remaining 1,500 villain points, he allocated them entirely to enhancing his physical strength. Power, status, and wealth are ultimately external forces. True strength lies within oneself. Although the narrative The Master Descends into the City does not delve into ancient martial arts or fantastical cultivation, the hierarchy of combat prowess remains bound by rules. Nevertheless, strength is inherently desirable. Ding. Villain points, 1,500. Host S physical strength, 15. Accompanied by the mechanical tone of the system, a warm surge suddenly emanated from Fang Yu's abdomen, transforming into a violent force that coursed through his limbs and bones, reshaping his muscles, skin, and skeleton. The slight discomfort was accompanied by an indescribable comfort that seemed to arise from his very soul, akin to a rebirth. Huff. Fang Yu exhaled deeply, feeling as if his muscles had gained a measure of robustness, his body brimming with surging power. He even entertained the fanciful notion that he could deliver a single punch capable of obliterating the earth. Naturally, this was merely an illusion born of his rapid enhancement. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed that his perception of the external world had sharpened considerably. He could distinctly see a small insect on a potted plant in the distant corner of the room. The effect was remarkable. Fang Yu's expression shifted as he gazed at his system interface. Ultimate Villain System. Host, Fang Yu. Personal wealth, 1, 9 billion. Charisma, 30, average is 10. Maximum is 30. Physical strength, 27, average is 10. Skills, cello, advanced. Piano, advanced. Literary appreciation, intermediate. Villain points, 0. Current triggered book, The Master Descends into the City. Fang Yu clenched his fists and struck forward with fervor, conjuring a gust of air. Excitement glimmering in his eyes. He felt entirely capable of taking on 5 or 6 opponents simultaneously. With a physical strength of merely 27. He wondered how formidable he might become if he were to completely strip Chen Yi of his luck points. Upon vanquishing the protagonist, would he not attain a level of power that rendered firearms and even artillery irrelevant? An uncontrollable surge of exhilaration coursed through Fang Yu's thoughts. Relishing the invigorating sensation of his newfound strength, his intentions to conquer the narrative and eliminate the protagonist gradually shifted from a forced necessity to a proactive pursuit. At this moment, Chen Yi was no longer merely a person in his mind. He had transformed into a walking reservoir of villain points. Just by himself, Chen Yi could provide an astonishing 11,800 villain points. Fang Yu's gaze grew fervent. Yet, at that moment, the system's mechanical voice resonated in his ear. Host. I must remind you that once your physical strength reaches 50, the villain points required to increase it by 1 point will rise. A splash of cold water doused his enthusiasm. Fang Yu furrowed his brow. Indeed, if the conversion ratio between villain points and physical strength remained constant, the enhancement of power would be far too simplistic. Progress must be gradual. One cannot achieve rapid gains without effort. For now, he needed to focus on dealing with Chen Yi. His earlier impatience began to settle. Fang Yu pondered. Tomorrow evening marks my engagement banquet with Song Chaoyu, and shortly thereafter, the protagonist Chen Yi will arrive in Haiqing City, officially commencing the narrative. Time is of the essence, regardless of Chen Yi's prowess. I shall transform him into a lifeless creature upon his arrival. According to the original text, an event of significant consequence for the Fang family during the engagement banquet requires advanced preparation. The following day, at dusk, the Fang family villa was ablaze with lights, festooned with decorations. The dazzling illumination pierced the tranquil darkness as luxury vehicles flooded the vicinity, nearly overwhelming the villa's entrance. Behind a golden fountain, atop a grand staircase, the villa's doors creaked open, and a procession of attendants emerged, lining both sides of the entrance. With courteous smiles, they bowed respectfully, revealing a pathway adorned with a soft red carpet. Ding-dong. The melodious strains of ceremonial music resonated. To the accompaniment of this elegant and soothing melody, prominent figures from Haiqing City began to grace the courtyard with their presence. After a meticulous examination of their invitations by the security personnel stationed at the villa entrance, the esteemed guests were allowed entry. No one was surprised or taken aback by the grandeur of the occasion or the bustling welcome, under the strict vigilance and scrutiny. No one dared harbor even the slightest discontent. This day marked the grand banquet jointly hosted by the esteemed Fang family and the Song family, the foremost aristocrats of Haiqing City. Fang Yu of the Fang family is set to officially announce his engagement to Song Qiaoyu at this magnificent gala. The Fang family, subtly vying for the title of the foremost family in Haiqing City, has formed an alliance with the equally distinguished Song family, commanding respect and caution from all. Thus, nearly all who received invitations decided to attend. The upper echelons of society are a small circle, and many attendees were already acquainted with one another. Consequently, groups of 2 or 3 formed, engaging in light-hearted banter as they made their way inside. Chapter 11. An investigation from Song Qiaoyu. In the grand hall of the villa's first floor, the lavish and elegant decorations had long been arranged. A purple crystal chandelier hung overhead, exuding a warm and brilliant glow that illuminated the extensive and exquisite oil paintings, each exuding an air of noble elegance. Beverages and delicacies were laid out on a long table covered with white silk tablecloths, allowing guests to indulge at their leisure. The enchanting sound of the piano echoed like a gentle stream, melodious and crisp. Amidst the revelry in the downstairs hall, Fang Yu reclined on a sofa in an upstairs room, a glass of red wine in hand, lost in contemplation. Creak. Lung Han pushed the door open and entered, standing beside Fang Yu. Fang Yu opened his eyes. Have there been any developments regarding Song Qiaoyu? I should have instructed you to keep an eye on her. Lung Han hesitated momentarily before responding. It seems someone has been investigating the young master recently, employing very skillful methods. However, following your instructions, we managed to uncover some leads. If we continue to trace them, we are bound to make significant discoveries. Heh. Fang Yu chuckled coldly. As expected, Lung Han, being both astute and cautious, refrained from stating the obvious. Yet Fang Yu understood immediately. The one probing into his affairs was none other than Song Qiaoyu. His earlier test at the golf course must have raised her suspicions, and given Song Qiaoyu's character, she would undoubtedly seek to uncover the truth of his situation. Fang Yu chuckled softly, contemplating inwardly. She is a woman who delights in resolving all uncertainties and controlling every aspect. So how could she possibly overlook a suspicious character like me? Were it not for the critical juncture we are currently navigating, where complications must be avoided, she might have taken direct action against me. In this regard, she bears a striking resemblance to me. Yet, as the saying goes, when you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you. Song Qiaoyu's decision to send someone to investigate Fang Yu, in some sense, also exposed herself. Fang Yu, well versed in the narrative of the text, could cleverly turn the tables and extract detailed intelligence from her. As for himself, Song Qiaoyu would find it nearly impossible to uncover anything of value. The true secrets reside solely within his mind. Fang Yu swirled the wine in his goblet, the crimson liquid dancing within. He continued to observe Song Qiaoyu, instructing that any developments be reported to him promptly. Understood, Lung Han replied. Fang Yu then inquired, by the way, how is the information I requested coming along? It will be needed tonight. A flicker of admiration crossed Lung Han's face. Young master, just as you predicted. The investigation has been completed, and the findings align perfectly with your expectations. Fang Yu smiled faintly. Excellent. Lung Han cautiously reminded him. Young master, the guests have mostly arrived. Shouldn't you make your entrance? Yes, let us go. It is indeed time, Fang Yu replied, draining the last of the red wine before rising slowly from the sofa and making his way downstairs. Tonight promises to be quite the spectacle, a captivating performance indeed. Lung Han closed the door behind him and turned to observe Fang Yu's retreating figure. The former Fang Yu had been indulgent and somewhat weak, but now he conducted himself with a sharp, domineering air. He resembled those who wield immense power, exuding a calm, yet ruthless demeanor, seemingly gentle and languid, yet radiating an unspoken authority. It was astonishing to witness such a profound transformation occur in such a brief span of time, akin to a metamorphosis. Truly, it was beyond belief. However, Lung Han could not fathom that the young master standing before him had become an entirely different person. Chapter 12. The Dongqing District Project. In the grand hall on the first floor, the crowd had been buzzing with chatter when suddenly, a series of footsteps drew their attention. The sound of polished shoes echoed. Clap, clap, clap. Clad in a bespoke suit, a tall and striking figure descended the staircase. His handsome visage framed by piercing black eyes that were both profound and intimidating, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Fang Yu became the focal point of the entire banquet as he gracefully made his descent. Many approached him, wine glasses in hand. eager to ingratiate themselves with the young master of the Fang family, clinking their glasses in camaraderie. Young Master Fang, I am the chairman of Wanlong Company. We met before. Young Master Fang, I am the president of Sherway Company. We collaborated in the past and shared a drink together. Young Master Fang, might you be free this weekend? I would like to invite you to dinner. Fang Yu responded with a calm smile, casually engaging with their advances. Their fervor stemmed not only from a fear of his status, but also from another motive, the Dongqing District Project. A playful smile crept across Fang Yu's lips. The Dongqing District Project, spearheaded by the Haijing municipal government, is a vast development initiative aimed at constructing and developing valuable wasteland in Dongqing District, aspiring to create a brand new, bustling urban area. With monumental investment scale, it presents an irresistible opportunity for all. It was evident to all that this newly constructed district would inevitably become the economic heart of Haijing City. Once the new district is completed, every investor involved would reap immeasurable benefits. As the foremost family in Haijing City, the Fang family could not let such a colossal opportunity slip away. Leveraging their status, influence, and operational connections, they secured nearly 1/3 of the project. This naturally incited envy among countless onlookers. However, even with the might of the Fang Group, it was impossible to absorb such a significant portion alone. Thus, the Fang Group issued a tender announcement seeking a capable partner for collaboration. Upon the news breaking, numerous families and wealthy individuals in Haijing City turned envious, each employing various means to demonstrate their connections and capabilities, all desperate for a chance to collaborate with the Fang family. At this evening's banquet, in addition to the announcement of Fang Yu and Song Chaoyu's engagement, the Fang family would also formally disclose the successful bidder for the project. Most of those approaching Fang Yu were families and companies vying for the tender. They believed that if they could curry favor with the young master of the Fang family, their chances would undoubtedly increase. Fang Yu navigated the crowd, his demeanor as cold as ice. The Dongqing District project, while initially a boon for the Fang family, could potentially elevate their status to unprecedented heights and solidify their position as the preeminent family in Haijing City. Yet, Fang Yu's expression darkened. Being well acquainted with the narrative, he understood that the Dongqing project would not propel the Fang family to greatness. Rather, it would plunge them into profound troubles, leading them to the brink of ruin. Young Master Fang, a voice cried out in surprise. Fang Yu looked up to see a portly, middle-aged man with greasy hair breathlessly approaching. At the very sight of him, Fang Yu's mind began sifting through memories, quickly confirming the man's identity, only to feel a chill rising within him. As expected, Gao Jianmin, the chairman of Dongqing Group, a man of considerable wealth, whose construction and real estate companies are among the leaders in Haijing City. According to the original narrative, he was to be the partner selected by the Fang family for the Dongqing District project. However, due to mismanagement, Gao Jianmin's Dongqing Group was teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, laden with debts to numerous companies, not to mention substantial high-interest loans. Gao Jianmin had concealed his company's financial situation, engaging in a series of desperate measures to keep the company afloat. He knew that if the truth of his financial state were revealed, those to whom he owed money would not hesitate to exact vengeance, leaving him with nowhere to turn. Ultimately, he set his sights on the Fang family. In the original text, Gao Jianmin, under the guise of collaboration, siphoned a significant amount of liquid capital from the Fang family, cleared his debts, and absconded with the remaining funds. This act resulted in a catastrophic rupture of the Fang family's financial chain, dealing a heavy blow. Upon learning of this betrayal, the Fang family was understandably furious, with Fang Qixiong dispatching men to hunt Gao Jianmin down, vowing to dismember him upon capture. Yet, the cunning Gao Jianmin ultimately eluded capture. The Fang family, thus weakened, was forced to retract its holdings and influence, becoming the first target of Song Chaoyu after seizing control of the Song family. Song Chaoyu, leveraging the conflict between Chun Yi and Fang Yu, orchestrated the complete downfall of this once prestigious family in Haijing City. Gao Jianmin paid no heed to the others, striding directly to Fang Yu, his face adorned with sycophantic charm. Young Master Fang, it has been far too long since we last met. Why have you not come to visit me recently? He leaned in conspiratorially. I have some newcomers who are excellent. I assure you, you will be satisfied. The coldness in Fang Yu's gaze intensified. In his mind, he was acutely aware of the intricate plot of the original narrative. Gao Jianmin's conglomerate boasted an entertainment company that had recruited numerous attractive young stars. His intention behind establishing this firm was not merely to cultivate talent for profit, but rather to facilitate bribery to influential figures. Much like Fang Yu in the book, he was a frequent patron, often indulging in carefree revelry with the stars under Gao Jianmin's employ. The sycophantic Gao Jianmin, ever eager to curry favor, had garnered considerable trust from Fang Yu, advocating for him in front of Fang Qixiong. Gao Jianmin's successful deception of the Fang family was closely tied to this relationship. Upon realizing this, Fang Yu could only feel exasperated. If such a fool were to remain unscathed, who else would perish? Fang Xiao? Gao Jianmin tentatively called out, his mind swirling with confusion. In the past, discussions of such matters would have ignited a spark in Fang Yu's eyes, pulling him aside for a confidential dialogue. What was different today? With a smile, Fang Yu patted Gao Jianmin's shoulder and whispered, "You're quite thoughtful. Wait to the side. You'll have your moment tonight." Elation surged within Gao Jianmin's heart. This implied a golden opportunity. However, the expressions of those nearby darkened, their gazes towards Gao Jianmin tinged with disdain. The attendees were all prominent figures. While they sought to appease Fang Yu, they held on to their dignity and boundaries. Yet, Gao Jianmin shamelessly fawned over them like a dog. Instead of feeling any embarrassment, he wore a smug grin. Flattering others is indeed an art. Different individuals require distinct approaches. One must cater to their preferences. Did he truly believe that mere subservience would suffice? Gao Jianmin scoffed inwardly. He then contemplated. Fang Yu was a fool as well. Easily swayed by trifling favors and a touch of allure, compliant in executing his bidding. The trap had already been laid. He merely awaited the Fang family to leap into it. Once he had utilized them to clean up his mess, he would vanish without a trace. The thought of it made Gao Jianmin chuckle internally. Chapter 13. Hidden intentions. Fang Yu strode towards the center of the hall, where two men and a woman stood, all adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of authority. The man and woman were none other than Fang Yu's parents, Fang Qixiong and Zhang Fang. The third figure, a robust middle-aged man, was Song Guofu, the current head of the Song family and father of Song Qiaoyu. "Father, mother," Fang Yu greeted as he approached. "Oh, little Yu has arrived." Song Guofu coughed a couple of times, his face visibly pale. "Uncle Song," Fang Yu replied, concern etched on his face. "How has your health been lately?" Song Guofu waved his hand dismissively. "Same as always. No improvement. Just hanging on by a thread. It wouldn't surprise me if the heavens took me at any moment." Fang Yu's eyes flickered slightly as he smiled. Uncle Song need not be so pessimistic. "Indeed. My dear in-laws," Fang Qixiong and Zhang Fang chimed in. "How can one speak such morose words on such a joyous occasion?" Song Guofu chuckled softly. "I'm well aware of my own condition." Just then, the hall fell into sudden silence, followed by a wave of murmurs. A figure emerged from the side corridor, Song Qiaoyu. Clad in a black gown adorned with speckles of starlight and cinched at the waist with a golden ribbon, her silhouette was elegantly accentuated. Under the illumination of the purple crystal chandelier, her captivating phoenix eyes sparkled, and her stunning beauty radiated an enchanting allure. The guests could scarcely contain their breath at the sight of her ethereal visage. The women in attendance were filled with envy, even feeling a pang of inferiority. Comparatively, they appeared as mere ordinary figures, unremarkable and plain. The young heirs accompanying their elders were abruptly jolted from their days, their heads forcibly held down by their parents. Drenched in cold sweat, the woman of the Fang family's heir was not someone they could gaze upon for too long, especially not in such a setting. If their earlier lapse in decorum were to be noticed, it could spell disaster not only for themselves, but potentially for their families as well. "Come, Qiaoyu, come over here." Fang Qixiong and Zhang Fang beamed, utterly delighted with their future daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, Fang Yu furrowed his brow in silence. Song Qiaoyu was remarkably adept at masquerading. Others were completely taken in by her performance. Even Chun Yi had fallen for it. "Little Yu, why are you just standing there? Today is the day you two officially announce your engagement," Zhang Fang urged. Fang Yu reined in his thoughts and stepped forward. It was not yet the time to sever ties. Patience was required to await the opportune moment. Song Qiaoyu approached with grace, embodying elegance, formality, and courtesy, leaving no room for criticism. Yet, beneath her composed exterior lay a coldness. "I have already dispatched someone to investigate him. There's nothing of substance. What secrets does this man hold?" Thus, the two schemers exchanged knowing glances, each donning a facade of innocence. At the same time, aboard a high-speed train bound for Haiqing City, a pure and lovely girl with a captivating presence sat reading her book. Suddenly, a clear voice broke the silence beside her. "Excuse me, miss, is anyone sitting next to you? Would you mind if I changed seats?" The girl turned to see a handsome young man, around 20, with a gentle smile gracing his lips. Clad in a white shirt and faded jeans, his attire was simple, almost shabby, yet he exuded a unique charm. The girl felt her heart flutter, her cheeks flushing slightly. "That's fine. Thank you." The young man promptly sat beside her, offering a polite smile. "Hello. My name is Chun Yi. And you?" Chapter 14. Ding. Favorability rating dropped to 75. In the Fang family villa, the banquet continued amidst the clamor. Fang Qixiong stepped forward into the center of the hall, his voice resonating robustly. "Ladies and gentlemen, The entire hall fell into a synchronized silence, aware that the highlight of the evening was about to commence. After a brief pause, Fang Qixiong announced loudly, "First and foremost, I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone present at this joint banquet hosted by the Fang and Song families. Thank you all for your support. Today, my son and Qiao Yu will officially enter into a marriage contract." A flurry of commendations immediately surged forth. "Haha, Chairman Fang, you're too modest. How could we miss the engagement banquet of young Master Fang and Miss Song? Indeed, it is only right." Wishing Miss Song and young Master Fang a harmonious and everlasting bond, Jiang Fang signaled to Fang Yu, who straightened his attire and stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the crowd. Standing side by side with Song Qiaoyu, one strikingly handsome and the other breathtakingly elegant, they formed a stunning tableau. At that moment, a subtle smile played on Fang Yu's lips. Suddenly, he reached out, grasping Song Qiaoyu's hand, and drew her into his embrace. Song Qiaoyu's body was as supple as if it were devoid of bones, exuding a faint fragrance that could easily captivate any man's heart. The former Fang Xiao, although nominally her fiancée, had never shared any intimate moments with her. Even when the protagonist, Chen Yi, became entranced by her beauty and was subsequently manipulated, he was never granted a glimpse of her affection, remaining perpetually tantalized. In the narrative, Song Qiaoyu resembled a solitary flower blooming atop a snow-capped mountain, her demeanor exceedingly proud and her ambitions soaring. How could she possibly be ensnared by romantic entanglements? Or rather, no man could ever capture her interest. Yet now, Song Qiaoyu found herself embraced by a man who had always been a sycophant, timid, apprehensive, and never daring to make a move, displaying such familiarity before the public eye. Her body stiffened slightly, a flicker of surprise and anger flashing in her eyes, as the temperature around her seemed to drop. However, in the presence of the crowd, she could not openly lash out, merely allowing a few words to escape her lips, audible only to Fang Yu. "What do you intend to do?" Her tone was chilling, sending shivers down spines. Warning: the favorability rating of the character Song Qiaoyu towards the host has fallen below 0. Song Qiaoyu's favorability rating towards the host has decreased to 20. Song Qiaoyu's favorability rating towards the host has decreased to 35. Song Qiaoyu's favorability rating towards the host has decreased to 45. Warning: should the favorability rating fall below 0, it signifies hostility. Conversely, if the rating reaches 100, it indicates murderous intent, with a high probability of an attack on the host. The system possesses such functionality, monitoring favorability? Fang Yu was somewhat taken aback. Yet he feigned ignorance, showing no intention of relinquishing his hold, utterly disregarding the system's alerts and Song Qiaoyu's warnings. Song Qiaoyu faintly sensed the urge to struggle. However, Fang Yu's enhanced physique had reached a level of 27. Even a burly man would be unable to escape his grasp, let alone a woman. She felt as though her body were ensnared in an iron vice, utterly immobile. Damn it! Song Qiaoyu ground her teeth in frustration, her lungs nearly bursting with rage. Yet her face maintained a facade of natural composure. Only upon careful observation could one detect a subtle rigidity beneath her smile. Song Guofu, along with Fang's parents, observed the scene with expressions of relief. Their greatest concern had been the discord between Song Qiaoyu and Fang Yu, but it seemed their worries were unfounded. Many guests present appeared astonished. Previously, there had been rumors of Fang Yu pursuing Song Qiaoyu with the fervor of a sycophant, only to be met with indifference. Now it seemed those were mere baseless tales. Look how intimate they are. Several gold-digging women in attendance displayed jealousy and regret, their envy palpable. This meant they would have no opportunity to ascend the social ladder through the Fang family. Ding. Host villain points, 700. Protagonist fortune points, 700. Fang Yu's lips curved into a wider smile. His actions were, indeed, motivated by the accumulation of villain points. He harbored no true feelings for Song Qiaoyu. After all, this cold and ruthless antagonist was not someone who could be easily subdued. Furthermore, as a quintessential rebel, she had eradicated nearly all her allies along the way, with only the protagonist, Chen Yi, managing to survive under her betrayal. Fang Yu had no desire to undertake such a thankless endeavor. The acquisition of 700 villain points was quite satisfactory. Indeed, she was worthy of being the later stage villainous boss, as her every action and shift in attitude could potentially distort the narrative. Releasing Song Qiaoyu, Fang Yu felt a surge of elation. He then cast a sidelong glance at her, thinking, "System, check favorability. Song Qiaoyu's favorability rating towards the host, 75. TSK, is it really necessary? This favorability is on the verge of surpassing 100. Fang Yu clicked his tongue in disbelief. Yet, recalling the original text's portrayal of Song Qiaoyu, he felt a sense of understanding. In the original work, Song Qiaoyu was characterized by her obsessive cleanliness, particularly regarding men. To emphasize this trait, The narrative introduced a foreign tycoon who, during a business meeting, embraced her according to local customs. Ultimately, that tycoon did not survive the encounter, as Song Qiaoyu ordered his assassination. Of course, the current Song Qiaoyu was not yet as domineering and violent as she would later become. However, Fang Yu's actions had undeniably provoked her. Nevertheless, he was indifferent. The two were never on amicable terms, so a lower favorability rating mattered little. In fact, the Song Qiaoyu, who would later ally with Chunyi to overthrow the Fang family, was undoubtedly his current adversary. After a brief exchange between Fang Yu and Song Qiaoyu, Fang Qixiong continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's banquet, aside from the engagement ceremony between the Fang and Song families, will also announce the Fang family's partner for the East District project." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room became tense. They understood that the main event had arrived. The union of the Fang and Song families was indeed noteworthy. Yet the East District project was far more pertinent to their interests. All participating enterprises and families held their breath as they gazed intently at Fang Qixiong, their expressions grave. It was no exaggeration to say that whoever secured this collaboration with the Fang family would soar to great heights. At this juncture, Fang Qixiong did not keep them in suspense, directly announcing, "I declare that the winning bid is the Dongshin Group." The room erupted into a clamor, filled with envious and furious glances directed at Gao Jianmin. "Ha ha ha, it's indeed me." Gao Jianmin strode confidently from the crowd, his heart brimming with joy. The first phase of his plan had succeeded, and now he would leverage the Fang family to clean up his mess before making a swift exit. He silently mocked, "The Fang family may be powerful, but once I escape overseas, what can they do to me? Moreover, that individual has promised to assist me in my departure." Chapter 15, Sign Your Mother. As Gao Jianmin pondered how to exploit the Fang family, he did not forget to provoke others. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your consideration." He waved to the crowd, laughing heartily. The attendees gritted their teeth. Their faces darkened with fury. Approaching Fang Qixiong, Gao Jianmin adopted a humble demeanor. "Thank you, Mr. Fang, for granting me this opportunity. Shall we proceed with the contract signing?" The attendant had already prepared the intention contract, awaiting Fang Qixiong's announcement before proceeding with the signing ceremony. Gao Jianmin's tone was somewhat impatient. No matter how well he masked it, he was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Time was of the essence. The Fang family was now his only lifeline. "Hold on." Fang Qixiong raised his hand to signal, "Today, let Xiaoyu represent the Fang family in this contract signing ceremony." The crowd's eyes flickered with intrigue. Was Fang Qixiong planning to entrust the East District project to Fang Yu? This was evidently a move to bolster Fang Yu's reputation and credentials in preparation for his future leadership of the Fang group. The attendees began to calculate in their minds that their attitudes towards Fang Yu might soon need to change, and that it would be prudent to cultivate a good relationship with him. After all, one could never know when the vast Fang family might fall into Fang Yu's hands. Gao Jianmin's smile widened at the words spoken. While he felt a twinge of uncertainty when facing Fang Qixiong, a renowned titan of the business world, he was confident in easily ensnaring Fang Yu. Exuding an air of sophistication, he was, in truth, a lecherous, cowardly, petty individual who reveled in flattery, an archetypal scion of privilege. With a hearty laugh, Gao Jianmin approached, a glass of red wine in hand, raising it towards Fang Yu. "Ha ha, I look forward to your guidance, young Master Fang. Here's to a delightful signing." Fang Yu, too, picked up a glass of red wine from a nearby server's tray. Applause erupted like thunderclaps throughout the venue. Regardless of their true thoughts, none dared to undermine the Fang family's reputation at that moment. Thus, amidst the fervent applause, Fang Yu extended his glass towards Gao Jianmin, meeting his sycophantic smile, and poured the wine atop his head. "To hell with your contract," he declared coolly, coughing violently as the liquid streamed into his nostrils. Gao Jianmin spluttered, the crimson liquid staining his expensive suit, rendering him utterly disheveled. Silence enveloped the room, an eerie stillness where even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Gao Jianmin's fury ignited within him. What madness had this boy succumbed to? He had utterly humiliated him. Yet, ever the diplomat, he managed to force a smile. "Young Master Fang, what do you mean by this?" Fang Qixiong's voice turned grave. "Xiaoyu, what is the meaning of this?" Fang Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating coolly, "Father, there are issues with Gao Jianmin." A chill ran through Gao Jianmin. The anger that had surged within him was doused as if plunged into icy waters, leaving only a rising tide of dread and fear. Impossible, could he know? No. He must be testing me. Gao Jianmin frantically reassured himself, then replied, "Young Master Fang, this is surely a misunderstanding." Having weathered decades of tumultuous storms, Fang Qixiong quickly regained his composure. Though surprised, he maintained his steadiness. "Do you have evidence?" In such a setting, Every action bore weight for the Fang family, and he trusted Fang Yu would not speak recklessly. Moreover, Gao Jianmin's furtive demeanor suggested he indeed harbored something sinister. A sardonic smile graced Fang Yu's lips as he began. 3 months ago, at the headquarters of the Bai Nian Gongzhou Real Estate Company. 2 months ago, at 8 in the evening, at the Flying Eagle Bar. You met with a loan shark. 3 weeks ago. Fang Yu's expression remained impassive as he recounted each detail, and with every word, Gao Jianmin's complexion grew increasingly pallid. The financial state of Dongxing Group had long been riddled with holes. Should any single aspect falter, the entire structure would collapse. Were you attempting to drag the Fang family down with you, leaving us to clean up the mess? Gao Jianmin, you possess audacity beyond measure. The impact of Fang Yu's words struck Gao Jianmin like a hammer to his skull. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, his face drained of color, panic seizing him. How could this be? Those were the precise times and locations of his clandestine meetings while borrowing funds. How could Fang Yu possibly know? Unless he had been tailing me or had an informant? A chill enveloped Gao Jianmin, akin to standing exposed under the sun, scrutinized by unseen eyes, utterly vulnerable. With a contorted expression, Gao Jianmin hoarsely screamed, "No, someone is framing me. None of this constitutes evidence. One doesn't weep until they see the coffin," Fang Yu sighed. Adjusting his tie, "Take a look at the contract beside you. Weren't you eager to sign it just moments ago? Now, examine it closely. What exactly is it?" Gao Jianmin's pupils constricted sharply. Trembling, he picked up the document, which was not a cooperation agreement, but rather a detailed investigation dossier concerning him and Dongxing real estate. Every transaction, every deficit, every loan shark detail, even photographs, all irrefutably comprehensive. Fang Yu's tone turned frigid. To think you would attempt to leverage the Fang family to extricate yourself? Leaving us to deal with the aftermath. What a splendid idea. Gao Jianmin succumbed to utter madness, flinging the documents aside, shouting vehemently, "This is all false. I do not acknowledge it." The papers landed beside Fang Qixiong, who, upon glancing at them, felt a wave of trepidation. If they proceeded with the original plan in collaboration with Dongxing Group, he could scarcely bear to contemplate the ramifications. Gao Jianmin continued to bellow, but as he raged, he began to back away, ultimately turning to flee. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Gao Jianmin collided with a burly bodyguard, his expression gradually freezing in horror. Moments later, he was unceremoniously dragged forth like a lifeless dog. "Young master, how should we handle this?" The bodyguard inquired softly. Fang Yu turned to Fang Qixiong, who replied gravely, "The project collaboration is now in your hands. Make your decision." Fang Yu nodded slightly. He then stepped forward, standing before the despondent, and captured Gao Jianmin. Gazing down at him, his dark eyes were devoid of emotion. Gao Jianmin felt as if ensnared by a ravenous wolf, unable to suppress a shiver. "Mr. Gao, it is truly regrettable that matters have escalated to this point. Had you chosen your targets wisely, I might have commended your courage and audacity. However, you erred in attempting to encroach upon the Fang family." Chapter 16, Threads of Evidence. Gao Jianmin, his bravado crumbling, bellowed, "You scoundrel, let me go. What do you want? Are you planning to kill me in front of all these guests?" "Rest assured, that will not come to pass," Fang Yu chuckled. "Today is a day to entertain our esteemed guests. How could we resort to such crude violence? Moreover, the Fang family values its reputation." Gao Jianmin exhaled a sigh of relief, only for Fang Yu's next words to plunge him into a frozen abyss. "However, should your true circumstances be revealed, those from whom you borrowed money will surely be eager to have a word with you. The lenders were not to be trifled with. Many had connections to underground forces, and they would show no mercy when provoked." Fang Yu sneered. "Give him a severe beating, throw him out of the Fang villa, and then disseminate that dossier." "Yes, young master," the robust bodyguard replied. "Wait, I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me." In a panic, Gao Jianmin's cries echoed as he was dragged away, followed by distant sounds of his anguish. Silence enveloped the hall. All present bore expressions tinged with trepidation. Was this the so-called wastrel? Coward? Useless? Nonsense. The aura emanating from Fang Yu left even those seasoned by decades of struggle quaking in their boots. Fang Yu abruptly smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen, please continue with your meals and drinks. Converse freely. This was merely a minor interlude. As for the candidates for project collaboration, the Fang family will reassess." With these words, the heavy atmosphere began to dissipate. The ambience gradually transformed into one of familiarity once more. Yet, beneath each countenance lay a subtle apprehension, mingled with a flicker of excitement. While they reveled in the misfortune of Gao Jianmin, their greater concern lay in the vacancy of the collaborative position, which could potentially signify a renewed opportunity for themselves. Fang Yu, holding a wine glass, observed the eager anticipation reflected in the eyes of those around him and could not help but chuckle softly. These individuals remained oblivious to the fact that, even in the absence of Gao Jianmin, They had never possessed any genuine chance from the outset. The selection of collaborators had long been predetermined in Fang Yu's mind. Moreover, a thought seemed to strike him, causing his brow to furrow slightly. He had noticed a detail earlier. Before Gao Jianmin was taken away, his gaze seemed to wander intentionally, or perhaps unintentionally, toward a particular direction, as if he had something to say, yet ultimately refrained. Fang Yu casually turned to look in the direction of Gao Jianmin's gaze and beheld Song Qiaoyu, who was conversing with Fang's father and mother. Her eyes were profoundly inscrutable. In the original narrative, Gao Jianmin's arc concluded after he had betrayed the Fang family and successfully fled abroad, never to be seen again. It now appeared that there might be hidden truths beneath the surface. The Fang family had been gravely weakened due to Gao Jianmin's actions, which subsequently granted Song Qiaoyu the opportunity to conspire with the protagonist to bring about the downfall of the Fang family. She could be considered one of the principal beneficiaries of this turmoil. Indeed, Song Qiaoyu had, either overtly or subtly, inquired about various pertinent details from the original young Master Fang. Upon further reflection, although Gao Jianmin possessed a modicum of cunning, what qualifications did he have to elude the financial scrutiny of the Fang group? How could he manage to escape the wrath and pursuit of the Fang family? There were certainly numerous suspicious aspects at play. With this in mind, Fang Yu gestured towards the distant Lung Han, summoning him. Young master, have someone keep a close watch on Gao Jianmin. Every move he makes must be under our control. Additionally, I wish to know who the Fang group previously dispatched to examine Dongxing group. Conduct an inquiry. Chapter 17. The Butterfly Effect. The premature arrival of the protagonist. Understood. I shall take care of it immediately. Lung Han nodded slightly, and, after accepting the directive, hurried away. Once the matters were settled, Fang Yu approached Fang Qixiong at his silent behest, and the two retreated to a secluded corner. At this moment, Fang Qixiong's countenance was dark, tinged with an unmistakable ire. After a prolonged silence, he finally exhaled a long sigh. I never anticipated that my lifetime of shrewdness would almost be undone by such a scoundrel as Gao Jianmin. What a disgrace. Fang Yu quickly offered words of comfort. Father, everyone makes mistakes. Even the finest horses stumble. We all have our moments of error. Fang Qixiong shook his head and inquired, what of Gao Jianmin? Rest assured. Fang Yu replied with a calm demeanor. I have already dispatched someone to keep watch. Even if he manages to evade those pursuing him, he will ultimately pay the necessary price. Fang Qixiong nodded, feeling a sense of relief. He realized that his son had truly matured. Fang Yu's decision to address Gao Jianmin at the banquet was astutely executed, while it seemed an inappropriate setting. It served as a timely deterrent for those who might consider harboring ill intentions regarding the Dongxing project. Gao Jianmin would stand as a cautionary tale. Fang Qixiong cared little for how Fang Yu obtained the information regarding Gao Jianmin. What mattered to him was that his son had begun to develop his own confidential channels, which only pleased him further. His true concern lay in Fang Yu's potential helplessness, leading to the eventual decline of the Fang family lineage. Having founded the Fang group, he was unwilling to see his life's work come to ruin. With a deep breath, Fang Qixiong appeared to resolve something within himself. Qiaoyu, you should attend the next board meeting. Fang Yu's expression was one of astonishment. Me? Yet, in truth, Fang Yu felt no tremor of surprise within. Everything had unfolded just as he had anticipated. If he was not mistaken, Fang Qixiong intended to transfer control of the Fang group into his hands sooner than expected. As expected, Fang Qixiong nodded and declared, I plan to hand over the chairmanship at the next board meeting, along with introducing you to the board members. Initially, I intended for you to gain experience and prestige through the Dongxing project, gradually easing you into the affairs of the group. However, it appears you have exceeded my expectations. Perhaps I can retire earlier than planned. A smile graced Fang Qixiong's face. He was not one to cling to power, and after decades of tireless toil, he was indeed weary. Fang Yu, seizing the moment, did not feign modesty but earnestly nodded. I shall manage the Fang group diligently and lead the family to new heights. Excellent, excellent. Fang Qixiong beamed with satisfaction. Everything Fang Yu had showcased in terms of his exceptional management skills and his actions at the banquet were all aimed at this goal. While the status of the eldest son of the Fang family was illustrious, it did not equate to being the true custodian of the group. The resources at his disposal were limited. However, if he were to take the reins of the Fang group personally, many matters could be executed with greater freedom. Armed with knowledge of the narrative and the support of a system, he could steer the group away from numerous calamities, ensuring swift growth and prosperity. At least for the foreseeable future, he would still need to rely on the strength of the Fang family, unless he were to unlock tomes that granted dominion over forces beyond the mundane. Fang Yu contemplated silently. Buzz. At that moment, Fang Yu's phone rang unexpectedly. He stepped away to a secluded spot and answered the call, speaking in a languid tone. Hello? Young Master Fang. The train route you instructed us to monitor has revealed the target individual. What did you say? Fang Yu was taken aback, for the target mentioned by the caller was none other than Chen Yi, the protagonist of the book The Expert Descends into the City. Though Chen Yi's narrative had yet to officially commence, Fang Yu had already taken precautions. According to the storyline, Chen Yi would arrive at Haijing City Station by train. Thus, the very first action Fang Yu had undertaken upon his rebirth was to deploy individuals to monitor that specific train route around the clock, ensuring that someone was always present on that train. This would facilitate the immediate tracking of the protagonist's movements upon his arrival. Now, it was clear that this decision had proven to be wise. Fang Yu's expression darkened. However, according to the original narrative, Chen Yi should arrive in Haijing City 4 days after the engagement banquet. Why is he here now? He inquired within his mind. System, what is happening? The system responded. The host's alterations to the narrative will incite a butterfly effect, resulting in changes to the subsequent trajectory of the storyline. The self-correcting mechanism of the world S will cause the narrative to gravitate back towards its original path. Your actions have precipitated an earlier onset of the plot. Yet under the correction of the world S will, Chen Yi will still arrive by the same train in Haijing City. So it is. Fang Yu inhaled deeply. It made sense. The distortion of the early narrative would inevitably lead to changes in the subsequent plot. Moreover, the world S will's corrections were rather limited. If it could entirely rectify the storyline, then all his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, he had been sufficiently cautious to ensure that someone was constantly monitoring that train. For it seemed that events in Haijing City could indeed impact the distant movements of Chen Yi. Knowing the plot was not an all-encompassing advantage. As the plot thickens with his own transformations, the situation is destined to veer into an unpredictable direction. He almost let it slip away, but now. Fang Yu smirked coldly. Now that you've fallen under my surveillance, do not expect to conjure any more tricks. With this thought, he inquired at the other end of the phone. How long until the target arrives in Haijing City? The train is scheduled to arrive at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Still an hour and a half to go, Fang Yu replied. What is the target doing now? At this moment, Zhong Liang was seated a few rows behind Chen Yi, donning a white baseball cap with wireless earbuds nestled in his ears. Casting a glance ahead, he whispered, the target is flirting with a girl, engaged in conversation. It appears their rapport is quite amiable. To avoid raising suspicion while tailing, he had purchased an entire row of 3 seats, ensuring no one could overhear his words. After all, the mission expenses were reimbursed by Fang Yu. As the eldest son of the Fang family, with personal assets nearing 2 billion, he certainly could afford this. Hearing Zhong Liang's report over the phone, Fang Yu felt somewhat speechless. So quickly, he has struck up a connection with a girl? Truly, he embodies the protagonist of a modern harem novel. That protagonist aura is indeed formidable. Wait, Fang Yu's expression suddenly shifted. If memory served him correctly, in the original narrative, Chen Yi indeed charmed a girl on the train. Could it be her? Chapter 18, A Grand Surprise. Fang Yu spoke in a low voice. Describe the girl's appearance to me. With narrowed eyes, Zhong Liang, utilizing the reflection from the train's glass, hurriedly relayed the girl's features. She is not tall, has an oval face, and a rather prominent bosom, quite round. That's enough. That's enough. Fang Yu interrupted his detailed appraisal. Zhong Liang's description had already confirmed for him that she was indeed the girl who traveled with Chen Yi in the original text. This must be the effect of the world's will. While time has shifted, many elements remain unchanged. Of course, if Fang Yu were to locate this girl in advance and abduct her, the narrative would be irrevocably altered. As long as the distortion was substantial enough, everything could be completely reversed. At that moment, a peculiar smile crept onto Fang Yu's lips. He asked Zhong Liang, help me check if there are 2 individuals in the rear carriage, tall and slender, one with a mole on his face. Huh, understood. Although Zhong Liang was somewhat puzzled, he swiftly took action, weaving through rows of seats to the last carriage. Affecting a casual demeanor, he scanned the surroundings and, to his surprise, indeed found the 2 individuals Fang Yu had mentioned in a corner. Young master, I found them. They are indeed in the last carriage, Zhong Liang whispered urgently. The 2 were tall and thin, one with a mole at the corner of his mouth, possessing a somewhat shifty appearance that suggested they were not of good character. Fang Yu chuckled. As expected, these details had not changed. Although the 2 he had asked Zhong Liang to find were unnamed in the book, they were minor supporting characters, professional con artists who had unfortunately targeted Chen Yi. Naturally, with Chen Yi's protagonist aura, he would not fall for such tricks. And he even swiped the duo's wallets, marking the first small victory in the story. Fang Yu intended to leverage this incident for a grand surprise for Chen Yi. He instructed Zhong Liang, do as I say when the time comes. Yes. After relaying his instructions, Fang Yu found an excuse to exit through a side door. With a command, a driver brought the car from the garage to await him at the villa's entrance. To the train station, Fang Yu instructed. While confident, he was not arrogant. Dealing with the protagonist Chun Yi warranted utmost caution. Even with a plan in place, Fang Yu decided to personally oversee the situation to ensure peace of mind. The car slowly began to move towards the destination. With a thunderous roar, the train entered the station. Dear passengers, the train is arriving at Haiqing City Station. Please prepare to disembark from the right side doors in an orderly manner. With a series of sounds, the train doors swung open, and a torrent of passengers surged forth. Among them, a handsome young man, sporting a large, somewhat unfashionable backpack, stepped off the train, his attire failing to conceal his unique aura. Haiqing City, we have finally arrived, Chen Yi silently mused. Just then, the girl seated beside him leaned closer, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chen Yi, could I have your contact information? Chen Yi smiled gently, of course. How could he refuse such a request from a beautiful girl? He promptly took out his phone and exchanged contact details with her. This is wonderful, the girl exclaimed, her excitement palpable. They proceeded together along the platform, eventually arriving at the waiting hall. The person picking me up said they would wait at gate number 3. As Chen Yi chatted with the girl, he glanced at the message on his phone. By the way, Chen Yi, those 2 people at the station were clearly con artists. Why did you give them 1,000 yuan? The girl suddenly asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Even she could see through their clumsy ruse, nearly alerting the staff. Yet Chen Yi had actually believed them. Chen Yi chuckled in disbelief. He removed his large backpack and unzipped it to show her its contents. Look, what do you see? The girl leaned in with curiosity, only to find 1,000 yuan in cash and 2 black wallets inside. This is, Chen Yi smiled. That 1,000 yuan was what I gave them earlier. I retrieved it myself. And as for those 2 wallets, consider them a bonus. The girl was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Those 2 con artists are so unfortunate, but they deserve it. Who told them to scam people? And Chen Yi, you are quite impressive. I have no idea how you managed that. Hearing the girl's praise, Chen Yi smiled with a hint of pride. His act of taking the wallets was not solely for a light punishment to make them realize the consequences of their deceit, but also to impress the girl. Oh, what incredible business are you involved in? Just then, an unexpected voice interrupted from the side. Chen Yi and the girl turned to see several uniformed inspectors standing before them. The lead one coldly stating, "We have received a report alleging your involvement in theft. Please show us your identification and accompany us." Chen Yi was momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Chapter 19. The Convergence of Protagonist and Antagonist. Chen Yi's mind momentarily short-circuited. Someone reported him for theft? Who could it be? Did someone see him swipe those wallets? Logically, with his skills, an average person should not have noticed. Had he truly made a blunder today? Chen Yi felt a wave of frustration. His mind raced as he quickly concocted a reasonably plausible excuse, preparing to defend himself. He certainly could not admit that the wallets were stolen. Mr. Supervisor, in truth, But before Chen Yi could finish his words, the girl beside him turned crimson with anxiety, hurriedly interjecting, "Mr. Supervisor, these 2 wallets belong to evildoers. Chen Yi only took them to punish the wicked. You must believe him." Chen Yi's expression darkened. If you can't articulate properly, it would be wise to remain silent. Who are you trying to frame here? Originally, he was merely a suspect, but her reckless interference had solidified his culpability. Truly, beauty without brains. As expected, just as her words fell, the leading supervisor coldly remarked, "Punishing evil? Who bestowed upon you such a right? Theft is theft. Young lady, your words will be recorded as testimony." He then turned to Chen Yi, stating, "Come with us for a moment." Chen Yi was at a loss for words. What kind of situation was this? He had only just arrived in Haiqing City, and now he was to be taken in? "You can't do this," the girl exclaimed, her face etched with worry, yet her words offered no substantial aid. Chen Yi fell silent, but his hand, tucked in his pocket, swiftly typed out a message and sent it. At that moment, he finally exhaled, replying nonchalantly, "Fine. I will accompany you." Chen Yi had briefly entertained the notion of fleeing, but he extinguished it almost instantly. Given his skills, if he truly wished to leave, these ordinary individuals would pose no obstacle. However, if he were to engage with the supervisors, matters would escalate, and he had no desire to become a fugitive. He had already contacted his accomplice via text, succinctly outlining the situation. Assistance would surely arrive soon. Therefore, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. "Let us go?" the supervisor said coldly, promptly placing handcuffs on Chen Yi. He offered no resistance, though a flicker of disdain unconsciously danced in his eyes. Such restraints could hardly contain him. If he desired, he could easily break free. Chen Yi shrugged and began to follow the group. At that moment, a sudden impulse stirred within him, a mysterious force compelling him to turn and glance back. On the second floor of the waiting hall, a tall, remarkably handsome young man stood there, gazing coldly in their direction. Their eyes met across the distance, an unexpected collision of gazes. Though Chen Yi was certain it was their first encounter, An inexplicable discomfort settled in his heart. A few supervisors urged him to hurry along, their impatience palpable. Was it merely an illusion? Chun-Yi withdrew his gaze, casting the encounter aside, continuing to stroll with an air of nonchalance, entirely unbefitting a suspect. Above, Fang Yu watched as Chun-Yi's figure disappeared, a cold smile curling at his lips. The reason Chun-Yi had been reported and taken away for questioning was undoubtedly due to Fang Yu's machinations. Ding. Host villain value, 800. Ding. Host villain value, 100. Fang Yu smiled subtly, summoning the system interface. Supreme villain system. Host, Fang Yu. Personal wealth, 1, 9 billion. Charisma, 30, ordinary person, 10, max, 30. Physical strength, 27, ordinary person, 10. Skills, cello, advanced, piano, advanced, literary appreciation, intermediate. Villain value, 1600. Current triggered book, The Master of the Mountain in the City. Friendly reminder, the host currently possesses a villain value of 1600, while the protagonist has a fortune value of 10,200. Chapter 20, Zhao Family, Zhao Shiyu. Fang Yu's actions had completely altered Chun-Yi's narrative arc, and it was hardly surprising that he garnered 1,000 villain points from him. As for the additional 100 villain points, they likely stemmed from the girl beside him. Initially, there would have been some plot development between her and Fang Yu, but now, that would no longer transpire. Reflecting on Chun-Yi's nonchalant demeanor before being taken away, Fang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, he was the protagonist, exuding confidence and poise regardless of circumstances, seemingly impervious to failure. Always able to turn peril into safety with assistance at hand. A fleeting cold glimmer flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. The reason Chun-Yi felt unperturbed about being taken was twofold. He trusted in his own abilities. Although his prowess was limited and could not rival the terrifying capabilities of ancient martial artists or practitioners of mystic arts, he was certainly not someone an ordinary individual could easily contend with. Furthermore, Chun-Yi's confidence stemmed from his knowledge that help would arrive. How could I allow you to escape so easily? Now, let us meet your contact, Fang Yu remarked with a calm smile. Gradually descending from the second floor to the first, he approached exit 3, and just as he stepped outside, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Outside, a throng of people surged, yet nearly all gazes were fixated on a singular direction, some so engrossed that they inadvertently collided with a pillar. There, a crimson Ferrari glimmered in the plaza beyond the station, radiating a resplendent brilliance under the lights. Even more captivating was the woman standing beside the car. Tall and graceful, with a complexion akin to jade, her features were exquisitely beautiful, her captivating phoenix eyes ensnaring hearts, truly a stunning beauty. This attracted the attention of passers-by, particularly the many young men, in the fervor of youth, who stared wide-eyed, utterly entranced. A beauty paired with a luxury car, the embodiment of their ideal goddess. Capturing her heart would render their lives worry-free. A few bold or self-assured young men, emboldened by their looks or family backgrounds, gathered their courage to approach her. Hello, beautiful. The woman merely cast a cold glance in their direction, as if regarding mere air. Instantly, several towering bodyguards beside her adopted unfriendly expressions, snorting, The young men who had attempted to flirt turned pale, swiftly retreating, startled to discover that this enchanting beauty, though striking, possessed such an icy demeanor. After several failed attempts, fewer dared to approach, yet many lingered nearby, stealing glances. Even a mere look at such a level of beauty was a delightful and refreshing experience. These fools. Do they not glance in the mirror to see their own worth? How dare they attempt to flirt with me? Zhao Shiyu huffed disdainfully. At that moment, her mood was far from pleasant. She could not fathom why her grandfather insisted she pick up that Chun-Yi, who, as rumor had it, had been residing in the mountains. Moreover, his praises were ceaseless, filled with admiration. This stirred a twinge of jealousy within Zhao Shiyu. As her grandfather's most cherished granddaughter, she had never received such accolades. What right did this impoverished young man, whom she had never even met, have to garner such praise? Even more infuriating was her grandfather's insistence that she engage with this fellow, seemingly intent on fostering some connection between them. What nonsense! Without even meeting him, Zhao Shiyu was already filled with disdain for this Chun-Yi, her irritation palpable. With an impatient glance at her watch, she muttered, "Where is he?" Had it not been for her grandfather's orders to ensure she picked up this Chun-Yi, she would have long since driven away in exasperation. Beep. At that moment, Zhao Shiyu received a message on her phone. Upon opening it, she discovered it was from Chun-Yi's number. An unexpected turn of events had led him to be taken away by the inspection bureau. As she perused the message, Zhao Shiyu began to feel a rising tide of frustration. How could this rascal, having just arrived, already find himself in such trouble? Just when she was absorbed in her thoughts, she noticed the light dimming as a figure appeared in her peripheral vision. A group of boys from a distance cast mocking glances in her direction, believing yet another oblivious individual was approaching to flirt. Although the attire of this person seemed quite expensive, there had been instances where wealthy heirs, emboldened by their status, attempted to persistently pursue her, only to be nearly beaten by her bodyguards. Now, witnessing Fang Yu audaciously approaching Zhao Shiyu, many began to revel in the impending drama. "Hey, brother." One intended to offer a warning, but was quickly silenced by glares from others, shrinking back and choosing silence. These were the same individuals who had previously faced rejection when attempting to flirt with Zhao Shiyu, thus relishing in the potential embarrassment or punishment that Fang Yu might encounter. Their shared misfortunes provided a small solace to their wounded egos. Zhao Shiyu, mistaking Fang Yu for yet another suitor, frowned and did not even bother to lift her head. Her bodyguards promptly moved to confront him, intending to execute their routine of intimidation and send him away. However, as they encircled him, mouths agape and ready to scold, they finally recognized the figure illuminated by the streetlight. Surprise coursed through them, and they quickly swallowed their words. "Fang Xiao?" Zhao Shiyu's movements halted as she raised her gaze. Simultaneously, Fang Yu's voice, laced with mockery, rang out. "Miss Zhao certainly carries herself with great airs. Here I am, yet you don't even bother to acknowledge me. And what are your bodyguards planning? To chase me away?" The bodyguards, feeling awkward, quickly interjected. "Fang Xiao, you jest. How could we dare lay a hand on you?" Fang Yu shot them a cold glance, his eyes flashing with an intimidating brilliance. "Then you'd best be on your way." The bodyguards, visibly embarrassed, retreated to the side. Meanwhile, the expressions of several boys who had been anticipating a spectacle involving Fang Yu froze in disbelief. "What is going on? How are you here?" Zhao Shiyu glared at Fang Yu, her expression frosty as she spoke coldly. "If we're discussing heirs, it seems Fang Xiao has the greater entitlement, giving orders to my bodyguards at will." At this, she cast an annoyed glance at her guards, muttering, "Useless fools." The bodyguards dared not utter a word, only managing a wry smile. Fang Yu remained unfazed, having anticipated her demeanor. Zhao Shiyu, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, stood in stark contrast to the growing prominence of the Fang family in Haiqing City, which was on the verge of becoming the leading family. The only other family capable of contending with them was the Ji family, historically at odds with the Fang family, leading to increasing friction over the years. In this context, smaller families were compelled to choose sides, either aligning with the Fang family or the Ji family. The Zhao family, possessing substantial assets nearing 100 billion, while not on par with the top-tier families, still held significant sway in the eyes of ordinary people. Additionally, the Zhao family remained steadfast supporters of the Ji family. Consequently, Zhao Shiyu had no intention of extending any goodwill towards Fang Yu. However, she was also wary of overstepping, as provoking the Fang family could result in dire consequences, potentially leaving her vulnerable despite her family's alliance with the Ji family. Moreover, the Zhao family played a prominent role in the narrative. Zhao Xuanrui, the patriarch, had once received life-saving assistance from Chunye's master due to his unparalleled medical skills. However, Zhao Xuanrui's ailment was a rare and stubborn disease that would require time and repeated interventions to eradicate fully, a promise made by Chunye's master. Years later, as Chunye emerged as his accomplished disciple, he aimed to fulfill that promise and cure Zhao Xuanrui's affliction. Thus, Zhao Xuanrui treated Chunye with utmost respect, given the debt of gratitude he owed to his master. Additionally, Zhao Xuanrui sought to unite his granddaughter Zhao Shiyu with Chunye, hoping to integrate him into the Zhao family. Fang Yu mentally reviewed the information he had just gathered before refocusing on Zhao Shiyu, feigning ignorance as he inquired. "What brings Miss Zhao here on such a late hour? This matter has nothing to do with Fang Xiao, does it?" Zhao Shiyu replied stiffly, but the mention of the situation ignited a fire of anger within her. "That scoundrel Chunye. Oh, waiting for someone. Indeed, this is of no concern to me. I was merely curious about what could prompt Miss Zhao to come in person. However, I must say, I witnessed quite a spectacle in the lobby earlier. A thief was caught red-handed stealing a wallet and taken away by the police. How amusing. It's a pity Miss Zhao wasn't there to witness it." At his words, Zhao Shiyu's expression shifted, growing even darker. Connecting Fang Yu's comments with the message she had just received, she immediately thought of Chunye. Initially, she believed he had inadvertently gotten involved in some incident and was being taken for questioning. Yet, it turned out he had been caught stealing. This was the same Chunye her grandfather had boasted about, claiming he was exceptional and a miraculous doctor. Engaging in such petty theft? Zhao Shiyu felt a surge of fury. Her grandfather must have been deceived. That wretched man could remain in the inspection bureau for all she cared. Ding. Host villain points, 200. Protagonist fortune points, 200. Fang Yu smirked, pleased with the accumulation of villain points. His primary objective in coming here was indeed for this very purpose. Zhao Shiyu was one of the ambiguous figures in Chunye's harem within the narrative. Initially, she had harbored disdain for Chunyi, feeling considerable animosity towards him. Yet, as Chunyi rose in prominence, influenced by the protagonist's halo, Zhao Xiyu gradually altered her stance, eventually being drawn into his harem. However, under my influence, her feelings toward Chunyi had soured even more than before, diminishing his chances. Once again, I had successfully harvested villain points, boosting Fang Yu's spirits. Delightful. By the way, allow me to offer a word of caution. Leaning forward, Fang Yu fixed his gaze on Zhao Xiyu. It would be wise for the Zhao family to maintain a distance from the Ji family. Otherwise, you may find yourselves regretting it one day. And do not place your hopes on any benefactor, for they may not bring you fortune, but rather drag your Zhao family into the abyss. Zhao Xiyu frowned slightly, somewhat perplexed by Fang Yu's implications. Yet remaining staunch in her position, she replied coldly, "This matter pertains solely to the Zhao family, so there is no need for you, Fang Xiao, to concern yourself with it. Moreover, such words are better left for your father to articulate." The underlying tone was a derision of Fang Yu's lack of qualification to represent the Fang family. A slight smirk played at the corners of Fang Yu's mouth. Oh, qualifications? Yet he found no necessity to elucidate further, feeling it was an exercise in futility. He hoped that the Zhao family would exhibit a modicum of wisdom. At that moment, the chauffeur had already arrived beside Fang Yu, respectfully opening the car door with his gloved hand. Fang Yu stepped into the vehicle and departed. At the Fang family villa, the evening banquet had drawn to a close, and guests had dispersed. As Fang Yu entered the living room, only Fang Qixiong and Jiang Fang remained. Along with a servant standing by attentively. "Xiao Yu has returned," Jiang Fang remarked. "What were you up to just now?" "I was handling a few matters." Fang Yu replied nonchalantly, casually shedding his outerwear and handing it to the approaching Leng Han. Jiang Fang chuckled with a hint of exasperation. "You are becoming increasingly enigmatic, aren't you?" "Am I?" Fang Yu scratched his head sheepishly. At this juncture, Fang Qixiong extinguished his cigarette and spoke up. "Well, let's not dwell on that for now. I awaited your return to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Fang Yu inquired. Fang Qixiong continued. "Since I intend to announce your succession of the group at the upcoming board meeting, there are certain matters that need to be entrusted to you. I have officially transferred command of the Iron Guard to you. They are currently on an assignment, but will return shortly." The mention of the Iron Guard caused Fang Yu's gaze to sharpen. Familiar with the plot from the book, he was certainly not a stranger to this name. It referred to a select few individuals, meticulously chosen by his father through a rigorous selection process within the Fang family security company, who underwent clandestine training and baptism on real battlefields, ultimately honing them into elite warriors of extraordinary prowess. Though merely 8 in number, they could be deemed the sharpest weapon hidden within the Fang family, known only to a select few, having resolved numerous troubles for the family. In the original narrative, Fang Yu had once invoked Qixiong's orders to deploy the Iron Guard for an assassination of Chunyi, thereby forging a deadly enmity that foreshadowed his own tragic demise and the downfall of the Fang family. Regardless, the thrill coursing through Fang Yu at this moment could not be concealed. Commanding 8 Iron Guards meant he now had a substantial number of capable subordinates at his disposal. Streamlining his endeavors, he composed himself and expressed, "Thank you, Dad. It was always yours to begin with." Fang Qixiong waved his hand dismissively. "When the news of your succession spreads, it is inevitable that some may harbor ulterior motives. Having the Iron Guards by your side will ensure your safety." "Understood." Fang Yu nodded. He was inherently cautious about his own well-being and had recently contemplated assembling a team of elite bodyguards. Although his physique had significantly improved, he remained an ordinary person at heart. A few assailants might prove ineffectual against him, yet a single bullet could just as easily spell his doom. With the Iron Guards in his employ, he could indeed spare himself some effort. At that moment, Jiang Fang, who had been silent until now, interjected, "Xiao Yu, whatever you do, always prioritize your safety." Her face was etched with deep concern. "I understand." Fang Yu nodded, though internally he sighed, knowing they could never fathom that the person standing before them was no longer the original heir of the Fang family. However, such thoughts flitted away almost as quickly as they came. After all, he had only spent a few days with these surrogate parents, and any sentiment was far from profound. To develop a deep bond after merely a handful of days would indeed be a sign of folly. The only thing he could do was alter their tragic fates as portrayed in the original narrative, not merely for their sake, but for his own. After exchanging a few more words with Fang Qixiong and Jiang Fang in the living room, Fang Yu retreated to his room. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family estate, Zhao Xiyu had returned from the station, realizing that the matter concerning Chunyi was beyond her solitary capability to handle. She arrived at the door of a study and knocked. "Come in," came a strong, commanding voice. Zhao Xiyu entered to find 2 individuals seated on the sofa. The middle-aged man was her father, Zhao Ting, who usually exuded authority but now bowed his head respectfully, listening intently to the elderly man opposite him. who was white-haired and held a cane, Zhao Xinrui, the true power behind the Zhao family, while Zhao Ting was the nominal head of the family. Everyone understood who truly wielded authority. Upon seeing Zhao Xiyu enter alone, Zhao Xinrui inquired gravely, "Xiyu, what happened? Did I not instruct you to fetch Qinyi? Why have you returned alone?" Hearing this, Zhao Xiyu's temper flared. "Grandfather, do not even mention Qinyi. The person you asked me to retrieve is utterly absurd. To call him a benefactor of our Zhao family is nothing short of ludicrous." Zhao Xinrui frowned. "Be specific, what transpired?" Zhao Xiyu recounted the events in detail. Such a thing could occur? Zhao Ting exclaimed in disbelief. Lacking knowledge of past events, he, like Zhao Xiyu, could not comprehend why the elder held Qinyi in such high regard. After listening to Zhao Xiyu's account, he felt even more perplexed and could not help but voice his thoughts. "Father, I believe Qinyi is nothing but a fraud. What capabilities could he possibly possess?" "Humph. What do you know?" Zhao Xinrui slammed his cane against the ground, snorting in disdain. "Qinyi is a favored disciple of that individual. He cannot be an ordinary person. With his talents, why would he resort to such petty schemes? There must be some misunderstanding." But Zhao Xiyu insisted, her face etched with dissatisfaction. "Enough. No more discussion." Zhao Xinrui declared decisively. "Zhao Ting, expedite your efforts to leverage connections and extricate Qinyi from his predicament. Our Zhao family must cultivate a beneficial relationship with him." "Yes, father," Zhao Ting replied promptly, too intimidated to argue. When Zhao Xinrui made a decision, no one within the Zhao family dared to oppose it. Seeing this, Zhao Xiyu fell silent, but added, "There is one more matter." This time, she spoke of her encounter with Fang Yu, the scion of the Fang family. Zhao Ting's expression turned icy. How dare he threaten our Zhao family? Truly laughable. In terms of innate strength, the Zhao family could not be compared to the Fang family. However, supported by the Ji family, they naturally found themselves in an adversarial relationship with the Fang family, speaking without restraint. Zhao Xinrui frowned slightly, but soon dismissed the matter. To him, it seemed trivial. For now, there was no need to concern themselves with Fang Yu, a mere young man. What waves could he possibly stir? Just an empty display of bravado. The immediate priority remained Qinyi. Zhao Xinrui's gaze sharpened. He believed that as a disciple of that individual, Qinyi's future would undoubtedly be illustrious, his achievements boundless, like a dragon plunging into the deep sea, soaring through the clouds and racing across the skies. What the Zhao family needed to do was ride the coattails of Qinyi's ascendance. At that time, what will become of the Fang family and the Ji family? The Zhao family shall undoubtedly take their place. Chapter 23, Interrogation. The following day, Fang Yu departed the villa early. Making his way to the inspection bureau where Qinyi was detained, he surmised that the Zhao family would soon attempt a rescue. In the original narrative, the Zhao family was Qinyi's staunch ally, unwavering even during the protagonist's decline, offering their collective strength and support. They could be described as the ultimate sycophants. After Qinyi's rise, he indeed did not neglect the Zhao family, bestowing upon them numerous benefits. One must admit, the elder of the Zhao family, Zhao Xinrui, possessed a keen insight, steadfastly clinging to Qinyi's formidable influence without letting go. However, this is predicated on the plot's progression as outlined in the original text. As for now, Fang Yu smirked, knowing the Zhao family would pay a heavy price for their decisions. Although he had already issued a warning to Zhao Xiyu the night before, he was well aware that the likelihood of the Zhao family betraying Qinyi and siding with him was almost non-existent. Fang Yu never entertained the thought of subduing the Zhao family. A somewhat cruel smile graced his lips. Let us first take aim at the Zhao family. Eradicating them would impact Qinyi as severely as severing an arm, profoundly altering his trajectory and progress toward ascendance. At that time, let us see how you will rise again. With this thought in mind, Fang Yu called Lung Han. Is everything prepared? Rest assured, young master. The team has already been dispatched and is currently awaiting your arrival. Fang Yu chuckled coldly. Excellent. Upon Fang Yu's arrival at the entrance of the inspection bureau, two individuals were already standing there. Master Fang. They greeted respectfully. One man, clad in a black suit, stepped forward to introduce himself. Master Fang, I am Jin Du, an attorney from Jin Du law firm. The other, a bald man in a white coat, added, I am Zhang Qiming, the director of Shuxin Psychiatric Hospital. Oh, Director Zhang. As he observed the astonished expression on the other's face, Fang Yu shook Zhang Qiming's hand. I trust you are aware of your purpose here today? Of course. Zhang Qiming, rubbing his bald head, replied gravely. I assure you, I will cooperate fully with Master Fang to accomplish the task. Achoo. Inside the inspection bureau's holding room, Qinyi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, prompting an involuntary sneeze. What is going on? Am I catching a cold? Qinyi rubbed his nose, puzzled. Given his physical constitution, it should be quite difficult for him to fall ill. Moreover, He possessed exceptional medical skills, which had been his primary weapon in navigating the world of the Master Descents. While he had various other peculiar talents, they mostly served as mere supplements. His foremost ability remained his medical prowess. How strange. After confirming that there were no issues with his body, Chen Yi dismissed the matter from his mind. Observing the dark and oppressive surroundings, he felt a wave of irritation. No one confined within the inspection bureau would feel comfortable, and he was no exception. However, Chen Yi, being audacious and aware that someone would come to rescue him, felt no genuine concern. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he lay there, lost in thought. Life on the mountain had been exceedingly monotonous. Fortunately, with my extraordinary talent and nearly perfected medical skills, my master permitted me to venture into the world to seek further breakthroughs in my craft. I must carve out a niche for myself in this bustling metropolis. Clenching his fist, Chen Yi felt a surge of ambition. Yet, why hasn't anyone from the Zhao family come to rescue me? This is truly dragging on. At that moment, the door creaked open, and several inspectors entered, unlocking the cell door. Chen Yi, it's time for interrogation. A look of resignation crossed Chen Yi's face. Gentlemen, I have already explained. Those two were frauds, and I was merely collecting evidence. You must believe me. I am a law-abiding citizen. He maintained an expression of innocence and righteousness. Chapter 24. I could tell at a glance that he was not normal. Stop with the banter. Who are you calling Big Brother? Be honest. Your current status is that of a suspect. Chen Yi shrugged helplessly as he followed the inspectors to an interrogation room. After enduring a stern and tedious line of questioning, the chief inspector, Chang Jian, slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Chen Yi with anger in his voice. You refuse to admit it, huh? Let me tell you, those who confess will be treated leniently, while those who resist will face harsh consequences. Chen Yi replied lazily. I have already stated, those two were frauds. I took the wallet to collect criminal evidence. Yet you persistently refuse to believe me. His gaze suddenly turned icy. I detest being pointed at, do you understand? As the protagonist of a city-themed novel, Chen Yi was not one to be trifled with. He had only just arrived in Haiqing City and had yet to showcase his abilities before being apprehended by the inspection bureau, naturally fueling his frustration. Under Chen Yi's piercing gaze, Chang Jian instinctively took a step back. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure, even experiencing a fleeting illusion that he was the one being interrogated. Several seconds passed before Chang Jian regained his composure, unable to suppress his rising anger. It was the first time he had encountered someone so brazen. Just then, an inspector hurriedly entered, whispering something in Chang Jian's ear. What? Chang Jian's expression changed, and after tossing a cautionary remark to keep an eye on this individual, he hurriedly exited the room. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. It seems the Zhao family has arrived. I will finally escape this wretched place. Had they delayed any longer, I might have been compelled to break out myself. After Chang Jian rushed out, he reached a meeting room at the end of the corridor. He pushed the door open and, scanning the room, quickly fixed his gaze on a young man who was calmly sipping tea. He strode forward, tentatively inquiring, Master Fang? Fang Yu rose from his seat, extending his hand towards Chang Jian with a smile. So, you are the chief inspector here? Yes, my name is Chang Jian, he replied cautiously, lowering his posture significantly. This world differs from Earth. Large conglomerates and prominent families wield immense influence. Dongxia is no exception. In Haiqing City, it is no exaggeration to say that, excluding the Ji family, the Fang family reigns supreme. Please, have a seat. Fang Yu gestured to a chair beside him, indicating for Chang Jian to sit and converse. Chang Jian dared not exhibit any dissatisfaction and obediently took a seat. Fang Yu spoke casually. Director Zhang, please explain the situation. Certainly. Director Zhang Qiming promptly began. Chief Inspector Chang, did you apprehend an individual named Chen Yi yesterday? Chen Yi? Chang Jian's heart skipped a beat. Was this not the very young man he had just been interrogating? Could it be that this fellow had ties to the Fang family? As he recalled Chen Yi's relaxed and unperturbed demeanor during the interrogation, his expression subtly darkened. If the other party has connections with the Fang family, it is certainly not someone one can easily offend. Zhang Qiming noticed that Chang Jian seemed to harbor some misunderstandings and hastily clarified. Director Chang, you see, that Chen Yi is actually a patient from our Shuxin Psychiatric Hospital. Chang Jian appeared somewhat bewildered. How did that fellow Chen Yi end up as a mental patient? Zhang Qiming, his expression filled with chagrin, explained, Chen Yi has always been a patient at our facility, exhibiting a strong propensity for violence. Previously, due to the negligence of one of our nurses, he managed to escape. We followed the leads and discovered he had been apprehended by the inspection bureau, having committed theft. It is truly embarrassing. At this moment, the lawyer Jean Du timely stood up, placing a thick dossier onto Chang Jian's desk. This is the relevant documentation. All procedures are in order. We now simply require the transfer of Chen Yi. Chang Jian was still somewhat taken aback. A mental patient? I perceived that Chunyi seemed quite normal. However, at that moment, he caught sight of Fang Yu's meaningful gaze. Fang Yu calmly remarked, Director Chong, oftentimes, individuals with mental illness appear no different from ordinary people. Do not be deceived. Chong Jian's mind raced as he swiftly grasped the situation. If this truly was a case of a mental patient escaping, how could it possibly involve the esteemed young master of the Fang family? Chong Jian was no fool. On the contrary, he was exceptionally astute. Although the underlying circumstances were unclear, he immediately understood that Fang Yu merely sought a pretext to take Chunyi away. He abruptly pounded the table, exclaiming, No wonder I sensed something was amiss with that lad. Since the documentation is complete, young Master Fang, please feel free to take him. Excellent, Fang Yu replied with a smile, his expression warm and inviting, like a gentle spring breeze. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Chunyi, who had been reclining arrogantly in his chair with his legs crossed, awaited the Zhao family members to come and escort him away. Yet, he inexplicably felt a chill run through his body. Chapter 25, The Capture. Inside the interrogation room, Chunyi sat up, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Something felt decidedly off. Just then, the door swung open, and Chunyi saw Chong Jian entering with a man clad in a black suit and another in a white lab coat. Chong Jian pointed at Chunyi, asking, Is it him? The hospital director, Zhang Qiming, squinted at Chunyi, his expression resolute. Indeed, that is him. He then stepped forward and addressed Chunyi. Mr. Chunyi, I have been sent by old Master Zhao to escort you away. Please come with us. At this, Chunyi finally relaxed, lazily responding, You all are rather late. Aren't you? My apologies, Mr. Chunyi. Zhang Qiming bowed repeatedly, seemingly remorseful for his tardiness. All right, let us go. Chunyi extended his hand, allowing the inspector to remove the shackles from his wrists, then leisurely strolled towards the exit. As he passed by Chong Jian, he mockingly remarked, Those with narrow perspectives. He then swaggered out with his head held high. Director Zhang Qiming and lawyer Jin Du followed closely behind, leaving the inspection bureau with Chunyi. Meanwhile, Chong Jian gazed impassively in the direction of their departure, an odd expression settling on his face. Outside the inspection bureau, as Chunyi and the others emerged, a spacious black sedan came into view. The driver opened the rear door, while 8 burly bodyguards flanked either side, seemingly awaiting Chunyi's arrival. Chunyi's eyes brightened, and he smiled. Old Master Zhao is quite considerate. My mentor was indeed not deceiving me. It seems I need not worry about my future as long as the Zhao family is around. Chunyi swaggered through the ranks of bodyguards, but suddenly halted. A sense of unease washing over him. His instincts screamed alarm. Noticing Chunyi hesitating and ceasing to advance, the 8 bodyguards revealed their hostility and lunged at him. What is going on? Chunyi exclaimed in shock, his mind racing as he realized these were not Zhao family members. Instinctively, he retaliated against the onslaught, shouting as he threw a punch, sending one bodyguard flying like a kite severed from its string. The remaining 7, taken aback, roared in unison and charged to restrain Chunyi. Get off! Chunyi's eyes flared with fury as he forcefully pushed his arms outward, causing the 7 elite bodyguards to stagger back, as if they were confronting a ferocious beast rather than a mere man. The 8 bodyguards, astonishingly, could not even confine Chunyi for a few seconds. Just as he was about to break free, he suddenly felt a sharp prick in his arm. Looking down, he saw a tiny needle. A look of bewilderment crossed his face, followed by a swift sense of dizziness. Just before losing consciousness, he caught sight of a bald middle-aged man in a white lab coat, brandishing a tranquilizer gun, who lamented to Jin Du, You see, I warned you that this fellow possesses a severe tendency for violence. Before long, the unconscious Chunyi was bound tightly and placed into the sedan. With a clap of his hands, Fang Yu emerged from a nearby alley, addressing Zhang Qiming. Well done. Your promised investment shares are secure, and I will arrange for your hospital's advanced operating license. Thank you, young Master Fang, Zhang Qiming expressed with evident delight. As he gazed at the figure of Chunyi in the vehicle, a murderous intent flickered in Fang Yu's eyes. An impulsive thought crossed his mind, to eliminate Chunyi now, lest future complications arise. Chapter 26, Chunyi's Escape and the Protagonist's Hostility. Ultimately, Fang Yu suppressed this notion. Feeling the murderous aura gradually dissipate within him, he recalled the system's warning. As long as Chunyi's protagonist aura remained intact, attempting to kill him directly would almost certainly result in unforeseen circumstances that could allow him to escape. Moreover, such an action could easily place Fang Yu in peril. For instance, if he were to draw his gun and aim at Chunyi's head, who knows if a formidable expert might suddenly appear, both rescuing Chunyi and attacking him? Even if luck were on his side and he managed to kill Chunyi, it would not be the optimal choice. Considering the vast reserves of fortune still awaited his acquisition, the protagonist's demise would signify the end of this narrative, causing all accrued fortune to vanish, leaving him unable to convert villain points to further enhance his abilities. If a new story were to commence afterward, he would undoubtedly lack many trump cards and confidence. Thus, taking all factors into account, acting against Chun-Yi at this juncture was, by all means, an unwise choice. TSK. Fang Yu found himself inexplicably displeased. It was indeed a challenging endeavor. However, upon reflection, he felt a sense of relief. After all, Chun-Yi was the destined protagonist of this world, while he himself was akin to a glitch, a variable relying on the system to seek revenge against the protagonist and alter his own fate. Possessing the system and knowledge of the plot, along with an absolute advantage in resources and influence, it was only natural to face certain limitations. Chun-Yi, even before fully revealing himself, had already yielded thousands of fortune points to Fang Yu. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yu steadied his mindset. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Let him live for a while, he mused, for I still intend to extract some villainous value from him. However, sparing his life is one matter. Since he has fallen into my grasp, it would be too lenient not to exact some interest. Fang Yu coldly commanded. Once we arrive at our destination, before his confinement, ensure that both his hands and feet are broken. I do not wish to grant Chun-Yi any opportunity for a comeback. Understood. Several bodyguards responded with sinister grins. The recent events had ignited a fire within them. Fang Yu then turned to Dean Zhang Qiming, instructing, make sure to keep a close watch on him. There must be no room for negligence. Rest assured, young Master Fang. Zhang Qiming replied nonchalantly with a smile. The dosage of anesthesia I administered is several times that of an ordinary person. He is unlikely to awaken for days. I warned you not to be careless. Fang Yu's brow furrowed, his voice turning cold. If he manages to escape, I will hold you accountable. Chun-Yi, in the book, possesses extraordinary medical skills. Such anesthetic cannot confine him for long. The emphasis in Fang Yu's tone sent a chill through Zhang Qiming. He hurriedly bowed, affirming, yes. Fang Yu departed in his vehicle, while the dark sedan swiftly whisked Chun-Yi away from the inspection bureau, heading toward the tranquil mental institution located in the outskirts. Though the journey was originally just an hour, they deliberately took a longer route to avoid drawing attention. After several hours of winding detours, they finally set a direct course to the mental institution. Inside the vehicle, Dean Zhang Qiming occupied the front passenger seat, with his assistant at the wheel, while 8 bodyguards sat in the rear, vigilantly guarding the unconscious Chun-Yi. These 8 bodyguards were elite confidants, meticulously trained by Fang's security company, possessing exceptional loyalty. They remained ever watchful over Chun-Yi. Noticing the tense atmosphere within the vehicle, Zhang Qiming turned to the bodyguards with a smile. Gentlemen, given that Chun-Yi has received a dosage of anesthesia several times greater than that of an ordinary person, there's no need for such apprehension. The bodyguards frowned slightly, but remained silent. Zhang Qiming, not receiving a response, turned back, only to inquire again. May I ask why young Master Fang harbors such animosity toward this individual, breaking his limbs and enforcing strict surveillance? Given the Fang family's stature, making someone vanish from existence should pose no challenge. Why must young Master Fang personally oversee this? Unbeknownst to them, Chun-Yi, tightly bound, felt his eyelids flutter. Had someone been able to examine his body at that moment, they would discover a unique, gentle energy steadily neutralizing the effects of the anesthesia. The potent sedative, sufficient to incapacitate an ordinary person for days, had nearly dissipated. Chun-Yi was now fully conscious. Be cautious, one of the bodyguards cautioned in a low tone. Yes, yes. Zhang Qiming, startled, quickly turned back. I misspoke. This matter has nothing to do with young Master Fang, absolutely nothing. Despite his words, he secretly grumbled. There was no one else around, and the man was still sound asleep. Was such caution truly necessary? These fellows were so rigid. At that moment, Zhang Qiming recalled the conditions Fang Yu had promised him, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him. The fulfillment of those promises would bring him immense benefits. The black sedan continued its journey, now only a few kilometers away from the tranquil mental institution. Suddenly, Chun-Yi, who had previously been motionless, erupted into action. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had somehow broken free from his restraints. Ignoring the startled bodyguards beside him, he delivered a powerful punch to the driver's seat. With a resounding crash, the base of the seat shattered, causing the assistant, caught off guard, to lean forward uncontrollably, his head colliding violently with the steering wheel. The speeding sedan spiraled out of control, tipping over. At the inspection bureau, a red Ferrari raced onto the scene, coming to a gradual stop as a tall, elegant woman emerged from the vehicle. Zhao Shiyu. Following the elder's instructions, Zhao Ting dared not delay. She had already made the necessary arrangements and was now here to retrieve someone. After parking, Zhao Shiyu explained her purpose and was quickly directed to Inspector Chang Jian, who had previously interrogated Chun-Yi. What? He has been taken away? Zhao Shiyu's voice pierced the air sharply. What is going on? Apologies, Miss Zhao, but Chun Yi was taken before your arrival. Chang Jian replied politely. Zhao Shiyu felt a surge of frustration, her voice icy as she demanded, who took him? Chang Jian cast a cautious glance at her. Responding, they claimed to be from the Zhao family. What? Zhao Shiyu was taken aback, incredulous that someone would impersonate the Zhao family and abscond with Chun Yi. Who would dare do such a thing? She felt a wave of anger rising. Get the surveillance footage for me. I want to see who had the audacity to impersonate the Zhao family. Chang Jian wore a rueful smile. I'm afraid, Miss Zhao, that our surveillance system has been malfunctioning for the past few days and is currently under repair. Zhao Shiyu fell silent, her gaze fixed coldly on Chang Jian. She was not naive. The holes in his explanation were glaringly obvious. Inspector Chang, are you covering for those who took Chun Yi? Chang Jian feigned innocence. Miss Zhao, I assure you, our surveillance system is genuinely out of order. Chang Jian understood the gravity of the situation, while the Zhao family was formidable. They fell short compared to the Fang family. Should the Zhao family act against him out of anger, he could always seek help from Fang Yu, as he was merely acting on his behalf. However, if he exposed Fang Yu's involvement before Zhao Shiyu, no one would be able to protect him. The outcome would undoubtedly be death or disappearance. Chapter 27, Merciless. You. Zhao Shiyu's brows furrowed, her voice frigid. Very well. Without further ado, she turned on her heel and stormed away. As she exited the inspection bureau, the anger that had consumed her was swiftly replaced by a growing irritation. She could not find Chun Yi, and her grandfather would surely scold her again. Why was that man so bothersome? Zhao Shiyu recalled the events at the station, her disdain for Chun Yi intensifying once more. Ding. Host villain value 100. Protagonist fortune value 100. On a distant highway, Fang Yu was driving a McLaren P17, racing at breakneck speed. The wind howled in his ears, and the engine roared. A symphony of money being expended that felt both pleasurable and comfortable. Ding. At that moment, Fang Yu received a notification from the system, indicating an increase of 100 villain points. What's going on? Fang Yu wondered, puzzled by the sudden addition of 100 villain points. He pondered in his mind, considering the timing and the modest amount. Suddenly, a name floated to the forefront of his thoughts. Zhao Shiyu? Fang Yu chuckled softly to himself. The only plausible explanation was that Zhao Shiyu had just attempted to retrieve Chun Yi and discovered he had already been taken away. Consequently, her original fondness for the protagonist Chun Yi had diminished once more. It seemed the words he had carelessly spoken at the station the previous night had indeed borne fruit. Only the plot alterations instigated directly by Fang Yu would yield villain points through opportunity plundering. Indirect actions are of no consequence. Zhao Shiyu had already contributed 200 villain points last night, and Fang Yu presumed that was the end of it, only to be surprised by an additional 100. Truly, as a certain literary master once articulated, villain points are akin to water within a sponge. With a little squeeze, they will always emerge. Fang Yu pondered whether those minor antagonists who had already been exploited could be re-exploited once more. What if more points were still to be had? Just as Fang Yu was eager to experiment, the system notification chimed in his ear once again. However, this time, it was not an alert regarding the arrival of villain points. Warning. The protagonist's affinity for the host has plummeted to negative, resulting in hostility. Fang Yu's expression changed dramatically. What? Having just exited the highway, he slammed the brakes, the tires screeching violently as he pulled over to the roadside. Simultaneously, a shrill phone call pierced the air. Hello? Young master, I apologize, my incompetence allowed Chun Yi to escape. The voice of the bodyguard on the line sounded weak. What happened? Speak clearly. Fang Yu's tone was grave. Chun Yi, inexplicably awakened despite the significant dosage of anesthetic administered, he somehow managed to free himself from his restraints and attack the driver, causing the car to overturn, and he escaped through the window. A shadow of anger flickered across Fang Yu's face. What is your situation? My brothers sustained considerable injuries, but fortunately, none are life-threatening. However, Dean Zhangqiming's injuries are severe, and without prompt medical attention, he may face grave danger. Did any of you divulge information about me? Fang Yu's voice turned cold. Chun Yi could not have developed animosity towards him without a reason. He must have heard something. These bodyguards were elite members of the Fang Group's security company, fiercely loyal to the Fang family. Yet if anyone had spoken out of turn, Fang Yu would show no mercy. The Dean mentioned your existence in the car, but we rebuked him. I'm not sure if Chun Yi heard. The bodyguard coughed violently, evidently in pain. Fang Yu laughed in fury. Fool. Such a useless creature, achieving nothing but causing chaos. My apologies, young master, the bodyguard replied, filled with shame. Sighing deeply, Fang Yu gradually regained his composure. This isn't entirely your fault. I too was somewhat negligent. Stay put. I will dispatch an ambulance to retrieve you. Treat this as an injury sustained during mission execution. Each of you will receive 500,000 from the finance department. Just inform them it was my directive. Thank you, young master, the bodyguard replied, touched by Fang Yu's concern and care despite the failure of their mission. He resolved silently to devote himself fully to repaying the Fang family. After ending the call, Fang Yu immediately contacted Fang Group Hospital, a facility affiliated with the Fang Medical Company, equipped with a plethora of experts and advanced medical apparatus. The medical sector is one of the two pillars of the Fang Group, encompassing hospitals, pharmaceutical firms, and even high-tech laboratories. Young Master Fang, what a surprise to receive your call, the hospital director greeted, his tone tense. He had been in the midst of an important meeting when his secretary interrupted him with Fang Yu's call, prompting him to rush to his office. Send an ambulance to this location to pick up a few individuals, Fang Yu instructed. Yes, I will arrange it immediately, the director replied hastily. By the way, one of them is named Zhang Qiming. His injuries are likely severe. We will ensure the use of the most advanced equipment and spare no effort in saving him, the director assured. No, Fang Yu replied flatly. I wish to never see that person in this world again, understood? The director was taken aback, but quickly responded, rest assured. Young master, doctors are not omnipotent, and the hospital does experience fatalities daily. All right then. After giving his directives, Fang Yu rubbed his temples. Chen Yi, after all, possessed the protagonist's halo. Even with his knowledge of the plot and the system, he must remain vigilant. His recent progress had indeed led to a degree of complacency. Yet, who could have anticipated that Chen Yi would manage to escape under such circumstances? Regrettably, although command over the Iron Guard had been entrusted to him, they were still engaged in missions and had yet to return. Had they been present, Chen Yi would not have had the chance to flee. Chen Yi's escape would undoubtedly heighten his vigilance. Moreover, he would likely seek refuge with the Zhao family, who were backed by the Ji family, complicating any attempts to deal with Chen Yi. Additionally, his own presence had been exposed. However, he and Chen Yi were destined rivals. A slight acceleration in their confrontation was of little consequence. Fang Yu straightened his posture slowly. Hostility, indeed. A smirk crept upon his lips, and he suddenly laughed, his eyes coldly indifferent. Then it is official. You are my enemy now. I shall seize your opportunities one by one, strip away your protagonist's halo, crush those around you, and send you spiraling into the abyss. Fang Yu restarted the McLaren P-17, and with a roar akin to a beast, he turned the vehicle around and sped off like a bolt of lightning. His destination, Rising Sun University. The situation had shifted, and certain arrangements needed to be expedited. Chapter 28, The Power of Identity. At Rising Sun University, the entrance was as bustling as ever. The majority of the students hailed from affluent families, making luxury cars worth millions commonplace. With a thunderous roar, Fang Yu arrived in his McLaren P-17, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Priced at nearly 50 million and a limited edition from McLaren, it was a vehicle that could not simply be purchased with wealth. It represented a deep-rooted background. In comparison, other luxury vehicles paled in significance. Fang Yu paid no heed to the onlookers, driving straight into the campus under the respectful salute of the security personnel. Ultimately, he arrived at the heart of the campus, the administrative building. Entering the building, he took the elevator to the principal's office on the top floor. As the elevator ascended, Fang Yu narrowed his eyes, mentally cataloging the plot. According to the original narrative, after establishing contact with the Zhao family, Chen Yi would become a favored guest of theirs. Subsequently, he would be arranged to enter Rising Sun University, where he would engage in flirtations and posturing for a brief period. However, this duration would be short, as Chen Yi's primary aim was to carve out a name for himself and establish a career, making it implausible for him to squander too much time within the confines of academia. During his stay, Chen Yi would indulge in romantic escapades, leading a life of flamboyance. Indeed, protagonists in harem narratives often exhibit a certain rogue charm. Yet, envisioning oneself as the protagonist, with endless romantic encounters and a throng of partners, can be quite exhilarating. Fang Yu's purpose for today was to address this very issue. However, he had no intention of stepping into the protagonist's shoes to navigate the harem dynamics. While such an approach might prove effective, it was undeniably cumbersome, especially considering the sheer number of Chen Yi's potential harem members, most of whom were mere two-dimensional characters with little narrative depth, yielding minimal villain points. Given this situation, a change of perspective is in order. Fang Yu need not pursue the harem. He merely requires that they be deprived of any opportunity to entangle with the protagonist. For instance, eliminating them outright would be both straightforward and efficient, would it not? Fang Yu's gaze turned frigid, exuding a hint of cruelty. Of course, as a villain, he was not a mindless murderer. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from resorting to such extremes. Even in his position, he needed to exercise caution. Ding! As his thoughts shifted, the elevator reached the top floor and opened slowly. Fang Yu strode out decisively, directly entering the principal's office across the hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by a slender, bespectacled middle-aged man who approached him with an air of vitality. The principal of Sunlight University, Li Wenbin. Young Master Fang, you've arrived. I've been anticipating your visit for quite some time, and I even brought out my treasured Longjing tea. On his way, Fang Yu had already exchanged pleasantries with Li Wenbin, so the latter was aware of his impending arrival. Despite being the principal of Sunlight University, Li Wenbin dared not assume an air of superiority in Fang Yu's presence. In the face of the Fang family's considerable influence, he was but a minor figure. Young master, please take a seat. Li Wenbin courteously gestured for Fang Yu to sit down and promptly prepared a cup of Longjing tea that had been pre-brewed. Very thoughtful of you, Fang Yu remarked with a slight smile as he settled onto the sofa and took a small sip from the tea before savoring its flavor with closed eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in admiration. This tea is exquisite. Li Wenbin glanced up cautiously at Fang Yu and inquired, May I ask what brings you here today, young Master Fang? Fang Yu set down his teacup and stated, Recently, has a student named Chun Yi been enrolled at Sunlight University? Chun Yi? Li Wenbin replied, somewhat perplexed, uncertain of the significance of the name. Yet he promptly made a call to inquire. Director Li, please check the enrollment records and see if there is a student named Chun Yi, he requested. On the other end of the line, Director Li hesitated momentarily before confirming, Indeed, there is such a person, but what? Li Wenbin pressed. Director Li replied in a hushed tone, He was arranged by the Zhao family, as I reported to you previously. This Chun Yi is the one. Upon hearing this, Li Wenbin's expression shifted slightly. The Zhao family? He was aware of the relationship between the Fang and Zhao families. Thus understanding Fang Yu's direct inquiry regarding someone arranged by the Zhao family, Li Wenbin suddenly felt a headache coming on. Principal Li? Fang Yu's voice interrupted Li Wenbin's thoughts. He snapped back to attention and quickly responded, Yes, young master. This Chun Yi did indeed complete his enrollment procedures not long ago. Then that makes things easier. Fang Yu remarked, a playful smile curling his lips. Chun Yi was originally from the College of Arts, correct? Transfer him to the mechanical engineering program. And have someone monitor him closely, reporting all his movements to me. The College of Arts had a notably high female-to-male ratio, and Sunlight University's College of Arts was particularly renowned for being a gathering place for beauties. Half of the school's top 10 beauties were from that college. In the original narrative, 2 of them were infatuated with Chun Yi, competing fiercely for his affection. Thus, simply transferring his major would effortlessly resolve the issue. As he pondered, Fang Yu felt a twinge of reflection. The protagonist's halo is indeed formidable. How many women does this fellow have? Li Wenbin hesitated slightly, feeling conflicted. The Zhao family was a stakeholder in Sunlight University, investing substantial amounts annually. Offending them over this matter could lead to significant losses. Moreover, the Zhao family had the Ji family backing them, a behemoth not easily rivaled even by the Fang family. Fang Yu's expression turned icy. What is it? Are you incapable of handling such a simple task? Li Wenbin's breath caught momentarily, yet he tentatively replied, Young master, to be frank, this Chun Yi was indeed arranged by the Zhao family, and this matter is somewhat. For Li Wenbin, managing to avoid offending either side would be the best outcome. Fang Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the teacup in his hand, idly toying with it. As time ticked away, Li Wenbin felt an immense pressure that threatened to crush him, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Why did Fang Yu exude such an overwhelming aura of authority? At that moment, Fang Yu finally spoke. Principal Li, I understand that the Zhao family is a stakeholder in Sunlight University and that the institution relies on them for various investments. He suddenly shifted his tone, speaking with indifference. However, should the principal of Sunlight University be replaced, then regardless of the school's achievements, it would no longer concern you. Li Wenbin's complexion changed dramatically. Ultimately, he took a deep breath. I understand. Excellent. Fang Yu nodded in satisfaction. There is one more matter. Upon hearing this, Li Wenbin felt as if a heavy weight had been placed upon his shoulders. Another one. Noticing the principal's reaction, Fang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, this issue has no connection to the Zhao family. I simply require a student's file. Of course, no problem. Li Wenbin exhaled in relief. Fang Yu continued. Sunlight University should have a student named Wei Ziyu, correct? Upon hearing the name, Li Wenbin's expression grew serious. This, indeed, was the true purpose of his visit to Sunlight University. The other matters, whether transferring Chun Yi or arranging for Li Wenbin to keep an eye on him, were merely ancillary. Chapter 29, the second female lead. Wei Ziyu. Li Wenbin furrowed his brow, muttering, that name sounds somewhat familiar. Oh, I remember now. He suddenly slapped his thigh, a look of realization crossing his face. Isn't she the girl from yesterday's award ceremony at the school? Fang Yu raised an eyebrow. Do you know her? Indeed, Li Wenbin nodded, explaining, yesterday, the school held a new student award ceremony to honor some exemplary students. and Wei Ziyu was among them. As it was recent, I have an impression of her. I still have the records of the award recipients. As he spoke, Li Wenbin pulled a file from a large stack of documents beside him and handed it to Fang Yu. Fang Yu accepted the file, glancing at it briefly before confirming that she was indeed the person he sought. In his mind, descriptions of her from the narrative began to surface. Wei Ziyu, aside from the formidable antagonist Song Chaoyu, was the second female lead and the rightful partner of the protagonist Chen Yi. She was an extremely significant female character in the story. Wei Ziyu's background was tragic, abandoned at a young age. She grew up in an orphanage until she was taken in by her adoptive father, leading a relatively peaceful life. However, fate dealt her a cruel blow when her adoptive father became paralyzed in a car accident during her high school years. Subsequently, he suffered from kidney failure, a financially draining condition that, while not immediately fatal, required extensive resources for treatment. Wei Ziyu struggled to manage her university expenses and her father's medical bills through her meager savings and part-time jobs, barely maintaining their situation. Yet, as university life progressed, the burden of her father's treatment grew heavier, plunging Wei Ziyu into a deep state of despair. Just when her life seemed most bleak, the destined hero Chen Yi, radiating the brilliance of a protagonist, appeared and, without needing a kidney transplant, miraculously cured her adoptive father's illness. Wei Ziyu naturally felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Chen Yi, who, in turn, was deeply moved by her resilience. Their relationship gradually blossomed, culminating in her becoming his officially recognized girlfriend. Subsequently, Chen Yi discovered Wei Ziyu's remarkable talent for singing and assisted her in entering the entertainment industry. With her enchanting voice and striking appearance, she swiftly gained fame across the land, ultimately earning the prestigious title of Best Singer. Throughout the development of the protagonist's career, Wei Ziyu offered invaluable support. Even Fang Yu couldn't help but applaud, feeling that they were a match made in heaven, a golden boy and a jade girl, inciting a desire to intervene in their union. A cold smirk crept across his lips. Li Wenbin inquired, "Fang Xiao, would you like me to bring Wei Ziyu to you? If so, I can send someone immediately." "That's unnecessary," Fang Yu replied indifferently, waving his hand to interrupt Li Wenbin's eagerness. "I shall go see her in person." He understood the need to approach Wei Ziyu, the second female lead in the book, with caution to avoid any potential complications. Li Wenbin paused, internally speculating whether Fang Xiao had developed an interest in Wei Ziyu and intended to pursue her. The young girl was indeed exceptionally beautiful. However, such personal matters of a wealthy heir were beyond his concern. With that, Fang Yu rose from the sofa. Noticing Fang Yu's departure, Li Wenbin hurriedly stood up to escort him to the door. "Fang Xiao, take care." Fang Yu turned back, offering a wry smile as he reminded Principal Li, "Do not forget your tasks." Li Wenbin assured him solemnly, "Rest assured, Fang Xiao, I will handle it well." Once outside the office building, Fang Yu strolled along a secluded path flanked by lush greenery and vibrant flowers. At the end of the path lay a side entrance to Shiri University, where a small roadside stall attracted a considerable crowd, indicating a thriving business. Found it. Fang Yu's expression shifted as he focused his gaze on the stall. Behind the counter was a girl clad in an apron, bustling about. She was tall and slender, clad in tight jeans that accentuated her elegant leg curves. Her hair, tied with a headband, cascaded down her back, adorned with a hairpin at her ear, and her skin was smooth and delicate. She exuded an ethereal aura that seemed almost otherworldly, a girl destined to be cherished and admired. Yet, at that moment, she was hunched within the confines of the small stall, her apron smeared with grease and dust as she busily attended to customers, her face etched with a weariness that tugged at the heartstrings. In order to earn money, Wei Ziyu set up her stall every morning and noon outside the university's side entrance, selling items like hand-grabbed pancakes and grilled sausages. Without hesitation, Fang Yu approached the stall, where several students were queuing. The boy at the front, sporting bangs, received his hand-grabbed pancake from Wei Ziyu, but seized the opportunity to deliberately touch her smooth, delicate hand. "Ah!" Wei Ziyu gasped, stepping back in shock, her eyes narrowing in anger as she confronted him. "Excuse me, sir, please show some respect." The boy, initially grinning, felt the weight of everyone's gaze and, embarrassed, lashed out. "What is with your attitude toward customers? If you don't apologize today, this isn't over." His voice dripped with contempt, and saliva flew as he spoke. Some bystanders, unable to tolerate the situation, contemplated stepping in, but the boy shot them a fierce glare, making them hesitate. Seeing his imposing stature, they retreated, feeling awkward and powerless. "Pathetic bunch," he spat dismissively, turning back to Wei Ziyu. "Apologize, or this won't end well." "Why should I apologize? This isn't my fault." Wei Ziyu retorted defiantly, her lips pressed together. However, the slight tremor in her hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Suddenly, she looked up in surprise, her gaze shifting past the boy. Huh. The boy felt a twinge of confusion as he stiffened, realizing a hand had settled on his shoulder. Turning sharply, he was met with an outstretched hand that swiftly grew larger before colliding with his face with a resounding slap. The force of the blow left him dazed. Several teeth knocked loose, as he collapsed to the ground in complete bewilderment. A shadow loomed over him as he covered his face, terrified to meet the gaze of Fang Yu, who had seized his hair and yanked him upwards. Ah! A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed. Fang Yu held the boy's hair, lifting his head to meet his gaze, dark eyes boring into the boy's contorted face. Is your only talent bullying girls? With that, Fang Yu delivered a powerful kick, sending the boy sprawling several meters away. Get lost. Fear flashed across the boy's face. He seemed to forget the pain as he hastily scrambled to his feet and fled, not daring to look back. Chapter 30. Signing the Future Diva. Wei Ziyu exhaled in relief, turning to Fang Yu with sincerity. Thank you. Her voice was melodious and clear, like a gentle breeze. Fang Yu remained silent, moving directly to the stall and picking up the hand-grabbed pancake the boy had left behind. Taking a bite, he chewed thoughtfully before swallowing, his brow furrowing slightly. It's truly unpalatable. Wei Ziyu appeared flustered, having never encountered a customer who criticized her cooking. Usually, they praised her delectable flavors. Fang Yu chuckled, surveying the crowd. Do you not understand? They come to buy your pancakes not for their taste, but simply because of your beauty. At this, the expressions of those in line shifted to awkwardness, their gazes evasive. Observing this, Fang Yu shrugged. See, therefore it's time to pack up. You're not suited for this. Wei Ziyu bit her lip tightly, contemplating how she could earn money for her father's medical treatment without this income. A shadow of despair flickered in her eyes. In what should have been a carefree and blossoming youth, Wei Ziyu bore the weight of immense burdens, leaving her breathless. Confused and helpless, she felt as though her future was shrouded in darkness. Stop selling here. It doesn't suit you, Fang Yu reiterated, then added. I have a far better opportunity for you, a place where you truly belong. At his words, Wei Ziyu looked up, a mixture of confusion and curiosity in her gaze. A better choice? For herself? She felt uncertain about her capabilities. Yet, the young man before her exuded confidence as he smiled gently. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fang Yu, the sole heir of the Fang Group. I can offer you a chance to change your destiny. In a high-end cafe adjacent to Shiri University, Fang Yu and Wei Ziyu sat facing each other. Wei Ziyu appeared somewhat reserved, her gaze darting anxiously around the unfamiliar surroundings. For her, such places felt utterly foreign. Typically, she was frugal, meticulously budgeting her expenses. As a young woman, she even hesitated to purchase clothes for herself, let alone indulge in a lavish cafe. Moreover, her anxiety intensified as she observed Fang Yu seated across from her, his expression serene. The heir of the Fang family? Such a figure should have seemed as unreachable as the sun hanging high in the sky, dazzling yet distant. Yet now he sat not far away, casually sharing a cup of coffee with her. Wei Ziyu's mind was a tangle of confusion. Why would he want to help me? What does he expect in return? Noticing her distress, Fang Yu took a sip of his coffee and said gently, Miss Wei, there is no need to be apprehensive. I mean no harm and sincerely wish to assist you. I can cover all the medical expenses for your adoptive father, ensuring he receives the finest medical equipment, the best specialists, and the most attentive care, including a compatible kidney source. Wei Ziyu's eyes brightened, her body trembling with excitement, yet she feigned calmness as she replied. What are the conditions? She understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Fang Yu was not someone she had any prior connection with, and it seemed implausible that he would offer such generosity without a catch. Perhaps a mutually beneficial arrangement would be more fitting. Fang Yu produced a contract from his belongings and slid it across the table. What you need to do is withdraw from Sunrise University and join the entertainment company under the Fang Group, where you will begin learning singing and stage performance techniques. Given your potential, we are confident we can elevate you to the pinnacle of the music industry. As for the profits, we will split them according to the contract stipulations. But you cannot leave the company for any reason within the next 10 years. How does that sound? Fang Yu interlaced his fingers and smiled. I can restore your father's health, and in return, all I require is a decade of your time. Is that all there is to it? Wei Ziyu was momentarily taken aback, expecting something more outrageous, only to find such terms surprisingly reasonable. Upon scrutinizing the contract, she found no hidden traps. Rather, the conditions were remarkably generous. Her share of the profits was an astounding 30%. Considering she had nothing to her name and lacked knowledge of the industry, the Fang Group would need to invest substantial resources in her training, promotion, and packaging. It seemed she had little to lose, merely waiting to reap the benefits from the Fang Group. Was Fang Yu not concerned about losing money? Wei Ziyu felt a twinge of self-doubt. Did she truly possess such value? Fidgeting with the hem of her dress, she hesitantly asked, Fang Xiao, Are the terms in the contract perhaps too favorable? Fang Yu chuckled softly. If it were anyone else, they would likely be eager to sign, fearing the opportunity would slip away. Yet Wei Ziyu expressed concern about receiving too much, feeling a sense of guilt. Given her background and the extent of her financial needs, such sentiments were indeed rare. Miss Wei, are you questioning my judgment? Fang Yu's demeanor shifted, the warmth in his voice replaced by a sharp and audacious edge. If I say you are worth this amount, then you are worth it. I never engage in unprofitable ventures. Consider it. Miss Wei, there is no rush to agree now. I can grant you ample time to reflect. After a brief silence, Wei Ziyu inhaled deeply and replied, I need not think it over. I agree. Fang Yu's proposal was undeniably generous, and she felt she had no standing to negotiate. Initially, Wei Ziyu had harbored concerns that Fang Yu might have ulterior motives, but she quickly realized that, given his stature, he could have any woman he desired. Surely, a mere whisper would attract numerous celebrities vying for his attention. Why would he go through such lengths to seek her out? Moreover, Wei Ziyu bit her lip, recalling that her adoptive father's condition had worsened, and the doctors had suggested new treatment options that she could not afford. She was in dire need of financial assistance. Thus, with resolve, Wei Ziyu unhesitatingly signed the contract. A flicker of joy crossed Fang Yu's face. This was a success. Wei Ziyu pushed the signed contract back towards him. Fang Xiao, the contract is finalized. Fang Yu picked it up, glancing over it casually, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Securing a 30% share of the profits for the future megastar, Wei Ziyu, who was destined to be hailed as the Queen of Singing, was indeed a shrewd deal on his part. Having committed to curing her adoptive father's illness and signing what effectively amounted to a 10-year indenture, this contract undoubtedly severed the invisible ties between Wei Ziyu and Chun Yi. Ding. Chun Ye's Harem 1. Chapter 31. Affection Source. Fang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Furthermore, Wei Ziyu was not merely Chun Ye's primary partner in the narrative. Her future as a superstar was of great significance to him. As for why he hadn't sought her out sooner for such a pivotal role, the reason was straightforward. The timing had not been right. According to the story, Wei Ziyu's adoptive father's condition would deteriorate in the coming days, necessitating substantial treatment costs, placing her in a position of vulnerability and helplessness. Presenting the offer at this moment was the perfect opportunity to penetrate Wei Ziyu's heart. After signing the contract, Wei Ziyu stole a glance at Fang Yu. Memories flooded her mind of how he had stepped in when others pursued her, standing up during her darkest hours to proclaim, I can offer you a chance to change your destiny, and he truly delivered on that promise. Fang Yu, exuding an unparalleled charm, with his sharp features and striking visage, radiated confidence and intensity, instilling an unexplainable sense of reassurance. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Yu's presence had already left a subtle imprint on Wei Ziyu's heart, creating a ripple of emotions. It was only then that Wei Ziyu realized she had been staring at Fang Yu, lost in thought. Coming to her senses, she couldn't help but mock herself internally. What was she thinking? Fang Yu was the heir of the Fang group, a figure of immense stature, while she was merely an ordinary girl. Had it not been for their chance encounter and his recognition of her potential, their fates would never have intertwined. Fang Yu observed Wei Ziyu, whose emotions were clearly in flux. No subtle shift in her feelings could escape his keen perception, especially since the system could track affection levels. Ding. Wei Ziyu's affection for the host rose to 30. Ding. Wei Ziyu's affection for the host rose to 50. Ding. Wei Ziyu's affection for the host rose to 65. In the blink of an eye, Wei Ziyu's affection reached 65 and stabilized there. At that moment, her lips parted slightly. Her hands clenched as if she wished to say something. Fang Yu noticed her unusual demeanor and instantly understood her intent. Rest assured, Miss Wei. Now that the contract is signed, I will fulfill my promise. You can take care of your school matters and complete your withdrawal process. Tomorrow, I shall escort your father to Fang's hospital, ensuring he receives the finest medical care available. Wei Ziyu spoke with a hint of urgency. Thank you, Fang Xiao. The term Fang Xiao felt rather overly formal. Fang Yu replied with a gentle smile. We are both freshmen at Sunrise University and can be considered classmates. Please, just call me Fang Yu. This request rendered Wei Ziyu somewhat flustered, yet under Fang Yu's gaze, she managed to murmur, Thank you, Fang Yu. Fang Yu smiled softly. Let us proceed. You should return to school to handle your withdrawal procedures. I will make the necessary arrangements. He hailed a vehicle for Wei Ziyu, escorting her to the university, while he returned to the cafe, resuming his previous seat. Before long, the familiar chime of the system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Host's villain value 1000. Protagonist's luck value 1000. Friendly reminder. Current villain value 2900. Protagonist's luck value 8900. Chapter 32. New Skills. Fang Yu did not hasten to check the system, but continued to savor the cup of coffee he had yet to finish, turning his gaze to the view outside the window. Approximately 10 minutes later, The cafe door swung open, and a figure strode in, tall and sporting bangs. It was none other than the young man who had previously harassed Wei Ziyu by the food stall and had subsequently faced Fang Yu's stern reprimand. The young man approached Fang Yu and sat beside him, his demeanor respectful, tinged even with a hint of trepidation. Fang Yu remained focused on the outside, taking his time before turning back, retrieving his phone, and tapping swiftly. Beep. The young man glanced at the payment notification on his phone, a look of delight crossing his face. Thank you. Fang Xiao? Fang Yu suddenly inquired. Are you one of Zhou Wenlong's subordinates? Yes, the young man replied, careful not to show any sign of disrespect. Fang Yu nodded. On your way back, please inform him that I will be seeking him out shortly. Of course. I will relay the message. Fang Yu waved his hand. Go now, and do not draw attention. The young man stood respectfully and exited the cafe, casting a cautious glance around before departing. Watching his retreating figure, Fang Yu's eyes darkened, revealing a hint of indifference. Eventually, he withdrew his gaze and summoned the system. The Supreme Villain System. Host, Fang Yu. Personal wealth, 1, 9 billion, integer calculation. Charisma, 30. Physique, 27. Skills, cello, advanced. Piano, advanced. Literary appreciation, intermediate. Villain value, 2,900. Current triggered book, The Master Descends into the City. With 2,900 villain points accrued, he could enhance his physique. Fang Yu's expression shifted slightly. The system had previously stated that once his physique reached 50, the villain points required for each subsequent increase would escalate. With 2,900 villain points, he could indeed elevate his physique beyond 50. However, after a moment's consideration, he resolved to retain 1,000 villain points as a precaution, for the future remained uncertain. System. Increase physique by 19 points. Ding. Villain points, 1,900. Host physique, 19. An even more intense surge of power descended from the void, permeating Fang Yu's being, saturating his limbs and invigorating his muscles. Humph. This time, the sensation of pain was evidently more acute than before, compelling Fang Yu to involuntarily close his eyes and stifle a groan. A significant difference this time was that Fang Yu distinctly sensed an elevation in his mental acuity. A refreshing coolness coursed through his mind, eliciting an indescribable comfort, and his awareness of the external world sharpened immensely. He suddenly felt as though he could faintly manipulate his mental energy. Fang Yu's eyes snapped open, ablaze with intensity. Before him sat a young man, engrossed in typing on his laptop, occasionally tugging at his hair in frustration, seemingly struggling to complete his thesis. As the young man reached for his coffee, ready to take a sip, he was suddenly overtaken by a moment of disorientation, causing the cup to slip from his grasp. Crash! The shattering sound jolted the young man back to reality, startling him. Fang Yu's gaze dimmed momentarily. This stirred something within him, prompting him to glance at the system once more. The Supreme Villain System. Host, Fang Yu. Personal wealth, 1, 9 billion. Charisma, 30. Physique, 46. Skills, cello, advanced. Piano, advanced. Literary appreciation, intermediate. Villain value, 1,000. Current triggered book, The Master Descends into the City. Following the skills, a new line of small text emerged. Intimidation, intermediate. Chapter 33, Chen Yi appears. Intimidation, intermediate? Fang Yu pondered, somewhat perplexed, yet adhering to the principle of inquiring when in doubt. He internally questioned, System. What is the origin of this newly acquired skill? The system responded, Intimidation is a skill generated automatically when the host's mental energy reaches a certain threshold. It is the most rudimentary application of mental energy, capable of impacting the target's psyche and inducing a fleeting sense of disorientation. The effectiveness depends on the target's mental fortitude. Should it be upgraded to advanced, it will transform into the skill hypnosis, a skill arising from the enhancement of mental energy. A contemplative expression crossed Fang Yu's face. This skill appears quite advantageous. In certain situations, a momentary lapse in awareness could prove fatal. Moreover, this skill is currently at the intermediate level, leaving ample room for enhancement. Advancing to the advanced level would yield hypnosis, and there may be further developments beyond that. System, how many villain points are required to elevate this skill to advanced? To upgrade Intimidation, intermediate, to hypnosis, advanced, 3,000 villain points are needed. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu was momentarily speechless. 3,000? He currently possessed only 1,000 villain points, utterly insufficient. Host, I must remind you that skill upgrades, aside from consuming villain points, can also progress in tandem with the host's state changes. According to system calculations, once the host's physique reaches 55 points, due to the increase in mental energy, this skill will automatically upgrade to hypnosis, advanced. Fang Yu nodded in understanding. Much like his skills in violin and literary appreciation, he could enhance them through study. The principle remained consistent. As long as his mental energy increased, the skill's advancement would occur naturally. With a physique of 46 points, he was not far from 55. Thus, he decided to wait. Although he was curious about the effects of hypnosis, it was unnecessary to expend 3,000 villain points for it. With this thought, Fang Yu willed the system panel away. Boss. Check please. 1 minute later, Fang Yu exited the cafe, intending to drive to the company. Fang Qixiong had recently begun gradually delegating group affairs to him, leaving him with a considerable workload. After that, he needed to visit Fang's hospital to arrange the treatment for Wei Ziyu's father. Given Wei Ziyu's significance as a character, Fang Yu dared not be the slightest bit negligent or careless. The cafe was not far from the university, and Wei Ziyu soon returned to Sunrise University. Upon re-entering the familiar campus, she felt as though everything before her had undergone a transformation. The sun shone brightly, and the surroundings were awash with vibrant colors, imparting a sense of lightness upon her. Wei Ziyu understood that her future was on the brink of monumental change. Her father's illness had a chance of being cured, and she no longer had to struggle for survival, nor would her future remain shrouded in uncertainty. All of this was thanks to that one person. A genuine smile radiated from her face as she made her way towards the administrative building. Meanwhile, at the front gate of the school, a red Ferrari came to a slow halt. A young man in his early 20s opened the car door and leapt out. This was Chunyi. Yet, at this moment, he was no longer clad in the casual attire of his past, but rather dressed in meticulously coordinated designer leisure wear, with an expensive watch adorning his wrist. A subtle smile graced his lips, and coupled with his already handsome features, he exuded an extraordinary charm. Chapter 34. A Second Bewilderment. Is this Shiri University? Chunyi gazed at the spacious and grand entrance before him, unable to suppress a sound of admiration. Just then, the window of the Ferrari rolled down, revealing Zhao Shiyu's face, which was etched with displeasure and hostility. Impatiently, she reminded him, "Don't cause any more trouble, understood?" Without waiting for a response, she pressed the accelerator, transforming into a streak of red lightning as she sped away. Chunyi felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that Zhao Shiyu harbored considerable disdain for him. What had he done to offend her? Shaking his head, he strode into the school. As he walked, his thoughts drifted back to the incident where he had nearly been abducted to a mental institution, his expression darkening. From Zhao Xinrui, he had learned the significance of the name Fang Yu. He was the eldest son of the Fang family, a top-tier aristocratic family in Haiqing City, an undeniable scion of power. Yet, no matter how hard Chunyi racked his brain, he could not comprehend why Fang Yu would target him, given that they bore no grievances against each other. However, that was of little consequence now. Since he had taken action against me, I could not swallow this insult without retaliating. A flicker of determination shone in Chunyi's eyes. As the protagonist, how could he endure being bullied in silence? Protagonists are often characterized by their propensity for revenge. Generally, it is an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. Of course, Chunyi was no fool. Having just arrived in Haiqing City, he had no foundation here and would not recklessly confront Fang Yu. The Fang family was formidable. Not only could he not contend with them, but even the Zhao family behind him was far from a match, relying instead on the influence of the Ji family. Once I establish my reputation through my medical skills and cultivate connections with influential figures, what would the Fang family amount to? They would be easily vanquished. Chunyi's gaze turned icy. Just wait, I will reclaim what I lost that day. However, soon enough, his attention was drawn to the beautiful women passing through the campus, stirring a sense of excitement within him. After spending so many years in the mountains, leading a life devoid of desires, descending into the world now felt liberating. In the novels, the protagonist Chun-Yi was often surrounded by blossoms, continuously encountering romantic opportunities with school beauties, teachers, and mothers alike. As he aimlessly wandered the campus, he reveled in the sight of lovely legs, feeling relaxed and at ease. Eventually, he arrived at the side entrance of Shiri University. At that moment, he noticed someone walking ahead of him. As he looked up, his heart raced, his eyes widening in awe. How beautiful! If perfection was rated at 100, he felt this enchanting girl could easily score a 98. The stunning girl who captivated Chun-Yi was none other than Wei Ziyu, who had just completed her withdrawal procedures. In her haste to leave with Fang Yu, she had abandoned her stall at the entrance and now intended to retrieve it. As Wei Ziyu busied herself with packing, she felt a wave of emotions. No longer would she have to endure the strange or pitying gazes of her classmates while working this job. She longed to rush to the hospital and share the good news with her father. "Hey, beautiful," a magnetic voice interrupted her thoughts. Wei Ziyu looked up to find a handsome young man standing before her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Beautiful, I would like 10 hand-grabbed pancakes." Chunyi struggled to tear his gaze away from Wei Ziyu. In his view, he ought to tend to her business first, using it as an opening for deeper conversation. The flirtation had commenced. Wei Ziyu shook her head, saying, "I've already closed up." Flirtation concluded. "Oh, I see. When will you set up your stall again?" "I'll come by then. Yi replied awkwardly. Wei Ziyu smiled faintly. I want to be coming back. I found a new job. Yi's expression faltered. This was not the promising start he had hoped for. However, as the protagonist of a harem story, he was not one to easily concede. Wei Ziyu was exactly his type. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Yi smiled. You must be a student at Shiri University too, right? I just enrolled and am not familiar with the campus. Could you kindly show me around? Yi marveled at his own cleverness in concocting such a plausible excuse. Perfect. Wei Ziyu politely replied, but I've already withdrawn, so you might want to ask someone else. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Saying this, she hastily pushed her stall away and left. Withdrawn? Yi's mouth twitched. Sigh. Watching Wei Ziyu depart, he reached out as if to say something, but ultimately let his hand fall in resignation. In this situation, no matter how thick his skin was, he could not muster the courage to continue flirting. Oh well, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why be infatuated with just one flower? Yi muttered to himself, attempting to console his disappointment. Yet he couldn't help but glance back at Wei Ziyu's retreating figure. A sense of longing enveloped him, as if he had missed something of great importance. What was going on? Yi shook his head and pulled out his phone to call. Directorly, where's my classroom? Please send me a class schedule. Soon. The class schedule and classroom information arrived on his phone. Yi, brimming with excitement, rushed off, not to attend class, but to pursue romantic endeavors. Here I come. The blissful university life. Shortly thereafter, Yi entered a teaching building located on the southwest side of the campus and paused before a spacious lecture hall. After checking the information on his phone, he confirmed it was indeed the right place. He adjusted his attire slightly, donned a self-assured smile, and stepped inside. In the next moment, his smile froze on his face. The classroom was saturated with the pungent aroma of masculine energy, so intense it could repel evil spirits. One by one, the rugged men in the room turned their gazes toward Yi. Yi was bewildered. What on earth was happening here? Chapter 35, The Cloud Summit Villa, The Intruder. As evening descended, having arranged matters with Tianyu Media and Fang Hospital, Fang Yu drove home. But this time he did not return to the Fang family villa. Instead, he headed to a newly acquired estate, nestled in the Yunshan community on the outskirts. The villa he purchased was none other than the prestigious Villa Yundian, located at the pinnacle of the development, priced at an astounding 200 million. This residence was a symbol of status and prestige, and Fang Yu was indifferent to such trivial financial considerations, especially as he was poised to inherit the Fang group. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Ding. Host's villain value, 100. Protagonist's luck value, 100. Another chime followed. Ding. Host's villain value, 200. Protagonist's luck value, 200. A smile spread across Fang Yu's face as he mused. Ah, it seems the arrangements at school are bearing fruit. That fellow has indeed made an appearance at Shiri University. At that moment, a call came through from Li Wenbin's associates, reporting on Yi's situation. Fang Yu was not surprised by most of the information. But when he heard that Yi had encountered Wei Ziyu, his brows furrowed involuntarily. To think these two had crossed paths. Fang Yu's voice turned grave as he inquired. What transpired between them? The caller recounted how Yi had attempted to strike up a conversation with Wei Ziyu, only to leave awkwardly after his advances were rebuffed. Fang Yu let out a sigh of relief, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he remarked, this ridiculous protagonist halo is indeed troublesome. Desperately trying to pair Yi with Wei Ziyu. Fortunately, I'm one step ahead. Once I cure Wei Ziyu's father and elevate her favorability, Yi shall have no opportunities left. This was merely the beginning. He would gradually seize the remaining luck value from Yi, and then send him peacefully on his way. In his next life, let him not be the protagonist again. Continue to monitor Yi. Do not let your guard down. Fang Yu instructed before ending the call. As he drove into Yunshan community, the security personnel he encountered greeted him respectfully. They had been briefed in a meeting and were aware that he was the mysterious Tycoon who had purchased Villa Yundian. Therefore, their demeanor was exceptionally deferential, not daring to show any sign of negligence. As the final stretch to the mountaintop was inaccessible by car, Fang Yu opted to walk along the path. Before long, the grand outline of the villa came into view. Spanning nearly 10 acres, Villa Yundian was exquisitely adorned, embodying a classical and majestic style that radiated elegance. Upon swiping his card to enter the remarkably spacious courtyard, Fang Yu's brow suddenly creased. With a physique rating of 46, Fang Yu's mental acuity had surged, allowing him to perceive his surroundings with heightened sensitivity. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed the presence of others within the villa. His expression turned serious. Having just acquired Villa Yundian, he had yet to arrange for bodyguards or servants, so there should not have been anyone inside. Thieves? No, something felt amiss. Fang Yu remained composed, focusing his awareness on the vicinity. This place was equipped with infrared and gravity sensors, and any ordinary burglar would have been apprehended by the security long ago. Moreover, there seemed to be more than one intruder. As a realization struck him, Fang Yu paused, a sly smile creeping onto his face. He stepped forward and declared, "Come out, there's no need to hide, iron guards." Silence enveloped the area, a heavy stillness. Suddenly, a deep voice emerged from the shadows. "How did young Master Fang discover our presence?" Without a sound, several figures emerged from the gloom, standing before Fang Yu. There were 8 in total, 7 men and 1 woman, the oldest among them barely over 30, the youngest just in their 20s. The Iron Guards. They had forsaken their names, identifying themselves solely by their code names from Iron 1 to Iron 8, vowing lifelong loyalty to the Fang family, exhibiting extraordinary allegiance. The most potent weapons hidden in the shadows. They were a dagger poised to pierce the enemy's heart at a crucial moment. The common trait among these individuals was their formidable strength, yet they were not mere brutes. Each possessed unique skills in assassination, disguise, and reconnaissance. When united, their destructive capabilities would multiply exponentially. Young Master Fang. All 8 uttered in unison, their countenances cold and infused with a hint of lethal intent. Standing together, their auras resonated and intertwined, creating an illusion of unity. Without careful perception, one might mistake them for a single entity. The oppressive pressure created by their intermingling energies even left Fang Yu feeling a touch breathless. Fang Yu felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. No wonder these Iron Guards nearly forced the protagonist into a corner in the narrative. The original heir of the Fang family had deployed the Iron Guards to assassinate Chun Yi. Although Chun Yi ultimately survived, he was gravely injured and fell into a coma, requiring hospitalization. At that time, Chun Yi had already garnered great fortune, enhancing both his strength and medical skills. Yet he still fell short against the combined might of the Iron Guards. Of course, Chun Yi's forte lay in medicine, not combat, and as the story progressed, he amassed a cadre of skilled allies who would fight on his behalf. Regrettably, the Iron Guards had not been present during that initial confrontation. Otherwise, Fang Yu couldn't help but ponder, but he quickly shook his head. Dwelling on such matters now was futile, and even if the Iron Guards had been deployed then, success was not guaranteed. His gaze was deep and composed. In retrospect, Fang Yu had thoroughly analyzed that operation, ultimately concluding, it was far too coincidental. Though he was unaware of Chun Yi's perilous potential, he was not a fool. Why had Chun Yi suddenly brought up his own name in the car? Chun Yi had attacked the driver, causing the vehicle to veer toward an empty roadside and flip over, allowing Chun Yi to escape through the window, nearly unscathed. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the shackles binding Chun Yi had been of inferior quality. Otherwise, he could not have broken free in such a short time. The protagonist's halo. That was the only explanation. Before the protagonist's halo was stripped away, any attempt to forcibly kill him would invoke the interference of the world's will, resulting in unforeseen complications and failure. This was what the system had explicitly communicated to him. Upon further reflection, the desire to keep the protagonist imprisoned stemmed from the same principle. The world's will would not permit such an occurrence. Therefore, even if the Iron Guards had been dispatched at that time, there was a high probability of failure. The only viable approach was to seize opportunities, alter the narrative, and strip the protagonist's halo. Once that was accomplished, Chun Yi would merely be a lamb awaiting slaughter, vulnerable to manipulation. Fang Yu pulled back his thoughts, his gaze sweeping over the 8 Iron Guards. When it landed on the last one, Iron 8, he paused slightly. Iron 8, the sole female among the Iron Guards, was in her 20s, not much older than Fang Yu. Skilled in assassination, her expression was cold and indifferent, yet her figure was voluptuous, and her beauty could easily score above 95. Fang Yu's gaze turned peculiar, for in the original text, this Iron 8 harbored feelings for that young Master Fang. Yet, due to the chasm of their identities, she had never revealed her affection, secretly observing Fang Yu during missions. After Fang Yu met his demise at Chun Yi's hands, Iron 8, consumed by rage, had embarked on a solo mission to assassinate Chun Yi, ultimately meeting a tragic fate herself, a character steeped in sorrow. At this moment, Iron 7 suddenly broke the silence. Young Master Fang, how did you discover us? Upon hearing this, not only Iron 7 but the other Iron Guards also turned their gaze toward him, equally perplexed by the matter. Given their skills, it was a mystery how anyone, let alone an average person, could detect their presence. Fang Yu did not respond, but merely smiled enigmatically. He suddenly felt a surge of eagerness, since enhancing his physique, he had yet to test the extent of his strength. After all, an ordinary person could hardly be his opponent, and the Iron Guard before him was precisely the subject he sought to evaluate. Thus, Fang Yu broke into a grin, sensing a rising fervor for battle within him. He beckoned to Tai Chi and said, "Would you like to know how I discovered my prowess? It's simple. Let's engage in a match. If you win, I shall reveal it to you." Tai Chi furrowed his brow. "Young Master Fang, are you jesting? How could I possibly contend with you?" Fang Yu's expression remained impassive. What? Are you afraid? The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Ultimately, Tai Chi let out a deep sigh, stepping forward once more, the aura of menace radiating from him. In that case, I shall not hold back. I will strike judiciously, ensuring no harm comes to young Master Fang. His words lacked seriousness, carrying an air of nonchalance, as if an adult were playfully sparring with a child. Very well, Fang Yu smiled, twisting his wrist. Then do be cautious. Tai Chi chuckled in disbelief. Young Master Fang, feel free to strike. He had never heard of Fang Yu studying any martial arts, and upon observing his stances and subtle body movements, it was evident that he was a novice. Perhaps he had dabbled in some online martial arts for a few days, leading him to believe he was invincible? How amusing. Tai Chi shook his head. Now here I come. Fang Yu bent slightly, his right foot lunging forward as he smashed out like a wall, crashing into Tai Chi. Tai Chi's expression shifted dramatically. Reacting instinctively, he raised his arms to block, only to be sent hurtling backward, crashing into a wall not far off. Coughing violently, Tai Chi felt as though his body might shatter, slowly sliding down the wall, his face etched with disbelief. What just happened? Fang Yu straightened, speaking coolly. I won't show mercy from here on. Tai Chi's demeanor turned grave, no longer daring to underestimate him. The strength Fang Yu had just displayed was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary person. Bang! The two of them stomped their feet on the ground, their figures almost simultaneously darting forth, quickly converging. The sound of their collision reverberated through the air. Their fists and feet clashed relentlessly. The more they fought, the more suffocating it became for Tai Chi. Fang Yu exhibited no discernible technique or strategy, yet his formidable physical prowess overwhelmed him with brute force. Each strike from Fang Yu sent shockwaves through Tai Chi's body, as if he were battling not a man, but a ferocious beast. Were it not for his specialized training and equally robust physique, Tai Chi would have surely crumbled under the onslaught. Bang! Fang Yu's right arm came crashing down. Tai Chi raised his arm to block, but the sheer force bent his knee, cracking the ground beneath him. Gritting his teeth to suppress the urge to spit blood, he seized upon a moment of weakness in Fang Yu's stance, stepping forward with a low growl, his muscles taut, delivering a thrusting punch. But at that moment, Fang Yu's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity. Intimidation, intermediate. Tai Chi found himself momentarily dazed, his form frozen in place. When he snapped back to reality, Fang Yu's hand was already poised around his throat, a smirk playing on his lips. Tai Chi's eyes widened with astonishment, but he eventually sighed. I concede. Chapter 37, Targeted Extraction. In that final moment, though Tai Chi was baffled by what had transpired, it was undoubtedly the result of Fang Yu's prowess. The Iron Guards watching on were left speechless. Tai Chi, having lost, each member of the Iron Guard was elite among elites, far surpassing ordinary individuals. While Tai Chi was not the strongest among them, he was certainly not the weakest. Fang Yu addressed Tai Chi with a measured tone. Return to formation. Yes. Tai Chi replied respectfully, swiftly rejoining his ranks. The glances the Iron Guards cast at Fang Yu now held a hint of reverence, their previous arrogance diminished. For them, immense strength was the simplest pathway to respect. Buzzing. At that moment, Fang Yu's phone rang. It was Fang Qixiong calling. Xiao Yu, have you encountered the Iron Guards? Fang Qixiong inquired with a smile. I had them infiltrate your villa early. I wanted you to witness their capabilities firsthand. Indeed, I have seen them in action. Fang Yu glanced at Tai Chi, a knowing look in his eyes. Tai Chi felt his face flush with embarrassment. Given Fang Yu's strength, there was no need for them to showcase their skills in front of him. Fang Yu remained noncommittal. After all, he was an extraordinary player equipped with a system, and the value of the Iron Guards extended far beyond their individual strength. They were not mere ruffians wielding knives on the streets. They were specialists operating in the shadows, responsible for protection and executing various tasks. Fang Qixiong offered a few more pieces of advice before reminding Fang Yu not to forget about the board meeting, then ended the call. Fang Yu gestured to the Iron Guards. Maintain vigilance around the villa. I will summon you whenever there is a task. Yes. The Iron Guards responded in unison. After witnessing the recent events, they were now thoroughly impressed by Fang Yu. Fang Yu entered the villa alone, settling onto a sofa in the hall, contemplating the battle that had just transpired. Using the Iron Guards as a benchmark, with the aid of his system, it was clear that his physique had begun to overshadow that of ordinary individuals. In the Mountain Descending Master, which leans towards the themes of healing and romance. While the Iron Guard's strength was not at the pinnacle, they certainly belonged to the top tier. However, despite possessing formidable physicality, he lacked the corresponding combat techniques. Had he not employed intimidation earlier, Tai Chi would have surely capitalized on his weaknesses to turn the tide. Fang Yu pondered. In the previous skirmish, he had relied solely on brute strength. Tai Chi's attacks posed little threat to him, yet he could land blows that sent his opponent reeling. In a fair contest with a body of equal strength, he would have undoubtedly lost. Moreover, the Iron Guards had not even utilized weapons. Had they employed cold or even more familiar firearms, Fang Yu would have stood no chance against them. Fang Yu summoned the system. He needed to address this gap in his capabilities, and the method to do so was through targeted skill extraction. System, I wish to extract skills related to combat techniques. Ding. Matching skills, martial arts. Would you like to extract? Extract. Fang Yu replied without hesitation. Ding. Villain points, 1,000. Host has acquired advanced martial arts. Fang Yu's heart brimmed with joy. Advanced. The skills obtained through targeted extraction are randomly selected from 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And Fang Yu had been fortunate enough to attain the highest initial skill level. Advanced was the pinnacle achievable by an ordinary person. A vast expanse of knowledge surged forth from the depths of his mind, transforming into instinctive understanding. Combat techniques, stealth maneuvers, power generation, firearms proficiency, in essence. All combat-related skills were unlocked. Muscle memory materialized unexpectedly, seamlessly embedding itself within his very being, dispelling the previous sense of disarray brought on by his newfound strength. As if he had been honed through countless trials, Fang Yu gently clenched his fist, reflecting with a sense of awe, the system truly possesses immense power. Alas, the villain points have diminished considerably. However, the villain points are meant to be utilized. If they are not converted into tangible strength, what purpose do they serve? Moreover, he remarked with a faint smile, lacking villain points. One can simply extract them from Chunyi, can't one? Chapter 38. The Astonished Lu Ping. The following day, in the morning, at the Jinggan Hospital in Haiqing City, an establishment languishing at the bottom tier of medical facilities, the only advantage it boasted was its affordable fees. Consequently, many impoverished families, unable to afford treatment at larger hospitals, opted to seek care here. On the 5th floor, in a patient room, Wei Ziyu sat peeling an apple, while on the hospital bed lay her father, Wei Xingyan, a man around 50 years old, wearing an oxygen mask, his complexion a sickly pallor. A flicker of concern crossed Wei Ziyu's face as she gazed at her father. His condition had suddenly worsened, necessitating urgent hospitalization, and they had barely pulled him back from the brink of death. He remained in a deep, unresponsive slumber. Yet, recalling Fang Yu's promise, a smile graced her features. Fang's hospital was the finest in Haiqing City, indeed the preeminent institution in the entire Lin Prefecture. At that moment, a doctor clad in a white coat, appearing to be in his 30s, entered the room, and upon stepping through the door, he smiled and said, "Miss Wei, let us discuss your father's condition outside." Upon seeing this doctor, Wei Ziyu's expression filled with fury. Lu Ping, the attending physician for Wei Xingyan, had a director uncle, enchanted by Wei Ziyu's beauty. He had proposed that if she agreed to be with him, he would reduce her father's medical expenses. How could Wei Ziyu possibly acquiesce? Naturally, she indignantly rejected his conditions. Thus, Lu Ping became incensed, deeming Wei Ziyu ungrateful, and began to deliberately obstruct her at every turn, even resorting to threats. Wei Ziyu had reported the situation to the hospital, but Lu Ping's uncle suppressed the matter, resulting in it being brushed aside each time. Moreover, she dared not escalate the situation, as Wei Xingyan still required treatment there. However, on this occasion, Wei Ziyu felt utterly unafraid. Very well, let us converse. The two descended the stairs and stepped outside. As they walked along the path, Lu Ping chuckled. "Miss Wei, have you given any thought to my proposal? Would you care to reconsider my conditions?" "I have indeed given it considerable thought," Wei Ziyu replied coolly. Lu Ping's smile broadened. "Oh, I am curious to know what your decision is." "I refuse," Wei Ziyu said coldly. Instantly, Lu Ping's expression darkened. "Miss Wei, your father's condition has been quite precarious of late. You must contemplate this carefully." In his view, she was utterly oblivious to the gravity of her situation. Wei Ziyu stated, "You need not concern yourself. I shall arrange for my father to be transferred immediately." Lu Ping scoffed. "Oh, transferred? To where do you intend to send him?" "To Fang's hospital." Lu Ping was momentarily taken aback, then halted in his tracks and erupted into laughter, nearly brought to tears by his amusement. "Ha ha ha, Fang's hospital? Miss Wei, are you jesting? Do you have any notion of the caliber of Fang's hospital? It is a subsidiary of the Fang Group. You cannot even afford to stay in our Jinggan hospital, and you wish to go there?" Buzz. Wei Ziyu's phone rang, and upon answering, Fang Yu's voice resonated. "I have arrived." "Arrived?" Wei Ziyu exclaimed with joy, scanning her surroundings, but failing to spot Fang Yu. "I can see you already," Fang Yu chuckled softly. "Look up, and then step aside a bit." Lu Ping continued to sneer beside her. "Miss Wei, I advise you to reconsider." His words were abruptly silenced as a resounding noise echoed from above. Lu Ping looked up, his face instantly becoming a mask of shock. In the sky, a colossal object, spanning several dozen meters, soared through the air, blocking the sunlight and casting a menacing, chilling silhouette on the ground. The helicopter's rotors stirred the air, whipping up a tempest. What astonished Lu Ping even more was the emblem emblazoned on the helicopter, a symbol known far and wide within Haiqing City. It signified the Fang Group. Chapter 39. A Strong Will to Survive. Boom. The helicopter gradually descended onto the lawn of Jinggan Hospital, swirling dust in its wake. What was happening? Lu Ping felt as though his eyes were struggling to remain open. Once he could discern his surroundings clearly, he observed a young man clad in a bespoke onyxate suit stepping down from the helicopter. His skin was fair, his features resolute and chiseled, with a pair of deep, tranquil black eyes that seemed impervious to distraction. Lu Ping scrutinized him closely, and suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Wasn't this Fang Yu, the young master of the Fang Group? He had chanced upon Fang Yu from a distance during an academic conference with his uncle, and thus recognized him instantly. Lu Ping straightened his attire, filled with trepidation, and hurried forward to greet Fang Yu. If he could leave even the slightest favorable impression on this individual, it might present an opportunity for him to ascend the ranks in the future. However, Wei Ziyu dashed past him first. Fang Yu, you have arrived. Lu Ping was utterly dumbfounded. A growing sense of foreboding enveloped him. Wei Ziyu's earlier statement about transferring her father to Fang's hospital was indeed true. Even more absurdly, the one here to assist was Fang Yu. Could they possibly share a deeper connection? His lips trembled as he realized he had threatened the woman accompanying Fang Yu. Fang Yu had already discerned Lu Ping's anxious demeanor, feigning ignorance while comprehending the situation. In the narrative, when Chunyi aided Wei Ziyu's father, he had seemingly dealt with several antagonists, and Lu Ping appeared to be one of them. Thus, Fang Yu feigned ignorance and inquired, "Who is this individual?" Wei Ziyu bit her lip, opened her mouth, but ultimately replied, "It's nothing." After all, she and Wei Xingyan would soon depart from Jinggan Hospital, heading to Fang's hospital, leaving behind the insufferable Lu Ping. Fang Yu's assistance had already been ample. She did not wish to burden him further, nor did she want him to perceive her as attempting to exploit his status for personal vengeance. Fang Yu sighed, gazing into Wei Ziyu's eyes, and spoke deliberately. "Since you have signed the contract, you are now my employee. I am obligated to take responsibility for your matters, so there is no need for you to bear any psychological burden. If there is anything, feel free to inform me." Ding. Wei Ziyu's affection for the host increased to 70. Ding. Wei Ziyu's affection for the host rose to 75. Hearing this, a warm sensation surged within Wei Ziyu, bringing with it a long-lost sense of security and comfort, though her emotions were somewhat tangled. She felt joy at Fang Yu's concern for her, his willingness to invest time in her affairs, while a flicker of melancholy dimmed her gaze at the definition he seemed to place on their relationship. Was it merely concern for a subordinate? Yet, observing Fang Yu's resolute demeanor, she decided to lay bare everything concerning Lu Ping. This is how it should be. How else can I accrue villain points? Fang Yu smiled gently and said, "Please arrange to transfer your father to the helicopter. We are about to depart." Wei Ziyu nodded, her expression slightly exhilarated as she hurried towards the hospital room. It was at this moment that Fang Yu raised his gaze, coldly directing it toward Lu Ping, who stood not far away. Upon recognizing Fang Yu's stare, Lu Ping was nearly paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling as if they might buckle beneath him. With a panicked expression, Lu Ping stammered, "Fang Xiao, I was wrong. I had no idea before. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared even with 10 lives." Fang Yu approached Lu Ping at a measured pace. With every step closer, Lu Ping's dread intensified. He was unaware of the fate that awaited him. The unknown is often the most terrifying of all. Fang Yu stood before Lu Ping, scrutinizing his pale visage in silence. Fang Xiao. Lu Ping's body quivered. "I heard you sought to coerce Wei Ziyu into submission? Is that so?" Fang Yu remarked indifferently, adjusting his suit while his gaze remained dismissively averted from Lu Ping, as if he were unworthy of his attention. Lu Ping was drenched in sweat. "I was just momentarily confused." "Momentarily confused? Very well. Let me assist you in becoming a bit wiser." Fang Yu snapped his fingers. Iron 7 emerged from nowhere. "Fang Xiao, what are your orders?" At present, the iron guards were strategically positioned around Fang Yu, maintaining a vigilant watch. "Bring me his third leg. After all, we are in a hospital, and treatment will be convenient." "Understood." Iron 7's expression remained unchanged, as if this were merely an ordinary task. He strode directly toward Lu Ping. No. Lu Ping flailed desperately, a torrent of regret and terror flooding his heart, tears streaming down his face. Yet he was seized by Iron 7 as if he were a mere chick and dragged to a corner. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air, followed by an eerie silence. How profoundly quiet it was. Fang Yu idly cleaned his ears before retrieving his phone and dialing a number, which connected instantly. "Is this the director of Jingyang Hospital?" "This is Fang Yu." He could hear the sound of hurried footsteps on the other end, followed by a breathless voice. "Fang Xiao, why didn't you notify us prior to your arrival at our hospital? I could have prepared." "There is no need for any reception," Fang Yu replied casually. "However, There is a small matter requiring your attention. Is there a doctor named Lu Ping at your hospital? And does he have an uncle who is a department head? I want both of them dismissed. Understood. The director of Jingyang Hospital dared not utter a word of protest, fully aware that Lu Ping had somehow provoked Fang Yu. As he approached the ground floor, he could faintly hear the echo of that horrific scream, but felt too intimidated to inquire further. Instead, he was filled with resentment towards Lu Ping. This scoundrel had often been let off the hook due to his uncle's influence, but now he had offended Fang Xiao. What if this jeopardized his own position? Fang Xiao. Actually, Lu Ping has a sister who also works at the hospital, the director cautiously added. Fang Yu chuckled softly. This fellow was quite eager to sever ties, wasn't he? However, it was merely a minor issue, so Fang Yu nonchalantly replied, then let her be dismissed as well. Oh, and send a stretcher. Lu Ping had an unfortunate accident, and, well, you might still be able to salvage the situation. Sometimes, living is the true hell. The director of Jingyang Hospital's lips twitched. An unfortunate accident. Who did he think he was fooling? A tremor coursed through his heart. He resolved never to provoke Fang Yu again. Chapter 40. The Excited Chunyi. Ding. Host's villain value 100. Protagonist's fortune value 100. Having dealt with Lu Ping and his uncle in place of the protagonist, Chunyi lost his chance to show off, thus receiving villain points. Of course, Lu Ping was merely a minor character, so the points gained were minimal, but it was better than nothing. Fang Yu waited downstairs for a while, but still saw no sign of Wei Ziyu. His brow furrowed. Why is it taking so long? At that moment, Wei Ziyu called, and upon answering, Fang Yu immediately inquired, what is going on? Haven't you resolved it yet? With some hesitation, Wei Ziyu replied, Fang Xiao. There is someone here claiming to be a doctor, insisting on conducting a physical examination on my father. He says he can easily cure my father's illness. A doctor? Fang Yu questioned, puzzled. What sort of doctor could possibly be at Jingyang Hospital? Wait a moment. His expression suddenly darkened as he asked, what does this person look like? A young man in his 20s. Fang Yu no longer needed to hear more. His demeanor turned as frigid as ice. Detain him. I'll be right over. That doctor is Chunyi. Miss Wei, your father's condition is. Chunyi spoke as he examined Wei Xingyan, his heart brimming with excitement. He had not anticipated that a visit to Jingyang Hospital today would lead to a serendipitous encounter with the captivating beauty who haunted his dreams. More importantly, she had a gravely ill father. Thus, he casually pointed out a few minor ailments affecting Wei Ziyu, earning her trust, and then seized the opportunity to request a diagnosis for Wei Xingyan. This was nothing short of a divine opportunity for him to showcase his skills and win over the maiden's affection. Although Wei Xingyan's illness was serious, it posed no substantial challenge for him. He had already begun to envision a future where he healed her father and won her heart. Chunyi spoke at length, leaving Wei Ziyu bewildered. Noticing her confusion, he smiled reassuringly. It's all right if you don't understand everything. Just know that I can cure your father's illness. With a few prescriptions and some treatment techniques, he will recover swiftly. Really? Wei Ziyu was somewhat skeptical, especially since the doctors at Jingyang Hospital had deemed her father's condition quite precarious. Yet this individual spoke of it so lightly. Logically, medicine is a discipline requiring practical experience and accumulated knowledge. Truly skilled experts are typically older, their hair grayed with wisdom. Chunyi appeared to be of similar age to her. How could he genuinely claim to be a miraculous healer? Sensing her doubts, Chunyi smiled lightly. Miss Wei, have I made any errors in pointing out your minor ailments? There were indeed no mistakes. Wei Ziyu hesitated before nodding. Were it otherwise, she would have expelled Chunyi long ago, never allowing him to approach Wei Xingyan. For her, even the slightest chance of hope was worth pursuing. Therefore, Miss Wei, Chunyi continued, you may place your trust in me. Bang. At that moment, the door to the ward was abruptly kicked open. Chunyi was startled, nearly falling from his chair, and when he looked up to see the visitor's face, his pupils instinctively constricted. Fang Yu. Chapter 41. The Harvest continues. Ever since the previous kidnapping incident, Chunyi had researched extensively about Fang Yu, so he naturally recognized him now. Fang Yu fixed his gaze on Chunyi, deliberately feigning surprise as he remarked, aren't you the thief who was apprehended by the inspectors at the station the other day? Ah, so you've transitioned into a physician now. Your versatility is truly impressive. The thief? Wei Ziyu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Fang Yu replied with a smirk. I happened to encounter him at the station the other day. And lo and behold, he was promptly taken away by the inspectors. Chunyi's expression shifted subtly. He recalled that Fang Yu was the individual he had seen on the second floor of the station that day. Could it be that he was also the reason he was taken by the inspectors? And now, he had come to sabotage his endeavors. Damn it! Chunyi's chest swelled with rage as he coldly retorted, I have no grievances with you. Why then do you slander me? Slander? Fang Yu scoffed mockingly. Do you dare deny that you were apprehended for pickpocketing and taken to the inspectorate? Certainly not. Chunyi instinctively countered. Feeling the weight of Wei Ziyu's suspicious gaze upon him, he continued, raising his voice. Moreover, what does this have to do with you? You are overstepping your bounds. Relation? Fang Yu chuckled, suddenly pulling Wei Ziyu into his embrace. Tell me, do you think it bears no relation? Thump, thump, thump. Wei Ziyu's heart raced violently, her mind reeling. Enveloped in Fang Yu's arms, she felt the strength of his broad chest and the overwhelming masculinity emanating from him, causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. She had never experienced such intimate contact with a boy. Though instinctively she wished to struggle, she ultimately found herself inexplicably halting, allowing Fang Yu to hold her. Ding! Wei Ziyu's affinity for the host increased to 80. Chunye's expression froze. Wei Ziyu was Fang Yu's woman. He instinctively found it hard to believe. Considering the union between the Fang and Song families was well known among the elite circles of Haiqing City. Yet, upon observing Wei Ziyu's expression, especially noting her lack of resistance, he felt a chill enveloping his heart. Was it possible that the one he had been pursuing was merely a second-hand treasure? His heart brimmed with resentment, realizing that the woman he had been infatuated with was openly embracing another in front of him. Simultaneously, a deep-seated jealousy arose. Jealousy that Fang Yu could have so many women. Both Song Chaoyu and Wei Ziyu were rare beauties, yet both had been claimed by him. Meanwhile, his attempts to court a girl had been met with repeated failures. Fine, very well. I will remember this incident, and you shall await the consequences. Chunyi, his face ashen, could no longer bear to remain there and stormed off. At that moment, Fang Yu released Wei Ziyu from his hold. She seemed to regain her senses. Exclaiming softly as she hurried to the side, her heart racing even more fiercely. What had she just done? She hadn't even offered the slightest resistance. As if she had enjoyed being in Fang Yu's embrace. A sense of anxiety washed over Wei Ziyu. Would Fang Yu think her a woman of loose morals? Sighing, Fang Yu remarked, "You actually believed such a charlatan?" Noticing that Fang Yu appeared to have forgotten the previous incident, Wei Ziyu felt a wave of relief wash over her as she responded, "But he did point out some of my little flaws, even knowing when I experience menstrual pain." Naive. Such matters are not difficult to uncover if one is truly intent on it. Fang Yu replied nonchalantly. "Allow me to guess. This fellow has certainly encountered you before." "Ah, how do you know?" Wei Ziyu instinctively retorted, but upon uttering the words, she felt foolish and quickly grew indignant. That scoundrel. Under Fang Yu's guidance, she naturally connected the dots, realizing that Chun Yi must have specifically investigated her after their encounter, masquerading as a doctor to get close to her. A fierce anger surged within her. Compared to her own situation, she found it even more intolerable that someone would exploit her father's illness to deceive her. Her impression of Chun Yi plummeted to an all-time low. Ding. Host villain value, 500. Protagonist luck value, 500. Fang Yu smiled faintly. This 500 villain value stemmed from Wei Ziyu's shift in attitude towards Chun Yi. Once Wei Ziyu's affinity reached 100, he anticipated reaping further rewards. Fang Yu cautioned, "This world is rife with villains. One must learn to discern them." Indeed, Wei Ziyu replied, somewhat shaken. Had it not been for Fang Yu, she might have fallen prey to that Chun Ye's deceit. "I'll be more vigilant in seeking out a doctor from now on. Let's transfer your father to the helicopter and head to Fang's hospital." Wei Ziyu nodded obediently and dashed towards the exit. Moments later, the smile faded from Fang Yu's face, his eyes glinting with a cold light. One could never afford to be careless when dealing with the protagonist. For the sake of his ultimate villain value, it seemed he would need to keep a close watch on Wei Ziyu to prevent any further unforeseen occurrences. A cruel smile crept across Fang Yu's lips. "I suppose the other side is just about to spring into action? Chun Yi, what has led you to harbor such delusions that you could threaten me and still depart unscathed?" Chapter 42, Breaking Legs. Chun Yi emerged from the hospital, his face cast in shadows. Fang Yu, his teeth clenched, his expression darkened. "I have never wronged this guy, yet he continues to make my life difficult. Believing I am easy prey." Regardless of whether he was embroiled due to the Zhao family or some other reason, Fang Yu was now undeniably his adversary. A plan began to take shape within Chun Ye's mind. He could not swallow this grievance. Chun Yi sneered coldly. His medical skills could save lives, but they could also take them. A divine doctor could indeed harm others and kill in the most inconspicuous of manners. He intended to disguise himself and lie in wait for Fang Yu, stealthily approaching to enact his scheme. He was confident that the methods he employed would be inscrutable to anyone but himself. What did wealth and power matter? What significance did a grand background hold? Ultimately, one could not escape the inevitability of aging, illness, and death. A somewhat arrogant smile graced Chun Ye's lips. This was the essence of being a divine doctor. This was the confidence that allowed him to roam the city with ease. Even if one wielded immense power and wealth, they would still need to treat him with deference. Take Zhao Xinrui of the Zhao family. Known for his unwavering authority and ruthless demeanor, even the clan leader, Zhao Ting, dared not show any disrespect towards him. Yet, they still had to treat him with utmost courtesy. Why? It was merely due to their recognition of his potential and, more importantly, their fear of death. Only he could cure Zhao Xinrui's ailment. The Zhao family was the first to curry favor with him. But they would not be the last. Families like the Ji and Fang clans, and even the broader region of Linzhou, would inevitably find themselves beneath his feet. As Chun Yi envisioned his expansive future, he felt a wave of lightness wash over him. At that point, what would the Fang family amount to? Merely ants. For now. However, he intended to collect some interest. Chun Yi sneered as he prepared to disguise himself and lay in wait for Fang Yu. Suddenly, a jolt of unease surged through him. A foreboding sensation crept in, a warning from his instincts. Chun Yi abruptly halted, scanning his surroundings, his expression darkening. He had become so engrossed in thought that he had unwittingly strayed into the vicinity of an abandoned warehouse, an area with few passers-by. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of footsteps shattered the silence, and before he knew it, 8 iron guards had surrounded Chun Yi. Iron 6 approached menacingly, mocking him. This guy really thinks ahead. Running off to this deserted spot. Chun Yi said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Are you fools? Why should we speak?" Taiba chuckled softly. Chun Yi felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He was not afraid of ordinary people. But the 8 individuals before him emanated an aura that intertwined and resonated, even causing a faint prickling sensation against his skin. They were undoubtedly experts. Old 8, Old 6. Stop wasting your breath on him, Tai Yi remarked, running a hand over his buzz cut, his expression indifferent as he gazed at the somewhat flustered Chun Yi. Flashing a grin. Rest assured, although the reason eludes us, our orders are not to kill you, merely to break your legs. 10 minutes later, Wei Ziyu's father had been evacuated to a helicopter, where a team of ready doctors was already attending to him. Fang Yu also stepped onto the helicopter. Beep. At that moment, he received a text message on his phone. It contained a succinct 4-character message. Mission accomplished. Very well. Fang Yu smiled, his eyes deep and profound. Ding. Host villain value, 500. Protagonist luck value, 500. Friendly reminder, current villain value, 1400. Current protagonist luck value, 7,500. Ding, congratulations to the host. The protagonist's luck value has decreased to 7,500, and the protagonist's halo has been stripped by more than 50. Please continue your efforts, host. Chapter 43, The Clown. Has half of the luck value already been plundered? Fang Yu raised an eyebrow. But is that all? No rewards at all? The only response was a series of silences. Forget it, so stingy. Fang Yu shrugged, his eyes slightly closed. With the luck value halved, Chun Yi can commence his countdown to life. With a considerable amount of villain value available for use, Fang Yu gazed at his 1,400 villain points and initially allocated 4 points to his physique. After all, the system had stated that upon reaching a physique of 50, the exchange ratio would alter. Ding. Host's villain value, 400. Physique, 4. Energy arose from the void, coursing through Fang Yu's body, distinctly enhancing his abilities. Ding. Host's physique has reached 50 points. The exchange ratio for villain value and physique points has adjusted, requiring 200 villain points for each additional point of physique. Hiss. Fang Yu inhaled sharply, a direct doubling. How ruthless. However, there was no choice. Regardless of the situation, physique points still needed to be added. With 1,000 villain points remaining, he could elevate his physique to 55. Then, the skill Intimidation, Intermediate, would upgrade to Hypnosis, Advanced. Fang Yu was particularly intrigued by this skill. As a skill recognized by the system, it could not possibly be mere trickery. Ding. Host's villain value 1,000. Physique, 5. The system's energy surged, transforming Fang Yu's body, and a refreshing sensation coursed through his mind, invigorating him. The skill Intimidation, Intermediate, silently morphed into Hypnosis, Advanced. Fang Yu suddenly raised his head, looking toward Wei Ziyu across from him. Noticing his movement, Wei Ziyu lifted her head to meet Fang Yu's gaze. Then, she saw the light in Fang Yu's eyes vanish, replaced by 2 swirling voids of darkness. Wei Ziyu's figure instantly froze, becoming utterly motionless, her pupils vacant and devoid of life. With no one else nearby, there was no concern of being noticed. Fang Yu maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, "What is your name?" "Wei Ziyu." "Who is your father?" "My father is Wei Xingyan." Fang Yu asked several questions, and Wei Ziyu responded vacantly. Suddenly, she asked, "Who is the person you like?" "The person I like is..." Wei Ziyu began, but abruptly displayed a flicker of struggle on her face. "Who?" The darkness in Fang Yu's eyes intensified. Wei Ziyu's expression returned to its vacant state. "The person I like is Fang Yu." Phew. Fang Yu exhaled deeply, retracting his mental energy. The confusion in Wei Ziyu's eyes dissipated, gradually returning to clarity. "What happened?" Wei Ziyu asked, somewhat tense and hurried. "Nothing." Fang Yu replied with a slight smile, though his mind raced with analysis. After being ensnared, She completely lost her awareness and retained no memory of subsequent events. When queried about sensitive topics, her mental state exhibited fluctuations, necessitating greater consumption of mental energy to maintain the state. Fang Yu felt a hint of fatigue. Utilizing the hypnosis skill had drained nearly a third of his mental energy. As it was his first time employing it, he was still inexperienced, wasting some mental energy. With practice, he should be able to reduce the consumption. Not long after, the helicopter arrived at Fang's hospital. Throughout the journey, Fang Yu gained further insights into the hypnosis skill, and his proficiency had significantly improved. The subject of his experimentation, of course, was Wei Ziyu. Upon reaching the hospital, Wei Ziyu furrowed her brow in contemplation, feeling as if she had forgotten something, and the time on the helicopter seemed to have passed unusually quickly. Fang's hospital had already prepared a VIP ward as per Fang Yu's instructions, complete with a luxurious team of experts assigned to treat Wei Xingyan. Initially, Fang Yu intended to linger a bit longer, but a call from Fang Qixiong interrupted him, his tone urgent and somber. The board meeting has been moved up. It will commence this afternoon. You need to come to Fang's group immediately. Fang Yu frowned. What is happening? I have been gradually delegating the group's affairs to you, and it seems some opportunists have taken notice and are eager to act. Fang Qixiong's voice was icy. I understand, Fang Yu replied. I will head over right away. As a conglomerate worth tens of billions, Fang's group was rife with entangled interests. Although Fang Qixiong held significant power, there were still various factions within the group. Especially considering Fang Yu's prior reputation as a notorious wastrel, it was natural for many to be eager to take advantage of the situation. Now that Fang Qixiong intended to transfer control of the group to Fang Yu, certain individuals would undoubtedly be unable to remain idle. I had initially hoped to let these clowns prance around for a while longer. Fang Yu's smile turned icy. But since they seek their own demise, I shall deal with them first. Chapter 44, Media Gathering. Before departing, Fang Yu seemed to recall something and dialed Lung Han's number. A few seconds later, the call connected. Young master, how is the investigation I asked you to conduct going? Why were there such glaring oversights during the audit of Gaoxing Group? Lung Han replied with a wry smile. Following your instructions, I tracked down the personnel responsible for auditing Dongsheng Group and several employees, but, speak. They have all recently committed suicide, with the investigation concluding it was due to overwhelming family pressure and depression. Fang Yu's eyes turned cold. At this point, he could be nearly certain that Gao Jiamin's situation was undoubtedly linked to Song Qiaoyu, ruthless and merciless, leaving no future troubles. This was precisely Song Qiaoyu's modus operandi. Fang Yu continued to inquire, what about Gao Jiamin? Lung Han swiftly responded, Gao Jiamin has been captured by a group of loan sharks. He has been subjected to torment these past few days and is on the brink of collapse. Fang Yu furrowed his brow, insisting, keep watching. Do not let your guard down. If Song Qiaoyu intends to erase any traces, then her first target should undoubtedly be Gao Jiamin. Why hasn't she acted? This suggests that something is amiss. Indeed, Lung Han hastily replied. After hanging up the phone, the helicopter quickly ascended amidst a roar, heading towards the distant Fang Corporation headquarters. The headquarters of the Fang Corporation is situated in the most opulent area of Haiqing City, a place where every inch is worth its weight in gold. Nevertheless, the affluent Fang Corporation occupies an entire complex here. On the west side of the headquarters building, the helipad had already gathered a considerable crowd. Most were journalists. Equipped with cameras and microphones, their faces alight with excitement. Renowned media outlets such as Longting News, Poi News, and Tianxia Deshiji had all arrived, alongside an overwhelming number of smaller media organizations, including the Dongxia Daily. The assembly was nothing short of extravagant and ostentatious. This frenzy was sparked half an hour prior when Fang Qixiong, the current head of the Fang family and chairman of the Fang Corporation, issued an official announcement. He declared that he would officially resign from his position as chairman in the board meeting scheduled that afternoon, handing over the reins to his son, Fang Yu. Upon the news breaking, it sent shockwaves throughout Haiqing City, and even prominent families across the Linzhou region were informed. The Fang Corporation is a colossal entity that undoubtedly ranks among the elite in all of Dongxia, making their every move a subject of intense scrutiny. Consequently, the media hastened to capture this moment. They sought to secure the most immediate information and ride the wave of this unfolding story. Boom! The roar of the helicopter echoed from afar as it descended, landing gracefully on the lawn. They're here. The journalists perked up with renewed vigor. The helicopter door opened, revealing a pair of pristine, intricately designed leather shoes stepping onto the ground. For the board meeting, Fang Yu had donned a tailored gray suit, perfectly fitted to his physique, complemented by an elegant tie that exuded authority, making him an imposing figure that stirred palpable admiration. The reporters surged forward, clamoring, "Young Master Fang, is it true that you are set to succeed as chairman of the Fang Corporation? Why was the announcement made in such haste?" Under your leadership, will there be significant personnel changes or adjustments to corporate policy? Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the din. Young Master Fang. Do you believe you possess the capability to lead such a vast corporation? After all, it is widely rumored that you lack knowledge of corporate management. Chapter 45. Throw him out. The lively scene fell into a momentary silence. The journalists stared in disbelief, taken aback by the audacity of the question. The crowd parted slightly, revealing the male journalist who had posed the inquiry, his expression brimming with arrogance and self-satisfaction. Fang Yu halted his steps, casting a sidelong glance at him. Upon recognizing the insignia on the reporter's badge, he understood immediately. This was a representative from Shanghong Media, a company acquired by the Ji family, notorious for maligning the Fang family and the Fang Corporation. With a smile that barely concealed his disdain, Fang Yu addressed him. If I am unfit, then surely you, a mere dog that barks only at its master's command, would be even less suitable, wouldn't you? The reporter's face fell, momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that Fang Yu would react with anger, providing him the opportunity to exploit the situation, but instead, Fang Yu's retort caught him off guard. Fang Yu continued, does the Fang Corporation headquarters allow dogs to roam freely? A nearby bodyguard astutely chimed in. The Fang Corporation headquarters has a strict policy prohibiting the entry of any wild animals. Fang Yu coldly commanded, then remove this dog from my premises. How audacious for a lackey of the Ji family to run rampant on Fang territory. Yes, the two bodyguards grinned menacingly as they approached, seizing the male journalist and escorting him toward the exit. I'm a journalist, you can't do this. Bastard, I'm a journalist. The reporter's impotent cries faded into the distance, followed by a thud and a howl. The remaining journalists fell silent, a few of the more boisterous ones suddenly subdued. Young Master Fang, a few journalists attempted to ask further questions. With a wave of his hand, Fang Yu coldly replied, I am busy. If you have questions, they can wait until the corporate press conference later. Disappointment washed over the journalists. However, Fang Yu suddenly turned back, revealing a somewhat enigmatic smile, but rest assured, I will provide you with a significant news story soon. At this, the journalist's eyes brightened with renewed interest. A major story? Yet Fang Yu had already turned away, no longer engaging, as bodyguards surrounded him and led him into the building. Having escaped the bothersome journalists, Fang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, though he still felt a deep admiration for Fang Qixiong's wisdom and decisiveness. Truly, experience is invaluable. The clowns attempted to disrupt Fang Qixiong's planned resignation, orchestrating a preemptive board meeting to create chaos. However, Fang Qixiong acted with remarkable clarity, seizing the opportunity to issue a statement, inviting the media to set the narrative. Those fools must feel as though they have just swallowed something foul. Upon entering the lobby of the corporation, two impeccably dressed female receptionists, both striking in appearance, promptly bowed and greeted young Master Fang. Meanwhile, Lung Han, who had been waiting nearby, hurried to catch up. Young Master, would you like to rest for a moment, or? Fang Yu glanced at his Patek Philippe watch, noting the time was nearly upon him. Let us head straight to the conference room. Ding. Ascending the elevator, they arrived at the 20th floor of the corporate building, stopping before a conference room at the far end. Lung Han stepped forward and opened the door. Fang Yu strode in confidently. The room was enveloped in an oppressive silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. All the board members raised their heads to regard the young man entering the room. Some wore blank expressions, others appeared anxious, a few bore mocking smiles, while some seemed indifferent. In short, a tapestry of varied reactions. Xiao Yu has arrived. Please take a seat. Fang Qixiong gestured, indicating an additional chair beside him, inviting Fang Yu to sit at the head of the table. The gesture was clear in its significance. Fang Yu, unperturbed, pulled the chair closer and sat down, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the assembly. He was not merely looking around. He was utilizing the system to gauge the board members' sentiments towards him. As he surveyed the room, he noted that aside from a few of Fang Qixiong's trusted confidants, the favorable sentiments of many others hovered around zero. Naturally, Fang Yu was not surprised by this. After all, these board members were unfamiliar with him, and his youth would undoubtedly lead to underestimation. Few would be inclined to appreciate the audacity of a young upstart taking charge. Fang Yu himself was not so egotistical as to believe that a mere appearance would command respect. If he had garnered instant admiration, he would have questioned the integrity of those offering it. However, a few individuals did catch his attention. For instance, a man in his 50s, with a head of gray hair, was currently inspecting the teacup before him, embodying an air of detachment. His sentiment score was in the negative. Diminished favorability does not necessarily equate to disloyalty towards the group. However, when favorability dips into the negative, it invariably signals hostility towards oneself. Fang Yu smirked. A favorability score of 60, quite commendable. Lu Jiong, A director of the Fang Group and a veteran who had fought alongside Fang Qixiong in the early days of the group's establishment, possessed profound qualifications and prestige. Aside from Fang Qixiong, few could suppress him. Though he appeared gentle and serene, behind that facade lay a burgeoning greed that intensified with age. As he embezzled vast sums from the company's assets, Fang Yu's gaze turned frigid. Lu Jiong had played a significant role in the downfall of the Fang family, collaborating with Song Chaoyu and Chen Yi, betraying the group for his own gain, a veritable traitor. Furthermore, those surrounding Lu Jiong were his staunch loyalists, all boasting negative favorability scores. Chapter 46, Hostility. Ahem. At this moment, Fang Qixiong cleared his throat and spoke. Have all arrived? If so, let us proceed directly to the agenda. I have decided to resign as chairman of the group, transferring this position and all associated shares to Fang Yu. Does anyone have any objections? If not, we shall commence the signing ceremony forthwith. Wait. A voice interjected, its tone sharp with urgency. It was Wan Wenchang, Lu Jiong's right-hand man. This middle-aged man, with a dark complexion, stood abruptly, slamming his hand on the table, his face marred by frustration. Chairman, this is against protocol. We must allow everyone the opportunity to express their opinions. Oh, have I not already inquired about your opinions? Fang Qixiong replied leisurely. Nonsense. Wan Wenchang seethed internally, nearly losing his composure. You spoke too quickly to afford us a chance for input. Such a deliberate oversight. Suppressing his discontent, Wan Wenchang declared, I am opposed to this. Lu Jiong sipped his tea, remaining silent, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding drama. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes. Oh, does Director Wan harbor objections towards me? Wan Wenchang scoffed. Fang Dong is the founder of the group, having led us to this day, and we naturally respect him. However, young Fang, on what grounds do you presume to lead us? When we fought alongside Fang Dong, you were likely yet to be born. His tone was aggressive. Fang Yu smiled. On what grounds? Merely the fact that I exerted 1,000 times more effort in the act of reincarnation than you, whereas you, regrettably, are nothing but a wretched cur. You. Wan Wenchang fumed, but he struggled to craft a retort. In the art of insult, he could hardly contend with Fang Yu. Everyone, let us calm ourselves. At this juncture, Lu Jiong set down his teacup and spoke slowly. Chairman, the Fang Group was established under your stewardship. It is only fitting for Fang Shao to succeed you. We, in truth, harbor no dissent. However, might I suggest that the timing is a tad premature? You are still in your prime, astute and capable. Leading the group for another decade or two would pose no challenge. While Fang Shao is indeed talented, he lacks experience. Perhaps it would be prudent for him to begin with a mid-level role within the group. Youngsters ought to broaden their horizons. One took on the role of the antagonist, while the other played the ally. Lu Jiong and Wan Wenchang's collaboration was seamless, particularly Lu Jiong, whose words were flawlessly crafted to flatter both Fang Yu and Fang Qixiong, while subtly expressing his opposition. I do not oppose Fang Yu's succession, merely the timing is ill-suited. After another decade or two, I would wholeheartedly endorse it. Indeed, Director Lu speaks with wisdom. Fang Shao is indeed too young. Further experience would serve him well. And once he has acquired sufficient qualifications, we would certainly not object. Absolutely. Numerous directors chimed in agreement. Following this, Lu Jiong resumed his leisurely demeanor, appearing to have secured victory. What a cunning old fox. Fang Yu maintained an expression devoid of emotion. Unfortunately, you have misjudged your opponent. I have no time to engage in your petty intrigues or test each other's limits. I prefer to overturn the table altogether. Unlike Fang Qixiong, he felt no need to regard the so-called elders' faces. What Fang Qixiong could not do, Fang Yu would pursue without reservation. Chapter 47. Who supports, who opposes? Fang Yu rose with a smile. In that case, let us proceed to a vote. The minority shall yield to the majority. What say you all? Surely, that would quell any lingering dissent. Wan Wenchang's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Fang Shao speaks wisely. I have no objections to a vote. Lu Jiong leisurely added. I too have no objections. It appeared they were on the verge of securing victory. Fang Qixiong furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Fang Yu, who merely waved his hand slightly, indicating he had other plans. Snap! Fang Yu snapped his fingers. In the next moment, Lung Han entered from outside, approaching Fang Yu's side, a laptop in hand. Fang Yu inquired, is everything prepared? All is ready. Excellent. A smile played at the corners of Fang Yu's mouth. Then let us commence. Yes. Lung Han moved to the large display screen at the side of the conference room, retrieving a USB drive from his pocket and inserting it into the computer, connecting it to the display. He then respectfully placed the laptop before Fang Yu. The directors present exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Fang Yu's intentions. Lu Jiong narrowed his eyes, pondering his next move. Yet soon, he ceased to pay attention. At such a moment, even if Demosthenes were summoned for a rousing speech, the outcome would remain unchanged. Fang Yu stroked his chin and raised his head, his smile warm. Let us begin the voting, shall we? From whom shall we start? Director Liu, Wan Wenchang. And the others, you may decide first. Fang Yu remarked with a smile. The individuals he designated were all aligned with Liu Zhiyong's faction. Wan Wenchang stood up, unflinching, and met Fang Yu's gaze with a cold smile. I oppose. To him, Fang Yu's actions were utterly ludicrous. Did he believe this would exert pressure on them? Childish. Liu Zhiyong, too, replied, apologies, Chairman, Fang Xiao, I oppose as well. This is for the future of the group. Even in such times, he did not neglect to utter flowery rhetoric. Utterly hypocritical. I oppose. I too oppose. The individuals pointed out by Fang Yu chimed in one after another. However, an unexpected twist arose with the last individual, who surprisingly cast a vote in favor. This revelation stirred surprise among the others, and Wan Wenchang glared daggers at the turncoat. The director, pale-faced and sweating profusely, dared not meet Wan Wenchang's gaze. As a member of Liu Zhiyong's faction, he was expected to vote against. Yet, at the last moment, an ominous premonition prompted him to shift his stance. The director silently prayed, fearing that a miscalculation would lead to his ruin. Liu Zhiyong, appearing gentle and cultured, was, in truth, ruthless. He would undoubtedly hold him accountable afterward. Fang Yu smiled. Excellent. He typed a few commands into the laptop and then pressed the enter key. Wan Wenchang wore a face of disdain. However, when the contents on the display screen emerged, his face instantly contorted into one of shock, his eyes widening, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. With a loud crash, the teacup in Liu Zhiyong's hand slipped from his grasp, shattering into countless pieces upon the floor. The previously dissenting members also turned ashen, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over them. The display screen vividly revealed a plethora of financial records and company documents, all containing irrefutable evidence of each individual's embezzlement, falsified accounts, and acceptance of bribes. Except for the director who had abruptly switched his vote to yes. Every other person's incriminating evidence was laid bare, with not a single detail overlooked. For Fang Yu, who was well versed in the narrative, uncovering such information was remarkably effortless, as it had all been detailed in the book. Did they truly believe their misdeeds would go unnoticed? Fools. Fang Yu's voice was devoid of warmth. Previously, I chose to overlook your transgressions out of respect for your contributions to the group. Yet, it seems you have increasingly lost sight of your positions. You even dare to meddle in my inheritance of the group? Such audacity. They appeared utterly terrified. Liu Zhiyong, trembling and devoid of his earlier composure, bellowed, this is all a fabrication. A fabrication. You concocted this to usurp the chairmanship. Fang Yu replied casually. Fabricate against you? Liu Zhiyong, you overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you are merely a clown. As for whether it is indeed a fabrication, do not fret. Someone will assist you in discerning that. He clapped his hands. The conference room door swung open, and several stern-looking inspectors in uniform strode in. Come with us. No, how could this be happening? Liu Zhiyong was taken aback. He had assumed that Fang Yu's presentation of such evidence was merely a threat, a means to hold leverage over them. Little did he expect. Fang Yu was far more ruthless than they had anticipated, intent on sending them to prison, destroying everything they had worked for. Liu Zhiyong trembled in fury, pointing at Fang Yu and screaming hysterically, I am a founding member of the Fang Group. Without me, there would be no Fang Group today. How dare you do this? You scoundrel! Let go of me, let go of me. This group of individuals, filled with rage and fear, pleaded for mercy, yet one by one, they were handcuffed by the inspectors. Some attempted to flee, only to be swiftly subdued and restrained. Many turned to Fang Qixiong, begging for clemency. Director Fang, grant us another chance. But Fang Qixiong merely observed coldly. These individuals were entirely reaping what they had sown. Out of respect for past affiliations, he had long turned a blind eye, yet this group had grown more brazen with each passing day. Bang! The conference room door slammed shut. Outside, the faint echoes of their roars and curses could still be heard. Inside the conference room, an oppressive silence fell, as all eyes turned to Fang Yu. Filled with profound dread, they realized that those who had been taken away by the inspectors were exclusively the dissenting voters. Only the treacherous director had narrowly escaped the calamity. Was he truly the only one untainted? This was evidently improbable. Or rather, at their current juncture, how many among them could claim to be clean? Very few indeed. Fang Yu's gaze swept over everyone's faces once more, and he smiled. Do not be concerned. Let us proceed with the voting. Then, with a smile illuminating his face, he candidly asked, who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 48, Seeking Allies. Within the conference room, an eerie stillness prevailed. All the directors swallowed hard, exchanging glances, and without hesitation, raised their hands. I am in favor. I am in favor. I too am in favor. The resolution concerning Fang Yu's appointment as the new chairman of the Fang Group was unanimously approved, as long as the dissenters were dealt with. The final decision would undoubtedly pass without opposition. The logic of this world is refreshingly simple and devoid of embellishment. Very well then, let us sign. Fang Qixiong cleared his throat, gesturing with his hand, and Lung Han promptly stepped forward, placing a share transfer contract and an appointment letter before Fang Yu. Fang Yu took up a pen and signed his name with flourish. From that moment onwards, the Fang Group had a new master. Fang Qixiong regarded Fang Yu with a sense of pride and joy. Today's performance at the board meeting had exceeded his expectations. By first dealing with Lu Zhiyong and a few other key figures, he had effectively intimidated the remaining members. After all, it was unrealistic to purge every director associated with him. Leaving the one treacherous director alive sent a clear message. Those who did not wish to meet the same fate as Lu Zhiyong should submit to him. Fang Yu's methods were a blend of youthful aggression and seasoned wisdom, employing both carrots and sticks. Fang Qixiong nodded. It seemed he could retire in peace. Before the meeting adjourned, the previously hesitant director approached, visibly anxious. Director Fang. Fang Yu smiled gently. Rest assured, upon leaving this room, all past matters will be erased. The director's face lit up with delight as he repeatedly bowed. Thank you, young Master Fang. Thank you, young Master Fang. Nearby, several directors observed the exchange, feeling a wave of relief wash over them, smiles breaking out as they quietly conversed and departed. A few minutes later, the vast room was left with only Fang Yu. Leaning back in the prominent chair, he lightly tapped his fingers on the tabletop, the rhythmic sound reverberating through the empty conference room. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence from behind him. With a cold demeanor, Tai Yi inquired, Young Master, did you call for me? Yes. Fang Yu ceased his tapping, tossing a USB drive behind him. Tai Yi caught it deftly. This list of evidences. Create some accidents to make these individuals disappear over the next period, but be careful not to raise any suspicion. Fang Yu's tone was frigid. Fang Qixiong still did not comprehend him. For Fang Yu, the Fang Group had no need for those who would betray from within. There were plenty of capable, loyal individuals eager to rise. Could the Fang Group not thrive without these directors? What Fang Yu sought was not stability, but absolute control. He had no desire to be stabbed in the back by those within his own ranks. To that end, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. As for the so-called promise of erasure, Fang Yu's smile bore a cold, cruel edge. I am, after all, a villain. Even a child knows that a villain's words are not to be trusted. Outside the Fang Group, the reporters were in a frenzy. Just as they awaited the conclusion of the board meeting, they suddenly spotted several men clad in high-end suits, pallid and handcuffed, being escorted out by inspectors. Someone quickly recognized the identities of these individuals. Shock washed over their faces. These were the directors of the Fang Group. They instantly recalled Fang Yu's earlier declaration, promising them a major scoop. The reporters exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. A major news story was unfolding. The news of Fang Yu inheriting the Fang Group spread rapidly among the upper echelons of Haiqing City, continuously gaining momentum. Furthermore, the revelation that Fang Yu had directly toppled several board members during a meeting sparked rampant speculation. For the first time, Fang Yu unabashedly revealed his formidable fangs. In the Zhao residence, within a lavishly adorned room, Chunyi lay on his bed, his legs bound in bandages, a storm cloud of anger etched across his face. Suddenly, with a fierce grip, he seized a teacup and hurled it to the ground, venting his pent-up fury. The force of his action inadvertently jolted his wound, causing him to wince in pain. The iron guards had mercilessly shattered his legs, their brutality rendering him unconscious from the agony. Yet, Chunyi was no ordinary man. He had studied a unique form of medicine under his master, possessing a special energy within him capable of healing injuries and detoxifying, thus allowing him to recover to a point where he could almost walk again, albeit with the aid of a cane. Damn it! Chunyi's expression twisted in rage as thoughts of that detestable Fang Yu consumed him. The incident of his broken legs had subtly altered the Zhao family's attitude towards him, while Zhao Xinrui continued to treat him with the utmost respect. The disdainful glances from Zhao Ting and Zhao Xiyu were unmistakable. After all, it was rather humiliating for a renowned healer to have his legs broken. After a prolonged silence, Chunyi finally dialed a number. Hello, Brother Qin. What brings you to call me? Came the surprised voice of a young man on the other end. Chunyi smiled faintly. Musi, what have you been up to lately? Not much, just working the fields at home. What else can I do without any qualifications? Replied the one called Musi. Chunyi continued. I've struck it rich now. Come find me, and I'll pay you a salary. However, I'm currently facing a bit of trouble and need your assistance with someone. Really? Musi's voice brimmed with excitement, but upon hearing Chunyi was in trouble, it turned deadly serious. Brother Chun, who dares to provoke you? Just tell me, and I'll take care of him. Chunyi explained. It's the young master of a prominent family in Haiqing City, and their influence is considerable. Who cares who it is? Just say the word, Brother Chun, and I'll deal with him. Muzi replied nonchalantly. All right, I'm counting on you. When the time comes, I'll send you a ticket, and you can head over. Chunyi laughed heartily. Deal. The call ended, and a cold smirk crept across Chunyi's lips. Muzi was a friend he had met before ascending the mountain with his master. Both were orphans, and Muzi had always treated him with utmost reverence. Though not particularly bright or well-versed, he had once ingested a peculiar insect in a valley, granting him immense strength and invulnerability. Among those Chunyi had encountered, none were stronger than Muzi. Once he intervened, the target was as good as dead. Chunyi felt a surge of delight. Fang Yu. This is the price you'll pay for opposing me. Of course, he would not act immediately. That would be too conspicuous. After all, he had just suffered a leg injury at Fang Yu's hands, and if Fang Yu were to perish shortly thereafter, it would be all too easy for the discerning to connect the dots. With Fang Yu recently in the limelight due to his inheritance of the Fang group, now was certainly not the optimal moment to strike. Thus, Chunyi resolved to wait until the storm had passed. He could hardly contain his anticipation for that moment. Chapter 49. Comprehensive surveillance. As Chunyi plotted to find an opportune moment to summon Muzi to Haiqing City and eliminate the nuisance that was Fang Yu, an unnoticed corner flickered with a strange red light from a television set-top box. At the Yundian Villa, in a spacious room on the first floor, an array of computers and equipment was set up, with a dozen individuals busily occupied in their seats, most of whom appeared to be in their 20s to 30s. They were collectively known as the Nightmare Eye, a highly elite team hired by Fang Yu at a substantial cost from an international hacker organization. True to their name, the Nightmare Eye targeted their objectives as though they were under the watchful gaze of unseen eyes, with nightmares closely trailing them. This team boasted a high success rate and never leaked employer information, earning them a stellar reputation. Their only drawback was their exorbitant fees, which Fang Yu viewed as inconsequential. After all, problems solvable with money were hardly problems at all. He carried the weight of considerable wealth and needed to lighten his load appropriately. The primary task of the Nightmare Eye was to monitor Chunyi. Fang Yu was determined to prevent any unforeseen surprises from him. Suddenly, one of the members, donning headphones, furrowed his brow and reported, "Captain, we have a situation. The target's recent phone call seems to involve the employer." "What?" Captain Dyson's expression shifted instantly, and he commanded, "Catherine, hack into the target's phone and retrieve the call logs for analysis." Understood. A blonde woman swiftly began typing on her keyboard, her fingers dancing like sprites, and soon she had infiltrated Chun-Yi's mobile device. 10 minutes later, Catherine exclaimed, "Got it." Dyson approached, his demeanor turning grave as he quickly stepped aside to make a call. At the Fang Group headquarters, Fang Yu pinched the bridge of his nose and handed a stack of processed documents to the waiting secretary, instructing, "Notify all executive-level ministers to gather in the conference room shortly." Yes, the secretary respectfully accepted the documents and departed. A sigh of relief escaped Fang Yu's lips. Having recently taken over the group, he had been inundated with a myriad of chaotic matters. Fortunately, his expertise in management allowed him to navigate these challenges with relative ease. Moreover, these tasks were essential for him to firmly grasp control of the group, ensuring that it would provide him with better support and assistance in the future. Just as Fang Yu closed his eyes to rest, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his expression shifted. It was Dyson, the captain of the Nightmare Eye. He answered the call. "Hello? Fang Xiao, there's a situation with the target." He made a phone call, and the content is Fang Yu's expression turned icy. Muzi, though not a prominent character in the narrative, was undeniably crucial. This individual represented the pinnacle of individual combat prowess in the story, having gained immense strength and invulnerability after accidentally consuming a special insect. Despite his lack of intellect, he held an unwavering respect for Chunyi, often following his commands without question. He had saved Chunyi's life on multiple occasions. During the downfall of the Fang family, the Iron Guards had ultimately perished at the hands of this formidable creature, with little chance to retaliate. Upon traversing into this world, Fang Yu had indeed sought to investigate Muzi's whereabouts to eliminate any future threats. However, the narrative provided scant details about his current location, merely stating he resided in a remote village. With Dongxia being so vast, such vague information rendered it impossible for even the Fang family to locate him. In a state of helplessness, Fang Yu had no choice but to relinquish his focus on other matters and redirect his attention to Chunyi. After all, the narrative characters revolved around the protagonist. As long as he kept a close watch on Chunyi, the others would inevitably fall under scrutiny as well. And indeed, a clue had emerged. Chapter 50. Complete Dismissal. Fang Yu chuckled. "I never anticipated that Chunyi would resort to enlisting someone to assassinate himself. It seems he is resolutely determined to bring about his own demise, concocting such a foolish scheme, clearly driven to madness by his anger. In the novel, these so-called protagonists always remained unflappable and righteous in the face of danger. But this composure was predicated on one crucial premise. They would always emerge victorious and never face death. But when the protagonist encounters failure and setbacks, can they maintain their former calm and rationality? Perhaps not. Chen Yi, at present, was already beginning to lose his grip on reason. Fang Yu's gaze deepened. Chen Yi fancied that his plans were impeccably concealed, unaware that every move he made was under my vigilant observation. Several action teams, in conjunction with the Nightmare Eye, employed various means to surveil him, deploying an array of advanced technological devices. Although Chen Yi was inherently cautious, having spent many years on the mountain, he still lacked a full understanding of such matters. After pondering for a moment, Fang Yu addressed Dyson, who was waiting for a response on the other end. Well done, continue to monitor him. If he reaches out to that Muzi again, report to me immediately. Understood. Dyson replied. After hanging up the phone, his secretary re-entered the room. Mr. Fang, all department heads and management have arrived at the conference room and are awaiting your presence. Very well, Fang Yu nodded, rising from his seat and departing the chairman's office. Upon reaching the conference room at the end of the corridor, he could hear a faint murmur of discussions. However, as soon as he pushed the door open, all conversation ceased abruptly. Everyone stood up in unison, greeting him. Mr. Fang. Fang Yu took his place at the head of the table, pulling a chair closer and scanning the faces of those present. Each individual bowed their heads respectfully, their expressions submissive, unwilling to meet Fang Yu's gaze. Fang Yu smiled knowingly. Your verbal skills seem well practiced, but how sincere is this title of Mr. Fang? How many among you were once remnants of Lu Jiong's faction? The purpose of today's meeting was straightforward, to eliminate the latent threats among these executives. The Fang group had no need for those who would turn against their own. Assess the loyalty levels. Fang Yu remained silent, mentally reciting. At a certain moment, he suddenly pointed at the head of the finance department. You may leave and fetch your deputy. Yes. The finance minister, taken aback, nonetheless rushed out to retrieve the deputy. The deputy was equally puzzled, wondering why he had been summoned, fearing he had inadvertently compromised himself. Upon arriving at the conference room, the finance deputy quickly realized he was not the only one called. Several other department deputies had also been summoned. Fang Yu's gaze flicked toward him, stating, bring your team leader here. The finance deputy was bewildered. What on earth is going on? Completely out of the loop. He hadn't even done anything yet. When he returned to the finance department, the minister approached him, whispering, what happened? Mr. Fang didn't say much, just asked me to bring the team leader. The deputy replied quietly. The minister sighed in relief. It seems he just wants to familiarize himself with the management across departments. I suppose so. But why go through such elaborate means? Why not just call everyone at once? The deputy questioned, puzzled. New officials often make a show of power. He likely intends to assert who truly holds authority in the Fang group, the minister scoffed. Meanwhile, within the conference room, individuals continued to enter and exit. Eventually, even some team leaders from various departments were summoned. This group appeared visibly anxious. For individuals of their rank, when had they ever graced a meeting of such stature? Naturally, they were exceedingly tense. At this juncture, Fang Yu interlocked his fingers and stated calmly, those ministers who did not leave to fetch anyone shall retain their positions. As for the rest, every department's current acting head, alongside those who have departed, will be dismissed. This meeting is adjourned. The criteria for this reshuffle were quite simple. Anyone with a negative loyalty rating, those harboring hostility, would be summarily dismissed. Preposterous. Was he to continue funding a cadre of ingrates? Most of these individuals were linked to the factions of Wan Wenchang and Lu Jiong, now imprisoned, and with Fang Yu in power, their interests were compromised, naturally breeding resentment toward him. Of course, a few might be uninvolved. Yet it was better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one escape. Moreover, if they bore ill will toward him, their dismissal was certainly not unjust. A moment of silence enveloped the conference room before a cacophony erupted. A team leader from the project development department was utterly bewildered, wondering how he had suddenly become a minister. Such a leap was far too great. It was no longer a matter of absurdity, but of imminent disaster. As Fang Yu made his way back to the chairman's office, the previous finance minister, or more accurately, the former finance minister, rushed up behind him. Mr. Fang. Fang Yu turned to look. The man had just received news of his dismissal, and his face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, Mr. Fang, on what basis did you make this decision? I refuse to accept it. Refuse? Then keep it to yourself. Fang Yu's eyes turned icy. You are merely dismissed for now, but if you utter another word, do you believe I can ensure that no company will ever want you again? The former finance minister fell silent instantly. He understood all too well that Fang Yu was not merely speaking idly. He possessed the capability to follow through. In Fang Yu's presence, the notion of loudly berating one's boss before departing with the world as one's oyster, was non-existent. If Fang Yu wished, this insignificant speck of dust would find no refuge anywhere in the entire Dongxia. Fang Yu was disinclined to engage further, resuming his stride. At that moment, he received a call from Wei Ziyu. The instant the call connected, a voice tinged with tears resonated. Fang Yu, my father's condition has suddenly worsened. He may not last long. What? Fang Yu's heart skipped a beat. If Wei Xingyan were to pass away, the residual antagonism from Wei Ziyu would not be so easily acquired. He swiftly offered a few words of comfort before stating, "Wait for me. I will be there shortly." After delegating his current responsibilities, Fang Yu hurried to Fang Group Hospital. Chapter 51. Have we misunderstood something about reasoning with villains? At that moment, Wei Xingyan had been rushed into the emergency room for urgent treatment. Upon seeing Fang Yu, Wei Ziyu's eyes turned red. "Fang Yu, my father." Fang Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at the side. Several expert physicians were present, responsible for the treatment of Wei Yinxing in recent times. "What is the situation?" He coldly retorted, "What nonsense is this? So many of you cannot even treat a single patient? Did you purchase your diplomas and titles?" By the end, Fang Yu's voice was laced with an uncontrollable fury. A group of incompetent fools. A few experts broke into cold sweat, too intimidated to retort. Once Fang Yu finished, one of the experts cautiously spoke, "Young Master Fang, the patient has been paralyzed for a long time. His constitution is inherently weak, and renal failure has led to numerous complications. The entangled symptoms render the situation exceedingly complex." Fang Yu gradually regained his composure. Wei Xingyan was essentially a case prepared by the author for Chen Yi, intended to showcase his medical prowess and potentially assist him in winning over Wei Ziyu, his primary love interest. If Wei Yinxing's ailment were easily treatable, how could it highlight Chen Yi's exceptional medical skills? Fang Yu took a deep breath. "Tell me directly about Wei Xingyan's current condition. Speak the truth. Do we have any chance of recovery?" "There is still a chance," the expert quickly replied. "We have recently located a compatible kidney source. If we can successfully perform the transplant surgery, the patient may have a chance of recovery." "Then what are you waiting for?" Fang Yu's eyes widened. "Hurry." The expert's expression turned awkward. "The difficulty of this surgery is immense. Fang's hospital lacks specialists in this field. If we proceed recklessly, the chances of success are quite low. However, speak." The expert lowered his voice. "Professor Wright from the Yalan Kingdom is a leading figure in this field. He arrived in Haiqing City yesterday to attend to some matters. If we can persuade him to perform the surgery, the likelihood of success would be significantly enhanced. But he has an eccentric personality and only treats patients from his own country, ignoring those from other nations." Fang Yu inquired, "Where is this man?" The expert pondered. "He should currently be residing at the Jinbi Hotel. Many have sought him out for consultations." Fang Yu asserted decisively, "Prepare for the surgery immediately. I will handle the matter of finding him." "Yes." The doctors present responded respectfully and hurried to prepare. They dared not defy Fang Yu's orders. Otherwise, a mere word from him could lead to their dismissal. The preparations for the surgery commenced. Meanwhile, Fang Yu contacted Tai Wei. Tai Wei, who accompanied Fang Yu nearly around the clock, was tasked with ensuring his safety and being readily available for orders. "There is a doctor named Wright from the Yalan Kingdom, currently residing at the Jinbi Hotel. Bring him to me within the hour. I only care about the outcome." "Understood." Tai Wei acknowledged the command and sprang into action. In less than an hour, precisely 40 minutes later, a helicopter emblazoned with the Fang Group logo descended from the sky. A tall man, approximately 50 years old with a head full of golden hair, was escorted off the helicopter, visibly battered. Since Fang Yu had stated he only cared about the results, Tai Wei's methods were somewhat forceful. Wright was brought into the surgical prep room by Tai Yi, and upon seeing Fang Yu, he erupted in anger, shouting in broken Dongxia language, "This is kidnapping. I will file a complaint against you." "Please, do not panic, Mr. Wright," Fang Yu said calmly. "We have summoned you merely to perform surgery on a patient. You barbaric Dongxia people, this is kidnapping." Wright continued to shout. Fang Yu's gaze turned icy. "Silence him." He had little tolerance for interruptions while he was speaking. Bang! Tai Yi stepped forward and delivered a punch to Wright's abdomen. Ugh! Wright's outburst halted abruptly, his face paling as his eyes nearly bulged in pain. "Now, let us continue, Dr. Wright," Fang Yu said coolly. "I need you to save a life. Isn't it the duty of a doctor to heal the wounded?" "Never." Wright rasped. "I never treat anyone outside the Yalan Kingdom. That is my principle, and I will not break it." Spitting on the ground, he declared, "Even if you have kidnapped me, do not think you can compel me." Fang Yu's expression remained impassive, clearly losing patience. He waved his hand. "Take him into the operating room. Remember, the ones who appear before me must either be 2 living patients or 2 corpses." Wright stared in disbelief. Did they truly dare to kill him? He found it hard to believe. However, facing Fang Yu's indifferent demeanor, he could not help but shiver. Tai Yi had already approached him, gripping Wright's shoulder and unceremoniously dragging him into the operating room. Bang! The door slammed shut. Fang Yu remained expressionless. Was he truly attempting to reason with a villain? Chapter 52. Successful Surgery, System Lottery. Fang Yu exited the surgical prep room. Wei Ziyu, who had been crouched in a corner, suddenly sprang up and threw herself into Fang Yu's embrace, appearing somewhat disoriented and on the verge of tears. Wei Xingyan was her only remaining family. If anything were to happen to him, she bit her lip tightly. Do not worry, everything will be fine. The surgery has commenced. Fang Yu reassured her. Yet, in truth, he too felt uncertain about whether Wright would succeed in the operation. Time ticked away, and the emergency lights in the operating room flickered ominously. An hour later, bang! The door to the operating room swung open. Wright emerged. His face darkened as though he had encountered a deathly pallor. Upon seeing this, Wei Ziyu's legs buckled beneath her, nearly causing her to faint. Fang Yu swiftly caught her gaze and turned to Wright, coldly demanding, "Tell me, how is the patient?" Wright's anger surged, and he desperately wanted to shout. He died. Completely dead. However, meeting Fang Yu's gaze quelled his bravado. He had no doubt that should he utter those words, he might not leave the hospital alive. Ultimately, Wright suppressed his fury and replied obediently, "The surgery was very successful. With some recovery time, he should be nearly healed." Wei Ziyu froze for a moment before bursting into tears of joy. "See, I told you." Fang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. "I promised to cure your father, and I will certainly fulfill that promise." Soon, Wei Xingyan was wheeled out from the operating room into the observation area. Wei Ziyu gazed at Fang Yu with immense gratitude. "Thank you, Fang Yu. Without you, I truly would not know what to do." Ding. Wei Ziyu's affinity for the host increased to 90. Ding. Wei Ziyu's affinity for the host increased to 95. Ding. Wei Ziyu's affinity for the host increased to 100. A series of system notifications rang out, indicating that Wei Ziyu's affection for Fang Yu had finally reached its peak. A smile graced Fang Yu's lips. It had finally arrived. All the effort he invested in Wei Ziyu was for the purpose of harvesting more villain points. However, this particular avenue seemed to have been thoroughly exhausted. Ding. Host villain points, 1,000. Protagonist's luck points, 1,000. Friendly reminder, the current villain value of the host stands at 1,000, while the protagonist's fortune value is at 6,500. The connection between Wei Ziyu and the protagonist has been completely severed, successfully altering the plot. Due to the commendable performance of the host, the system triggers a random lottery. Shall we commence the draw? Fang Yu, filled with elation, could hardly believe his luck. Without hesitation, he responded, "Draw ding. The rewards are being drawn. Congratulations, host. Your fortune is extraordinary. You have acquired a skill plundering card." Fang Yu raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed. However, a line of small text soon materialized before his eyes. Skill plundering card. Absorb any single skill from the target and convert it into your own ability. Note, perfect level skills cannot be plundered. Fang Yu's heart jolted. To plunder any skill from a target at will and convert it into his own ability. The only limitation being that perfect level skills are exempt from plundering. In that case, Fang Yu inquired, "System, what is Chun Ye's medical skill level?" The system promptly relayed a somewhat mechanical response. The protagonist Chun Ye's medical skill level is mastery level, and he is at the pinnacle of mastery, nearly reaching perfection. Fang Yu understood. Indeed, Chun Ye's medical skills had yet to attain perfection. One of the reasons he descended the mountain was due to reaching a bottleneck in his medical practice, necessitating a breakthrough opportunity. In the book, Chun Yi had once encountered a significant opportunity, which led to his eventual mastery of medicine. It was during that time that he must have transcended to the perfect level. Presently, however, Chun Yi had not yet obtained that opportunity. Fang Yu's thoughts delved into his storage space, where lay a skill plundering card, alongside a skill upgrade card that he had previously acquired but not yet utilized. A plan began to take shape in Fang Yu's mind, gradually refining itself, with the ultimate goal being Chun Ye's demise. Chapter 53. Encounter. At the Monsoon Cafe, Song Qiaoyu donned an elegant beige gown, adorned with a black necklace that accentuated her smooth, alabaster neck, exuding an air of nobility and grace. She ordered a cup of coffee, patiently waiting. Shortly thereafter, a man dressed in white pants and a white shirt, topped with a sun hat, strode into the cafe and took a seat opposite Song Qiaoyu. Removing his hat with a flourish, he smiled. "Miss Song, you are indeed early." A fleeting glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. What a rare beauty she is. The man was none other than Chun Yi, thanks to his exceptional medical skills and formidable recovery abilities. The legs that had been shattered by the iron guard had miraculously healed. Song Qiaoyu scrutinized Chun Yi and inquired coolly, "Who exactly are you? Why have you summoned me?" "My name is Chun Yi. For the time being, I am residing with the Zhao family." Chun Yi replied with a calm smile. "I hold certain information regarding Fang Yu." "Oh, A hint of intrigue sparked in Song Chaoyu's eyes, for his words indeed piqued her interest. After all, Fang Yu's recent transformations were so astounding they seemed beyond belief. As if he were an entirely different person. The contrast to his previous debauched self was like day and night. Could a single individual truly undergo such monumental change in such a short span? Song Chaoyu found it hard to believe. Thus, the only explanation left was that Fang Yu had been masquerading all along, and only now was his true self revealed. If that were the case, then his cunning and scheming were indeed formidable. Moreover, Fang Yu's previous remarks suggested he might possess some hidden knowledge. Song Chaoyu's gaze remained tranquil yet profound. The uncertainty and discomfort stemming from Fang Yu forced her to expedite her plans significantly. Recollecting her thoughts, Song Chaoyu asked, "What do you know?" Chen Yi, with a hint of pride, replied, "That fellow Fang Yu has other lovers." As he spoke, he produced a photograph of Wei Ziyu from his pocket. "Look, it is this woman. She is a student at Shiri University." Song Chaoyu was momentarily taken aback. "Is this what you wanted to convey?" "Indeed," Chen Yi asserted emphatically. "I vouch for my credibility. This is undoubtedly true. Fang Yu indeed has an unspeakable relationship with Wei Ziyu, which I witnessed firsthand." Song Chaoyu felt a sense of absurdity rising within her. Had he summoned her merely to share gossip about Fang Yu's romantic escapades? How ludicrous. She cast a frosty glance at Chen Yi. "Sir, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With that, she attempted to rise. Chen Yi was taken aback. What was happening? The situation was entirely contrary to his expectations. According to his original plan, Song Chaoyu would surely erupt in fury upon learning this news, allowing him to successfully sow discord between the two. He would then seek an opportune moment to disseminate this information, with the ideal outcome being the destruction of the engagement between the Fang and Song families. Not only would this serve as a personal vendetta, but it would equally benefit the Zhao family, who stood in opposition to the Fang family. A twofold success. Yet now, it seemed that Song Chaoyu was entirely indifferent. This was beyond his wildest dreams. As Song Chaoyu turned to leave, Chen Yi grew anxious, rising to block her path. "Wait, Miss Song. I have more to say." However, Song Chaoyu did not resume her seat. Standing tall, she regarded Chen Yi with the commanding presence of a queen, her eyes betraying no emotion. "Speak." Chen Yi felt a flicker of indignation, yet ultimately suppressed it, recognizing his current lack of standing to engage with Song Chaoyu on equal terms. In truth, in the original narrative, Chen Yi's first encounter with Song Chaoyu occurred later than this moment. At that time, the Song family's patriarch had just died unexpectedly, and Song Chaoyu had fully taken control of the Song family. With Fang Yu no longer a hindrance, Chen Yi had gained considerable reputation and influence. Thus, he had exuded dominance, confidence, and authority. Song Chaoyu had recognized his potential and sought to exploit her beauty to entice him, employing his assistants to achieve her goal of annihilating the Fang family and unifying Haiqing. Yet now, Chen Yi, having been thoroughly exploited by Fang Yu, found himself in a dismal state. His fortune diminished. Though intangible, luck was an undeniable reality. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yi believed that what he was about to convey would undoubtedly resonate with Song Chaoyu, without fail. With a proud demeanor and unwavering confidence, Chen Yi declared, "Miss Song, I am, in fact, a divine physician. I can cure your father's ailment." Chapter 54, An Unpleasant Parting. Chen Yi wore a self-satisfied expression. He brimmed with pride and confidence in his medical skills. In his view, aside from his master, who could still momentarily surpass him, no one else could compare. As for Fang Yu and Wei Ziyu, that matter could be set aside. This revelation would surely capture Song Chaoyu's attention. Chen Yi intended to leverage his medical expertise to gain favor with the Song family. The Zhao family alone was currently insufficient to combat the Fang family. Although he had contemplated having Muzi eliminate Fang Yu, Chen Yi was no naive protagonist. His character was one that sought vengeance and eradicated future threats. He not only desired Fang Yu's demise, but also harbored intentions of obliterating the Fang family entirely. In this manner, one might eradicate the lingering resentment within their heart, while simultaneously attaining a sense of tranquility. Chen Yi awaited Song Xiaoyu's response. Song Xiaoyu maintained her previous posture, gazing at Chen Yi with an expression of serene contemplation. As though she were deep in thought, a sudden chill enveloped Chen Yi, as if he were under the illusion that the temperature around him had plummeted. While her expression remained unchanged, a flicker of indifference and an undercurrent of malice glinted in the depths of her eyes. It was not that she believed Chen Yi was deceiving her. After all, such a fib could be easily unraveled, and she held no belief that he possessed the audacity to do so. Quite the opposite. The possibility of his words being true ignited a spark of murderous intent within her. Chen Yi forced a strained smile. "Miss Song?" Song Xiaoyu suppressed the tumult of emotions within her, for from her standpoint, such a reaction was not befitting. Thus, She merely cast a fleeting glance at him, her lips curling into a deliberately mocking smile. A divine doctor? With that, she gracefully turned and departed, seemingly filled with disdain and disbelief regarding Chun Ye's earlier words. Chun Yi stood in stunned silence. After a prolonged moment, his expression darkened, brimming with resentment. Damn it! His face contorted with anger, fists clenched tightly, only to relax again shortly thereafter. After all, being the protagonist, Chun Yi quickly regained his composure. Very well, so you deem me beneath your notice? One day, I shall compel you to bow before me. Just wait. That wealthy Song Guofu can await his demise. When the time comes, even if you plead for my assistance, I shall never extend my hand. Yet, unbeknownst to Chun Yi, it was precisely this relinquishing of hope that spared him from a deadly calamity. If he had attempted to bypass Song Xiaoyu and insisted on rescuing Song Guofu, she would undoubtedly have taken action against him. After all, he was not Fang Yu. Song Xiaoyu would harbor no reservations. As for the Song family, they were of no assistance at present. Chun Yi shook his head, his gaze darkening, arriving with great confidence, only to find the outcome starkly different from his expectations, undoubtedly soured his mood. It was imperative to seek alternative means to contend with the Fang family, and the plan for Muzi to assassinate Fang Yu needed to be set into motion. As he contemplated this, Chun Yi donned his hat once more, surveyed his surroundings, and exited the cafe. After Chun Ye's departure, in a corner of the cafe, a man in a tailored suit, appearing to be engrossed in work, paused his actions and calmly spoke into his earpiece. Location: Monsoon Cafe. Target has met with Miss Song at the Fang Group's headquarters. Fang Yu pondered the recently compiled information regarding Chun Ye's movements. Of particular note was his clandestine meeting with Song Xiaoyu. As anticipated, they had made contact, albeit earlier than expected and under inopportune circumstances, likely a consequence of the narrative's alteration leading to a butterfly effect. Regrettably, it seemed that their interaction was far from the amicable exchange depicted in the original text. A playful smile crept upon Fang Yu's lips. In the original narrative, their initial encounter bore an undeniable spark, akin to two peas in a pod, or rather, to be precise, Chun Ye's attraction to Song Xiaoyu was evident, while she regarded him as a mere tool. Thus, they struck a harmonious accord. Of course, Chun Ye's protagonist aura also played a role. However, this time, due to Fang Yu's presence, much of the plot had been altered, and Chun Ye's protagonist aura had been significantly diminished. Hence, their first meeting ended in dissatisfaction. Fang Yu chuckled softly. I shall observe how this child of fortune continues to navigate his trials. Let the struggle persist. After addressing documents for a time, Fang Yu finally rose from the chairman's office, taking the private elevator directly to the underground garage. The garage was equipped with a gravity sensor system. The moment Fang Yu entered, the overhead lights flickered on, illuminating the array of luxury vehicles within. Ultimately, he selected a Koenigsegg CC, opened the door, and with a roar of the engine, sped out of the garage. As he drove, he contemplated the fact that Chun Yi, as the protagonist, was surrounded by various subordinates and forces, with two being of paramount importance, serving as his right and left arms. Muzi was undoubtedly one of them. Summoned to Haiqing City by Chun Yi, he primarily provided cutting-edge weaponry and security assurances. The other individual offered substantial assistance in terms of organizational strategy and direction. Severing this duo would render Chun Yi incapable of making significant waves. Fang Yu coolly mused, since Muzi has yet to appear, I shall first deal with the other. This required locating a certain individual. The Koenigsegg CC roared down the road, eliciting gasps from bystanders, before gracefully drifting to a halt. With a decisive motion, Fang Yu exited the vehicle and lifted his gaze toward the resplendent structure before him, the Royal City Entertainment Center, towering in a luxurious district of Haiqing City. It loomed against the darkening sky, illuminated by vibrant neon lights that cast their glow in all directions, resembling a lighthouse standing resolute against the night. Elegantly dressed individuals entered, engaging in cheerful and refined conversation. Fang Yu stepped into the lobby, directly approaching the front desk. Though many were queued to register, Fang Yu disregarded them entirely. Striding to the front where the manager was busy, tapping on the desk, the manager, overwhelmed and impatient, snapped, Do you not understand the rules? Queue at the back. Oh, must I also wait? A voice devoid of any perturbation echoed. The manager looked up, only to be met with a familiar visage. The speaker regarding him with a bemused expression. The manager immediately flinched, a fawning smile breaking across his face. Young Master Fang, or shall I say, President Fang. What brings you here? You need not queue. Please come in. The boss is already waiting for you inside. Chapter 55, News. Acknowledging your awareness, Fang Yu proceeded directly to the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor, as the elevator ascended slowly. Ding! The doors swung open to reveal a vast, opulent room. Its door ajar. Fang Yu stepped inside, immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of decadence. Within the spacious chamber, a middle-aged man with a slightly portly figure reclined on an inviting sofa, a noticeable scar running down his forehead adding an air of menace to his presence. Zhou Wenlong, the proprietor of Royal City Entertainment, had risen from humble beginnings as a lowly thug to amass his current empire through ruthlessness and acumen, owning a plethora of bars, malls, and other enterprises, commanding a legion of subordinates. In the underground realm of Haiqing City, his power was unparalleled. At this moment, several heavily made-up women surrounded Zhou Wenlong, who was laughing heartily, reveling in the lavish display of expensive liquor adorning the table before him. "Oh, President Fang has arrived. Please, take a seat," Zhou Wenlong boomed, failing to rise while casually greeting him. "Sit." Fang Yu narrowed his eyes, striding directly to the table, seizing an unopened bottle of liquor, and smashing it down onto the table. Bang! The glass shattered, the deafening sound causing Zhou Wenlong and the women to startle in surprise. Several women could not help but let out piercing screams. Fang Yu's gaze swept over them, his expression devoid of emotion. "Get out!" Startled, the women turned pale and hurriedly scrambled out of Zhou Wenlong's embrace, rushing towards the exit. Zhou Wenlong's face darkened. "Fang, what do you mean by this?" Fang Yu looked down at Zhou Wenlong. "Is it the years of comfortable living that have inflated your ego? Is this how you should behave when discussing matters with me? A dog should know its place." Dog. A flicker of barely concealed anger flashed in Zhou Wenlong's eyes. In the past, he had been as humble as dust. But now he was at the helm of the underground forces in Haiqing City. So many trembled in fear when they saw him, and with a mere command, he could bring ruin to others. How could Fang Yu dare to refer to him as a dog? Zhou Wenlong forced a smile, though it did not reach his eyes. "Fang, that seems rather excessive, doesn't it?" "Excessive?" Fang Yu's gaze turned cold. "Zhou Wenlong, remember your place. Things that are unworthy will always remain unworthy. If it weren't for the Fang family's tacit approval, do you truly believe you could occupy this position? Where there is light, there is inevitably darkness. With first-rate families like the Fang and Ji clans, there will also be shadows like you, Zhou Wenlong. Large families often have matters they cannot handle personally, and that is when they require someone like you. And you haven't forgotten how much leverage I hold over you, have you?" Zhou Wenlong's expression shifted. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, wearing a mask of humility. "Haha, Fang, I was merely joking. Please do not take it to heart." He personally retrieved a cherished bottle of red wine from a small cabinet in the corner of the room, pouring it into the most exquisite goblets for both himself and Fang Yu. "Come, Fang, have a seat. I toast to you, hoping you can overlook my minor transgressions." Zhou Wenlong raised his glass towards Fang Yu, his demeanor respectful. Fang Yu settled onto the sofa, extending his right hand to lift the glass of red wine, taking a solitary sip, completely disregarding Zhou Wenlong's toast. Zhou Wenlong's smile faltered, his outstretched hand awkwardly suspended in the air, caught in an uncomfortable limbo. Fang Yu squinted slightly. The wine was rich and full-bodied. At first, it elicited little sensation, but after a brief moment, an opulent aroma began to unfold, rich with texture and layers. Leaving a lingering aftertaste, he savored the wine in silence. Ultimately, Zhou Wenlong sighed deeply, saying, "Fang, what brings you here today? Please, speak freely. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall not hesitate." Fang Yu regarded him with a meaningful glance. "I am here today to inform you of a singular matter." "What matter?" Zhou Wenlong inquired, puzzled. Fang Yu remained silent, rising to stand by the window, gazing down at the bustling streets below. "I have found a lead regarding Zhao Yang." At this revelation, the impact was like a thunderclap. Zhou Wenlong's pupils involuntarily constricted, and he could not help but stand up in shock. Zhao Yang. This name was not unfamiliar to Zhou Wenlong. Rather, it was a name that, 8 years prior, had been known by all. Zhao Yang, the true emperor of the underground in Haiqing City. Unlike Zhou Wenlong, who merely claimed to lead the underground forces while facing various encroachments, Zhao Yang had once unified all factions under his absolute rule. His influence extended even to the surrounding regions of Linzhou, standing shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed families, basking in the zenith of power. Anyone who dared to cross him met with annihilation. Yet, 8 years ago, at the peak of his power, Zhao Yang abruptly vanished without a trace. Rumors swirled of his death or an overseas retreat, but what remained certain was that the shadow that had loomed over all underground forces in Haiqing City had dissipated. With Zhao Yang's departure, the factions and enterprises under his command fragmented. His territories were divided among several prominent families, while the remnants were either co-opted or propped up. Zhou Wenlong was among those favored by the Fang family, ultimately rising to become one of the most powerful factions in Haiqing City. Zhao Yang had left, but the search for him had never ceased, for too many sought his demise. The wealthy families had no desire for a shadowy rat to stand on equal footing with them. fearing that Zhao Yang's resurgence would lead to retribution for the division of his enterprises and influence. Similarly, the underground forces resented having someone looming over them, obstructing their ascent. As the current leader of the underground forces in Haiqing City, Zhou Wenlong was among those who most wished to see Zhao Yang remain absent. Zhou Wenlong's gaze flickered, struggling to grasp Fang Yu's intentions. Does Fang mean? Fang Yu, hands clasped behind his back, gazed out at the scenery, lightly chuckling. Do not overthink it. The Fang family has invested considerable effort in nurturing you to this point. Why would they abandon you? Since I have shared news of Zhao Yang with you, it is naturally for your benefit. He did not elaborate further, but the astute Zhou Wenlong comprehended Fang Yu's implication, breathing a sigh of relief. Rest assured, I will send someone to eliminate him. Fang Yu turned back. Do not be careless. Zhao Yang was once a killer, exceptionally skilled. I can also provide you with intelligence regarding the reason for his retreat. Please do enlighten me. Fang, Zhou Wenlong replied respectfully, his curiosity piqued. How could the once invincible Zhao Yang, at merely 30 years of age, dominate the underground forces of Haiqing City? What could possibly compel him to forsake it all? Fang Yu smiled. Because of a woman. A woman? Zhou Wenlong was momentarily taken aback. Fang Yu explained nonchalantly. Indeed, Zhao Yang encountered a beloved woman. Desiring a peaceful life, he relinquished his power and status to accompany her, living in seclusion with his wife, leading a tranquil existence. Zhou Wenlong felt a surge of incredulity. All for a woman. He had relinquished everything? At that moment, Fang Yu added, this is, in fact, a breakthrough point. Do you understand? Zhou Wenlong immediately grasped the implication. A cruel smile creeping onto his lips. I see. He promptly set about contacting his subordinates to devise a plan. Fang Yu observed Zhou Wenlong's flurry of activity, a glimmer of mockery and derision passing through his eyes. Over the years, as Zhou Wenlong's power had grown, so too had his ambition, daring to show his fangs to his master. The Fang family sought a loyal and capable watchdog, not a vicious hound ready to turn on its master. Thus, Zhou Wenlong had outlived his usefulness. I have not spoken falsely. The Fang family would not forsake the hard-won power they have cultivated. However, a change in leadership can ensure that this force remains under their control. Zhou Wenlong was excitedly arranging plans, oblivious to the true target of this hunt. Chapter 57. The Eccentric Phone Call. In a certain urban village in Haiqing City, even in the bustling and prosperous city of Haiqing, with its towering skyscrapers, one could never overlook the presence of impoverished neighborhoods teeming with the destitute. Here, the streets are narrow and the houses dilapidated, yet an overwhelming population congregates, buzzing. As he traverses the dim and narrow alleyways, a battered van pulls in and comes to a halt before a crumbling little house with a courtyard. A man steps out, pushing open the car door. He appears to be in his late 30s, unkempt with scruffy facial hair, clad in a bleached shirt and pants. The sign affixed to the van indicates he is a taxi driver. Snap! Zhao Yang retrieves a cigarette, lighting it and exhaling a cloud of smoke, relishing the moment in leisurely contentment. Humming a tune that is as rustic as it is nostalgic, he pushes open the door and strides into his home. Luo Xian must have prepared dinner by now, he muses, feeling a pang of hunger as he eagerly anticipates the meal. However, the instant he steps inside, his expression shifts dramatically, transforming into one as sharp as that of an eagle. The instinct ingrained in his very being suddenly alerts him. Something is amiss. His countenance darkens as he rushes into the room, only to find the dining table devoid of the anticipated fragrant dishes. Instead, a solitary note lies there. Scribbled upon it are ominous words. Your wife, Luo Xian, is in our custody. If you wish to ensure her survival, come to the address provided. Zhao Yang stares at the note, reading it over and over. When he finally raises his gaze, his eyes are filled with a chilling bloodlust. Boom. Zhao Yang ignites the engine of his battered van, hurtling out at breakneck speed. The neighbors, initially inclined to greet him, are taken aback by his reckless velocity, exchanging bewildered glances as they struggle to comprehend the situation. Zhao Yang floors the accelerator, disregarding even the red lights, careening through the streets. Approximately half an hour later, he arrives at the desolate outskirts, where an abandoned factory looms, surrounded by desolation and silence. Bang! Zhao Yang bursts through the factory doors, striding inside with urgency. A deep voice resonates in the stillness. Oh, you've come? A burly man steps forward, scrutinizing Zhao Yang, a mocking grin plastered across his face. To think Zhao Yang has fallen to such depths, it's truly pathetic. Zhao Yang's pupils constrict in horror. How could this man possibly know his identity? Surprised. Are you? Did you really think you could hide forever? The man barks with laughter. With a wave of his hand, several individuals emerge from the shadows, brandishing guns aimed directly at Zhao Yang. As the man approaches, he taunts, if you want your wife to live, don't even think about moving. In the next instant, he delivers a brutal punch to Zhao Yang's abdomen. Fury ignites within Zhao Yang, but he refrains from retaliating, for Luo Xian's life hangs in the balance. The man, seeing Zhao Yang's unwillingness to fight back, laughs even harder, delivering a kick that sends Zhao Yang sprawling to the ground, pummeling him mercilessly until his face is bruised and bloodied, his body limp on the floor. Seemingly unsatisfied, the man viciously places his foot on Zhao Yang's head, reveling in his dominance. The once mighty emperor of Haiqing's underworld, now trampled beneath his foot? What a delightful irony. The man, who recently joined Zhou Wenlong's ranks, has only heard tales of Zhao Yang's past glory. He exhibits no fear as he continues his assault. Pathetic. For a mere woman. You relinquished your power and ended up like this. Zhao Yang trembles, his voice hoarse. You can do whatever you want of me. Just let Luo Xian go. She has nothing to do with this. Your wife? The man chuckles as if he has heard the most amusing joke, responding nonchalantly. She's dead. Zhao Yang roars in outrage. Impossible. The man kicks down again. Impossible? If we don't kill her, will we keep her for the new year? Her only worth was luring you here to die, and she has no value left now. Surprised, are you? Ha. With that, he turns to give orders coldly. Bind him up and take him back. The boss wants to handle this personally. For a long time, Zhao Yang has been shrouded in the shadow of Zhou Wenlong. For the impact he had on Zhao Yang's life was monumental. Zhou Wenlong intends to personally execute Zhao Yang, to finally sever ties with the past. The man lights a cigarette, retreating. Task accomplished. Afterward, Zhou Wenlong will undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Zhao Yang, dazed, contemplates the revelation. Luo Xian is dead? No, this cannot be. If she is dead, then everyone else must die too. A ferocious desire for vengeance surges within him. No sooner had the man taken a few steps when anguished screams and gunfire erupted behind him. He jumps in shock, dropping his cigarette. When he turns around, terror grips him as he sees all his men sprawled on the ground, while Zhao Yang, whom he presumed defenseless, strides toward him with menacing determination. What kind of monster is this? The man, panic-stricken, attempts to flee, but stumbles over a chair in his haste. Damn it! As he scrambles to his feet, he freezes in place. Zhao Yang stands before him, expressionless. The man, pallid with fear, opens his mouth to plead for mercy. I crack. Zhao Yang swiftly and decisively snaps his neck. Thud. After completing this grim task, Zhao Yang collapses to the ground with a dull thud, blood streaming from his abdomen and thigh. He is no Superman. Facing so many armed individuals unarmed, it is impossible not to sustain injuries. After a brief respite, Zhao Yang drags his pain-ridden body through the abandoned factory, finally discovering his wife Luo Xian's lifeless form in a room. He stares blankly, as if turned to stone, utterly motionless. At last, Zhao Yang steps forward to cradle Luo Xian's body. Concurrently, the emotion in his eyes gradually fades, hardening into an icy indifference. As if he has once again assumed the mantle of the underground emperor ruling Haiqing, Zhao Yang drives back to the narrow alley with Luo Xian's corpse. Preparing to lay her to rest at dawn, covered in blood, he sits in silence, lost in thought. The shrill ring of the landline shatters the stillness. Zhao Yang's gaze sharpens as he instinctively approaches to answer. Hello, who is this? Zhao Yang. A voice inquires from the other end. Enraged, Zhao Yang retorts. Who are you? Did you orchestrate tonight's events? Do not misunderstand. I had no part in it, the voice replies. What matters is that I know who orchestrated your wife's abduction. Don't you desire vengeance? Though filled with murderous intent and fury, Zhao Yang remains composed as he queries. Why are you helping me? Because you hold value, the voice replies coolly. I need you to do something for me. What is it? The voice chuckles lightly, quite simple. Help me kill someone. What do you say? The choice is yours. A prolonged silence ensues. Zhao Yang ultimately responded, I agree. Excellent. Came the relaxed and cheerful voice from the other end of the phone. Zhao Yang, his voice hoarse, inquired. Tell me, who is responsible? The one who has kidnapped your wife is Zhou Wenlong, the current leader of the underground forces in Haijing City. Within the Yundian villa, Fang Yu wore a smile that was difficult to decipher, stating, and the person you need to kill is named Chunyi. Chapter 58, Smooth Progression. In the exclusive VIP suite at the top of the Royal City Entertainment Center, Zhou Wenlong paced anxiously, his steps betraying his agitation. A foreboding sense of dread enveloped him. For those dispatched to deal with Zhao Yang had all lost contact. He hastily sent another team to investigate the situation. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a subordinate rushed in, breathless. What is the situation? Zhou Wenlong queried urgently. Boss, all the men we sent out are dead. The subordinate's face was ashen. Zhou Wenlong's body jolted. He could not help but curse. Damn it. He had taken sufficient precautions for this operation, ensuring that all his subordinates were armed. Yet they had still failed to eliminate Zhao Yang. Was that man even human? Now, having alerted the enemy, it would be exceedingly difficult to deal with Zhao Yang again. The mere thought of Zhao Yang still being alive sent a chill through Zhou Wenlong's heart. He knew Zhao Yang's character all too well. He would undoubtedly seek retribution. Despite repeatedly reminding himself that Zhao Yang was unaware of his involvement, and that he was no longer the once mighty underground emperor, Zhou Wenlong still felt a sense of panic. Even the bodyguards around him failed to provide any semblance of security. He remained rooted to the spot, his expression shifting dramatically, before ultimately giving in and dialing Fang Yu's number. After a brief moment, the call connected. Fang Xiao, there has been a problem with the operation. Zhao Yang isn't dead, and my men have all been killed. You couldn't handle such a trivial matter? Useless. Fang Yu's voice thundered through the line, causing Zhou Wenlong's face to flush with embarrassment, leaving him unable to retort. The responsibility for this debacle was indeed his. Fang Yu fell silent for a moment before speaking in a low tone. Come to the Yundian villa tomorrow morning. We shall discuss matters in detail. Understood, Zhou Wenlong replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With the Fang family's backing, the situation would be much easier to navigate, allowing him to relax his vigilance somewhat. At the Yundian villa, after hanging up the phone, Fang Yu's lips curled into a slight smirk as he contacted Zhao Yang once more. Tomorrow morning, Zhou Wenlong will take the main road, passing over the Hengduan Bridge. As for what you should do, that is entirely up to you. These are all essential routes to reach the Yundian villa. Thank you, came Zhao Yang's somber voice. I will fulfill my promise. The call ended. Fang Yu's expression turned indifferent. This operation had multiple objectives. First, it would conveniently eliminate Zhou Wenlong, a man with excessive ambition who, although currently restrained by the Fang family's power, would inevitably rebel one day. Moreover, by instigating Zhao Yang, a formidable aide to Chunyi in the original narrative, to carry out the assassination, it would irreparably sever ties between him and Chunyi, plunging them into an irrevocable conflict. Regardless of success or failure, this was advantageous for Fang Yu. Of course, due to the protagonist's halo, it was highly likely that Zhao Yang's assassination attempt would fail, thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, it would still provide Chunyi with a little surprise. Fang Yu chuckled coldly. Yet this was not the entirety of his scheme. He had another motive for sending Zhao Yang to assassinate Chunyi. According to the system, before the protagonist's halo was stripped away, if Chunyi faced a life-threatening crisis, he would escape death through various unforeseen events. However, these events must adhere to the laws and rules of reality. For instance, if a car were to collide with Chunyi, it might be diverted by another vehicle before impact, diminishing the force of the collision. If a sniper rifle were employed, a sudden gust of wind could alter the bullet's trajectory, resulting in a mere flesh wound to Chunyi's leg. The worlds would conspire to consolidate all favorable factors to ensure Chunyi's survival. Yet all coincidences must operate under physical laws and adhere to the principle of optimization. Thus, sending Zhao Yang to assassinate Chunyi, given his current capabilities, would render him no match for Chunyi. Therefore, the most logical way for Chunyi to narrowly escape death would undoubtedly involve Mu Zi. The worlds would facilitate Mu Zi's arrival before Zhao Yang could strike, allowing him to shield Chunyi from this murderous intent. This was merely Fang Yu's conjecture, yet he held considerable confidence in it. He fell into contemplation. Unwilling to relinquish control to Chunyi, he aimed to compel Mu Zi out and eliminate him. Moreover, Fang Yu was eager to expedite matters. His plan for the final strike against Chunyi was gradually taking shape in his mind, and before that, he aimed to eradicate all potential opportunities for a reversal. The following morning, on the Hengduan Bridge, countless vehicles surged across its expanse. A black sedan ascended the bridge. Inside, Zhou Wenlong appeared somewhat restless, asking the driver, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Boss, we should reach the destination in about 20 minutes, the driver replied. Zhou Wenlong nodded, then pulled out his phone to call Fang Yu. "Hello, Fang Xiao. I'm almost there. Currently, I'm on the Hengduan Bridge." "Oh," Fang Yu chuckled softly then. "I wish you good luck. Goodbye." Zhou Wenlong felt a jolt in his chest. Something felt amiss, yet he could not quite grasp it. Slightly agitated, he turned to admire the scenery outside the window. At that very moment, from a building not far from the bridge, a black gun barrel extended from a high-floor room. Following the barrel, one could see the gleaming steel of the rifle, along with the imposing silhouette concealed within the room. A sniper rifle. Zhao Yang positioned the sniper rifle before him, his right wrist angled inward, the web of his hand aligned against the rear of the grip. His expression was devoid of emotion. This was the equipment he had once utilized during his time as a hitman, kept as a memento, preserved until now. In his middle age, his physical condition was naturally not what it once was. 8 years of peaceful living had dulled his edge. Yet, upon grasping the familiar sniper rifle, he felt a resurgence of power, a mastery over life and death. Soon, the target vehicle, which he had confirmed 1,000 times, came into view. Zhao Yang calmly focused, aimed, and tightened his body. Finally, he pulled the trigger. Die. The bullet whirled, erupting with sparks as it propelled forth. With tremendous force, the bullet shattered the glass, piercing through Zhou Wenlong's chest. The impact created a gaping wound, and crimson blood splattered within the vehicle. At the Yundian villa, Fang Yu dialed Zhou Wenlong's number. When he heard the message indicating the line was unavailable, he couldn't help but sigh deeply, a sorrowful smile creeping onto his lips. What a pity. May you rest in peace in heaven. Mr. Fang, there's a situation. Just then, a voice from beside him caught Fang Yu's attention. He was currently inspecting the Nightmare's Eye workspace on the first floor of the villa. After all, he needed to confirm the status of their work while handling his finances daily. What is the situation? Fang Yu inquired. The golden-haired beauty, Catherine, remarked. The target has contacted the previous number again. Since the incident last time, Chen Ye's phone had been under constant surveillance. Thus the moment he called Mu Zi, Catherine immediately detected it. Fang Yu's eyes flickered. Indeed, it has begun. Chapter 59, Medical Exchange Conference. Fang Yu issued a command. Amplify the sound. Understood. Catherine replied promptly. Soon, Chen Ye's voice resonated through the loudspeaker. We can set off to Haiqing City now. Once we eliminate Fang Yu, I'll arrange a place for you to hide for a while, to avoid any leaks. Rest assured. Brother Chun, my strike will be infallible. Good. I await your good news. Beep, beep, beep. Fang Yu inquired. Did the other party mention the time and train number? No. Catherine replied, adjusting her glasses. However, we can easily obtain that information by checking Chun Ye's mobile ticketing details. Fang Yu nodded. Check it now? Yes. Catherine then focused intently on her work, and shortly after, she retrieved the information Fang Yu required. The train for tomorrow is K1789. Excellent. A peculiar smile spread across Fang Yu's face. I shall deliver him some auspicious news. The hackers from Nightmare Eye present in the room displayed expressions of pity. Although they were unfamiliar with who Chun Yi was, they could sense his dire predicament. Is there anything more embarrassing than discussing the assassination of a target while the target is listening in? Fang Yu exited the room and stepped into the courtyard of the villa, casually snapping his fingers. Instantly, 8 ironclad guards appeared before him, silent and stoic. Casting a glance over them, Fang Yu stated in a deep voice, I have a task for you. You are to prepare for the K1789 train arriving in Haiqing City tomorrow. At the Zhao residence, Chen Yi hung up the phone, unable to suppress a triumphant smile. That fellow Fang Yu is finished. With Mu Zi personally taking action, he believed there was no chance for Fang Yu to escape. Even the formidable individuals who had previously shattered his leg would be no match. Having suffered defeat at Fang Yu's hands multiple times had ignited a burning rage within Chen Yi, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Why was this bastard fixated on him? Was it truly because the Zhao family sided with the Ji family? Yet he had not targeted Zhao Shiyu. Was he simply addicted to chasing him? However, this situation was finally about to conclude. A cold glint flashed in Chen Ye's eyes. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door of the room was rapped upon, and a servant entered, bowing respectfully to Chen Yi. Mr. Chun, the elder Zhao wishes to see you. Understood. Chen Yi nodded, donned a coat, and proceeded outside. In the living room, Zhao Xinrui was already seated on the sofa, leaning on his cane, his demeanor formidable. Upon seeing Chen Yi, he immediately broke into a genial smile. Ah, Mr. Chen has arrived. Please, take a seat. Chen Yi, not one to be polite, sat directly opposite Zhao Xinrui and inquired, How has your health been, Elder Zhao? Very well, indeed. Zhao Xinrui chuckled heartily. Since you treated me, I have been feeling increasingly better, and I believe I shall be fully recovered soon. A self-satisfied expression crossed Chen Ye's face. Elder Zhao's ailment is quite rare and peculiar, thus requiring such an extended duration for treatment. Had it been any other condition, I could have resolved it effortlessly. Haha, Zhao Xinrui laughed. Mr. Chun, your medical skills are surely on par with those of your master, deserving of the title Divine Doctor, unintentionally. He offered another flattery. You flatter me, Elder Zhao. I wouldn't dare compare myself to my master. Chen Yi instinctively modestly deflected the praise, yet inwardly, he felt a sense of elation from the compliments. Divine Doctor. He aspired to be recognized as such, just like his master in his heyday, celebrated far and wide. Esteemed by powerful figures, perhaps even surpassing his master's past achievements. Chen Yi's heart brimmed with ambition. However, a shadow of concern passed through his mind. Ever since arriving in Haiqing City, his attempts to showcase his medical prowess had repeatedly encountered obstacles. Wei Ziyu, Song Chaoyu, all of them. The thought of these failures stirred a surge of resentment within him. Cough, cough. At that moment, Zhao Xinrui's expression turned serious as he finally broached the main topic. Mr. Chun, I have summoned you today to share some very important news. Please, go ahead, Elder Zhao. Zhao Xinrui continued, soon. There will be a grand medical exchange conference held within the Linzhou region, and it will take place in our Haiqing City. All the experts and scholars in the medical field along with esteemed figures from prominent families, will be in attendance. I hope you will also be able to participate. Chapter 60, Opportunity. A medical exchange conference? Medical experts? Chen Yi, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat disinterested. With his medical skills, he could easily outperform those ordinary individuals. What could he possibly learn from them? It seemed utterly meaningless. Noticing Chen Ye's reaction, Zhao Xinrui smiled. Mr. Chen, do not be hasty. Allow me to finish. This conference will not only feature experts and scholars, but also representatives from numerous major pharmaceutical companies and influential families. Some of them may be suffering from chronic ailments and will seek consultations from the physicians present at the conference. Oh, Chen Ye's interest was piqued. His previous disinterest shifted dramatically. The prospect of influential families attending for medical consultations? Excitement surged within him, signifying countless opportunities and connections. This was a chance to showcase his talents. Now, do you find it interesting? Zhao Xinrui lifted his teacup and took a sip. I have secured an invitation for you, so you can attend directly. Furthermore, Zhao Xinrui paused, his expression suddenly becoming grave. I have received some insider information that this medical exchange conference is likely being organized specifically for one person. One person? Chen Ye's heart raced. From Zhao Xinrui's earlier description, it was evident that this medical exchange conference would be of a very high caliber, a gathering of the elite. Many individuals from across Linzhou would attend. Yet Zhao Xinrui claimed it was being held for a single individual? Who possesses such clout? Zhao Xinrui's lips moved as he spoke softly. Now you should understand what an extraordinary opportunity this is, correct? Chen Ye's eyes shone brighter, as if envisioning his imminent ascent. If he could truly seize this opportunity. The Fang family, the Song family, they would pay dearly for their folly. Chen Ye's spirit soared. Thank you, Elder Zhao. Should I achieve great success in the future, I shall never forget the Zhao family's kindness today. It is my pleasure. Zhao Xinrui boomed with laughter. If it weren't for you and your master, this old body of mine would probably not have lasted this long. Yet despite his light-hearted words, Zhao Xinrui felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. He ardently supported Chen Yi, providing assistance to the utmost of his abilities, not merely out of goodwill, but rather due to his recognition of Chen Yi's potential, hoping that the latter would one day elevate the Zhao family. Zhao Xinrui intended to seize the moment and wave to the side. A middle-aged steward approached, bowing respectfully, and inquired, Sir, what are your instructions? The steward, known as Liang Fuxing, was deeply trusted by Zhao Xinrui. Looking at Chen Yi, Zhao Xinrui remarked, Mr. Chen, you have been in Haiqing City for a while now. Yet you still lack a home and a vehicle, correct? Allow me to have the steward accompany you to acquire a villa and a luxury car, regardless of the cost. The Zhao family will cover it. Chen Yi smiled brightly. You are too kind, old Master Zhao. He did not defer, but accepted the offer with a sense of contentment, feeling justified in his worth for treating Zhao Xinrui. Sipping his tea, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling the frustrations that had lingered in his heart over the past few days. As their conversation concluded, Liang Fuxing, at Zhao Xinrui's behest, prepared to escort Chen Yi to procure the property and vehicle. Grateful for the gesture, Chen Yi readily accepted, considering it a pleasant diversion. Soon, they arrived at a recently launched prestigious villa community by the banks of the Baishui River. The area boasted numerous lakes, forests, meadows, and artificial canyons, presenting a picturesque landscape, as if immersed in nature itself. Chapter 61. Wealth compared to me? Indeed, quite so. Under the guidance of a sales representative, Chen Yi surveyed the Baishui community and felt thoroughly satisfied. Upon encountering the most luxurious villa, the Baishui Riverside No. 1, which had been transformed into a landmark, he was particularly impressed. Its exquisite decor, nestled between mountains and water, was indeed a prime location. This one, please, Chen Yi declared. Although the price seemed steep, he felt no anxiety with the Zhao family backing him. However, the sales representative wore a conflicted expression. Sir, you cannot purchase this villa. Chen Yi furrowed his brow. Why not? Do you doubt my ability to pay? A hint of displeasure surged within him. No, the Baishui Riverside No. 1 is not available for direct sale. It is being auctioned, the representative explained. The auction will take place today at 3 o'clock, and the first item up for bid is the No. 1 villa. If you wish to participate, I can provide you with an entry ticket. There is still time. An auction? Very well, let us go and see, Chen Yi replied decisively. The sales representative promptly issued him an entry ticket and led him to the underground auction venue. The auction hall was spacious and lavishly decorated, already hosting a considerable number of attendees. Surrounding the auction stage were ordinary seats and several small boxes designated for individuals of certain status. Upon revealing the Zhao family's identity, Liang Fuxing quickly arranged for Chen Yi to be seated in a vacant box on the left side. At that moment, a young man with a strikingly handsome and robust build, seated in a central box on the right, gasped in surprise. This young man was Fang Yu. Fang Yu raised an eyebrow. What is he doing here? He had come to the auction for the Bai Shui Riverside No. 1 villa, which was no trivial matter, as it involved a significant opportunity for Chunyi. This opportunity would lead to a remarkable enhancement of Chunyi's medical skills and capabilities, culminating in the perfection of his art and firmly establishing the path for his future rise. Is it another cursed plot twist? Fang Yu mused, recognizing the origins of this occurrence. In the original narrative, Chunyi had attended the auction due to Feng Yang, the owner of Haoing Entertainment, and his daughter, Feng Xiaoxiao. However, Feng Yang had long been expelled from Haiqing City by Fang Yu, leading Fang Yu to believe that Chunyi could not possibly be present. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Although the Nightmare's Eye had been monitoring Chunyi, it only reported to Fang Yu when Chunyi engaged in suspicious activities. Therefore, Fang Yu remained unaware of Chunyi's attendance. Regaining his composure, a faint smile crept onto Fang Yu's lips. Well, since I'm here, the opportunity related to the Bai Shui Riverside No. 1 villa is no longer connected to Chunyi. While other matters could be debated, could wealth truly compare? As attendees settled into their seats, the elegantly dressed host took to the stage, exchanging pleasantries and expressing gratitude. The auction commenced. The first item up for bid is the Bai Shui Riverside No. 1 villa, with a starting price of 20 million. Let the bidding begin. 22 million. 23 million. I bid 25 million. The cacophony of bids resonated throughout the hall. Chunyi inwardly marveled at the extravagance of these affluent individuals, yet considered that with the Zhao family's support, he too could be deemed wealthy. An exhilarating surge of confidence surged within him, prompting him to call out, 30 million. This substantial bid captured the attention of all present. As participants turned their gazes toward Chunyi's box, the curtains were drawn back, revealing the interior of the box in its entirety. Chunyi was a stranger to them, yet they recognized Liang Fuxing standing beside him, and their expressions shifted to one of caution. Liang Fuxing was the esteemed steward of the Zhao family, held in high regard by Zhao Xinrui. Often, his mere presence signified the weight of the Zhao family. Whispers of speculation filled the air as attendees pondered Chunyi's identity. Almost instinctively, they abandoned the thought of continuing to bid, while the Bai Shui Riverside No. 1 villa was appealing. It was hardly worth incurring the wrath of the Zhao family. In the realm of upscale neighborhoods, Bai Shui Riverside paled in comparison to Yunshan, where Fang Yu resided. A person's residence often symbolized their wealth and status, and within the auction hall, most participants were ordinary tycoons, recognizing the Zhao family as an insurmountable entity. Triumphant, Chunyi reveled in the silence that followed his bid, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him. He understood that this was merely a reflection of the Zhao family's influence, yet it also allowed him to savor the exquisite taste of power and status. Just wait. Chunyi thought to himself, after the medical exchange conference, I shall compel all to bow before my prowess. The auctioneer struck the gavel. 30 million once. 30 million twice. A smile adorned Chunyi's lips. This villa was undoubtedly his. 300 million. A calm voice emanated from the central box on the right. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Chunyi's body froze. Not only due to the staggering increase of 70 million in his bid, but also because he recognized the voice. The curtain of Fang Yu's box had been drawn back at some point, and he gazed down at Chunyi with a contemptuous glint in his eyes. Care to continue bidding? Chapter 62. Securing the villa, severing the opportunity. Fang Yu. Chunyi's expression darkened as he stared across at Fang Yu in the opposite box. How is it that this man is here again? He felt a surge of rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. How could he encounter Fang Yu even when attempting to purchase a villa, and once more, have him disrupt his plans? A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, yearning to raise his bid once more. How could he allow himself to be robbed in silence before the crowd? Did he not have any pride? At that moment, however, Liang Fuxing, who stood nearby, interjected, Mr. Chun, although the master has stated that all your expenses will be covered by the family, if the amount is excessively high, I still must report it to the family first. This statement helped Chunyi regain his composure. Spending 100 million on a villa by the Bishi River was indeed not worth it, and when it came to financial prowess, how could he possibly compete with Fang Yu? Thus, despite the fury and resentment boiling within him, he had no choice but to relent. Fang Yu smiled and inquired, What is the matter, Chunyi? Not raising your bid? If so, I shall take this villa. Chunyi snorted coldly, retorting, Only a fool would spend 100 million on this villa. Fang Yu shook his head with a sigh. You fail to comprehend the woes of the wealthy. When one has an abundance of money, they are left to rack their brains daily on how to lavish it. The others in the auction room fell silent, envious of such a plight. How they wished to experience such troubles. Chunyi's expression faltered, and with simmering anger, he turned to leave, exclaiming, Let us go. With that, he abruptly exited the auction. Ding. Host villain points, 1,000. Protagonist's luck points, 1,000. Fang Yu felt immensely satisfied, observing Chun Yi's frustrated yet powerless demeanor. He felt a sense of exhilaration. Furthermore, he had secured the villain points. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner, Chun Yi sneered. Very well, continue to be arrogant. After all, once you descend, you shall have no such opportunities. Liang Fuxing then asked, Mr. Chun, shall we explore other villa districts? Let us discuss it another day. We're heading back today, Chun Yi replied irritably, completely devoid of any enthusiasm. Inside the auction hall, although the first villa had been acquired by Fang Yu, the auction continued, with numerous antique paintings being sold one after another. The host clearly intended to make a substantial profit from this auction. However, Fang Yu paid no heed to these items. His sole objective today was the villa by the Bishi River. Before long, a stout middle-aged man rushed into Fang Yu's private box, accompanied by an assistant carrying various documents. The man's name was Sun Jun, the organizer of the auction and the owner of the Bishi River properties. Young Master Fang, it is truly an honor to have you personally attend the auction. Sun Jun gasped, then respectfully added, I have brought the villa's documentation for you. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command. 100 million. The Bishi River villa had astonishingly fetched a price of 100 million. This was far beyond Sun Jun's expectations, filling him with delight. The wealth of these young heirs was indeed easy to exploit. It was truly said that fools have money to burn. Yet, on the surface, Sun Jun maintained a facade of utmost respect. Very well, Fang Yu casually replied, glancing through the documents before stating, let us settle the payment. With a wave of his hand, the assistant, Lung Han, began transferring the funds. Sun Jun soon received a notification. 35 million had been deposited. He was utterly bewildered. He hastily reminded, young Master Fang, your auction price was 100 million. Fang Yu cast a cold glance at him, causing Sun Jun to shudder involuntarily. Did he truly believe that the villa was only worth that much? Did he think he was a fool? If he were to offer 100 million, would Fang Yu genuinely accept it? Chapter 63, Parchment. Sun Jun trembled. Then, in a state of panic, stammered, young Master Fang, I was mistaken. 35 million is fine. Or even 30 million would suffice. Whatever price that gentleman bid, you may bid the same. At that moment, his heart brimmed with regret, feeling as though his head had been clouded. How could he have thought that those wealthy heirs were fools? The real fool was himself. The previous situation had clearly been one of animosity between Fang Yu and the steward of the Zhao family, Liang Fuxing, who deliberately inflated the price to 100 million to thwart his opponent. Yet here he was, foolishly rushing to Fang Yu to demand that sum. He had been gleeful, thinking he had struck gold. Like a complete simpleton, Sun Jun felt his back drenched in cold sweat, realizing that had he insisted on that 100 million, he was certain Fang Yu would have obliged. However, once he acquired that sum, he would undoubtedly have no life left to spend it. He might just drop dead in the streets tonight. The very thought sent him into a greater panic. Glancing at his assistant, who still appeared dazed and unresponsive, he erupted. Are you deaf? Hurry and transfer 500,000 back to young Master Fang. Ah yes. Under Sun Jun's murderous glare, the assistant finally reacted, hastily transferring 500,000 to Fang Yu. Fang Yu regarded Sun Jun with a profound gaze. Although the man had appeared somewhat foolish earlier, he now seemed to possess a degree of awareness. Chen Yi believed he needed to spend 70 million to make him suffer? That was truly a miscalculation. Enough. Fang Yu waved his hand. You may leave. As Sun Jun felt a sense of relief wash over him, he led his assistant away. Fang Yu rose, stating lightly, let us go? Lung Han promptly followed, and the two exited the auction room, intending to visit the Bishi River villa he had just acquired, to investigate the opportunity that should have belonged to the protagonist, Chen Yi. Strolling leisurely, Fang Yu arrived at the Bishi River villa. He entered directly and surveyed his surroundings. Recalling the layout from memory, he ascended to the study on the second floor, pausing before a bookshelf on the right side. For aesthetic purposes, the shelf had been filled in advance with a variety of books, awaiting the preferences and needs of the villa's owner upon moving in. Found it. As Fang Yu's eyes scanned the rich collection, they suddenly brightened, and he withdrew a particular book. With a rustling sound, he flipped through its pages and quickly discovered a yellowed piece of parchment nestled in the middle. Aha, this is it, he murmured, recognizing it as the opportunity originally intended for Chun Yi upon his acquisition of this villa. Fang Yu's gaze deepened. The parchment was inscribed with a haphazard array of characters, yet hidden within lay a pattern. If successfully deciphered, it would reveal a location. In the original narrative, there, Chun Yi discovered a concealed stone chamber containing a jade disc, which harbored a unique essence akin to the internal energy cultivated through his specialized medical techniques. Chun Yi's medical prowess had already reached the pinnacle of mastery, merely a step away from perfection. By absorbing this unique essence, he would break through the long-stalled barriers. Moreover, This essence possessed the capability to enhance strength, significantly augmenting Chun Ye's combat prowess. Fang Yu had long coveted this opportunity, eagerly awaiting today's auction. After all, if one were to embark on an early investigation of this tome, it could effortlessly precipitate alterations in its intricate details, potentially resulting in the parchment never manifesting within this villa or appearing in the book itself. However, the text does not provide a meticulous description of the location to be deciphered. It merely shifts scenes to reveal Chun Yi having already located the stone chamber. Nonetheless, the book does elaborate on the method for decrypting the parchment. Drawing upon the memories stored in his mind, Fang Yu swiftly identified the location of the opportunity, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the site lay within the borders of Linzhou, nestled in a valley adjacent to Bian City, not far from Haiqing City, making a round trip feasible without hindrance. With that thought, he hastened down the stairs and addressed the waiting Lung Han in the foyer. Prepare a helicopter. I must make an immediate trip to Bian City. Understood. Lung Han promptly set about making the necessary arrangements. In no time, a helicopter descended with a roar beside the Bai Shui River community, whisking Fang Yu away at great speed towards Bian City. Chapter 64. Inheriting Opportunity, Power Surge. At dusk, Fang Yu reached the location depicted in the parchment and soon discovered a cave constructed of solid stone. Within, he found a jade disc. As he caressed the jade, he marveled at its unique texture, smooth and rounded, imbued with a refreshing coolness. How does one activate this? He scrutinized the jade disc intently. Suddenly, a faint luminescence flickered across its surface. Instantly, a chill, invisible energy crept up his palm to his arm, then spread throughout Fang Yu's entire being, yet rather than discomfort, it enveloped him in an extraordinary sense of well-being. It felt akin to the energy of a system, continuously forging Fang Yu's physique, causing his physical attributes to escalate. 56, 57, 58, 59, climbing all the way to 75. Unlike the system energy that dissipated after enhancing his body, this ethereal chill lingered in his dantian, refusing to vanish. Ding. Congratulations, host has acquired a special inheritance. Fang Yu's expression shifted with astonishment. The effects are astounding. He had augmented his physique by 20 points. A feat that would require an immense 4,000 villain points through the system. A staggering sum indeed. Moreover, as the baseline of his physique expanded, the strength gained from each additional point would increase exponentially. The disparity between a physique of 40 and 20 is not comparable to that between 80 and 60. Furthermore, Fang Yu closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the unique energy residing in his dantian. He could sense that, thanks to this entity, his healing rate had significantly accelerated compared to before. Containing his excitement, Fang Yu summoned the system panel. Ultimate Villain System. Host, Fang Yu. Personal Wealth, 238. 9 billion. Charm Value, 30. Physique Value, 75. Skills, Management, Mastery, Intimidation, Advanced, Martial Arts, Advanced, Cello, Advanced. Villain Points, 2,000. Current Triggered Book, The Expert from the Mountain in the City. Friendly Reminder, Current Villain Points, 2,000. Protagonist Fortune Value, 5,500. Fang Yu pondered briefly before inquiring, System, how many villain points are required to elevate martial arts to mastery? Merely augmenting his physique would not suffice. His body also necessitated an adaptation period, and without technique, mere brute strength would be ineffectual. Take, for instance, his previous encounter with Tai Chi. Although Fang Yu's physique surpassed his, had it not been for the intimidation skill, the outcome would have been uncertain. The system swiftly responded. To upgrade martial arts to mastery requires 1,000 villain points. To perfection requires 3,000 villain points. Alas, the points required for perfection are significantly higher. Fang Yu mused silently. Nevertheless, he expended 1,000 points to elevate martial arts to mastery. The remaining 1,000 points were allocated entirely to his physique. As the system energy surged and washed over him, Fang Yu's power surged once more. Physique points, 80. Feeling the energy within him gradually dissipate, Fang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. He lifted his right foot and forcefully stomped down. Boom. His right foot sank deeply into the ground. The entire stone chamber trembled and shook. It had been less than half an hour since entering the chamber, yet Fang Yu's power had surged dramatically. Excellent. Fang Yu grinned, relishing the power coursing through him. Eager to put it to the test, finding an opponent now proved a challenge. Even the iron guards would not be a match for him. But was there not one available? Flames seemed to ignite in his eyes, his fighting spirit rising. He now felt confident in challenging Mu Zi, a character considered the pinnacle of combat prowess in the expert from the mountain in the city. Fang Yu resolved to use Mu Zi as a sharpening stone to gauge his strength. Naturally, he was thoroughly prepared. Regardless of victory or defeat, it would be Mu Zi who faced death. Fang Yu's demeanor became indifferent. To him, Muzi was merely a beast awaiting slaughter, caged until the moment of execution. The moment the assassination mission against him was assigned, the outcome had been sealed, irrevocably fixed. Chapter 65. You are weak. Fang Yu stepped out of the stone chamber. Awaiting him outside, the iron guards approached, their expressions tinged with astonishment, for in their perception, Fang Yu was no longer the same. His aura had grown more imposing, exuding an undeniable pressure that even elicited a hint of trepidation from them. What transpired within the chamber? As the 8 iron guards remained in a state of uncertainty, Fang Yu calmly stated, "Let us proceed." Internally, he mused, "It is time to deal with Muzi." The following day, at the break of dawn, boom, with a rumble, the K-1789 train chugged along the tracks. In the last compartment, a young man clad in tattered clothing, resembling a laborer, sat. He appeared to be around 20 years old, disheveled and unkempt, his hair a tangled mess, embodying an air of carefree nonchalance. Due to his appearance and the odor emanating from him, everyone kept their distance, unwilling to sit beside him. Muzi yawned, feeling somewhat drowsy. Time passed, and he gradually awakened, only to find that his compartment was utterly deserted. What happened? Muzi sprang from his seat. Though not particularly bright, he was not entirely foolish. The situation was clearly amiss. Crack! A deafening sound erupted, accompanied by a jarring snap. As the last compartment violently detached from the train, caught off guard by the sudden inertia, Muzi nearly stumbled. The final compartment, now devoid of the engine's pull, came to a gradual halt, suspended precariously between 2 cliffs. No path above, no route below. Muzi's eyelids twitched uncontrollably at that moment. Even a true fool would sense that something was profoundly wrong. Crack, crack, crack. Upon the top of the carriage overhead, a peculiar sound of footsteps arose, leisurely echoing as if someone were taking a stroll. Footsteps? Muzi looked up in astonishment. Just as he pondered the source of the noise, a thunderous crash erupted. The carriage above suddenly shattered, and a figure descended from the sky, accompanied by a glint of lethal coldness. Instinctively, Muzi raised his arm to shield himself, only to be forcefully propelled out, crashing through several seats before landing heavily on the ground with a painful scream. Fang Yu slowly rotated his elbow, gripping a short knife that shimmered with icy brilliance. In confrontations of their caliber, cold weapons proved far more effective at close range than firearms. Of course, at a distance, and with overwhelming numbers, unless one possessed the ability to withstand bullets. Drawing a knife would only result in being turned into a sieve before the blade could even be unsheathed. Muzi sprang up from the ground, the deep wound on his arm instantly clotting, and astonishingly, it began to heal at an observable rate. Fang Yu squinted slightly. Indeed, as described in the texts, this one was a monster. Such a rate of recovery. Could it truly belong to a mere human? Muzi's face contorted in fury as he bellowed. "Who are you?" "Fang Yu." Fang Yu replied casually. "Does that name ring a bell?" Muzi's pupils contracted before he sneered. "You are Fang Yu? Perfect. No need for me to look for you. I'll just kill you right here." For Muzi, whose thoughts were rather simplistic, the only course of action was clear. He must slay his opponent. With a roar, Muzi charged forward like a wild beast. Surprisingly, Fang Yu did not evade but instead lunged toward him as well, and the two collided like 2 high-powered vehicles crashing head-on. With a resounding thud, Muzi remained unyielding, while Fang Yu was sent flying back, crashing into the end of the carriage. Ha! Muzi laughed maniacally, confident in his own strength, believing himself invincible. "Fool, you dared to clash with me head-on. You've survived my full-force impact. Yet you are indeed the strongest I have encountered. Too bad for you. I am your adversary," Muzi boasted. "In my presence, you are but an ant I could crush at will." Coughing, Fang Yu straightened his posture and grinned. "Apologies. That was merely a test, but now I understand. You are, in fact, quite weak, far weaker than I had anticipated." "Weak?" Muzi's expression faltered, seething with rage. "How dare you call me weak?" Boom. Muzi leaped into the air, fists raised to strike Fang Yu. Yet, suspended in midair, he abruptly froze. Where had he gone? In the blink of an eye, Fang Yu had vanished, and as Muzi landed in disbelief, he suddenly spotted that smiling face, clear and cold. Fang Yu stood there, scrutinizing him. "Hey, what are you looking for?" Then, with a swift motion, he clenched his fist and struck Muzi squarely in the face, shattering his nose and sending him hurtling backward. Chapter 66. Experimental Material. Scoundrel. Muzi, disregarding the blood streaming down his face, charged again, his fists like iron striking out. However, he soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as Fang Yu effortlessly caught his fist. Using his own momentum, Fang Yu lifted him into the air and slammed him down. The entire carriage trembled as the air in the confined space howled. Muzi, driven mad, roared once more, rising again. Yet, in less than 3 seconds, he was sent flying back as if struck by a speeding vehicle, a deep gash carved into his chest, blood gushing forth. "Aren't you supposed to be formidable?" Fang Yu remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as the short knife in his hand glinted ominously. "An ant, easily crushed?" Musi gazed at Fang Yu, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. Was he truly weak? No, he was strong. His attack power, defense, and recovery were all monstrous. Unfortunately, he lacked any semblance of technique. In the presence of others, he could rely on his terrifying physical advantage to dominate, but against Fang Yu, with his superior physique and mastery of combat skills, Musi was undeniably outmatched. Gone was the arrogance that had once adorned Musi's face. He could not comprehend why he was powerless before Fang Yu. Just as he was about to speak, he glanced at his rapidly healing wounds and felt a renewed sense of confidence. Even if he could not defeat Fang Yu, the latter could not kill him. Even with his internal organs pierced or his throat slit, he would still recover. At that moment, Fang Yu smiled. "Hee, do you think I cannot kill you?" Musi's heart raced. Your recovery ability is indeed unexpected, but suddenly, Fang Yu shattered the train's window with a punch, standing on the ledge. He then turned with a strange smile. "Goodbye." Musi's expression changed, instinctively rushing forward to prevent Fang Yu from escaping. But Fang Yu's eyes had transformed into two swirling black vortexes, his mental energy rapidly depleting. Musi's gaze dulled, and he froze in place. Fang Yu leaped through the window, plummeting toward the cliff below. Seconds later, Musi jolted awake, but the next instant, a blinding light erupted, akin to the sun's collapse. Boom! Flames erupted, and the air surged violently. Amidst the acrid smell of smoke, the entire carriage disintegrated into fragments. Only remnants of limbs and debris rained down. At that moment, Fang Yu had activated a special compressed parachute concealed within his clothing, descending slowly. Hearing the thunderous crash above, Fang Yu retracted his gaze, his expression indifferent. He retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket and instructed, "Collect the wreckage at the base of the cliff." He intended to study the remnants of Musi's body. After all, the situation was truly extraordinary. If any insights could be gleaned, they would undoubtedly hold immense value. Regrettably, capturing Musi alive seemed unlikely. Otherwise, a living specimen would yield even greater research potential. Soon, Fang Yu touched down and called again. "What is the situation?" A deep voice responded from Tai, tinged with gravity. "Young Master Fang, that fellow is still alive." What? Fang Yu was taken aback. Was this person truly unkillable, even after an explosion? This was absurd. Tai added, "However, he has lost the ability to move." Fang Yu replied solemnly, "I'll be there shortly." Before long, Fang Yu arrived at the scene. On the desolate ground at the cliff's base, remnants of the explosion lay scattered about, and what captured Fang Yu's attention was Musi, lying nearby. The figure, though barely discernible as human, had its legs completely blown off, its entire body charred and carbonized, lacking even a semblance of intact skin. Yet, remarkably, Musi was still alive. In the face of such grievous wounds, his terrifying regenerative capabilities seemed only sufficient to prolong his existence, unable to effectuate any genuine healing. Musi retained a semblance of consciousness, his scorched eyelids barely concealing his eyes, which glared fiercely at Fang Yu. His gaze was laden with malevolence, invective, and madness, resembling that of a vengeful spirit. However, in the presence of this horrifying spectacle that would terrify any ordinary person, Fang Yu exhibited not a trace of fear. Instead, a glint of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. This gaze even sent a chill down Musi's spine. Fang Yu pondered, the astonishing resilience of life. What on earth has this creature consumed? Initially intending to examine the remains, he found himself presented with an unexpected opportunity for live research material. This thought flashed through his mind as he swiftly retrieved his phone, dialing the number for the Fang Group's subsidiary, Fang Pharmaceutical Company. The biopharmaceutical sector stood as one of the two pillars of the Fang Group, with Fang Hospital serving as its affiliate, replete with numerous high-tech laboratories conducting a variety of research. Within moments, the call connected. The voice of the company's president came through. "Mr. Fang, what a surprise to receive your call. How may I assist you?" Fang Yu replied coolly. "Your high-tech laboratory has one dedicated to human research, correct?" The response was immediate. "Indeed. Please connect me with them. There's a task at hand." "Understood, Mr. Fang," came the hurried reply. Shortly after, another call came through, the voice on the line slightly aged. "Mr. Fang, you called for me?" "Lu Gang, head of the Human Research Laboratory. I have an experimental specimen to send your way." A cruel smile graced Fang Yu's lips as he regarded Musi, who now wore a face of sheer terror instead of his earlier defiance. However, this subject might require some persuasion to behave appropriately. Lu Gang chuckled hoarsely. "Haha, Mr. Fang, such matters are our specialty. Very well, I entrust this to you. I will send you the particulars of this subject's condition shortly. Please keep me updated on any progress in the research." "Understood, Mr. Fang." After hanging up, Fang Yu stepped forward, placing his foot upon one of Musie's arms that had attempted to stealthily retreat. The arm, already rendered exceedingly fragile by the explosion, shattered instantly. A blood-curdling scream escaped Musie's throat. Fang Yu coldly stated, "Is it not better to comply? If you persist in your defiance, do not blame me for ending your life." Instantly, Musie ceased all movement. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Yu instructed the iron guards, "Ensure that this creature's demise is swiftly communicated to Chen Yi." He suddenly grinned. I am rather eager to witness his reaction. Chapter 67, Trepidation. At the train station, Chen Yi sat in a corner, pulling his hat down low. His presence here was solely to await Musie, who was on a mission to assassinate Fang Yu. Thus, he had to exercise utmost caution to avoid suspicion. Glancing at his watch, Chen Yi thought to himself, "It is time." With a thunderous roar, the train slowly approached the station. Chen Yi rose, scanning the area for Musie's silhouette. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted as a large contingent of inspectors burst into the station, sealing off the surrounding exits while shouting through their megaphones. "All passengers, please remain where you are. Due to an unforeseen incident en route, we require your cooperation for a registration investigation." A frown creased Chen Yi's brow as he quickly approached one of the inspectors, whispering, "Excuse me, what has happened?" "Indeed, something has occurred," the inspector replied with evident irritation. "The last car of the train derailed for unknown reasons and subsequently exploded. We are currently investigating, reportedly. There is still someone aboard, quite unfortunate." At these words, an inexplicable dread surged within Chen Yi. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to call Musie, but it continuously indicated that the line was unreachable. His foreboding intensified, yet he reassured himself, it cannot be mere coincidence. Perhaps the phone is simply turned off, or he hasn't noticed it. Chen Yi retreated to a corner, patiently awaiting news. Bang! The train doors swung open. Passengers were guided by the inspectors for checks and registrations before being allowed to leave, and as more and more individuals exited, the station grew increasingly desolate. Anxiety etched across Chen Yi's face as he fervently prayed for Musie's swift emergence. However, the inspector was conducting final checks when he inquired of the train conductor, "Do you know the identity of the victim in the last car?" The conductor nodded, a rather unusual name, Musie. The word struck Chen Yi like a thunderclap, sending his mind into a whirl. Musie was dead? No, this could not be. At that moment, the tumult of emotions swelling within Chen Yi was not anger or sorrow, but sheer terror. How could it be such a coincidence that an accident occurred precisely at this moment, and that Musie was the sole casualty? This was no mere accident. It was orchestrated. Chen Yi's face turned ashen as a name uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. Fang Yu. It had to be him. The assassination plan he had believed to be covert and foolproof was likely already known to his adversary. As this realization struck him, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Chen Yi?" A voice called from beside him. Chen Yi's pupils constricted, his muscles tensing instinctively. He turned abruptly to find the inspector, the very one he had inquired of moments ago, standing beside him. He fixed a piercing gaze upon the inspector, his voice low and intense. "How do you know my name?" The inspector appeared taken aback, then chuckled. "You must have misheard. I called you sir. Does your name happen to sound similar to sir? Everyone else has left, and I noticed you standing here. Surely you're not waiting for someone?" According to our records, the deceased passenger's name is Musie, but we have been unable to reach any of his relatives. Are you a friend of his? "No, I do not know him," Chen Yi retorted, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, hastily denying, "I have other matters and must take my leave." With that, he hurriedly exited the station. Chen Yi was engulfed by a sense of peril. He felt dangerously exposed and resolved to return to the Zhao residence, where he might find a semblance of safety. He had made up his mind to remain indoors until the medical exchange conference. As long as he could seize an opportunity at the conference to connect with influential figures, he would no longer fear Fang Yu. Frustration simmered within Chen Yi. Just wait. If he could make a name for himself, he would ensure the Fang family would regret their actions. Chapter 68, Comprehensive Suppression. At the train station, the inspector gazed after Chen Yi's retreating figure, then suddenly reached up to wipe his face, revealing a brand new feminine visage. It was none other than Iron Guard member Iron 8. In the Iron Guard, Iron 8 excels in disguise, stealth, assassination, and other similar arts. For her, the act of transformation is but a trivial matter. A peculiar expression flitted across her face. She had just let something slip, but it mattered little, as her only directive was to ensure that this individual swiftly learned of Musie's demise. She turned and strode towards the station, retrieving her phone to dial Fang Yu. "Young master, the task has been accomplished." At that moment, Fang Yu had already returned to the headquarters of the Fang Corporation. Listening to Iron 8's report over the phone, a playful smile graced his lips. Chen Yi seems quite terrified. How pitiable. With that thought, he could not help but allow a happy grin to surface. The villainous value amassed from the minor characters was nearing its peak, yet ultimately, it would still require extracting from Chunyi, the main character. During this time, he must be hiding within the Zhao family, too afraid to emerge, right? Lost in other affairs, he had nearly forgotten about the Zhao family. It was high time to take action against them. With this in mind, Fang Yu summoned his secretary, gather the board members for an impromptu meeting. Yes, the secretary replied hurriedly, setting about the arrangements. Soon, in the top-floor conference room, all board members were assembled. As the meeting commenced, Fang Yu directly inquired, if I recall correctly, many of Zhao's partners also collaborate with us, correct? One board member promptly affirmed, indeed. The Zhao family aligns with the Ji family, positioning themselves as adversaries to the Fang family. However, most ordinary enterprises remain uninvolved in such high-stakes conflicts, adhering instead to the principle of profit above all else. As long as there is money to be made, they are willing to cooperate. Therefore, a significant number of enterprises maintain partnerships with both the Fang and Zhao families without any reservations. Excellent, Fang Yu coldly gestured. Inform them that they must choose. Either cease collaborations with the Zhao family or terminate their partnership with the Fang family, their choice. Traditionally, we have allowed them to sit on the fence, but if we are to take action against the Zhao family, a decision must be made. I trust they will make the right choice. But that was not all. Fang Yu continued, furthermore, place the Zhao family on the Fang Corporation's list of adversaries and launch a comprehensive commercial offensive. Our objective is the total annihilation of all Zhao enterprises, ensuring this family exits the historical stage of Haiqing City once and for all. Understood, the board members responded in unison. No one dared to voice dissent against Fang Yu's resolution, for the members of the board had quietly been replaced by a fresh assembly of unfamiliar faces. As for the previous members, who could still recall them, this world is brutally pragmatic. A few acutely perceptive individuals within the group sensed an unusual atmosphere, yet they remained silent. The more one knows, the clearer it becomes that silence is paramount. Ultimately, Fang Yu's proposal passed unanimously. The Fang Corporation, a colossal entity entrenched in power, lifted its head for the first time, revealing its menacing fangs towards the Zhao family. At the Zhao family's villa, within a spacious chamber, a family meeting was underway. Present were Zhao Xinrui and the current clan leader, Zhao Ting, along with Zhao Xinrui's other offspring and some collateral relatives. The atmosphere in the room was exceptionally heavy. Zhao Xinrui's second daughter, Zhao Yuan, broke the silence with an outburst of anger. What a scoundrel! What does Fang Yu intend to do? My partners have all suddenly demanded to withdraw their investments. Me too. Suppliers have refused to continue providing goods. All because the Fang family has hinted that any collaboration with Zhao Enterprises equates to enmity with the Fang Corporation, spoke Zhao Xinrui's third son, Zhao Ren. With their remarks, others began to voice similar grievances. The situation was dire, with all suffering significant losses due to the Fang Corporation's actions. For the Zhao family, it felt as if the sky had fallen. The Zhao family's enterprises faced catastrophic blows. Beyond the overt attacks, covert forces were incessantly harassing Zhao's stores, vandalizing and wreaking havoc, severely impacting both reputation and market standing. The Zhao family had initially believed they could withstand the onslaught, but when confronted with the Fang Corporation, they truly realized the insurmountable chasm between them. The Fang family could extinguish the Zhao family with as much ease as crushing an ant. Listening to the cacophony of lamentations and the news of their enterprise's collapse, Zhao Ting wore a grim expression. Zhao Xinrui appeared to age a decade in an instant. Revitalizing and prospering the Zhao family had been Zhao Xinrui's lifelong aspiration, yet now, they found themselves plummeting into despair, even facing the risk of annihilation. Why was Fang Yu doing this? How dare he? Zhao Ting retorted, the Ji family backs us. Does he not fear the repercussions from them, provoking an all-out war? Humph. Does the Fang family fear the Ji family? Besides, Fang Yu is not Fang Qixiong. That fellow is nothing less than a lunatic. Zhao Yan scoffed. Suddenly struck by a thought, a chill ran through her. Did Fang Yu have no rebuttal? Someone exclaimed, when have we ever provoked him? At that moment, Zhao Ren spoke, I have some information. His words captured everyone's attention, and all eyes turned to him, with Zhao Ting anxiously urging, why didn't you mention this crucial information sooner? Hurry. Zhao Ren hesitated, sneaking a glance at Zhao Xinrui before finally stating, there has been word from Fang Yu that unless we expel Chunyi from the Zhao family and sever all ties, the Fang family will obliterate us. The revelation struck like a thunderclap. Chunyi. This name was not unfamiliar. He was the esteemed physician revered by the elder. The room erupted in a flurry of chatter, rife with animosity towards Chunyi. After all, it seemed that he was the reason for the Zhao family's current plight. All these words fell upon Zhao Xinrui's ears. Though his expression remained inscrutable, his heart was already shrouded in shadows, shaken to the core. He had not anticipated that the Zhao family's calamity stemmed from Chunyi. Although he had previously heard from butler Liang Fuxing that there appeared to be some discord between Fang Yu and Chunyi, he never expected it to escalate to this extent. Merely due to their connection to Chunyi, Fang Yu sought to annihilate the Zhao family. Zhao Xinrui's countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Fang Yu's stance was unwavering. Thus, he must choose between offending the Fang family or antagonizing Chunyi. His mind wrestled with turmoil. Ultimately, he struck his cane firmly against the ground. The room fell silent. Everyone ceased their murmurs and respectfully turned their attention to Zhao Xinrui, including clan leader Zhao Ting. In the Zhao family, Zhao Xinrui's word was law. Regardless of their grievances and discontent, when Zhao Xinrui spoke, they had no choice but to comply. Zhao Xinrui's gaze swept over all present, and he declared, "Our Zhao family will not sever ties with Mr. Chun." This was Zhao Xinrui's final decision, to staunchly support Chunyi. There are three primary reasons for this. Firstly, Zhao Xinrui is well aware that Chunyi indeed possesses unparalleled medical skills, far from being a mere charlatan. Secondly, there is the matter of Chunyi's master. Although he has been living in seclusion for many years, fading from public memory, his reputation as a miraculous physician once resonated throughout the vicinity of Linzhou. Lastly, there is the impending medical exchange conference. If the rumors hold true, this event could serve as an exceptional opportunity for Chunyi's rise. Should he seize this chance, the current predicament could be effortlessly resolved, compelling the Fang family to bow before him. Taking all factors into account, Zhao Xinrui resolved to steadfastly support Chunyi. With his determination solidified, the elder ceased his hesitations and pronounced in a deep voice, "Zhao Ting, take some individuals to the Ji family and inform them of the Zhao family's current circumstances, seeking their assistance. The rest must endeavor to hold on. Trust me, this situation shall not endure for long. As for me," Zhao Xinrui's gaze was solemn and authoritative, "I shall personally meet with the young master of the Fang family. I wish to ascertain whether he truly possesses the prowess rumored of late, or if he believes the Zhao family to be devoid of capable individuals." With these arrangements set in motion, those present felt a renewed sense of purpose, inspired to act promptly according to Zhao Xinrui's directives. "Zhao Ting, accompany me," Zhao Xinrui beckoned. Stepping out of the room, the steward, Liang Fuxing, approached, poised to heed his commands. Zhao Xinrui instructed, "Hasten to prepare the carriage. We are to head out shortly." Before long, Zhao Xinrui had bathed, donned formal attire, and meticulously arranged his silver hair. Confident in his appearance, he strode forth from the Zhao family villa with an imposing presence. This meeting represented the entirety of the Zhao family. For one who values familial honor as Zhao Xinrui does, there could be no allowance for even the slightest lapse in decorum. Together with Zhao Ting, he ascended the carriage that had long been prepared, setting off toward Yinshan community. As they traversed the designated path, the opulent villas and shimmering lights gradually faded, leaving only the brilliance of the Cloud Summit Villa illuminating the mountain peak, casting its light upon the surroundings. Zhao Ting felt a heaviness in his heart. Their journey had been unhindered, and there were no bodyguards stationed to conduct inspections, yet an unsettling sensation lingered, as though countless eyes were fixated upon them. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Cloud Summit Villa, they were met by waiting attendants who ushered Zhao Xinrui and Zhao Ting inside. "Gentlemen, please enter. Young Master Fang instructed me to welcome you. Let us proceed." Zhao Xinrui waved his sleeve, following the attendant into a room. Taking a deep breath, he entered with purpose, only to find the space vacant. Zhao Xinrui furrowed his brow. What is the meaning of this? The attendant bowed, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Young master is currently dining. He prefers not to be disturbed during this time. Please wait here for a moment." "What?" Zhao Ting seethed with anger. "We've traveled such a distance only to be kept waiting?" He cast a glance at Zhao Xinrui, exclaiming, "Father, calm yourself." Zhao Xinrui admonished. Zhao Ting reluctantly swallowed his words. He approached the center of the room and took a seat on the sofa. "Since young master is dining, we shall wait here. Today, we have come to seek an audience. We cannot allow others to claim that the Zhao family lacks propriety. Thank you for your understanding." The attendant bowed and exited, closing the door behind him. Zhao Ting wore an expression of discontent, while Zhao Xinrui sat with eyes closed, though the occasional twitch of his eyelids betrayed his true agitation. Time passed slowly, and before long, 2 hours had slipped by. The Zhao father and son felt as though they had been forgotten, with no one coming to inquire about their needs, not even offering a cup of tea. At this moment, Zhao Ting could no longer contain himself. He abruptly stood, shattering a teacup on the ground in a fit of rage, bellowing, "That scoundrel!" Creak. At that moment, the door swung open once more. The same attendant re-entered, announcing, "Gentlemen, young master has finished dining. Please proceed. Let us go." Zhao Xinrui opened his eyes and strode toward the door, his gaze sharp as a blade. Under the attendant's guidance, They traversed a lengthy corridor and finally entered a hall that exuded opulence akin to that of a palace, where they encountered the individual they had awaited. Fang Yu sat at the head of a long table, a glass of red wine in hand, his expression contemplative, as though lost in thought. Upon noticing Zhao Ting and Zhao Xinrui, Fang Yu offered a slight smile. "Gentlemen, have you been waiting long? Please, take a seat." Zhao Xinrui and Zhao Ting settled themselves. Without preamble, Zhao Xinrui addressed Fang Yu directly. "Young Master Fang, I trust you are aware of the purpose of our visit today?" "No, I am not," Fang Yu replied, interlocking his fingers with a grin. "I am quite curious as to why you have come to find me at such an hour." Zhao Xinrui's brow furrowed with displeasure. "The Fang Group has placed the Zhao family on its list of adversaries, compelling our partners to annul contracts and sever supply lines. Is this not your intention, young Master Fang?" "Oh, is that what you're referring to?" Fang Yu replied with an expression of feigned enlightenment. "Indeed, that was my directive. Is there a problem?" Zhao Xinrui's expression faltered. He had not anticipated Fang Yu's candid admission. Fang Yu continued, "So, you are here regarding this matter. Have you decided to completely sever ties with Qinyi?" Zhao Xinrui's gaze turned icy. "Young Master Fang, the Zhao family will not take such a course. Then I presume you bring me an offer I cannot refuse? Perhaps a contract worth hundreds of billions?" Fang Yu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Zhao Xinrui's face flushed with indignation. "A contract worth hundreds of billions? The entirety of the Zhao family's assets might not even reach 100 billion, let alone a sum of such magnitude. It seems you do not possess such an offer," Fang Yu lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Leaning back in his chair, his demeanor grew increasingly frigid. "So, what is it that you seek? A jest?" Zhao Xinrui's countenance twitched. He could no longer restrain himself. "Young Master Fang, we have come with sincerity today." But Fang Yu raised a hand to halt him. No. Shaking his finger, he continued, "You still do not grasp my meaning. What I wish to hear today are only two things. One, that the Zhao family has entirely relinquished its support for Qinyi and severed all ties. Or two, that you can present me with an offer I cannot refuse. Yet you have brought neither. Sincerity?" Fang Yu toyed with his wine glass, gazing into the crimson liquid with an indifferent expression. "Why do you harbor the illusion that the Zhao family can negotiate with me as equals? Your sincerity holds no value in my eyes. If these empty words are all you have brought tonight, you may as well take your leave and return to await the downfall of the Zhao family." "You!" Zhao Xinrui's fury erupted, his entire being trembling with rage. Zhao Tingjing observed the unfolding scene, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Zhao Xinrui had arrived bearing the honor and pride of the Zhao family. Yet Fang Yu had unhesitatingly trampled it underfoot. To Fang Yu, the Zhao family was non-existent and their pride irrelevant. It was a matter of survival on their knees or death. The indifferent gaze of Fang Yu sent a shiver down his spine. A sudden clarity dawned upon him. The nearly 2-hour wait had not been an exercise in intimidation, but rather a reflection of utter indifference. Fang Yu had never regarded the Zhao family with any measure of respect. They were merely insignificant obstacles, crushed underfoot without a second thought. And now, these two insignificant ants had the audacity to approach with sincerity for negotiations? It was utterly ludicrous. Let us depart." Zhao Xinrui's face flushed with anger as he took Zhao Ting away. Fang Yu, however, merely stated, "No need for farewells." He remained seated, quietly savoring the red wine in his glass. The Zhao family's reaction was entirely within his expectations. After all, in the narrative, they had steadfastly remained the foremost loyalists by Chun Ye's side. It was only natural for the Zhao family to continue supporting him. Nevertheless, he had already extended an opportunity. And if the Zhao family wished to descend into hell alongside Qinyi, why should he intervene? Adhering to the principle of facilitating others' desires, Fang Yu resolved to grant them their wish. Suddenly, Fang Yu retrieved his phone, glancing at several missed calls, a sly smile playing on his lips. These were calls from the Ji family. He chuckled, well aware they were undoubtedly regarding the Zhao family. In the struggles of such prominent families, there existed an unwritten rule. Before a formal conflict commenced or a victor emerged, neither side would engage in hostilities against their respective smaller factions or families. Otherwise, they would merely become isolated figures, stripped of power before the battle even began. What purpose would that serve? Yet, Fang Yu scoffed at such tacit agreements. Having already established enmity, maintaining such pretenses was utterly meaningless. Anyone daring to obstruct his path would be eliminated, plain and simple. Fang Yu harbored no fear of engaging in war with the Ji family. The following day, Fang Yu sat in the dining room, relishing a meticulously prepared breakfast crafted by an entire team of chefs. Suddenly, Lung Han rushed in, bearing significant news that Fang Yu had long anticipated. "Young master, just as you surmised, there has been a development concerning Gao Jiamen. Song Chaoyu has secretly dispatched a representative to negotiate with those who abducted him. They are currently planning to relocate him, though the destination remains uncertain. Fang Yu paused in his actions, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, there was a connection between Song Qiaoyu and Gao Jianmin, intricately linked to the East Rising Group's scheme to undermine the Fang family. More precisely, the mastermind orchestrating the entire affair was none other than Song Qiaoyu. She aimed to leverage this situation to prepare for her plans to seize control of the Song family and subsequently swallow the Fang family whole. Fang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Could the author not have elucidated this in the text? Regarding this subplot, the original narrative provided scant clear clues, relying instead on subtle hints. Had he not uncovered certain traces during the banquet, he might never have realized this truth. As for why Song Qiaoyu eliminated several inspectors while sparing Gao Jianmin, Fang Yu had formed some conjectures. Gao Jianmin must possess some leverage against them. Wiping his mouth with a silk napkin, Fang Yu commanded in a cold tone, "Send the iron guards to intercept Gao Jianmin. I want him alive." Chapter 71, Interception. In Haijing City, in the Western District, an inconspicuous, dilapidated white van roared down a secluded alley toward an unknown destination. At one moment, the driver slammed on the brakes. The van skidding to a halt, tires leaving a distinct mark on the ground. What is going on? A tattooed, menacing man in the back of the van, propelled by inertia, collided harshly with the front seat. Regaining his composure, he bellowed, "Why the sudden stop?" The driver quickly explained, Boss, there's a situation. A car is blocking the road ahead." "What?" Huaijian's anger flared as he flung open the door, rallying several subordinates to jump out. A black Hummer was parked a short distance away, two men lounging atop it, smoking leisurely. Sensing something amiss, Huaijian strode forward, his voice cold. "Who are you?" Surrounded by his gang, he appeared imposing. Iron E exhaled a plume of smoke, stroking his buzz cut, and glanced at the group. "Leave the person in the trunk, and you may depart." They were indeed targeting them. Huaijian found the audacity of the man before him laughable. Did he truly believe he could abduct someone with just two individuals? It was absurd. He scoffed. "You think we'll just leave? Do you know who's in this vehicle? Don't overestimate yourselves." When Song Qiaoyu had come for the person, Huaijian had been unwilling to comply. Gao Jianmin owed him a considerable sum. How could he allow him to leave? However, upon the revelation of their identity, he immediately cowered. A person sought by the Song family was not someone he could keep. Though he projected an air of authority, he was merely a rat in the sewer, lacking the standing to negotiate with such a prominent family. Moreover, they had even offered to settle part of Gao Jianmin's debt. Huaijian had already discerned that Gao Jianmin was truly at the end of his rope, unable to produce any funds. Torturing or even killing him would yield no benefit. So it was better to hand him over to Song Qiaoyu for a compensation fee. Hence, he would never agree to the demands of these individuals. In truth, Huaijian had not pondered deeply, assuming these people were merely another faction that had lent money to Gao Jianmin. However, Iron E had no intention of engaging in dialogue. "I'll say it once more, leave the person, and you can go. Otherwise, we will take him ourselves." Arrogant. Iron E's brazen demeanor infuriated Huaijian. With a sinister grin, he advanced, intending to teach the man a lesson. Before entering this line of work, he had trained in martial arts, far surpassing the average person. Yet, someone was swifter than him. In the blink of an eye, Iron Chi leaped from the vehicle, swiftly approaching Huaijian and delivering a punch to his chest. A sickening crack echoed as bones fractured, and Huaijian's towering form was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth as he lay on the ground, groaning. "Boss, The surrounding gang members gasped in horror, their shouts of rage echoing, yet their bodies remained still, as if paralyzed. They swallowed hard, fully aware of their boss's strength. He could easily handle several of them, yet he had been dispatched with a single blow. Iron Chi tilted his head, a smirk gracing his lips. "Now, I'm taking the person. Do you have any objections?" The gang members seethed with indignation, thinking, "Who do you think we are?" Yet, in reality, they all smiled obsequiously. "Please, go ahead." Chapter 72, A Direct Annihilation. Iron Chi nodded in satisfaction and marched straight toward the decrepit van, flinging open the trunk with force. Gao Jianmin found himself bound by ropes, lying in the trunk of a car, his face drawn and weary, yet he slept soundly, undisturbed by the commotion outside. In recent days, he had endured various torments at the hands of Huaijian, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, he had finally awaited his rescue. Gao Jianmin was certain that Song Qiaoyu would come to his aid. She would not dare let him perish. After all, if he were to die, the sensitive information he inadvertently possessed regarding Song Qiaoyu would inevitably be leaked. He had meticulously prepared for this scenario, ensuring that he could survive even in the direst circumstances. Now, knowing he was being transported to Song Qiaoyu, Gao Jianmin's exhausted mind and body finally relaxed, allowing him to sink into a deep slumber, occasionally revealing a flicker of resentment on his face, resentment directed at Fang Yu. Were it not for Fang Yu, he would have already resolved everything and leisurely escaped abroad under Song Qiayu's arrangement. How had he ended up in such a miserable predicament? Gradually, Gao Jianmin awoke, feeling unusually comfortable, and sensed the absence of the car's jolting motion. Had they arrived? He opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings, realizing he lay within the spacious interior of a luxury sedan. Directly before him sat Fang Yu, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Gao Jianmin. This must be a dream, Gao Jianmin thought instinctively, closing his eyes once more. After several seconds, he opened them again, only to find Fang Yu's face still before him. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Oh, it seems President Gao is feeling a bit warm. Is it necessary for me to open the windows? Given the temperature is not particularly high? Fang Yu inquired with a seemingly cheerful expression. And no, it's not necessary, Gao Jianmin stammered, forcing a faint smile. Fang Xiao, what is this? What on earth is happening? Internally, Gao Jianmin was screaming in frustration, spiraling into despair. Wasn't he en route to meet Song Qiayu? How had he ended up in Fang Yu's clutches? Oh, since you're not hot, let us address a few questions, Fang Yu stated blandly. What is your relationship with Song Qiayu? Gao Jianmin's heart raced. How could Fang Yu possibly know this? Yet, in an instant, he resolved to remain silent, vowing to say nothing. Since Fang Yu had inquired about his relationship with Song Qiayu, it was likely he already grasped her role in this affair. This meant they were adversaries. At this moment, trapped in Fang Yu's grasp, Song Qiayu was his sole lifeline. As long as he remained tight-lipped, she would surely devise a means to rescue him. Should he divulge any information, he would become utterly worthless to Fang Yu, and Song Qiayu would harbor deep-seated hatred towards him. In that case, his fate would be sealed. Fang Xiao, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Gao Jianmin feigned ignorance, attempting to evade the situation. Fang Yu smiled knowingly. Indeed, Gao Jianmin, a man of such cunning, quickly grasped the underlying implications and chose to remain silent. But alas, the decision to speak or not was not his to make. In the next moment, Fang Yu's gaze sharpened. The light in his pupils faded, replaced by an overwhelming coldness, leaving only the deepest darkness, akin to two swirling black holes. As a wave of mental energy surged forth, instantly stripping Gao Jianmin of his consciousness. Gao Jianmin felt his vision darken, plunging him into a stupor. Fang Yu inquired coolly. Tell me, was Song Qiayu behind the East District project? Yes. Do you possess any incriminating evidence against Song Qiayu? Yes. Gao Jianmin, his expression blank, responded seamlessly. Those documents were secretly entrusted to a reliable individual. Should anything happen to me, they will be disseminated, just as he suspected. Fang Yu's gaze deepened. The situation aligned closely with his earlier assumptions. The East District project was indeed Song Qiayu's scheme, orchestrated to cripple the Fang family, allowing her to subsequently devour them. In the original narrative, Song Qiayu had allied with Chunyi to obliterate the Fang family, claiming the Fang group for herself, while Chunyi took the portion belonging to the Fang family from the East District project. Fang Yu fixed his gaze upon Gao Jianmin, finally asking, to whom did you hand over those documents? Provide me with the name and detailed address. Gao Jianmin complied. The name is Zhang Huaqian, and the address is number 34, Xinghe Road. He fell into a hypnotic state, devoid of consciousness, obediently divulging all information. Very well. Fang Yu nodded, lifting the hypnosis. Gao Jianmin shuddered, awakening with a look of unease. Fang Xiao, I truly don't comprehend what you are saying. But Fang Yu's hand descended upon Gao Jianmin's head, unleashing a terrifying force. Bang! With a look of sheer terror, Gao Jianmin's body convulsed, and then he drew his last breath. Fang Yu's expression remained indifferent. Were it not for the necessity of using him to lure out Song Qiayu, this fool truly believed he could survive this long, foolishly pretending to be mad. He faced forward, his demeanor calm as he stated, You heard everything, right? Zhang Huaqian, address number 34, Xinghe Road. Retrieve the items, and as for the man, he is of no further use. Yes. Both Tai Yi and Tai Chi responded with respect. Before departing, Tai Yi couldn't help but inquire, Fang Xiao, what about you? Fang Yu smiled me. Of course, I must kindly assist them in delivering the person. 1 hour later at a toy manufacturing plant under the Song Group. Boom. A white van approached, and the security guard at the entrance offered no resistance, merely glancing at the license plate before granting passage, evidently having received prior word. In front of a warehouse within the factory area, the van came to a slow halt. Clap. Moments later, the large door swung open with a thunderous sound. The white van drove directly into the warehouse, which was eerily empty, guarded by a tall and burly bodyguard. At the far end stood a figure clad in a flowing white gown, her black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her figure was slender and graceful, from just her silhouette. It was evident that her beauty was breathtaking and unparalleled. However, her demeanor lacked softness and warmth, bearing a subtle hint of sharpness and chill. Song Qiaoyu. Chapter 73, The Outburst. She slowly turned to face the approaching vehicle, her calm gaze resting upon it. Accompanying her was a man clad in black combat attire, clearly a personal bodyguard. At that moment, the door of a taxi swung open, and a man wearing a white hat, obscuring most of his face, leapt out. His voice hoarse, "The person has been brought." The bodyguard next to Song Qiaoyu approached the car, watching as the hat-clad man opened the trunk, revealing a burlap sack inside. The bodyguard swiftly hoisted the sack, returning to his original position and placing it before Song Qiaoyu. Song Qiaoyu's melodious yet cold voice rang out. "The payment we promised you will be transferred later. You may leave now." From beneath the hat, the hoarse voice responded, "Aren't you going to check the goods first?" The bodyguard immediately unfastened the sack, his expression suddenly turning grave. He hastened his actions, dragging Gao Jianmin out from within. His demeanor shifted drastically. "He is already dead." Song Qiaoyu raised her head, her expression devoid of emotion. "What is happening? This should be alive. Because he deserved it." The hoarse voice was silenced. The man tore off his hat and casually tossed it aside, revealing the handsome and resolute face of Fang Yu. "Miss Song, long time no see. Why don't you greet your fiancé? How could it be you?" Song Qiaoyu's pupils contracted sharply. "Why couldn't it be me?" Fang Yu replied with a smile. "I've been keeping a close watch on Gao Jianmin, and it seems the bait has indeed been taken." A cold glint flashed in Song Qiaoyu's eyes. She had been careless. She never anticipated Fang Yu's keen perception, not only noticing her connection with Gao Jianmin, but also patiently lying in wait for him. With a slight raise of her delicate brows, Song Qiaoyu suddenly smiled. "What do you know, Fang Xiao?" Fang Yu wore a playful expression, "Perhaps more than you imagine." "Oh," Song Qiaoyu said with genuine curiosity, "that is indeed surprising, but I am even more intrigued as to who granted you the audacity to come here alone." No sooner had the words left her lips than fully armed bodyguards surrounded them, and the personal bodyguard had already fixed his gaze firmly on Fang Yu. Fang Yu chuckled softly. "What, Miss Song, do you intend to kill me? If you truly know so much, then you ought to understand whether I dare or not." The smile on Song Qiaoyu's face faded. A faint murderous intent glimmered in her eyes. "Heh," Fang Yu suddenly laughed. "You ask me why I dare to come here alone? It is simply because I am strong enough." A harsh, grating sound erupted as he dragged his right foot across the ground, creating a small pit. Then, like an arrow released from its bow, he shot forward. The personal bodyguard only felt a blur before being seized by the collar and violently hurled aside. Bang! The bodyguard crashed into a van, which shifted several feet from the impact, and he instantly lost consciousness from the violent jolt. In the next moment, Fang Yu casually tucked his left hand into his pocket while his right hand rested gently on Song Qiaoyu's neck. With the slightest exertion, he could end her life in an instant. "What?" The bodyguard's pupils constricted as they finally reacted, hastily drawing their guns to aim at Fang Yu, only to realize that his body was almost entirely shielded by Song Qiaoyu, forcing them to lower their weapons once more. Fang Yu smiled. "Now we can talk." Chapter 74, Recruitment? Threat. A trace of shock flitted through Song Qiaoyu's heart. Despite knowing Fang Yu for so long, she had never realized he possessed such skills. It seemed she had never truly understood this man. "What do you wish to discuss?" The threat of death loomed close, yet Song Qiaoyu quickly regained her composure. Fang Yu mused inwardly. Truly, she is worthy of being a villainous boss. Her psychological fortitude surpasses that of ordinary individuals. He then spoke with leisurely calmness. "I know to whom Gao Jianmin has handed over the information, so you need not worry about your matters being exposed. Whether he lives or dies is of no consequence." "Oh, so you are helping me?" Song Qiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "Then what do you intend to do?" Fang Yu smiled. "I want to have you." A flicker of anger crossed Song Qiaoyu's eyes. "Ah, do not misunderstand," Fang Yu said casually. "What I mean is, I wish for you to work for me. Killing you would be quite simple, but it would not yield much benefit for me. You want me to become your subordinate?" Song Qiaoyu laughed at this, her eyes brimming with derision. "On what basis do you think I would agree? Do you believe you have already secured victory?" With a gentle motion, she waved her hand behind her. Instantly, the guns were once again aligned, aimed squarely at the two of them. "The moment I give the order, they will not hesitate to fire, regardless of my presence." Fang Yu glanced at the bodyguards. "Heh, indeed, that sounds like something you would do." Song Qiaoyu's gaze turned icy. "Do not speak as if you understand me well. In truth, I do understand you very well." Fang Yu sighed. "Whether it is your covert control over the Song family or the true cause of Song Guofu's illness." He smiled and continued. "Others may think that your motivations for all this stem from ambition and power, but in reality, you do not care for those things. They are merely means to achieve your goal. Your true aim is revenge." Song Qiaoyu's expression remained unchanged, but Fang Yu could detect a barely perceptible shiver in her body. Fang Yu continued unabated. "Indeed, you seek power in order to exact vengeance upon the Han family of Xiaqing. Shut up. A frigid, murderous intent filled Song Qiaoyu's eyes. Yet Fang Yu smirked, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, enunciating each word. The Han family tortured and humiliated your mother to death before your eyes, and abducted your sister, hence you seek to avenge them. Song Guofu, in order to survive and protect the Song family, watched helplessly as all this unfolded. So in your eyes, he too must die. The Han family's power is formidable. To seek revenge, you must wield immense authority. I said shut up. Song Qiaoyu's body trembled, her eyes reddening. The bodyguards were astonished. In their minds, their young mistress was always calm and collected, able to swiftly regain composure in any situation. This was the first time they had witnessed Song Qiaoyu in such a state. What on earth had been said? The murderous aura surrounding Song Qiaoyu seemed to solidify. How do you know all of this? I told you. I understand you very well. Fang Yu remarked, amused. If you pledge loyalty to me, I can assist you in your quest for revenge. Killing Song Qiaoyu would merely yield some villain points. But recruiting this formidable antagonist as an ally would undoubtedly be of greater advantage. No need. Song Qiaoyu's beautiful eyes gleamed with murderous intent as she gritted her teeth. I will personally seek retribution for the blood debts of the past. What if I told you I know the whereabouts of your sister? Fang Yu replied coolly. It was time to deliver the final blow. No sooner had he spoken than Song Qiaoyu fell into a stupor, her breathing becoming hurried. What did you say, my sister? She is not dead? The Han family had brutally murdered her mother, leading her to subconsciously believe that her abducted sister had also perished, and now Fang Yu claimed to know her sister's whereabouts? Fang Yu continued in a languid tone. Indeed, your sister is still alive. The one who was supposed to harm her developed a pang of compassion and quietly left her at the doorstep of an orphanage. She was eventually adopted by kind-hearted individuals and changed her name. Her current name is Wei Ziyu. Fang Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, Wei Ziyu was Song Qiaoyu's biological sister. At that time, Wei Ziyu was still young, and the trauma of the incident caused her to lose her previous memories. After being adopted by Wei Xingyan, she had lived a mundane life ever since. In the original story, after Chunyi engaged in conflict with Song Qiaoyu, he nearly fell to her in the initial confrontation. During an operation aimed at Chunyi, Song Qiaoyu sent someone to kidnap Wei Ziyu, only to discover that she was, in fact, her sister. Because of this connection, Chunyi had the opportunity to catch his breath. Song Qiaoyu wore a dazed expression, utterly astonished that her younger sister was still alive. Wait a moment. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened. That name sounded somewhat familiar. Wei Ziyu? Wasn't she the lover of Fang Yu, the man who had sought her out? Song Qiaoyu's brows furrowed in anger as she exclaimed, What have you done to my sister? Fang Yu raised an eyebrow, responding with a nonchalant smile. Your sister possesses an exceptional singing talent, which is why she has signed a contract with an entertainment company under the Fang Group. Rest assured, you need not worry. I have always ensured her safety. Song Qiaoyu's gaze turned icy. Are you attempting to use her as leverage against me? Fang Yu replied coolly. And if I were to declare that this indeed constitutes a threat, what could you possibly do? You. Anger surged within Song Qiaoyu when it came to her sister. Maintaining her composure was no longer an option. Fang Yu's expression remained indifferent. Then, please make your choice, Miss Song. He had no intention of softening Song Qiaoyu's heart, nor did he harbor any illusions that a mere display of strength would compel her to submit. In the original narrative, Wei Ziyu had been the only flicker of light in Song Qiaoyu's vengeful existence. As long as Wei Ziyu remained in his grasp, Song Qiaoyu would not dare to betray him. Otherwise, if Wei Ziyu were absent, facing an unpredictable variable like Song Qiaoyu, Fang Yu would have long since dealt a fatal blow. Song Qiaoyu remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally exhaling deeply. I agree. Ding. Host's antagonist value, 1500. Protagonist's fortune value, 1500. Chapter 75, Premature Plot Development. Reminder, current antagonist value of the protagonist, 2500. Chunya's current fortune value, 3000. Fang Yu's spirit sword. The antagonist value was gradually accumulating, and with the current total of 2500 points, 1500 derived from Song Qiaoyu. The possibility of collaboration between her and Chunyi had been entirely severed. Additionally, there were another 1000 points from the previously captured Musi. Song Qiaoyu took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling with agitation. May I see my sister? She felt a surge of excitement, as if her life had rediscovered significance beyond revenge. Fang Yu cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, Miss Song, I hope you can recognize your position. Just moments ago, you were contemplating my demise. And now you wish to negotiate terms. Does that not seem rather excessive? As long as you make sufficient contributions, I will certainly allow you to be reunited with Wei Ziyu. However, I must inform you that she is not currently in Haijing City, but rather in a secure location for specialized training. Therefore, it would be prudent not to conduct any investigations in secret or else I cannot guarantee that no unpleasant incidents will occur. Song Qiaoyu paused, instantly dismissing her previous thoughts. If she were to truly provoke Fang Yu, she could not predict what he might do. She dared not gamble with such matters. Thus, Song Qiaoyu spoke in a low voice. What do you require of me? Fang Yu replied casually. It is quite simple. Proceed according to your original plan. First and foremost, you must gain complete control of the Song family. The damned must meet their demise, do they not? He had no intention of overly interfering with Song Qiaoyu. Different individuals require different methods of management. As the formidable antagonist of the narrative, her capabilities were unquestionable. Excessive intervention might yield counterproductive results. As long as Wei Ziyu remained in his possession, she would not stir up any trouble. Fang Yu turned to leave, his voice echoing in the distance. First, send your bodyguard to the hospital. Although I have not dealt a fatal blow, the passage of time may alter circumstances. Song Qiaoyu stood frozen, her expression shifting continuously. After several seconds, she finally signaled for others to carry the bodyguard away and drive him to the hospital. After Fang Yu departed the warehouse, he returned to the Yundian villa a few hours later. At that moment, his elite guard had completed their task and returned ahead of schedule. Upon arriving before Fang Yu, Tai reported, Young Master Fang, the matter has been successfully handled, and the information is in hand. Excellent. Fang Yu nodded in approval. Well done. Secure the materials. They may prove useful later. With the evidence regarding Song Qiaoyu in his possession, he had effectively gained an additional card to control her. Fang Yu first proceeded to the first floor's Nightmare Eye workspace to review the situation and listen to their report. Has there been any movement from Chunyi in recent days? Inside the room, Fang Yu inquired of Dyson, the captain of Nightmare Eye. After all, Chunyi still possessed the protagonist's halo, and he could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, he might find himself ensnared by unforeseen complications. Dyson reported in a hushed tone. The target went out a few days ago and narrowly escaped a car accident. Since then, it seems he has been too frightened to venture outside, remaining within the Zhao family compound, accompanied by bodyguards. A car accident? Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. It was obvious that Zhao Yang had made a move, yet ultimately, it had failed. It appeared that before the protagonist's halo could be stripped away, eliminating the protagonist was indeed an unrealistic endeavor. Fang Yu commanded, continue monitoring the target. Do not let your guard down. Chunyi was currently awaiting a medical exchange conference. Blissfully unaware that Fang Yu was also in anticipation, Fang Yu smirked as the narrative regarding this sequence began to unfold in his mind. The medical exchange conference ostensibly served as a platform for medical dialogue and consultation, yet in truth, it was a means of selection and assessment, one to identify true medical experts for a significant figure. This prominent individual was gravely ill, with little time left, and could not endure excessive turmoil, necessitating careful scrutiny to identify genuine healers. In the original narrative, Chunyi showcased his extraordinary medical skills at the exchange conference, successfully treating the ailments of several key figures from prominent families, thus garnering much acclaim. Eventually, he was naturally selected by the illustrious individual, curing their affliction and ascending to prominence, thereafter soaring to new heights. With this newfound status, Chunyi would thereafter revel in displaying his prowess, repeatedly striking back at others, truly initiating a mode of invincibility. Fang Yu mused. Originally, the medical exchange conference was supposed to unfold later in the narrative. It should not commence at this juncture. Could it be that I have usurped too many of Chun Ye's opportunities, causing the plot to unfold prematurely? After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the truth. Due to his awareness of the narrative and the existence of the system's bug, the storyline had undergone significant distortions. Numerous opportunities and plot developments that should have occurred were denied to Chunyi, having been preemptively severed by Fang Yu's foresight. Ordinarily, Chunyi could easily charm a woman, leading to a plethora of plot lines. Yet now he found himself a pitiable solitary figure. The narrative was fractured, leaving gaps in between. As the protagonist and the favored child of fortune, Chunyi could not remain idle. Thus, it was only natural that the worlds would advance certain plot points that were originally slated for later. This could be viewed as a means to compensate for the protagonist's earlier losses. With this realization, Fang Yu could not help but reveal a somewhat sinister smile. The medical exchange conference was set to take place in the near future, and Chunye's fortune value remained at 3,000. He believed this to be his golden opportunity, yet unbeknownst to him, it was actually the herald of his demise. He had already dug the pit, patiently awaiting Chunyi, the prey, to unwittingly step into it. After instructing the nightmarish eye to maintain strict surveillance over Chunyi, Fang Yu lingered at the villa to partake in lunch. Subsequently, he selected a Rolls-Royce from his garage and set forth towards the Fang Pharmaceutical Company, a subsidiary of the Fang Group. His intention was to review the experimental progress concerning Mu Zi. Last night, the head of the Human Research Laboratory, Lu Gang, had contacted him to convey that there had been some advancements. Fang Yu was exceedingly intrigued by Mu Zi's condition, particularly wishing to ascertain whether the remarkable changes within her could be transferred and replicated. He was particularly concerned with her extraordinary regenerative capabilities. Chapter 76. Research Progress. A few hours later, Fang Yu's Rolls-Royce arrived at the Fang Pharmaceutical Company. As the chairman of the Fang Group, he was an unmistakable figure. Thus, he encountered no obstacles on his way, swiftly ascending to the elevator leading to the underground laboratory. Those lacking sufficient rank were entirely unqualified for entry. Nearly all the laboratories under Fang Pharmaceutical's purview were constructed underground, a measure taken for confidentiality and security, as these facilities conducted top-secret research, including the development of new drugs and specialized studies akin to that of Mu Zi. Moreover, being subterranean minimized external disturbances, facilitating the use of various sophisticated high-tech apparatus. Ding! The elevator doors opened. The first sight that greeted him was a vast hall bustling with researchers, their expressions hurried as they clutched an array of equipment and documents. Upon spotting Fang Yu, they paused momentarily in surprise before respectfully greeting, "Young Master Fang." Fang Yu merely nodded slightly, glancing at his wristwatch, his brow furrowed. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman, approximately 60 years of age with a somber demeanor, hurried towards him. It was Lu Gang, the head of the Human Research Laboratory. His face bore an expression of excitement. "Young Master Fang, I must tell you, there has been progress in the research on the experimental subject." Fang Yu, however, interrupted him directly, his tone indifferent. 3 minutes. I waited here for you for a full 3 minutes. Should there be a next time? Pack your belongings and leave the Fang Group. He harbored no fondness for those who failed to recognize their station and attitude, regardless of their capabilities. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Gang's back as he hurriedly bowed his head. Yes. Fang Yu cast him a sidelong glance. Offering no further words, lead the way. A reprimand sufficed. If he remained ungrateful, a replacement would be in order. Money could always procure talent in this world. Following the earlier incident, Lu Gang's demeanor shifted to one of extreme caution as he respectfully guided Fang Yu to their laboratory. While it was termed a laboratory, it resembled a compact research base. Human research encompassed an extensive array of classifications. Nonetheless, all personnel permitted access to these operations were experts and prodigies in their respective fields. Lu Gang escorted Fang Yu to one of the rooms, where a colossal, cylindrical apparatus made of tempered glass loomed, filled with various liquids. Within, Mu Zi was bound by iron chains, her naked form suspended in the fluid, her limbs severed, writhing in agony. Suddenly, Mu Zi began to thrash violently within the container. Her visage contorted, yet the glass seemed soundproof, muffling any cries. Fang Yu frowned. What is happening? Oh, this, Lu Gang replied nonchalantly. This subject's recovery speed is astonishing. Thus, to prevent escape, we periodically introduce a corrosive solution into the container, ensuring she can never fully recover. Fang Yu nodded. The chilling method of containment stirred no ripple of emotion upon his countenance. He felt no pity for Mu Zi, a being intent on his demise. Her plight was merely a consequence of her own actions, unworthy of sympathy. Fang Yu inquired, "What about the research progress you mentioned?" Lu Gang's face lit up with renewed enthusiasm. "Young Master Fang, follow me." He led Fang Yu to a massive display screen, executing a series of commands that unveiled an image, a scan of a heart. Clearly visible at the heart's center was an unidentified entity. Lu Gang elucidated, "Young Master Fang, this is the condition we discovered during the heart scan of the experimental subject. Within the heart resides a creature resembling an insect, which possesses vitality and secretes a unique substance. It is this substance that endows her body with that terrifying regenerative ability." Chapter 77. Barrier. Fang Yu's expression shifted. Could this be the very special insect described in the text that Mu Zi had inadvertently consumed? His mind whirled. Could this entity be extracted? If he could retrieve this special insect and ingest it himself, would he not then replicate all of Mu Zi's abilities? His heart raced with anticipation. Yet, Lu Gang shook his head. Currently, it is quite challenging. That entity has nearly fused with the experimental subject. Forcibly extracting it would likely yield nothing but a lifeless husk. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. However, Lu Gang swiftly altered his tone. Nonetheless, we can extract the secretions from the entity within the subject's heart. We have already identified a viable method, and results are expected shortly. With that secretion, one could acquire rapid healing capabilities in a short time. Of course, its effectiveness against malignant diseases remained to be tested. Lu Gang's words invigorated Fang Yu. Should they succeed in extracting that mysterious secretion to formulate a potion, the results would undoubtedly be astonishing. Fang Yu speculated that this mysterious secretion would not only facilitate rapid wound healing, but likely enhance physical prowess as well. After all, Mu Zi had transformed from an ordinary individual into a formidable being with extraordinary strength and defense. The research must continue, should you run out of funds. Seek my approval. This is not an issue, Fang Yu declared, gesturing grandly. I want to see results promptly. Lu Gang beamed with excitement. Young Master Fang. You can rely on me. For researchers like them, having ample funding for their research was the utmost blessing, especially with such a worthy experimental subject at hand. Truly a fulfillment of one's aspirations. After grasping the research's progress, Fang Yu did not hasten to depart, but instead instructed, find me a room free from disturbances. He intended to utilize his accumulated villain points to enhance his physical attributes. Soon, Lu Gang escorted Fang Yu to an unoccupied laboratory. Barren and devoid of decoration, yet meeting his requirements. Very well, you may return to your duties. Fang Yu waved his hand, and Lu Gang respectfully exited, leaving Fang Yu to stride into the room. Ding! The door closed automatically. Fang Yu silently recited, System, allocate all villain points to enhance physical attributes. The mechanical voice of the system resonated. The host currently possesses a total of 2,500 villain points, with a maximum potential increase of 12 physical attributes. Do you confirm this allocation? Without hesitation, Fang Yu replied, yes. In an instant, a surge of immense energy descended from the void, reshaping and enhancing Fang Yu's corporeal form and mental fortitude. Crack, crack, crack. It was as though a forging hammer was striking upon Fang Yu's frame, rendering his bones more resilient and his muscles more compact. In his mind, the ethereal and elusive mental energy swelled to a grander magnitude. To Fang Yu's astonishment, the frigid aura within his dantian, capable of restoring vitality and nurturing wounds, also significantly amplified. At a certain moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling as if ablaze with fervent fire. Moments later, the brilliance in his eyes dimmed, and Fang Yu clenched his fists. He was suddenly struck by an odd sensation, as if he had brushed against some invisible barrier. Chapter 78. The Commencement of the Symposium. Fang Yu inwardly inquired, System, what is happening? He harbored a vague intuition that should his physique attain a score of 100, a profound transformation might ensue. As anticipated, the system responded. Upon the host's physique reaching 100 points, a qualitative change will occur, leading to a significant enhancement of power. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. Fang Yu comprehended this, and a sense of anticipation began to blossom within him. His physique already stood at 92 points. And with Chun Yi possessing an additional 3,000 points of fortune, acquiring these fortunes would surely elevate his physique beyond the threshold of 100. Fang Yu felt an inkling deep within that enhancement would likely surpass his wildest imaginings. Once he had sufficiently bolstered his physique points, he did not linger. Dismissing the pharmaceutical company's president's request for a tour, and swiftly departed in his vehicle. In the ensuing hours, Fang Yu concentrated on consolidating his strength and managing the group's affairs, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Time sped by. The Grand Medical Symposium, which would encompass the entire Linzhou region, including Haiqing City, finally commenced. Experts and scholars from the medical field flocked to participate, and numerous prominent families received invitations. As the chairman of the Fang Group, and with the Fang Pharmaceutical Company being a renowned entity in the medical and pharmaceutical realms, it was only natural for him to receive an invitation as well. The venue was an expansive auditorium located in the city center, capable of accommodating thousands, making it more than adequate for this symposium. At 9 in the morning, an endless stream of luxury vehicles flowed into the venue, and attendants stood at the entrance, meticulously checking invitations before respectfully ushering guests inside. With a crisp sound, Long Han approached to open the car door, and Fang Yu stepped out, straightening his posture and adjusting his suit with a composed demeanor. Park the car for me. He casually tossed the keys to Long Han, and with measured strides, he made his way toward the auditorium. Just as he reached the entrance, a mocking voice rang out from the side. Oh, is that not young Master Fang? Fang Yu turned to see a young man of similar age standing behind him, his gaze tinged with provocation. Ji Hongkai, the current patriarch of the Ji family. Ji Hong's son, was also the primary heir of his clan, much like Fang Yu had been previously. In the original narrative, due to clashing tempers and familial discord, Ji Hongkai and Fang Yu had always been adversaries, each looking down upon the other. Every encounter was inevitably marked by mutual derision. Fang Yu's gaze fell upon him as he remarked coolly, Is this a matter for you to comment on? Tell your father to speak with me. You are simply unworthy. Ji Hongkai was momentarily taken aback, then his countenance darkened with rage. You. Fang Yu deemed him unworthy of his attention. The two had long since transcended different strata of existence. Whatever he might say would only serve to diminish his own stature. Ji Hongkai stood there, his face clouded with fury, fists clenched tightly. Before long, a dignified middle-aged man approached, inquiring, Hongkai, what has transpired? It was none other than Ji Hong. The current head of the Ji family, Ji Hongkai, still fuming, recounted the incident, embellishing it with indignation. That Fang Yu is simply too arrogant. Ji Hong frowned slightly. Fang Yu? Indeed, this fellow has been exceedingly ostentatious of late, whether it be in purging the group's veterans or dealing with the Zhao family. Recalling how he had attempted to contact Fang Yu, only to be repeatedly denied, he could not suppress a cold snort. Let him bask in his arrogance for now. After today, the Fang family may not be able to maintain such a stance. As if a thought had crossed his mind, Ji Hong's mood improved significantly. Come, let us enter, he said, leading Ji Hongkai into the auditorium. Meanwhile, Fang Yu was leisurely strolling within the auditorium, where numerous individuals approached him respectfully, engaging in conversation and flattery, to which he responded with casual indifference. Necessary pleasantries and social niceties could not be entirely circumvented. Suddenly, a cacophony of discussions erupted from a certain section of the auditorium, drawing more and more people toward it. Fang Yu turned his attention in that direction. His ears perked up. With his extraordinarily acute hearing, he quickly discerned the unfolding events from the hushed murmurs of the crowd. A smile crept upon his lips. A splendid performance was about to commence. Chapter 79, Acupuncture with Silver Needles. Fang Yu ambled over to the gathering crowd, where people whispered animatedly to one another. In the center stood an elderly gentleman, clad in opulent attire, seated in a wheelchair, with his trousers rolled up, revealing thin, withered legs. The old man gazed at a confident and proud young man standing before him, his voice low. Young man, my legs have been paralyzed for decades, devoid of sensation. I have sought renowned physicians, all of whom have declared it impossible to cure me. Yet you claim you can heal them? Chen Yi smiled brightly. Indeed, I can cure your legs. Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted in astonished murmurs, their discussions growing ever more fervent. A flicker of hope ignited in the old man's eyes, only to quickly fade, leaving his expression as placid as before. After decades of disappointment, he understood all too well that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Those experts in the medical field had all claimed his ailment was incurable. Could this young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, truly possess such capability? The odds seemed insurmountably slim. It was likely that he was merely a youthful braggart, unaware of his own limitations, aiming to seize fame through this medical symposium and thus resorting to desperate measures. Yet he had yearned for the restoration of his legs for far too long. Even if there existed but a sliver of hope, he would have to try. The old man shook his head, speaking coldly. I am Lu Han, the patriarch of the Lu family in Nanfu City. Young man, should you cure my ailment, there will be ample rewards for you. Chen Yi merely chuckled, refraining from mentioning his connections to the Zhao family or the even grander Ji family. After all, while the Lu family was indeed a formidable force in Nanfu City, the Ji family would find it nearly impossible to assist him. If he were to earn the Lu family's resentment, it would imply that he had failed to cure Lu Han's affliction, thus revealing that his medical prowess was not as miraculous as claimed, rendering him of no value to the Ji family. On the other hand, Chen Yi held absolute confidence in his medical skills. Failure was not an option for him. Lu Han replied calmly, Young man, explain how you intend to heal my legs. Whatever equipment you require, do not hesitate to ask. I can procure anything, regardless of the cost. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Chen Yi smiled lightly. I need none of those things. All I require are a few silver needles. With that, he produced a wooden box he always carried, revealing gleaming silver needles that shimmered with a brilliant light. Silver needles? Lu Han furrowed his brow. He had sought the expertise of numerous renowned physicians and had naturally attempted silver needle therapy, yet it yielded no results whatsoever. However, having promised to allow the young man a chance, he felt it inappropriate to voice his reservations, resigning himself to the notion of a desperate gamble. Chen Yi casually reached out, revealing a total of 24 silver needles in his hand. In the next moment, he squatted before Lu Han, flipped his palm, and with a gentle shake, 12 of the needles shot forth, scattering in midair to pierce various points on Lu Han's legs. What? The medical experts present were left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such an unconventional method of acupuncture. Regardless of the efficacy of the silver needle treatment, the sheer artistry of the technique was enough to elicit admiration. Humph, what a display of pretentiousness, merely seeking to impress. A discordant voice suddenly interrupted, belonging to a gray-haired doctor wearing round spectacles. He scoffed. Acupuncture with silver needles requires not only precise targeting of the acupoints, but also meticulous attention to the depth and force of insertion. Even the most skilled physicians must exercise utmost caution with each treatment to avoid any misstep. How can this young man, performing such an aerial application with 12 needles at once, possibly ensure accuracy? It's nothing short of flamboyant arrogance and folly. His indignation grew. Although Lu Lao's legs have been paralyzed for quite some time, even a misapplied treatment would pose no harm. but this approach will undoubtedly yield no results. He delivered his conclusion with an air of finality. The assembled medical experts, initially captivated by the remarkable technique, now exchanged glances of dawning comprehension, their gazes shifting towards the speaker with newfound reverence. The gray-haired doctor, now revealed as Lu Zhong, the vice president and an expert physician at the second hospital of Nanfushi, smiled faintly and added, I have also administered acupuncture to Lu Lao in the past, but alas, his condition is so grave that even the legendary Hua Tuo would find it beyond remedy. Recognition swept through the crowd as they regarded Lu Zhong with respect. Many had heard of his esteemed name, a veritable luminary in the medical community of Linzhou. As the dialogue shifted towards Lu Zhong, the attention on Chun Yi waned, with several individuals approaching Lu Zhong to seek his insights on medical matters. Lu Zhong graciously entertained their inquiries. Yet his glance toward Chun Yi was laden with hostility and disdain, having personally treated Lu Lao with both acupuncture and expensive medicinal remedies. He was well aware of the futility of the situation and had advised Lu Han to abandon his unrealistic hopes in favor of accepting reality. Now a newcomer, an unknown boy, audaciously proclaimed he could restore Lu Han's legs? Such blatant presumptuousness was an affront. Lu Zhong bristled at the indignity, reveling in the respect and humility directed toward him, feeling a sense of satisfaction swell within. Nearby, Fang Yu observed the unfolding scene with a knowing smile. Lu Zhong, wasn't he the very expert Chun Yi had humiliated in the text? Competent in his craft, yet lacking in magnanimity, Lu Zhong had been rattled by Chun Yi's prowess, leading to a series of increasingly desperate maneuvers that ultimately culminated in his dismissal from the hospital and a tarnished reputation, a quintessential example of a tragic figure. Fang Yu's gaze deepened. Despite his shortcomings, even a small man could possess utility, much like ancient emperors who, though aware of the treachery of their confidants, often turned a blind eye to maintain balance. Chun Yi paid no heed to the murmurs around him, his expression grave. He delicately tapped the tips of the 12 silver needles, unnoticed by others, yet he was channeling the energy into his own body through them. He then inquired, do your legs feel any sensation? Lu Han closed his eyes to concentrate. It seems there's no feeling yet. Lu Zhong's mockery intensified, ready to deride the proceedings. When suddenly Lu Han exclaimed with fervor, I can feel it. I can feel it. What? All eyes turned toward him. Lu Han continued, my legs are beginning to warm up. I truly feel something. Lu Zhong's mouth fell agape, momentarily silenced. How could this be possible? Chun Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, cast a dismissive glance at the now stunned experts. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to witness closely. With a flourish of his right hand, the remaining 12 silver needles scattered once again, finding their marks on various acupoints. He pressed, kneaded, and struck, each action accompanied by a subtle infusion of energy. The needles served merely as an aid. It was this energy that constituted the essence of healing. He targeted Liangqiu and Xiyan acupoints, stimulating and unblocking the neural connections, invigorating the blood flow and clearing the leg meridians. The unique energy continuously nourished the muscles and tendons that had languished in dormancy for years, allowing them to unfurl and thrive once more. Chun Yi's hands moved with such swiftness that they left a blur in their wake, making it difficult for observers to follow. After nearly half an hour, he finally paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, exclaiming with exuberance, the deed is done. Mr. Lu, why not rise and take a few steps? Lu Han, exhilarated, gripped the armrests of his wheelchair, slowly rising to his feet. At that moment, a nearby attendant instinctively moved to assist him, but Lu Han pushed him aside, declaring, step back, I need no assistance. With great effort, he stood unaided and took a few tentative steps forward, his face a mask of disbelief, his body trembling. His legs, which had been completely paralyzed for decades, were now capable of movement. The joy of what felt like a rebirth was beyond the comprehension of those with healthy limbs. The gathered experts and guests were utterly astonished. Could it be? Had he truly been cured? In less than half an hour, Chun Yi had restored Lu Han's legs, which had been incapacitated for decades. This transcended the realm of mere medical skill. It was nothing short of miraculous. Beside them, Lu Zhong felt a burning embarrassment wash over him, unable to fathom the reality unfolding before his eyes. The sycophants who had once surrounded him had vanished, replaced by expressions of bewilderment. Lu Zhong yearned to vanish into the ground, his mind raging. How could this be? How could this be possible? I have personally treated Lu Han. His ailment was beyond the reach of contemporary medicine. Yet, no amount of inner turmoil could alter the undeniable truth. Fang Yu observed the spectacle, signaling to Lung Han nearby and whispering a few words. Lu Zhong still held potential utility. Meanwhile, Lu Han, brimming with gratitude, asked, might I inquire your esteemed name, sir? Chun Yi replied with understated calm, Chun Yi. Lu Han solemnly declared, very well. From this day forth, Mr. Chun shall be my benefactor, whatever you require. I shall see to it without hesitation. Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively. You are too kind, Lu Lao. However, deep within his heart, he could not suppress a sense of elation, particularly as he perceived the admiration and astonishment surrounding him, which involuntarily manifested as a hint of pride. This was precisely how life ought to be. The esteemed Dr. Chen's remarkable medical skills indeed opened the eyes of many. Suddenly, someone began to applaud and called out. Chen Yi, feeling slightly self-satisfied, turned his head with the intention of feigning humility, but upon recognizing the speaker, he froze in place. The speaker was none other than Fang Yu. In Chapter 81, The Wei Family, Fang Yu was applauding with an expression of admiration. The onlookers, seeing the young master of the Fang family leading the applause, quickly followed suit. Yet, Chen Yi shivered involuntarily, a flicker of fear passing through his eyes. The past incidents, the severing of his leg by the iron guards, the death of Mu Zi, and the subsequent assassination attempt, had instilled a profound dread of Fang Yu within him. It could be said that ever since encountering Fang Yu, he had never experienced a moment of peace. However, Chen Yi soon regained his composure. Wait a minute. This is a medical exchange conference. Why should I fear him? In broad daylight, would he dare to act against me? This is my territory. With this thought, Chen Yi's confidence gradually grew. Without hesitation, he met Fang Yu's gaze, exuding an imposing presence. Today was the moment for him to stand tall and vindicate himself. Fang Yu smiled faintly but did nothing, casually moving to the side, pulling over a chair to sit down, and watching indifferently. Now was not the time. The performers had yet to arrive. How could the show commence? Having cured Lu Han, Chen Yi's reputation skyrocketed, drawing the attention of many influential families. Mr. Chen, please take a look at me. Mr. Chen, I need your help. Chen Yi, brimming with vigor, called out. Everyone, one at a time. This medical exchange conference was not a formal gathering, but rather a casual affair for socializing, sharing ideas, and seeking medical help. Undoubtedly, Chen Yi became the focal point of the auditorium, with countless doctors and experts observing his treatment process with reverence. As Chen Yi once again treated a patient's stubborn ailment, the audience could not help but exclaim in awe. Incredible! Someone respectfully inquired. May I ask where Mr. Chen learned his skills? At this question, others turned their curious gazes toward him, clearly intrigued. Chen Yi's medical prowess was extraordinary. Many of his techniques were unheard of, broadening their horizons. So, where had the seemingly young Chen Yi acquired such knowledge? Chen Yi remained silent, but Zhao Xinrui stepped forward, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Zhao Xinrui laughed heartily. Everyone, Mr. Chen's master is none other than the renowned divine physician Yang Wentong, who once made waves in Linzhou. Most of the attendees looked bewildered. Only a few older individuals showed a flicker of recognition, their memories stirred, as expressions of realization crossed their faces. So, he was indeed a disciple of the divine physician Yang. No wonder. After all, to have produced a disciple with such medical skills could only be attributed to someone of that caliber. I still remember the remarkable techniques of the divine physician Yang. Upon reflection, there are indeed similarities. Who is the divine physician Yang? Some, unfamiliar with the past, felt lost and could not help but ask. However, through explanations from others, they quickly understood. Yang went on. During his travels in Linzhou, he was revered for his extraordinary medical skills, becoming a household name. Numerous prominent families sought to recruit him at any cost, but Yang Wentong vanished, never to be seen again. Surrounding voices expressed admiration. Mr. Chen possesses the demeanor of the divine physician Yang. His future accomplishments will likely surpass that of his master. Chen Yi clasped his hands together, acknowledging, indeed, my master is Yang Wentong, but my humble medical skills are still not worthy of comparison to his esteemed reputation. Nevertheless, despite my lack of proficiency, I shall strive to inherit my master's legacy, healing the sick and saving lives. Though he spoke in such a manner, Chen Yi's heart was far from humble. His master was exceedingly austere. Although his medical prowess was unparalleled and his reputation resounded far and wide, he shunned fame and fortune, retreating to the mountains at the peak of his career. Despite being a favored disciple of Yang Wentong, Chen Yi's personality was starkly different. He was not drawn to the monotonous life of spiritual cultivation in the mountains. Rather, he delighted in women, wealth, and status, yearning to ascend to the pinnacle where all would regard him with respect, remembering his name. Mr. Chen, you are far too modest. Indeed, many echoed. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. Make way. The crowd was roughly parted. Accompanied by several bodyguards, a slender woman clad in denim shorts and a fitted white t-shirt approached. Her long, smooth legs resembling polished jade. Upon seeing her, Chen Yi found himself unable to divert his gaze. What a stunning beauty! A sudden exclamation pierced the air. Wei Zifen! Wei Zifen! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wei Zifen, Was she not the eldest daughter of the Wei family? The Wei family, without a doubt, was the foremost family in Linzhou. The current head of the Wei family, Wei Tianhao, had left his family's legacy in Xiaqing to establish himself in Linzhou, building a formidable empire through his identity and capabilities. A mere stomp from Wei Tianhao could send tremors throughout Linzhou. Have you met Miss Wei? The crowd almost bowed their heads in trepidation. Fang Yu's gaze sharpened, his thoughts turning. Ah, she has indeed arrived. In contrast to the awe and fear exhibited by others, Fang Yu remained seated, calmly observing Wei Zifan. The Wei family was indeed formidable, yet Wei Zifan was merely a junior of the family, while he was the current chairman of the Fang group, the one in power. Representing the Fang family, she hardly warranted his utmost concern. Chen Ye's heart sank. This woman was actually the eldest daughter of the Wei family? Wei Zifan directly inquired. Are you Chen Yi, a disciple of the esteemed divine physician Yang Wentong? Chen Yi pretended to be nonchalant. Indeed. Very well, Wei Zifan stated coldly. Come with me. I am giving you an opportunity. Cure my father's illness, and the Wei family will fulfill all your requests. Should you fail, you will pay with your life. Chapter 82, Arrival. The crowd could not help but murmur. Wei Tianhao's health was in jeopardy? That was grave news. If anything were to happen to him, Linzhou would be thrown into chaos. They suddenly began to comprehend that this medical exchange conference may have been organized for this very purpose. Those seeking medical assistance were merely observers, evaluating the skills of the on-site doctors. At this moment, Chen Yi remarked coolly, Miss Wei, are you questioning my medical abilities? There is no ailment in this world that I cannot treat. If you doubt my competence, there is no need to seek my assistance. While he outwardly displayed an air of pride, internally, he was brimming with excitement. He adopted such a high-handed demeanor solely to secure greater advantages for himself. Wei Zifan raised an eyebrow. However, a flicker of realization crossed his mind, causing the previously overwhelming aura of arrogance to dissipate somewhat, for he needed to rely on Chun Yi in the near future. Moreover, the audacity displayed by the other party was a testament to their confidence in their medical skills. Was it not? Thus, Wei Zifan adopted a slightly more courteous demeanor, exclaiming, Very well, Mr. Chun, you truly live up to being the disciple of the esteemed Dr. Yang. Your confidence is commendable. Please accompany me. Actions speak louder than words. Chen Yi waved his hand nonchalantly and replied with an air of tranquility. Nevertheless, his words implied consent. After all, he had come to this medical exchange primarily for the Wei family. How could he refuse? Zhao Xinrui had been right. This medical exchange represented his opportunity. He could almost envision himself healing Wei Tianhao and being treated as an honored guest by the Wei family. With their backing, who in Haiqing City or even Linzhou would dare to provoke him? He could walk with impunity. Please, Wei Zifan gestured. A smile crept across Chun Ye's lips as he cast a somewhat smug glance at Fang Yu. From that moment on, the shadow cast by the Fang family over him would be utterly dispelled. The Wei family's influence and status in Linzhou surpassed that of the Fang family. Yet, at that moment, Chen Yi noticed Fang Yu rising and approaching, instantly raising his guard. A sense of foreboding washed over him. It seemed this fellow was about to impose on him again. Fang Yu spoke up, Miss Wei, I am quite intrigued by Dr. Chen's medical prowess. May I accompany you? Wei Zifan hesitated. In her heart, she was reluctant to have anyone else join, as Wei Tianhao's condition was of utmost importance. The fewer who knew, the better. As she pondered, Fang Yu continued, I once visited Uncle Wei with my father. Now that he is unwell, it is only right that I pay my respects. Wei Zifan's expression shifted. Finally, she exhaled deeply. Very well. Since Fang Xiao wishes to visit my father out of goodwill, how could I refuse? Fang Yu's words were eloquently articulated, and given his status, she felt compelled to acquiesce. The other medical experts, observing this, felt a pang of envy. They had been thoroughly impressed by Chun Ye's medical skills and were eager to witness his treatment of Wei Tianhao. One of them ventured, Miss Wei. May we also? But they were met with Wei Zifan's icy gaze. What do you think you are? Scram. With Fang Yu's status permitting his presence, he could accompany them. But who were these other individuals? Did the Wei family permit just anyone to enter? It was utterly outrageous. The experts were taken aback and hastily apologized. My apologies. Miss Wei, we were presumptuous. We will leave at once. They scurried to the back of the crowd, not daring to linger before Wei Zifan. Fearing her ire might lead to their swift dismissal, Wei Zifan took a deep breath. Fang Xiao, Dr. Chun, please follow me. Fang Yu approached Chun Yi, wearing a congenial smile, and remarked, Let us go, Dr. Chun. He then leisurely walked away. A flicker of coldness flashed in Chun Ye's eyes. He discerned the veiled mockery in Fang Yu's tone. Humph, no matter what, I will heal Wei Tianhao's ailment, gain the Wei family's support, and achieve remarkable success. What does it matter if you follow? Wait and see. I will eventually deal with the Fang family. With this resolute thought, Chun Yi stepped forward to follow. Outside the grand hall, a massive helicopter awaited. Under Wei Zifen's guidance, the group boarded the helicopter, setting off toward their destination. After nearly 5 hours of flight, the helicopter arrived at the Wei family estate located on the outskirts of Dongha City in Linzhou. This estate, serving as the Wei family's headquarters, spans several dozen acres. Adorned with forests and artificial hills, serene and picturesque, deep and tranquil. The estate employed hundreds of servants, each assigned their respective duties. The helicopter landed on the helipad, after which the group ventured along a tranquil pathway deeper into the estate. At that moment, the gardeners were busy within the expansive courtyard, painstakingly crafting intricate landscaping that surpassed the imagination of ordinary individuals, nearly flawless. Even though Wei Tianhao, the master of the estate, rarely bothered to glance at it, the workers dared not slacken their efforts. This exemplified the mindset of subordinates in the presence of their superiors. They could not afford to be complacent. Wei Zifen ultimately led Fang Yu and the others to a luxurious villa. Although termed a villa, it could be likened to a small hospital, having been specially modified, with doctors and nurses bustling through the corridors, some carrying medication, others holding examination reports. A servant hurried to Wei Zifen's side. Mississippi Wei Zifen inquired, "How is my father?" The servant replied in a hushed tone, "The patriarch has just awakened." Wei Zifen nodded and instructed, "Follow me, my father is upstairs." They ascended to a room on the 3rd floor. There, upon a white hospital bed surrounded by various medical instruments, lay a robust middle-aged man, pallid and weakened. The patriarch of the Wei family, Wei Tianhao. Inside, several doctors were diligently monitoring Wei Tianhao's condition, affording him treatment akin to that of an emperor. Upon entering the room, Wei Zifen commanded, "Everyone out." Although the doctors were bewildered by the sudden turn of events, they dared not oppose Wei Zifen's authority and hastily exited the room. The chamber instantly became vacant. "Father, this is Mr. Chun Yi, the esteemed disciple of the renowned Dr. Yang Wentong, who once made a name for himself in Linzhou." Wei Zifen introduced. Wei Tianhao, clearly already aware of Chun Yi's presence, nodded with some reluctance. "I shall trouble you, Dr. Chun." Chun Yi quickly replied, "You flatter me, Mr. Wei. As a doctor, it is my duty to treat the afflicted." Before Wei Tianhao, Chun Yi dared not exhibit even a hint of arrogance. The other's status was far beyond what he could currently compare to. Should Wei Tianhao wish to eliminate him, it would be no more difficult than crushing an ant. As a protagonist, Chun Yi possessed confidence and pride, yet he also understood the importance of assessing the situation, knowing whom to offend and whom not to. Chapter 83, A Fraud? Wei Tianhao nodded. His gaze then shifted to Fang Yu, who met his eyes with a slight smile. "Uncle Wei, I am Fang Yu from the Fang family. We have met before. I heard you were unwell, so I came to pay my respects." Wei Tianhao's voice was hoarse. "You are kind." However, after uttering this, he broke into a violent coughing fit, even coughing up blood, before suddenly losing consciousness. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Wei Zifen's expression changed instantly. "Father." She quickly turned to Chun Yi. "Mr. Chun, please." Chun Yi's expression tightened as he hurried to Wei Tianhao's side, grasping his hand for a careful examination. After a moment, his brow furrowed deeply, and he said gravely, "Mr. Wei has sustained severe internal injuries." Wei Zifen asked urgently, "Can it be treated?" Chun Yi rose, confidence radiating from him. "No problem. You can entrust Mr. Wei's condition to me." However, Chun Yi paused slightly and stated, "I require an utterly tranquil environment. All individuals within this room must vacate." As he spoke, he deliberately cast a glance at Fang Yu. Although he was uncertain why this fellow insisted on following him, it was evident that he harbored ill intentions. Thus it was imperative to send Fang Yu away to prevent him from causing any obstructions. Such was the necessity, Wei Zifen remarked, then turned to Fang Yu. "Apologies, Mr. Fang, but we must take our leave to avoid disturbing Mr. Chun." Fang Yu nodded slightly, yet before departing, he cast a lingering gaze at Chun Yi. How could he not comprehend the latter's subtle machinations? Under Chun Yi's somewhat provocative stare, Fang Yu turned to leave, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He silently mused. The show has begun. The other medical staff had already been dismissed by Wei Zifen, and with the exit of the two, the room was left in a hollow silence, save for the slightly labored breaths of Wei Tianhao. Chun Yi retrieved his box of silver needles, exuding an air of calm. The unique qi cultivated through his specialized medical techniques was perfectly suited for treating internal injuries. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon him by fate. In truth, such a notion was not unfounded. As the protagonist of the narrative, this was precisely the chance the author had orchestrated for him. A smile crept onto Chun Yi's lips. The commencement of his illustrious journey was about to unfold. The Wei family was not his terminus, but rather a launching pad towards a resplendent future. He extracted 24 silver needles from his wooden box, flipped his palm, and began to administer the needles. Outside the room, Fang Yu and Wei Zifan had just stepped out. Thud, thud, thud. A figure sprinted down the corridor. Unmistakably the expert Dr. Lu Zhong, who had previously been humiliated by Chun Yi. Who are you? Wei Zifan queried, frowning as she regarded the approaching Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong instinctively glanced at Fang Yu. Unfazed, Fang Yu calmly replied, Miss Wei, perhaps we should hear what he has to say. Wei Zifan coldly responded, Speak. Lu Zhong hurriedly interjected, Miss Wei, you cannot allow that Chun Yi to treat Mr. Wei. He is nothing but a fraud. Wei Zifan's expression turned frigid. Nonsense. Did you not witness Mr. Chen healing those patients on site? Or do you believe we are all fools? Lu Zhong trembled in fear. Yet recalling Fang Yu's instructions and promises, he gritted his teeth and said, Miss Wei, I recently administered treatment to old Lu, and that fellow merely got lucky, treating haphazardly and coincidentally hitting the mark. Wei Zifan raised an eyebrow disdainfully. Even if that were the case, what of the others? Lu Zhong explained. The others are all accomplices of Chun Yi, merely acting in concert. They received advance notice. Utter nonsense. Wei Zifan seethed with anger. What benefit would that serve him? To gain the opportunity to treat my father? If he truly lacked skill, would he not be exposed immediately? It is utterly ridiculous. Lu Zhong grew frantic. That man intends to harm Mr. Wei. Wei Zifan laughed in fury, his accusations becoming increasingly absurd. Get out. If you disturb Mr. Chen's treatment, can you bear the consequences? Bodyguards, throw him out. Chapter 84. The Xiantian Medical Canon. Constitution surpassing 100. Yes. As soon as Wei Zifan's command was issued, several bodyguards stepped forward, dragging Lu Zhong toward the exit. Even as he was being pulled out, Lu Zhong shouted, Miss Wei, I speak the truth. You must believe me. Wei Zifan's expression turned icy. Humph, jealousy of talent, and this sort of person dares to call themselves a doctor. Begin. Fang Yu observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, soon averting his attention, his expression indifferent, as his consciousness delved into his storage space. Fixating on the shimmering skill plunder card. Skill plunder card. Steal any skill from the target and convert it into your own ability. Note, perfect level skills cannot be plundered. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yu silently intoned, Skill plunder card, activate. A prompt from the system resonated. Please select a target. Chun Yi. Information regarding Chun Yi materialized in Fang Yu's mind, confirming the target. Please select the skill to plunder. Fang Yu stated emotionlessly, plunder his medical skill. The skill plunder was successful. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired medical skill mastery. Instantly, Fang Yu felt a surge of immense information flooding into his mind, transforming into his own memories and knowledge. Simultaneously, an invisible essence descended from the void, the qi condensed from Chun Yi's unique medical practice, gathering into Fang Yu's dantian. In the next moment, this essence seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, accelerating towards the icy aura Fang Yu had obtained from the jade disc in the stone chamber. The two energies intertwined, merging together. What is happening? Just as Fang Yu was struck with astonishment, a sudden notification chimed. Detected that the host's inherited lineage and the plundered skill belong to the same lineage. Fusion is possible to complete the inheritance. Would you like to proceed with fusion? Fang Yu's heart surged with excitement. Such a fortuitous opportunity? There was no need for deliberation. Fusion. As soon as the words left his lips, the two energies, previously entangled yet distinct, seemed to be propelled by a force, merging seamlessly. Ding. The host has acquired the skill Xiantian Medical Canon, perfect level. In the original narrative, Chun Yi leveraged the inheritance qi within the jade disc to elevate his medical skill to the perfect level. Now, Fang Yu, utilizing the mastery level medical skill plundered from Chun Yi, had completed the inheritance from the stone chamber. The Xiantian Medical Canon, perfect level. Concurrently, the amalgamation of the now unified qi propelled Fang Yu's constitution points ever upward. 93, 94, 95, all the way to 100. Boom. Fang Yu felt as though his insides had exploded. His flesh and bones emitted a series of crackling sounds, akin to popping beans, as he sensed an energy suffusing the external world, with every cell in his body rejoicing and leaping. Fang Yu's form became akin to a minuscule vortex, drawing this energy inward. Initially, it was a mere trickle, but gradually it swelled into a torrent, flowing through his meridians like a babbling brook. This energy, unlike the formless qi, was imbued with potent destructive capabilities rather than merely healing and nurturing properties. So powerful, Fang Yu reveled in this sensation until his body reached saturation, at which point he ceased the energy's draw. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, sending tremors through those nearby. Wei Zifan and the two bodyguards had recoiled in horror, perceiving not a man before them, but a formidable beast. Wei Zifan's complexion drained of color. What on earth is this? Chapter 85. The Protagonist's Halo Detachment Degree, 100. Meanwhile, within the room, Chun-Yi was embedding the 24 silver needles into Wei Tianhao's body, channeling his qi through the needles for treatment. Suddenly, he felt a splitting headache, prompting an involuntary scream of agony. Chun-Yi suddenly collapsed to the ground, curling into a tight ball, his body convulsing violently. What was happening? His complexion contorted, and it wasn't until several agonizing seconds later that he struggled to rise. At that moment, a wave of shock struck him. The internal energy he had painstakingly cultivated over the years had inexplicably vanished. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Where had his internal energy gone? Then, he stumbled upon an even more terrifying revelation. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of all the medical knowledge he once possessed. An overwhelming dread enveloped Chun-Yi's heart. His medical expertise was his greatest asset. Without it, what was he? This was impossible. His features twisted in confusion. How could his medical skills just disappear? Suddenly, Wei Tianhao's face flushed crimson, and his breathing grew erratic. Panic surged through Chun-Yi. He was in the midst of a critical treatment, and if it were to be interrupted now, Wei Tianhao's condition would worsen. He was on the territory of the Wei family. Any mishap would spell his doom. Frantically, Chun-Yi's mind raced, and he turned abruptly to the window. In a moment of desperation, he abandoned Wei Tianhao and hurled himself toward the window. He had no time to ponder what had transpired. He simply knew that if he did not flee now, it would be too late. Fortunately, his physical prowess remained intact. Jumping from the third floor posed no challenge for him. Fang Yu's imposing aura gradually dissipated. He exhaled a sigh of relief and glanced at Wei Zifen and the two bodyguards, who were frozen in shock, poised to speak. Suddenly, a loud crash of shattering glass echoed in the room. Wei Zifen was momentarily stunned, but her expression quickly morphed into one of horror as she rushed into Wei Tianhao's hospital room, accompanied by the bodyguards. What lay before her left her utterly dumbfounded. Wei Tianhao lay alone on the bed, his body covered in silver needles, while the window gaped open. Chun-Yi had fled? Wei Zifen could hardly believe her eyes. She suddenly recalled what Lu Zhong had said earlier, her heart racing with trepidation. Could it be true? At that moment, someone tapped the shoulders of the three. Instinctively, Wei Zifen and the bodyguards turned to see a pair of obsidian eyes swirling like two vortices, obliterating their consciousness in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The three collapsed one after another. Light returned to Fang Yu's eyes as he stepped over their fallen forms and approached Wei Tianhao. At this moment, due to Chun-Yi's abrupt cessation of treatment, Wei Tianhao's blood surged, exacerbating his injuries. He was clearly not long for this world. However, with Fang Yu's superlative medical skills, surpassing even Chun-Yi's, healing Wei Tianhao was not beyond his capabilities. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Yu reached out and snapped Wei Tianhao's neck. Crunch. The man's body stiffened before all signs of life faded away. Wei Tianhao, the formidable figure who once echoed throughout Linzhou, was dead. Fang Yu's expression remained impassive. The benefits of saving Wei Tianhao paled in comparison to his demise. With the strength of the Fang family, unless Wei Tianhao was willing to relinquish his position as the foremost family in Linzhou, what could he possibly offer? Furthermore, Wei Tianhao's domineering nature would never permit any power to overshadow the Wei family, and he had long harbored reservations about the increasingly formidable Fang family. Yet, if he were to perish, there would be myriad opportunities to exploit. Fang Yu walked expressionlessly to the shattered window, gazing into the distance. Ding. Host villainous points, 1,000. Hero's luck points, 1,000. Ding. Host villainous points, 1,000. Hero's luck points, 1,000. Ding. Host villainous points, 1,000. Hero's luck points, 1,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. Chun-Yi's protagonist halo has been completely stripped away. The system's notification echoed incessantly, yet Fang Yu felt no surprise. The plundering of medical skills, combined with severing ties with the Wei family, was more than sufficient to completely usurp Chun-Yi's remaining meager 3,000 luck points. Now, Chun-Yi was no longer the protagonist. I have awaited this day for far too long. Fang Yu licked his lips and leapt from the window. Boom. The ground trembled, and Fang Yu's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, bursting forth with incredible speed. At this moment, Chun-Yi had escaped to the outskirts of the Wei family estate, where bodyguards were patrolling diligently. One of them spotted the oncoming Chun-Yi and barked, "Halt! Who goes there?" Having arrived at the estate via helicopter, these external guards were unfamiliar with him. Chun-Yi gradually halted, his expression icy. "I am the doctor summoned by Miss Wei to treat Mr. Wei. I need to attend to an urgent matter. Can you bear the consequences if Mr. Wei's treatment is delayed? Prepare a vehicle for me." The bodyguards exchanged glances. They had indeed heard of a doctor coming to treat Wei Tianhao today. After a moment's deliberation, they dared not waste time confirming and promptly arranged for a vehicle to let him pass. Letting a suspicious individual go was a minor risk. They could always cover for each other later. However, if they truly delayed the patriarch's treatment, their lives would be forfeit. Soon, a vehicle was brought forth. Chen Yi climbed in and sped away. He drove furiously from the Wei family estate, his mind awash with panic. It was then that he began to contemplate his next steps. The Zhao family? The Ji family? No, neither could be trusted. In the face of the Wei family, the Zhao and Ji families were powerless, and with his medical skills completely gone, he held no value to them. Should he flee Linzhou altogether? Or perhaps return to the mountains? Chen Ye's face twisted in despair. How had he fallen to such depths? He still could not comprehend how his medical prowess had vanished so inexplicably, erasing even the knowledge embedded in his mind. If someone was capable of such a feat, they could not simply be referred to as human. They belonged to the realm of the divine. A chill coursed through Chen Yi. Fear loomed over him like a dense, dark cloud. Suddenly, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel. Fortunately, he regained his senses just in time to slam on the brakes. What was happening? Chen Ye's heart raced. It was as if he had lost something significant, something of utmost importance. Unbeknownst to him, in that very moment, his protagonist halo had officially been stripped away, severing his identity as the child of fortune. Now, he was merely an ordinary man. Just moments ago, his escape from the Wei family had relied on the luck bestowed by his protagonist status. Otherwise, how could the bodyguards of Linzhou's foremost family have been so lax? It was as if they had lost their wits. As Chen Yi prepared to restart the vehicle and flee, his eyelids twitched violently, an overwhelming sense of unease swelling within him. Instinctively, he flung open the car door and leapt out, tumbling awkwardly onto the ground. In the next instant, a menacing shadow loomed over the car, a hand descending with lethal intent. Boom! A shock wave erupted, radiating outward. The car was utterly crushed. Resembling the aftermath of being run over by a colossal truck, its body caved in with a resounding thud, the roof and chassis melding into a singular, flattened disc of metal. Fang Yu let out a soft gasp, surprised by his own acute perception of danger. It seemed that merely possessing a protagonist's aura was not enough to ensure one became the hero. These fated individuals possessed remarkable qualities in their own right. Casting a glance at his own hands, as if seeing them for the first time, he felt the surging energy coursing through his veins, brimming with explosive power. A smile crept upon his lips. Meanwhile, Chen Yi was in a state of utter panic, his expression a mask of fear. "Fang Yu," he exclaimed. Fang Yu replied with a serene smile. "Oh, Dr. Chen, have you not yet cured Mr. Wei? How could you leave so soon? This simply won't do." Suddenly, Chen Ye's face contorted into a snarl as he roared. "You did this. My medical skills vanished because of you, didn't they? Who are you really?" Fang Yu advanced slowly towards Chen Yi, a terrifying pressure emanating with each step. He smiled faintly. "Who am I? I am merely the one who intends to kill you. I'll fight you," Chen Yi bellowed, adopting a stance as if he would charge forward in desperation. Fang Yu's eyes flickered with disdain. "You overestimate yourself." However, in an unexpected turn, Chen Yi abruptly turned and fled without hesitation, his earlier bravado and willingness to fight revealed as mere pretense. Fight? What a joke. That would be akin to courting death. The sight of the mangled car had shattered Chen Ye's resolve, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. All that remained was the instinct to escape. The Wei family manor was situated in a remote suburb, and the two were currently on a narrow path leading towards a small cliff. Below lay a deep, turbulent river. If he could plunge into its depths, Chen Yi, who was adept in water, might find a chance to evade capture. This was his sole hope. Thus, with every ounce of strength, he sprinted towards the cliff, his mind oddly calm amidst the life-and-death crisis. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he noticed Fang Yu standing still, seemingly waiting for him to flee. Elation surged within him. He wasn't pursuing me? How audacious. This was his opportunity. Meanwhile, Fang Yu's expression remained indifferent. Escape? Where could he possibly run? In the next instant, Fang Yu's aura shifted dramatically. He extended his right hand, slowly forming a fist, as if grasping the very fabric of the universe. Then, in a slow-motion spectacle, he unleashed a punch into the air. Nothing appeared to happen. No visible phenomenon unfolded, as though it were mere theatrics. Yet, mere meters ahead, as Chen Yi fled, a deep dent suddenly appeared on his back, as if a powerful fist had struck him. His body froze abruptly, disbelief etched across his features. Though he appeared outwardly unscathed, his internal organs, tendons, and vitality felt as though they had been obliterated by that single blow. With a resounding thud, his body crumpled to the ground like a discarded sack, silenced forever. Chen Yi was dead. Fang Yu approached Chen Ye's lifeless form, gazing intently at the corpse. Suddenly, he murmured, "Internal energy projection, condensing qi into a tangible force, refining qi into strands. Capable of sensing the boundless essence of the universe, a physical constitution of 100 points signifies a master of transformation." These words were not mere whims of Fang Yu's imagination, but were drawn from a vast reservoir of memories that had just surfaced in his mind. The moment Chun Yi met his demise, the narrative of masters descending into the city officially concluded. Concurrently, a new tale commenced. Ding! The system detected the protagonist's death, triggering a new book titled, The Return of the War God in the City. The system's prompt echoed in his ears. The interface materialized before him. Ultimate Villain System. Host, Fang Yu. Personal wealth, 243. 2 billion. Charm value, 30. Physical value, 100. Skills, medical arts, profound heavenly medical canon, perfect. Management, proficient. Martial arts, proficient. Hypnosis, advanced. Cello, advanced. Villain value, 3100. Current triggered book, The Return of the War God in the City. Note, the host currently possesses a villain value of 3,100, while the protagonist has a fortune value of 30,000. Chapter 87. The new book unveiled, The Return of the War God in the City. Fang Yu closed his eyes momentarily, beginning to sort through the current situation in his mind. The system had stated from the outset that the world he inhabited was a composite realm forged from multiple novels. When he triggered or engaged with a particular narrative, characters from other stories were simultaneously active, yet under the control of the world's will, encounters were virtually impossible. Only upon formally triggering a book would characters, including the protagonist, come into his line of sight, as if an invisible curtain had been drawn across reality, and now that curtain had been lifted. The performance had officially begun. Fang Yu's gaze was tranquil yet profound. The Return of the War God in the City followed the same title format as the previous book, and this was no mere coincidence. Both narratives were indeed crafted by the same author. Although there was no direct continuation between the two, they occurred within the same universe and shared a common worldview, albeit with differing thematic emphases. In The Return of the War God in the City, the protagonist, Chu Feng, was a scion of the illustrious Chu family in Xia City. However, due to being embroiled in a struggle for family inheritance, he was set up by his own brothers and imprisoned. Following this, while in prison, Chu Feng was secretly summoned to serve in the Northern Region military. Owing to his innate talent and abilities, he not only advanced his personal prowess at an astonishing rate, but also achieved numerous military accolades, swiftly rising to prominence and becoming the renowned war god of the Northern Region within a mere 5 years. He ranked among the 4 great war gods of the borders, commanding formidable troops and accompanied by fierce generals. Upon returning incognito, he vowed to protect his wife and children, avenge his blood feud, and navigate the urban landscape, embodying the quintessential narrative of a triumphant protagonist. A common thread ran through both tales. Fang Yu, the villain. Indeed, whether by the author's whimsy or some other design, Fang Yu, the young master of the Fang family, met his demise in both narratives. In this world woven from a multitude of stories, the connecting thread between them, aside from the shared worldview, was Fang Yu as the recurring antagonist. Fang Yu felt a twinge of exasperation. What grievance did this author harbor towards the name Fang Yu? Yet, such matters were of little consequence. It was evident that he was destined to tread the path of a villain who would ultimately turn against the protagonist. Whether or not he was a common antagonist across these tales, the outcome remained unchanged. Moreover, there was a crucial point to note. In this narrative, the author unveiled the intricacies of martial arts. External and internal energies, transformative realms, and divine realms were distinctly categorized. External energy encompassed the majority of skilled practitioners, relying primarily on physical strength with little differentiation from ordinary individuals. Internal energy, on the other hand, indicated the development of a sensitivity to qi, a realm attained by only a select few. Among ordinary people, those who reached this level were virtually invincible, only falling to the use of firearms at their peak. The transformative realm, also referred to as the master level, represented warriors who had undergone a metamorphosis, transcending the ordinary, and were among the rarest in the martial arts world. One can faintly sense the boundless vital energy permeating the cosmos, absorbing it to form the true essence within oneself, condensing it into a formidable aura, weaving it like silk, capable of striking down foes from 100 meters away, a terrifying prowess. Upon reaching such a realm, not only does one move with the swiftness of thunder, exhibiting exceptional agility, but one can also project their true essence outward to protect the body. If one remains vigilant, it becomes nearly impossible to slay them unless employing an army and heavy weaponry. As for the even higher divine realm, it exists only in legends, transcending the mundane, ethereal and elusive, the very existence of which is shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, in this world, a master of transformation is virtually an invincible entity. Chapter 88. The astonished Fang Yu felt the terrifying power coursing through his being and chuckled softly. He had now ascended to the status of a master of transformation. The extraordinary energy from the external world that he sensed upon surpassing a physical threshold was none other than the vital energy of heaven and earth. While the essence circulating through his meridians was transformed from this very energy. A master of transformation is someone whom even major corporations and prestigious families treat with utmost reverence. A being fiercely sought after by nations. In the author's conception, this world lacks apocalyptic weapons such as nuclear bombs, and the overall technological prowess is considerably inferior. Hence, individual combat strength is prominently showcased. Those of great might, whether opting to become a guest elder of a prominent family, a bodyguard to a significant figure, or even enlisting in the military, are afforded exceptional treatment and esteemed status. At the level of a master of transformation, one stands on par with the legendary border war gods. For even the 4 great war gods, despite their unparalleled personal combat abilities, are but a step away from the mastery, yet that step is akin to a chasm. As the book progresses, only the protagonist, the former northern border war god Chu Feng, achieves the rank of master in the latter chapters. It is worth noting that war gods excel primarily in strategy and commanding vast armies, while personal combat is not their forte. In the narrative, Chu Feng's acts of vengeance are mostly executed through leveraging influence. The renowned masters mentioned throughout this tome are predominantly elderly figures, with only a handful of prodigies, most of whom are middle-aged, around their 40s or 50s. Fang Yu, in his early 20s, has already attained the status of a master of transformation. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the martial arts community. Is this the sensation of wielding an extraordinary advantage? Delightful. A flicker of joy danced through Fang Yu's mind. After tempering his thoughts, he pondered. To think that in merely the second book, he was already embroiled in a narrative of great difficulty akin to that of a war god. With Chu Feng, the former northern border war god, returning from retirement, he could no longer rely on the influence of the Fang family to exert pressure. Alternative strategies must be devised. Unless the Fang family's power could expand to rival those prominent families in Xia City, there remains much preparation to undertake before Chu Feng's official return. His gaze shifted to the lifeless body of Chun Yi sprawled on the ground. Prior to that, several matters required his attention to bring this volume to a conclusive end. With this in mind, Fang Yu's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Chun Yi's corpse and the wrecked vehicle were left in place, without any handling on his part. It served as a reminder and a deterrent. Given that the martial arts paradigm of this world had been irrevocably established, any astute observer could deduce much from the scene. Though no one could surmise Fang Yu's status as a master of transformation, the death of Chun Yi at the hands of a master, albeit Chun Yi being a mere pawn, implied the involvement of the Zhao and Ji families. The implications of this are profound. Fang Yu had no intention of revealing his identity as a master of transformation, for it was a trump card, especially when contending with the protagonist, Chu Feng. In a brief span, Fang Yu returned to the Wei family estate, his current prowess ensuring he went undetected. Arriving at the villa, he slightly bent his knees before leaping to the 3rd floor. It remained unchanged from before, with 2 bodyguards and Wei Zifen slumbering on the ground. Without Wei Zifen's directive, none dared intrude here. Fang Yu approached the door, feigning the appearance of just entering, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The slumbering Wei Zifen and the 2 bodyguards stirred awake. Wei Zifen, initially bewildered, questioned how she had lost consciousness. It seemed to be Fang Yu. At that moment, her mind buzzed, and she abruptly forgot the circumstances of Fang Yu's ascension to master of transformation and how she had collapsed. Following his advancement, Fang Yu's mental acuity had surged, rendering his hypnotic abilities all the more adept and powerful. He could now implant psychological suggestions within his targets, burying certain memories to the point of near erasure. Of course, this was limited to short-term memories, yet the effect was decidedly formidable. While hypnotizing the trio earlier, Fang Yu had already sown the seed of memory erasure within their minds. That single snap was both a switch for awakening and a trigger for the suggestion. As Wei Zifen's gaze regained clarity, her expression shifted. Father. The 2 bodyguards rushed to Wei Tianhao's side, hastily assessing the situation. Fang Yu leisurely strolled over, feigning shock, inquiring, what on earth has transpired? Chapter 89. Shifting blame. The 2 bodyguards examined Wei Tianhao's heartbeat and pulse, then glanced at the machine displaying a flat line. Cold sweat trickling down their faces. Trembling, they turned to Wei Zifen. Miss, the clan head is dead. He's gone. Wei Zifen felt as though struck by lightning. At that moment, Fang Yu stepped forward, meticulously examining Wei Tianhao's body before dramatically declaring, Miss Wei, I have a keen interest in medicine, so I have some understanding. It appears the acupuncture process was only partially completed, leading to a surge of blood and qi. Wei Zifen's countenance darkened. Is this the cause of my father's death? Fang Yu shook his head, having felt around Wei Tianhao's neck before pausing to say, "Uncle Wei was strangled to death." Wei Zifen's pupils constricted sharply, and she could no longer contain her fury, roaring, "Chunyi, that scoundrel, that wretched being. I will ensure he is torn to shreds." Had Wei Tianhao's demise stemmed from the acupuncture treatment, it might have been plausible that Chunyi had erred during the procedure. However, the fact that Wei Tianhao had been strangled indicated a premeditated assassination. Wei Zifen's demeanor turned frigid, and she commanded the 2 bodyguards, "Deploy all personnel to pursue Chunyi. It's imperative to capture him alive, though a corpse will suffice." Yes, the 2 bodyguards hastily departed. Soon, the entire Wei family commenced operations with the fervor of a colossal machine. Wei Zifen was filled with regret. She should have heeded her earlier suspicions regarding Lu Zhong's words. Wait, hadn't he that fellow mentioned this was premeditated? He might know something. With this thought, she retrieved her phone and spoke into it. Was there a person named Lu Zhong who was expelled? Bring him before me at once. Also, contact my elder brother and instruct him to return promptly. Given the current situation, the Wei family requires his presence. Wei Ziki, Wei Zifen's elder brother, was the eldest son of Wei Tianhao and the designated heir of the family. During the period when Wei Tianhao was gravely ill, the responsibility of managing the Wei family's affairs primarily fell upon Wei Zifen, while Wei Tianhao's care was entrusted to Wei Zifen. At this moment, Wei Tianhao unexpectedly passed away. Someone must return to take charge. Otherwise, the Wei family would descend into chaos and become a target for certain individuals. For instance, Wei Zifen cast a silent glance at Fang Yu, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. Fang Yu appeared deeply mournful and sorrowful. But who could ascertain what truly lay within his heart? Wei Tianhao had often expressed his wariness of the Fang family, as their power had been expanding at an alarming rate. It was initially believed that with the notorious scion Fang Yu taking the helm, the Fang family would surely begin to decline. To everyone's astonishment, Fang Yu, upon assuming power, swiftly eradicated the corrupt elements within the organization with a thunderous resolve and proceeded to implement sweeping reforms. The Fang family's growth, rather than diminishing, surged to new heights. It was evident that Fang Yu had been concealing and disguising his true self all along. Such cunning and depth of character were indeed alarming. Moreover, the alliance between the Fang and Song families represented a formidable union. Fang Yu raised his gaze to meet Wei Zifen's, a smirk of intrigue gracing his lips. With his perceptive instincts, the slightest fluctuation in Wei Zifen's expression could not escape his notice. If she were to discover that Wei Tianhao had met his demise by his hand, what expression might she reveal? Surely, it would be quite entertaining. Yet, he was not foolish. He would not expose himself unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 90, Strategic Preparations. Booming sounds echoed as one vehicle after another departed from the Wei family estate to pursue Chunyi, while Lu Zhong was soon summoned back to the villa. Wei Zifen sat on the sofa on the first floor, while Lu Zhong stood before her, his face a mask of anxiety and unease. Fang Yu, seated casually in a nearby chair, exuded an air of nonchalance. Wei Zifen spoke in a low voice. "Speak. What do you know?" Lu Zhong swallowed hard. The words he had previously uttered were all taught to him by Fang Yu's people, but he never anticipated that Wei Tianhao would actually die. Panic surged within him. Nevertheless, with Fang Yu sitting calmly beside him, Lu Zhong steeled himself and said, "I merely overheard some information. My knowledge is limited. However, I am aware that Chunyi is backed by the Zhao and Ji families of Haiqing, and I am certain that he is no divine physician but rather a charlatan. Chunyi claimed to be a disciple of the renowned healer Yang Wentong, but it was highly likely that this was fabricated." At that moment, someone hurriedly entered, bowing respectfully. "Miss, after investigation, we found that Chunyi borrowed a vehicle under the pretext of an urgent matter and hastily fled the estate. The bodyguards attempted to conceal the facts to evade blame and have already faced severe punishment. The search for Chunyi is ongoing. However, while reviewing the surveillance footage, we discovered that the cameras in the room and along certain routes had experienced interference and could not be viewed. Humph. This is certainly the work of that Chunyi." A chilling glint of murder flashed in Wei Zifen's eyes. Very well, the Zhao and Ji families. No longer doubting Lu Zhong's words, Wei Zifen concluded that Chunyi had escaped the Wei family, thus dismissing the possibility that someone had killed Wei Tianhao and abducted him. The truth lay bare before them. Irrefutable. Wei Zifen steadied her mind and inquired of the newcomer, "Is the medical exchange conference still ongoing?" "Yes, miss, the conference has not yet concluded." Wei Zifen abruptly waved her hand. "Instruct the security personnel at the venue to detain the Zhao and Ji family members and file charges of murder with the Inspection Bureau. Furthermore, initiate a comprehensive crackdown on the Ji and Zhao families' enterprises. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will face the wrath of the Wei family." Beside her, Fang Yu wore a knowing smile. The Zhao and Ji families were doomed. After all, The Wei family was the unrivaled first family of Linzhou. With the Wei family's resolution to suppress the two families entirely, their fate was sealed. The prominent figures of the Zhao and Ji families would most likely meet their demise in prison, while the remaining members would find themselves abandoned, their family name extinguished. What fate could await them then? The Wei family had no intention of granting the Zhao and Ji families an opportunity for defense. Their cries of injustice would fall on deaf ears. Once the Wei family had determined the truth, the final outcome was inevitable. Fang Yu's gaze turned contemplative. This world was far more ruthless and blood-soaked than the one he previously inhabited. The slaughter of small families by larger ones was not uncommon. The weak could only cling to existence like ants, destined to be crushed at any moment and reduced to mere dust in history. The methods employed by the Wei family were already quite lenient, as they remained concerned for their public image. Fortunately, whether in terms of influence or strength, he was among the upper echelons of society. With a languid sigh, Fang Yu prepared to take his leave, addressing Wei Zifen. Miss Wei, please accept my condolences. I feel profoundly saddened by this occurrence. However, it is time for me to depart. Wei Zifen nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Fang, please feel free to go. I shall not see you off. With such events unfolding, she had lost the inclination to continue entertaining Fang Yu. As Fang Yu exited the villa and approached the helipad to board a helicopter, a sudden shout from behind pierced the air. Mr. Fang. Lu Zhong rushed over, his expression frantic. Previously humiliated by Chun Yi, resentment had festered within him, leading him to comply with Fang Yu's instructions to slander Chun Yi. However, as clarity returned to his mind, a chill gripped his heart. He was acutely aware of Lu Han's legs. Their recovery had nothing to do with him, confirming that Chun Yi indeed possessed remarkable and mysterious medical skills. Yet, Wei Tianhao still met his end. A sudden realization struck Lu Zhong, causing him to shudder. He dared not dwell further on the thought. At that moment, Fang Yu spoke calmly. Well done. You need not concern yourself with what follows. His words offered Lu Zhong a measure of reassurance, but he could not help but inquire. Then Mr. Fang, what about the conditions we previously agreed upon? Fang Yu glanced at him. Rest assured, what is due to you will be given. Do you believe I would breach our agreement? A flicker of joy surged within Lu Zhong, and he replied with humility, Of course not, Mr. Fang. Such a person of your stature would never deceive me. Why burden himself with such thoughts? With Fang Yu to rely on, he felt emboldened by the promised benefits. As Fang Yu boarded the helicopter, he instructed the pilot coolly. Let us go. The helicopter roared to life. Fang Yu looked down to find Lu Zhong standing on the ground, respectfully watching him depart. A cold smirk crept across his lips. Lu Zhong could not be allowed to remain. He knew far too much, and his very existence was a potential liability. Unlike a villain of the caliber of Song Chaoyu, this petty individual had his uses, but only to this extent. On the helicopter, Fang Yu contacted Tai Yi, his voice devoid of emotion as he commanded, You and your team are to head to Yenzhou, Quanyang City, immediately. Locate a woman named Su Yun and conduct covert surveillance. Report any unusual activity to me. Su Yun, the female protagonist of the God of War returns to the city, is the wife of the war god Chu Feng. She hails from a modest family and married him before he was wrongfully imprisoned. Subsequently, due to the turmoil surrounding Chu Feng, she was expelled from the Chu family. With several months of pregnancy, Su Yun had no choice but to return to her family's home, where she faced exclusion and injustice. Jealousy from those who resented her for marrying into a wealthy family and fear of retaliation from the Chu family for her connection led to her suffering. For 5 long years, Su Yun endured humiliation, raising Chu Feng's child with great hardship while waiting for his return. It follows a rather cliched narrative. However, whether the plot is trite or not is of little concern to Fang Yu. What truly matters to him is Su Yun's significant role in the story. Thus, from the very beginning, he must place Su Yun and her child under his meticulous control. Chapter 91, The Fisherman Gains. A few hours later, Fang Yu returned to the Yunding Villa. He did not attend the medical exchange conference. As the outcome, there was already a foregone conclusion. The Zhao and Ji families were destined for annihilation. When Fang Yu arrived in the villa's grand hall, a graceful figure was seated on the sofa, seemingly having waited for some time. It was Song Chaoyu. Fang Yu was not the slightest bit surprised by her presence, as he had summoned her. Casually removing his coat and setting it aside, he plopped down on the sofa and remarked, Oh, you've been here for a while? Just arrived, Song Chaoyu replied succinctly. Her voice cool. Why did you call for me? Patience, before that. Fang Yu tugged at his tie with a smile. Could you brew me a cup of tea? I'm feeling a tad parched. A flicker of anger flashed in Song Chaoyu's eyes. But recalling that Wei Ziyu was still in Fang Yu's grasp, she suppressed her fury and stood to ask, Where's the tea? Fang Yu lazily pointed. The second shelf in the corner cabinet. Before long, a pot of steaming tea was brought forth, filling the air with its fragrant aroma. Song Chaoyu poured a cup for Fang Yu. He took a sip, smiling gently in appreciation. Delightful. It was unclear whether he was complimenting the tea or Song Qiaoyu's demeanor, or perhaps both. He lightly lifted the teapot and poured her a cup as well. Miss Song, please. Thank you, Song Qiaoyu replied, a hint of irritation evident in her tone. Fang Yu took another sip of tea and leisurely stated, the Zhao and Ji families will soon meet their end. Song Qiaoyu's body stiffened, her eyes widening in disbelief. What is going on? Fang Yu's sudden proclamation carried substantial weight. Wei Tianhao is dead. He offered no further explanation, merely adding, you will soon receive more details, no need to inquire further. Prepare your side. The Song family will be needed. You mean? Song Qiaoyu pondered briefly, to take the opportunity to absorb the Zhao and Ji family's assets? Fang Yu chuckled. Conversing with an intelligent person is refreshing. Indeed, such opportunities are rare. Song Qiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Won't this provoke the Wei family? Fang Yu scoffed. The Wei family? Although a dying camel is still larger than a horse, the fall of Wei Tianhao, the towering tree supporting the Wei family, will leave them in disarray, hardly capable of reaching out to us. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. If the Wei family truly overstepped their bounds, he left the rest unspoken, silently vowing, Wei Tianhao may perish, and others can as well. Despite Fang Yu's silence on the matter, Song Qiaoyu felt a chill run down her spine. Was this truly the Fang Yu she once knew? He felt entirely transformed. Fang Yu concluded, you needn't concern yourself with these matters. Simply attend to your own responsibilities. Song Qiaoyu bit her lip and asked, what about my sister? The mere mention of Wei Ziyu brought forth a change in her demeanor. She was no longer the cold, imperious avenger, but rather cautious and apprehensive. Fang Yu chose not to reprimand her this time. After a moment's thought, he replied, once the Song family assists the Fang family in absorbing and consolidating the Zhao and Ji family's assets, I will arrange for you two to meet. Really? A rare spark of excitement flickered in Song Qiaoyu's eyes. Would I deceive you? Fang Yu replied matter-of-factly. Go prepare. Whether you see your sister depends on your performance. Song Qiaoyu fell silent and promptly left the Yunding villa. Meanwhile, Fang Yu remained in his position, gently tapping his fingers on his knee, lost in contemplation. Chapter 92. After careful consideration. In the following days, a seismic upheaval shook the entire Linzhou region. The patriarch of the Wei family, the foremost family in Linzhou, was announced dead. Moreover, he was assassinated within the confines of the Wei family villa. The perpetrator was identified as Chun Yi, who had showcased his skills at the medical exchange conference and was subsequently invited by the Wei family to treat Wei Tianhao. This incident even implicated the Zhao and Ji families. It was evident to all that the two families were doomed. In Haiqing City, another shocking event unfolded. Song Guofu, the current patriarch of the Song family, succumbed to a long-standing illness in the hospital. Although shocking, the public was not particularly surprised, as his poor health was already well known. Evident from the urgency surrounding the proposed alliance between the Song and Fang families. Following Song Guofu's death, his only daughter, Song Qiaoyu, seamlessly assumed control of the Song family. She then allied with the Fang family and launched a frenzied campaign to seize the assets of the severely weakened Zhao and Ji families. The execution of this operation left everyone astounded. In a remarkably short time, the entirety of the Zhao family's assets and nearly 90% of the Ji family's assets were swallowed up by the Fang group. The strength of the Fang group surged dramatically in a brief period. While the onlookers were stunned, they awaited the Wei family's reaction. As the actions of the Fang and Song families were clearly an attempt to undermine the Wei family. At the Fang group headquarters, in the chairman's office, Fang Yu was engrossed in handling the acquisition of the Zhao and Ji family's assets when a phone call came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, Fang Yu's expression shifted. Just as expected, he answered the call. Hello, this is Wei Ziki. A man's voice came through the line. Fang Yu smiled lightly. The new patriarch of the Wei family. What can I do for you? Your call took me by surprise. President Fang, spare me the meaningless pleasantries, Wei Ziki interrupted bluntly. Tell me, what exactly are you trying to do? We, the Wei family, expended considerable resources to bring down the Zhao and Ji families. Yet you simply seized all the rewards for yourself? Don't you think that's a bit excessive? Fang Yu reclined in his chair, propping his leg up casually. Excessive? Where's the excess? Are the assets of the Zhao and Ji families branded with the Wei family's emblem? It is your prerogative to strike at them. But it is my right to absorb them. Perfectly reasonable. Wei Ziki's anger surged. He had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. The audacity with which Fang Yu articulated his predatory actions was astonishing. Originally, with the passing of Wei Tianhao, the Wei family was in dire need of a decisive blow against the Zhao and Ji families to assert their dominance and demonstrate that, even in the absence of Wei Tianhao, they remained formidable. However, Fang Yu's unexpected interference threw everything into disarray. The Wei family was on the verge of becoming a laughingstock. Wei Ziki coldly remarked, Mr. Fang, Your argument is rather fallacious. In any case, the Fang group must provide the Wei family with equivalent compensation. Fang Xiao chuckled. Are you jesting, Patriarch Wei? Is it reasonable to expect a return of what has already been consumed? Moreover, I must emphasize that I detest being interrupted while speaking, regardless of who it may be. Fang Yu replied nonchalantly, if Patriarch Wei can extend an apology, I might consider the matter of compensation. Wei Ziki took a deep breath and calmly stated, very well, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Unlike his father, Wei Tianhao, who was notorious for his domineering nature and refusal to yield, Wei Ziki prioritized pragmatic benefits. If conceding this point to Fang Yu could facilitate compensation, he was more than willing. Did he genuinely apologize? Fang Yu said with interest, since you have apologized, I shall honor my word and contemplate the issue of compensation. Just as Wei Ziki was about to respond, Fang Yu indifferently declared from the other end of the line, after careful consideration, I have decided to decline any compensation to the Wei family. Chapter 93 Wei Ziki was momentarily stunned, soon followed by a surge of fury. Are you toying with me? Oh, is that so? If you say so, Fang Yu replied lazily, I merely stated that I would consider the issue of compensation, but I never guaranteed the outcome of that consideration. On the other end of the line, Wei Ziki's expression darkened like charcoal. Mr. Fang, have you resolved to oppose the Wei family? If not for the circumstances, Wei Ziki would have preferred not to confront the Fang family. After all, their strength surpassed that of the Zhao and Ji families, and now the Fang family had nearly absorbed the forces and industries of both, growing increasingly formidable and challenging to contend with. The repercussions of Wei Tianhao's death were already a significant headache, and he certainly did not wish to escalate matters further with the Fang family. However, this was a matter of the Wei family's dignity. If they remained silent and allowed the Fang family to swallow their industries, how would outsiders perceive them? Would they not be seen as a family that could be trampled upon by anyone? Fang Yu chuckled lightly. I have no intention of waging war against the Wei family. But if you persist in your obstinacy, I am more than willing to engage. Wei Ziki felt a surge of frustration. Am I being unreasonable? Do you even have the slightest sense of shame? At that moment, Fang Yu suddenly spoke with profound significance. By the way, I trust the Wei family is well aware of Chunye's fate. I hope you do not court your own destruction. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. As Wei Ziki listened to the busy signal on the line, instead of anger, he felt a chill run down his spine. Why had Fang Yu mentioned Chunye? The Wei family had dispatched a large number of personnel to hunt for Chunye, ultimately discovering his corpse along a trail near a small cliff. The Wei family had experts among them, and upon examining Chunye's injuries, one of them gravely informed Wei Ziki with 4 words, Transformation Realm Master. Those simple 4 words struck terror into Wei Ziki's heart. A Transformation Realm Master was a being so formidable that even the Wei family of Xia City had to tread carefully in their presence, let alone the relatively minor Wei family of Lingzhou. Fortunately, that mysterious master appeared to be in opposition to Chunye and the forces behind him, which allowed the Wei family to suppress the Zhao and Ji families without hesitation, ultimately bringing them to ruin. Wei Ziki had gradually set this matter aside, but now it was thrust back into his mind by Fang Yu. Could it be that this enigmatic martial arts master was connected to the Fang family? As this thought crossed his mind, Wei Ziki was suddenly seized by fear. The intention of pressuring the Fang family dissipated in an instant. Before a Transformation Realm Master, what did the title of the so-called First Family of Lingzhou even signify? He dared not wager the entire Wei family on that gamble. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yu chuckled softly. It was evident that Wei Ziki on the other end was quite frightened and likely would not dare to harbor any further thoughts against the Fang family. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, and then Lung Han entered from outside. Young master, your schedule has been arranged. Fang Yu nodded and rose, saying, let us be off. He intended to pay a visit to Wei Ziyu, having promised Song Chaoyu that after resolving the Zhao and Ji family's affairs, he would allow her to meet his sister. One must not break promises. Of course, he had already reneged on quite a few commitments. But what could one expect from a villain? Whether or not to uphold a promise depended entirely on his mood and whether it was advantageous to him. Downstairs at the Group's headquarters, a dedicated vehicle was already ready. Once seated, the car slowly began to move. Fang Yu inquired of Lung Han, how has Wei Ziyu been faring lately? Lung Han replied, Miss Wei is currently studying singing techniques and performance knowledge at the subsidiary company of the group, Feng Wang Entertainment. She possesses considerable talent, and her progress has been reported to be swift. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu nodded and chose not to elaborate further. Chapter 94 Feng Wang Entertainment. Feng Wang Entertainment Company, a subsidiary of the Feng Group, is not located in Haiqing City, but rather in Ningxing, Lingzhou. Within a performance hall on one of the upper floors of the company, staff members were hurriedly adjusting equipment and setting up the stage, as a simulated concert was about to take place. Although the audience seats were empty, Every detail had to be replicated to perfection, just as it would be for a real concert. Before long, the arrangements were complete. A man wearing a hat and black-rimmed glasses stood at the foot of the stage, directing the proceedings. He was Wu Wentao, the chief director of Feng Wang Entertainment. All programming, talent selection, and arrangements passed through his hands, giving him significant power and placing him second only to the president within the company. "All right, let us begin," Wu Wentao shouted. With that, the accompaniment began, and the curtain rose to reveal Wei Ziyu, adorned in a magnificent gown, gracefully stepping out from behind the curtains. "Hello, dear audience," Wei Ziyu greeted warmly, her smile radiating confidence, devoid of any hint of stage fright or nervousness. Grasping the microphone, she sang along with the accompaniment. Her voice was crisp and melodious, captivating and enchanting, accompanied by flawless body movements and emotional expression that reached perfection. The future diva destined to resonate across the land had already begun to unveil her brilliance. "Excellent, very good," Wu Wentao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With Wei Ziyu's caliber, he believed that after just a few public performances, her rising fame would be undeniable. As he contemplated this, he approached the stage, leaning close to Wei Ziyu and smiling. "You performed wonderfully. This simulated concert is nothing short of perfection," Wei Ziyu humbly replied. "It's all thanks to everyone's diligent guidance. Let us go celebrate with a drink and toast to our success," Wu Wentao said with a hint of ulterior motives. "Your first public performance will be arranged soon, and it will be held on the grandest scale. You are bound to achieve stardom." As he spoke, he subtly tried to grasp Wei Ziyu's hand, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. However, Wei Ziyu instinctively recoiled, taking a few steps back, and remarked, "Director Wu, there is no need for that. I have study and practice arrangements for this evening." Wu Wentao's countenance darkened slightly. Despite his obvious hints, he was taken aback by Wei Ziyu's blatant lack of appreciation. Within Feng Wang Entertainment Company, numerous stars, both actors and singers, had entangled themselves with Wu Wentao, some lured by his tempting conditions, while others willingly climbed into his bed for personal gain. Wu Wentao's expression turned frigid. "Miss Wei, your first concert is soon to be in preparation. Don't be so foolish as to sabotage yourself." His words carried an implicit threat. The photographer and stage crew remained silent, fully aware that a mere word from Wu Wentao could spell their dismissal. They each had families to support and many considerations to weigh, thus they would not be so reckless as to act heroically. Only a girl of similar age to Wei Ziyu stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Director Wu, that is not what Wei Ziyu meant." "What did she mean then?" came a sharp and caustic voice from the side. "And you, Wei, what business do you have in this?" Wei faltered. The speaker was Zhang Linghua, an attractive woman heavily made up, who spent her days currying favor with Wu Wentao and had been seen entering and exiting hotels with him on numerous occasions. She was a favored companion of Wu Wentao. With an air of arrogance, she continued, "Wei Ziyu, how dare you disregard Director Wu's face? You truly have audacity." Wei Ziyu pressed her lips together. "Director Wu, I simply wish to dedicate more time to learning and practice." Wu Wentao shot her a cold glance and stated, "Since you are so diligent, as the chief director of the program, I must naturally support such efforts. Let us postpone your upcoming concert. I will provide you ample time to study and train." A smirk of satisfaction and ridicule crept upon Zhang Linghua's lips. She had long harbored jealousy towards Wei Ziyu, a talented individual blessed with both beauty and capability. Why should she, who had gone to great lengths to please Wu Wentao, still be merely a rising star, while Wei Ziyu seemed destined for brilliance? This disparity left Zhang Linghua exceedingly displeased. With a sly thought, she leaned closer to Wu Wentao, her voice dripping with allure. "Director Wu, pay no mind to this ungrateful girl. How about I accompany you for a drink?" Wu Wentao, eyeing Zhang Linghua's curvaceous figure, felt a surge of desire. While her singing was lacking, her skills in other areas were undeniably proficient, always leaving him in a state of ecstasy. Before dealing with Wei Ziyu, he decided to indulge himself with her. "Let us go," he huffed disdainfully, casting one last glance at the ungrateful Wei Ziyu before turning to leave, his steps betraying his ire. Zhang Linghua also shot a contemptuous glance at Wei Ziyu before departing. Left behind, Wei Ziyu bit her lip. Having been at Feng Wang Entertainment for so long, she was no longer the naive girl who knew nothing but had witnessed too much of the sordid and shadowy dealings. She understood that by rejecting Wu Wentao, she had undoubtedly sown seeds of resentment, potentially jeopardizing her future singing career. Yet, even so, she remained unwilling to tarnish her integrity. Part of it was her innate character, and part was the image of Fang Yu that suddenly surfaced in her mind, causing her to momentarily lose focus. Should she confide in him? This thought inexplicably arose within her. No, what was she thinking? He had already helped her enough. Regaining her composure, Wei Ziyu let out a self-deprecating smile. After all, he was the young master of the Fang family, and had recently inherited the Fang group. Such a figure was unlikely to have much intersection with her life. Yet, recalling that after being sent here, Fang Yu had not reached out to her again. Her gaze dimmed involuntarily. Perhaps he had already forgotten about her. At that moment, Yu Hui approached to offer comfort. Ziyu, do not worry, with your talent. The company will surely elevate you to stardom eventually. Even Wu Wentao cannot dominate everything. I'm fine. Thank you for standing up for me earlier, Wei Ziyu replied. Shaking her head, let us continue with our training. Chapter 95. You are not that anymore. Meanwhile, Wu Wentao and Zhang Linghua walked together toward the exit. Zhang Linghua feigned annoyance. Director Wu, why don't you just dismiss Wei Ziyu outright since she openly disrespects you? Wu Wentao glanced at her. That girl was recommended by Tianyu Media. She might have some connections. To dismiss her outright would be excessive. Besides, I have encountered many like her. A little success can make them arrogant. Without resources, packaging, or management, what good is it? If I keep her under wraps for a while, she will naturally submit. Moreover, he added, don't think I am unaware of your little schemes. Zhang Linghua's facade faltered as she was caught in her intentions. Deep down, she hoped Wei Ziyu would provoke Wu Wentao into dismissing her, thereby eliminating a threat to her own status. Just as they were making their way outside, an employee rushed in, exclaiming, Director Wu, Director Wu. Wu Wentao halted. Frowning as he asked, what is the matter? Speak clearly. The employee, panting and flushed, replied, Young Master Fang has arrived. Young Master Fang? Which young Master Fang? Wu Wentao repeated the name, seemingly still in disbelief. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Fang Yu. He immediately disregarded Zhang Linghua, anxiously inquiring, Young Master Fang is here? Where? Why was I not informed in advance so I could welcome him? The employee hurriedly explained, Young Master Fang arrived unexpectedly. We had no warning to notify you. Where is he now? He is currently with President Yu and should be arriving shortly. As soon as the words left his mouth, footsteps echoed from outside. The president of Fenghuang Entertainment, Yu Hua, a slight middle-aged man, was bent slightly forward, respectfully engaged in conversation. Beside him stood a strikingly handsome young man, his gaze penetrating, exuding an air of calm authority. It was none other than Fang Yu. Young master, please this way, Yu Hua gestured, visibly trembling. Today, Fang Yu had arrived without prior notice, leaving the company president feeling the pressure immensely. Wu Wentao's expression shifted, and he quickly straightened his attire, preparing to rush forward to greet him. Good heavens! The young master of the Fang family, the newly appointed chairman of the group, had come here. However, a figure dashed out even faster than he could. Zhang Linghua. Wu Wentao was taken aback. What was she up to? Young master, Zhang Linghua said, her voice a blend of respect and allure. Her heart raced with excitement. This was her golden opportunity. If she could secure a connection with Fang Yu, she would never have to sing again or cater to Wu Wentao's whims. She had confidence in her looks, and as for her skills in bed, she was even more assured. In her view, Wu Wentao was already captivated by her charm, and surely, Fang Yu would be no exception. As she removed her sunglasses, Fang Yu scrutinized Zhang Linghua closely and inquired, Who are you? Zhang Linghua's heart swelled with joy, seizing the opportunity to speak. I am Zhang Linghua, assigned artist of the company. Your presence, young Master Fang, truly brings glory to our establishment. Oh, Fang Yu redonned his sunglasses. You are no longer an artist here. Begone. You have been dismissed. With that, he continued to stride forward. Zhang Linghua's smile instantly froze. What was happening? She had barely uttered a word. Yu Hua cast a disdainful glance her way. Did you not hear what young Master Fang said? Go to the finance department to collect your wages. Then pack your things and leave. Truly ungrateful. Does she not realize that young Master Fang detests those who cannot comprehend their own standing and overstep their boundaries? Perhaps she should reflect upon her own identity. To think she would flaunt herself so shamelessly is simply laughable. Fang Yu approached Wu Wentao, saying, You are Wu Wentao, correct? Wu Wentao, astonished, replied, Young Master Fang knows me? What an honor. I do not know you, but your name is clearly displayed on your badge, Fang Yu responded coolly. Wu Wentao's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Fang Yu casually inquired, Where are the signed artists of our company? Wu Wentao hastily replied, They are all inside. Today is a day for practice and rehearsal. Allow me to escort you in. Soon, Wu Wentao led Fang Yu and Yu Hua back to the performance hall, where other signed artists were rehearsing on stage. The back of the hall housed numerous rooms, such as recording studios and photography rooms, bustling with activity. Fang Yu scanned the area briefly before losing interest. After all, his sole purpose for being there today was to see Wei Ziyu. There is someone in the company named Wei Ziyu. Go and fetch her for me, immediately, Fang Yu instructed. Wu Wentao's heart suddenly sank. Wei Ziyu? What could young Master Fang want with her? Surely, he could not possibly know her. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Wu Wentao's forehead. Fang Yu frowned, clearly displeased with Wu Wentao's reaction. Did you not hear me? Ah, yes, yes. Wu Wentao wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly called over his colleague Yu Hui, saying, "Hurry, go fetch Wei Ziyu." Before long, Wei Ziyu was brought over, looking utterly bewildered. Upon seeing Fang Yu, her eyes brightened, and she rushed over with excitement. Fang Yu. As she called his name, Wei Ziyu hesitated momentarily. After all, compared to before, Fang Yu's status had transformed. He was no longer just a young master from a prominent family, but a true authority of a major conglomerate. Fang Yu chuckled softly and sighed as he ruffled Wei Ziyu's hair. "I told you, you can call me by my name directly." Why the hesitation? While Fang Yu did not harbor any romantic feelings for Wei Ziyu, he held a certain admiration for her. Her delicate frame bore the weight of her family, and though she exuded kindness, she had never asked anything of him. If she had a flaw, it lay in her hidden insecurities and sensitivity, particularly when it came to him. Wei Ziyu nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling as the earlier gloom and overthinking vanished without a trace. Just being able to stand briefly beside Fang Yu brought her immense happiness. Beyond that, she asked for nothing more. Fang Yu observed Wei Ziyu, her joy palpable like that of a child, and remained silent. With the system's probing and his prior hypnotic skills, he was well aware of her affection and admiration for him. He, too, was human and possessed emotions. Regrettably, his interest in Wei Ziyu was largely utilitarian, whether to increase her favorability or to bring her into his company. Regaining his composure, Fang Yu casually inquired, "I heard you are about to hold your first concert? How are your preparations coming along? Are you feeling nervous?" Wei Ziyu's mouth opened slightly, her expression uncertain. Beside her, Wu Wentao was struck dumb, his face ashen. Wei Ziyu truly knew Fang Yu. How could this be? Why had no one informed him? Had he known, he would not have dared to entertain any inappropriate thoughts towards Wei Ziyu. Fang Yu's motives were simple. He aimed to prevent Song Chaoyu from tracing Wei Ziyu through any leads. Hence, he had not treated Wei Ziyu preferentially nor revealed his involvement. Consequently, Wu Wentao remained blissfully unaware. "What is it?" Fang Yu, noticing Wei Ziyu's hesitance, pressed for an answer. Before she could respond, Wei Ziyu's friend Yu Hui interjected angrily. "Let me speak." She then recounted the recent events with indignation. Wu Wentao trembled. Indeed, Fang Yu's expression turned cold as he glanced at Wu Wentao, commanding, "You, come here." Chapter 96, Misunderstanding? Wu Wentao dared not protest and quickly rushed to Fang Yu's side. Panicking, "Young master, this is a misunderstanding." Fang Yu's expression remained impassive. Suddenly, he seized Wu Wentao by the hair and slammed his head onto a nearby table. Bang! The force was sufficient to splinter the table in two. The entire auditorium fell silent, all present startled by the thunderous noise. A chilling scream erupted, sending shivers down spines. Wu Wentao's face was a gruesome sight, barely recognizable. As he writhed in agony in Fang Yu's grip, Fang Yu's eyes glinted with malice. "You dare to speak of misunderstandings?" Thankfully, he had arrived early to survey the situation. Had Song Chaoyu and Wei Ziyu met directly, and had Song Chaoyu discovered the misdeeds of this scoundrel, it would undoubtedly lead to complications and considerable trouble for him. Moreover, Wei Ziyu was his possession. He could choose to disregard her or remain indifferent, but should anyone else lay a hand on her, they would pay with blood. The internal parasites of the group had been largely purged, yet it seemed the subsidiary companies were not entirely clean either. Fang Yu gave Wu Wentao a dismissive flick, sending him flying like a rag doll, landing painfully on the ground, clutching his face in agony. The audience remained utterly silent, all feeling a tremor of fear and swallowing hard. Fang Yu's brutality was beyond comprehension, and to smash someone's face into a table, was he even human? Wei Ziyu too was taken aback. Fang Yu coldly instructed the nearby bodyguards, "Drag him out and break his legs." Yes, immediately, bodyguards advanced to seize Wu Wentao and haul him away. Fang Yu then turned his gaze to Yu Hua, the company president. Yu Hua's heart raced, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered, "Young master, I will ensure Wu Wentao is dismissed and investigate thoroughly. Anyone who dares to trouble Miss Wei will be opposing me." Fang Yu remained silent for a moment before asking, "You have worked at Fenghuang Entertainment for quite some time, have you not?" 10 to 12 years, Yu Hua replied cautiously, completely unaware of Fang Yu's intentions behind the inquiry. "Oh, 12 years, considered a veteran employee," Fang Yu remarked indifferently. "After so many years, perhaps it's time for you to take a break, lest outsiders claim our group lacks compassion for its long-serving employees." Yu Hua's face turned pale. The implication of these words is undeniably clear. It suggests that one is ready to retire and make way for others. "No, Fang Xiaoai." However, Fang Yu had already turned away, no longer regarding him. After so many years at the company, as the president, how could Yu Hua be unaware of Wu Wentao's matters? Fenghuang Entertainment does not require such a leader. Fang Yu shifted his gaze back to Wei Ziyu and said, "Let us go. I have come today to introduce you to someone. Wei Ziyu instinctively inquired. Who? Fang Yu replied with a faint smile. Your sister. Wei Ziyu's face was a canvas of astonishment and bewilderment, yet Fang Yu offered no further explanation, believing that upon their meeting, she would naturally come to understand. He did not intend to accompany them during this encounter. After all, it would be inappropriate for him to linger while the sisters recognized each other. He harbored no concerns about Song Qiaoyu engaging in any underhanded tactics. She was a clever individual. Since he was bold enough to facilitate their meeting, he certainly had no fear of her plotting anything sinister. Given Fang Yu's current mastery level, Song Qiaoyu could hardly stir any ripples. She could only contribute her intellect and abilities, dutifully working for him. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and schemes are but fragile and futile. Once everything was arranged, Fang Yu dispatched individuals to escort Wei Ziyu to meet Song Qiaoyu, while he himself proceeded to the Haijing City Airport. Upon reaching a spacious area at the airport, a private jet with an elegant streamlined design stood quietly at rest. A middle-aged man with a robust physique and a scruffy beard approached respectfully, stating, Fang Xiao, the plane is fully prepped and ready for takeoff. Let us depart. Fang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and stepped aboard the private jet. This was a carbon fiber composite aircraft, boasting an internal area of 2,400 square feet. Capable of accommodating dozens of passengers, featuring opulent rooms, a walk-in closet, a double bathroom, large high-definition televisions, and a premium sound system. It could fly nonstop for 4,000 nautical miles. The interior was luxuriously appointed, rivaling or even surpassing that of a presidential suite. Naturally, the cost was exorbitantly high, but for someone of Fang Yu's stature, it was merely a trifle. Soon, the private jet roared to life and ascended, speeding towards its destination, Yenzhou, Quanin City. This was the very city where his iron guard was monitoring Su Yun and her son. Fang Yu's expression remained indifferent. The purpose of his journey was, in essence, quite straightforward: to take a life. Chapter 97, Reunion. As Fang Yu journeyed toward Yenzhou, in an upscale restaurant in the downtown area of Haijing City, a serene private room held Song Qiaoyu and Wei Ziyu seated across from one another. So, you are indeed a member of the Song family, my biological sister. Song Qiaoyu's gaze softened. Wei Ziyu wore a dazed expression, feeling as though her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, nearly losing her capacity for rational thought. She was not abandoned by her parents out of disdain, but rather had been abducted by members of the Han family in Xiaqing, only to be left at the orphanage due to their moment of compassion, after which Wei Xingyan had adopted her. She was the eldest daughter of the Song family. All of this seemed so surreal and unbelievable. Yet, as Wei Ziyu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth emanating from Song Qiaoyu, along with the faint, elusive memories stirring within her mind, it all began to resonate as truth. After all, how could the eldest daughter of the Song family have any reason to deceive her? Tears welled in Wei Ziyu's eyes as she stammered, Sister. Ah! Song Qiaoyu's heart swelled with excitement, her face aglow with joy as she embraced Wei Ziyu. The helplessness and regret of her childhood remained an indelible shadow over her life. Witnessing her mother's tragic death before her eyes, and her sister being callously taken away, she had sworn an oath that her life would henceforth be dedicated to vengeance. Yet now, that life had taken on a new significance: to protect Wei Ziyu at all costs, ensuring that she would never again be subjected to harm. Song Qiaoyu exhaled deeply and said to Wei Ziyu, You need not remain with that Fengwang entertainment any longer. Return home with me to the Song family. If you wish to continue your singing career, I can easily acquire a company for you. No, I must decline. Wei Ziyu hastily waved her hand, still grappling with the transformation of her identity. To purchase a company for her career advancement? Such a notion was beyond her wildest imagination. Why? Song Qiaoyu inquired, somewhat surprised. Because I have signed a 10-year contract with Fang Yu, and I cannot breach it. Hearing this, Song Qiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. And what of the contract? Are you worried you cannot afford the penalty? Fear not. These matters are trivial. Wei Ziyu shook her head resolutely. No, Fang Yu has aided me immensely. How could I possibly betray him? Song Qiaoyu fell silent, her gaze fixated on Wei Ziyu. As the antagonist in the novel The Master descends into the city, her perceptiveness was undoubtedly keen, and she began to sense something amiss. Hesitantly, she spoke. Sister, you don't happen to have feelings for Fang Yu, do you? Wei Ziyu was taken aback, frantically waving her hands, her words tumbling out in disarray. How could that be? I could never like Fang Yu. Yet, upon seeing the calm expression on Song Qiaoyu's face, her protest faltered, and she lowered her head in defeat. Well, upon discovering her connection with Song Qiaoyu, in addition to the joy of familial reunion, Wei Ziyu felt a pang of anxiety. She had heard whispers of the union between the Fang and Song families. How could she have developed feelings for Fang Yu? Wei Ziyu had resolved to bury her feelings deep within her heart, vowing never to voice them. not wanting anything to disrupt their relationship. But at this moment, she found herself laid bare by Song Chaoyu's insight. Song Chaoyu felt a surge of anger. Her ire was not directed at Wei Ziyu, for her own engagement with the Fang family had been merely a strategic alliance to leverage their influence. She harbored no feelings for Fang Yu. What infuriated her was Fang Yu. Song Chaoyu was acutely aware that he was manipulating Wei Ziyu, intending to use her as leverage to coerce and intimidate her. In his eyes, Wei Ziyu was perhaps nothing more than a tool for exploitation. She opened her mouth, poised to voice these thoughts, yet upon catching the look in Wei Ziyu's eyes, she swallowed her words. Ultimately, she stated, "My engagement to Fang Yu is merely a familial arrangement. We share no feelings and shall not marry." "Ah, truly?" Wei Ziyu exclaimed, her heart feeling as if a great weight had been lifted. But then she realized her reaction was somewhat inappropriate, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Song Chaoyu sighed. "In that case, you should continue at Fenghuang Entertainment for now." Even if Wei Ziyu's feelings for Fang Yu were absent, the likelihood of her accompanying Song Chaoyu was exceedingly slim. After all, Fang Yu would not permit such a scenario to unfold. She had long since noticed the multitude of watchful eyes surrounding their meeting place, observing them at every moment. Song Chaoyu firmly believed that should she engage in any behavior that exceeded the limits, they would undoubtedly take decisive action without hesitation. Thus, she ultimately relinquished the thought of forcibly taking Wei Ziyu away. After offering a few words of parting advice, she reluctantly departed, discreetly slipping a bank card into Wei Ziyu's hand. Wei Ziyu did not refuse Song Chaoyu's goodwill. Instead, she accepted it obediently, feeling a warm current surge within her. After their separation, the man in the duckbill cap watched as Song Chaoyu's vehicle receded into the distance, while Wei Ziyu was escorted away by someone arranged by Fang Yu. He edited a text message and clicked send. "Fang Xiao, Miss Song did not exhibit any unusual behavior." They parted ways immediately after their meeting. Subsequently, the man addressed the small intercom at his chest, speaking to everyone on the public channel. "Withdraw." Almost simultaneously, hotel staff, passers-by on the street, and a middle-aged woman distributing flyers all retracted their expressions and turned away. Chapter 98. The Tiger General Boom. Amidst the roar of engines, the private plane carrying Fang Yu descended at Quanyang Airport. The aircraft's door swung open, and Fang Yu stepped out. He retrieved his mobile phone, opened a message, glanced at it, and then promptly lost interest. As he had anticipated, Song Chaoyu exhibited no unusual movements. She was a wise individual, aware of what actions were appropriate and which were not. "Is this Yanzhou?" Fang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the distant city. Since his rebirth, he had been preoccupied with dealing with Chunyi and had scarcely found the opportunity to explore. Yanzhou was one of the most prosperous regions in the eastern Xia, with its capital, Xiaqing, situated upon this very land. The ruling families of eastern Xia also resided in Xiaqing, overseeing and governing this nation from their lofty perches. However, Quanyang was merely a small city in the remote areas of Yanzhou, lacking significant presence. While it was not entirely lacking in merit, it could hardly be deemed prosperous, especially in comparison to Haijing City, which was far superior. Lung Han approached from the side, draping an exquisite and luxurious coat over Fang Yu's shoulders. Being located in the north, Yanzhou's temperature was somewhat lower than that of present Haijing. Soon, a long Hummer H4 limousine slowly pulled up before Fang Yu, and a driver clad in white gloves exited the driver's seat, respectfully opening the door for him. Fang Yu stepped inside, where 8 individuals with cold expressions and an imposing aura were already seated. They were none other than the elite troops of the Fang family, the Iron Guards. As the vehicle began to move, Fang Yu spoke nonchalantly. "How is the surveillance operation progressing?" The Iron Guards exchanged glances, and ultimately, Tai Yi responded. "Su Yun and her child are currently residing in a modest family, the Su family, in Quanyang. However, they seem to be facing significant ostracism, as other family members dwell in a villa community while they are relegated to a dilapidated neighborhood, living quite difficult lives." "Enough." Fang Yu furrowed his brow. "I did not come here to engage in charity. I am not interested in the minutiae of their hardships. What I wish to know is whether there have been any unusual occurrences surrounding Su Yun and her child recently." Tai Yi spoke in a deep voice. "Indeed, there has been. Yesterday, a burly man moved into the neighborhood with several others, and it seems he is probing into matters concerning Su Yun and her child." Tai Chi added, "The individual is quite perceptive and possesses a high level of vigilance, exuding a formidable sense of pressure. Moreover, they carry an aura that feels eerily familiar." After a brief pause, Tai Chi continued, "It is the scent of battle, one that has tasted blood. He has likely taken many lives." The Iron Guards had all been covertly deployed to battlefields, having endured the trials of war and life and death. Naturally, their purpose was not the battlefield itself, but rather to employ every means necessary to accomplish various special tasks, Their battlefield experiences were merely to hone their resolve. Heh, Fang Yu chuckled, pulling a portrait from his pocket and casually tossing it to Tai. Take a good look, is this the person? Tai examined it, his expression turning astonished. Indeed, it is him. Although the portrait was hand-drawn, its intricacy and the likeness captured in the features were astonishingly lifelike, surpassing even a photograph. Thus, Tai recognized him immediately. Fang Yu's gaze was calm. Then it is settled. The individual depicted in the portrait was none other than Ye Xiong, one of the 5 great generals under the protagonist Chu Feng in the story The God of War returns to the city. Fiercely combative and bloodthirsty, he had claimed countless lives on the northern battlefield, and his name instilled fear in many. However, he was uniquely loyal to Chu Feng, unwavering in his allegiance. Aside from the northern war god Chu Feng, few in the military could suppress this fierce tiger. In the narrative, the initial scene depicted Ye Xiong being dispatched by Chu Feng back to the mainland to investigate Su Yun's situation before returning to report directly to Chu Feng in the north, whereupon Chu Feng would discover that Su Yun had borne him a child and ponder the hardships she endured over the past 5 years due to his influence. Fang Yu's eyes glimmered with a hint of malice. His objective was to eliminate Ye Xiong within the borders of Yanzhou before he could return to report to Chu Feng. This was not only to seize the initial bounty of villainous merit and usurp Chu Feng's fortune, but also to facilitate the furtherance of his subsequent plans. He intended to assassinate Ye Xiong. Fang Yu maintained a serene expression as he inwardly inquired, "System, are you certain the rules you mentioned are accurate?" The system responded mechanically, "Yes, host. Before the official commencement of the book's plot, you have the opportunity to kill the protagonist. Once the narrative begins, under the protagonist's halo, it is nearly impossible to forcibly erase them unless their fortune has been completely stripped away. If the host kills the protagonist before the story begins, they will receive the full measure of the protagonist's fortune." Fang Yu pondered. In The Expert Descends into the City, there was no detailed description of the protagonist's location prior to their appearance, thus he had no opportunity there. However, in The God of War Returns to the City, there were comprehensive details regarding the whereabouts of the northern war god Chu Feng before he made his entrance, prompting the system to convey this crucial information to Fang Yu. Killing the protagonist before the narrative commenced would yield the entire fortune, unlike after the story began, where the chances of successfully eliminating the protagonist were virtually non-existent, even if one were extraordinarily fortunate enough to do so. However, Fang Yu contemplated, the northern war god was not so easily assassinated. The north was, after all, Chu Feng's stronghold. As the northern war god, he would undoubtedly be surrounded by a formidable guard, even with his own strength. Orchestrating an assassination against Chu Feng would necessitate a meticulously crafted plan, otherwise, it could easily end in failure. Nevertheless, Fang Yu had already devised a plan, and eliminating Ye Xiong was the first step in that strategy. With this in mind, Fang Yu stated indifferently, "Continue to closely monitor him. Inform me promptly when he departs." Understood. The 8 iron guards replied in unison. Before long, a magnificent Hummer H4 limousine glided to a serene, solitary villa, which served as Fang Yu's temporary abode in Quan'an City. The iron guards had already departed, each assigned to fulfill the tasks entrusted to them by Fang Yu, while he settled in patiently awaiting developments. Bianan Community, a dilapidated and ordinary neighborhood in Quan'an City, primarily housed the working class and a number of elderly residents. With a crisp sound of footsteps echoing, a figure emerged onto the path. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, with porcelain skin and flowing chestnut curls framing her delicate, rounded chin. In her hand, she held the hand of a boy about 4 or 5 years old, whose handsome face bore an air of youthful vigor. However, their attire was rather shabby, and the plastic bag she carried contained nothing but the cheapest vegetables, with scarcely any meat in sight. This was Su Yun, accompanied by Chu Feng's son, Chu Chun. Chu Chun was animatedly chattering away, his face alight with excitement, while Su Yun listened with a gentle smile, though a hint of fatigue lingered in her eyes. From a distance, within a community gazebo, a towering figure, robust as an iron tower, with a thick mane of hair and standing over 2 meters tall, was watching Su Yun and her son intently. "Damn it!" the hulking man roared, his blood boiling as he smashed his fist into a nearby stone pillar, creating a deep crater the size of a human head, causing the entire gazebo to resonate with the force of the impact. "I will annihilate the Su family, those wretched scoundrels, allowing my sister-in-law and young master to fall into such dire straits. They deserve 1,000 deaths." A nearby soldier, startled, quickly intervened. "Lord Xiong, the war god explicitly instructed you not to act impulsively. Have you forgotten?" Ye Xiong bellowed once more, gradually regaining his composure, though a fierce glint remained in his eyes. "Leave 2 men to protect my sister-in-law and the young master. The rest shall return with me to report to the elder brother. If anything were to happen here, I shall hold you accountable. Understood. The remaining soldiers followed him, while the two assigned to guard Su Yun began to stroll leisurely behind her, providing covert protection for her and her son. One of them shook his head with pity. If the war god learns of this, the Su family is finished. Why are you silent? He queried, turning back. Suddenly, a massive hand seized the soldier's throat with a crushing grip. Crack! With a sharp sound, the soldier fell to the ground, disbelief etched on his face. Tai Chi remained expressionless. These soldiers, chosen for their tasks, were indeed elites, but they paled in comparison to the Iron Guards, who had undergone rigorous selection and immense resource investment for their training. Not far away, on a row of benches, Tai Ba, who had been idly playing with his phone, lifted his head and dialed a number. Young master, the people have left, but two remain to watch over Su Yun and her son. However, they have been dealt with. Excellent. Fang Yu's voice came through the phone, but then, as if struck by a thought, he coldly commanded, "Wait and capture Su Yun and her son for me." He decided to add an extra layer of security. The assassination attempt was not guaranteed to succeed, since in the narrative, Su Yun and her son were Chu Feng's Achilles heel. Why not seize them for himself? As for whether such means were despicable, was that a concern for a villain? Boom. A military off-road vehicle sped recklessly down the road, heading north. Hurry, hurry, go faster. Nie Xiong urged vehemently, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Those who dared to humiliate his sister-in-law and the young master would not find themselves spared. He was all too aware that when Chu Feng unleashed his fury, it would be akin to unleashing hell. At that moment, all those involved would find themselves wishing for death. Suddenly, everyone in the vehicle felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, the driver's hands slipping from the steering wheel. The vehicle careened uncontrollably to the side. Enemy attack. Nie Xiong roared. His strength made him the quickest to react, and he leapt from the vehicle, managing to grab one soldier. Bang! As Nie Xiong landed, the ground trembled beneath him. Then, he witnessed a scene that made his blood boil with fury. Dare you! A figure cloaked in black appeared above the off-road vehicle, extending a hand. With a resounding thud, the entire vehicle was smashed flat, and those unable to escape met their demise without a single scream. Damn it! Nie Xiong bellowed. His eyes aflame. He stomped fiercely, and his already towering stature surged even higher, launching himself into the air. In a single bound, he crossed a distance of several meters, leaving two deep impressions where he had stood. With the weight of a mountain behind his fist, he swung it towards the shadow cloaked in black. As one of the 5 great generals under Chu Feng, the Tiger General possessed formidable strength, and his aura suggested he was on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of inner strength. Fang Yu, shrouded in black, lifted his head, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He then raised his right hand, extending a single finger upwards. Roar! Nie Xiong shouted, his body crashing down like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure as his fist struck Fang Yu's outstretched finger. Boom! A shockwave erupted, swirling dust in every direction. Yet, Fang Yu's knee remained unwavering, and the ground beneath him bore no cracks. He thrust his palm against Nie Xiong's chest. The latter coughed blood, staggering back several meters, creating a deep crater in the earth. Nie Xiong struggled to rise, disbelief etched across his features, master of the transformation realm. At that moment, he noticed a figure stealthily approaching Fang Yu from behind, and his expression changed dramatically. Don't run. However, the soldier he had saved previously leapt up, launching a powerful punch towards the back of Fang Yu's neck. Die. Fang Yu remained expressionless, muttering, overestimating oneself. He did not even turn around, but reached back with his left hand, striking out to meet the oncoming fist. In the soldier's astonished gaze, his fist shattered, his arm twisting grotesquely as before he could register the pain. An overwhelming force surged forth, causing half his body to explode. The corpse crumpled to the ground. Nie Xiong, in agony, closed his eyes and attempted to flee. He had never heard of a master of the transformation realm attacking the northern soldiers. He had to relay this news back to the war god. He could not die here. But before Nie Xiong could turn away, Fang Yu suddenly exhaled, releasing a breath. As the inner true essence surged forth, a stream of white energy pierced through the air, producing a sharp, tearing sound as it traversed several dozen meters, colliding with Nie Xiong's chest. The opponent's body, seemingly forged from bronze and iron, crumpled like parchment under the assault, leaving behind a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Struggling to lift his head, Nie Xiong rasped, true essence unleashed, killing from afar. Indeed, a master of the transformation realm. To meet my end at the hands of such a master is, I suppose, a mark of honor. Might I inquire as to your identity? I am who I am. Fang Yu replied languidly, stepping closer to him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He reached out and removed a concealed microsignal transmitter from Nie Xiong's person. To play clever tricks when death is imminent, seeking to unveil my identity? With an indifferent expression, he delivered a resounding slap to Nie Xiong's massive head. The glimmer of unwillingness and shock in Nie Xiong's eyes faded as his body trembled violently before falling silent. Fang Yu clenched his hand, turning the transmitter into mere powder. At that moment, a barely perceptible glimmer flickered in his eyes. From the very outset of the confrontation, he had employed his mental energy to disrupt the surrounding signals, ensuring that no information could escape. Nie Xiong's delusions were nothing more than a fanciful dream. Chapter 101, Framing the Innocent. Ding. Host's villain value, 500. Protagonist's luck value, 500. After thoroughly dispatching Nie Xiong, Fang Yu appeared to chuckle nonchalantly, his voice hoarse. Tiger General? Huh. This is the price the wretched Eastern Xia must pay. With that, he channeled his true essence once more, unleashing a punch that, with a thunderous boom, reduced Nie Xiong's mountainous form to dust, vanishing amidst a cloud of debris. Yet, within that pulverized remains, something glimmered. To an ordinary person, such minute details would be imperceptible, but for Fang Yu, endowed with formidable mental acuity and awareness, nothing escaped his scrutiny. A faint smile played on his lips, indeed, precisely as described in the text. In the original narrative, one of the 5 great generals under Chu Feng was ambushed and killed by a rival ancient martial sect. Upon discovering the signal device on the general's body, they began to converse without restraint. Days later, Chu Feng led his forces to obliterate that sect. The reason was straightforward. The 5 great generals had been implanted with special transmission devices and listening devices powered by bioenergy, crafted with advanced technology. They were designed to be activated when necessary. Given their significant roles, utmost caution was exercised. In the story, the ancient martial sect was ensnared. They had not anticipated that the general would activate his internal communication devices upon his demise, revealing their identities during the conversation, which incited Chu Feng's wrath and led to their annihilation. However, Fang Yu, well versed in the plot, was not to be ensnared by such a trivial trap. He had consistently disrupted the surrounding signals until uttering his final words, at which point he retracted his mental interference, allowing the information to be transmitted. He intended to turn the tables, framing the Northern Alliance for the incident. The Northern Alliance, situated in the northern part of Eastern Xia, had long been at odds with the latter, their relations fraught with tension, and the fires of war in the northern territories had seldom extinguished. Fang Yu's choice to implicate the Northern Alliance was both rational and strategic, for the Northern Alliance harbored deep-seated animosity towards the war god Chu Feng, responsible for considerable losses since taking command. Moreover, Fang Yu understood Chu Feng's character well. Should he learn that Nie Xiong had fallen at the hands of the Northern Alliance, he would be unable to swallow that affront, almost guaranteeing an outbreak of war to exact vengeance. This maneuver would serve to entangle Chu Feng on the northern battlefield, prolonging his return and averting the onset of the narrative while simultaneously creating opportunities for assassination. Truly a multifaceted strategy. Clearing his mind of distractions, Fang Yu stood resolutely, casually summoning the system panel. Ultimate Villain System. Host, Fang Yu. Personal wealth, 243. 5 billion. Charm value, 30. Physical value, 100. Skills, medical arts, mystical healing, perfect, management proficient. Martial arts, proficient, hypnosis, advanced, cello, advanced. Villain value, 3,600. Current triggered book, The War God Returns to the City. Note, current villain value, 3,600. Protagonist's luck value, 29,500. Chapter 102, Tripling. Fang Yu pondered, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the system panel. 3,600 villain value remaining. At that moment, he silently commanded, System, elevate martial arts to the perfect level. Upgrading martial arts to the perfect level requires 3,000 villain value. Do you confirm the upgrade? Confirm. An overwhelming torrent of information surged into Fang Yu's mind, inscribing itself upon his soul, transforming into an indelible muscle memory embedded within his very fibers. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the mastery of perfect martial arts. He had attained complete control over his body, enabling him to unleash his full potential without any wastage of power. Subsequently, Fang Yu's thoughts shifted as his consciousness delved into the system's accompanying storage space. Soon enough, a shimmering silver card manifested in his hand, visible only to him, imperceptible to anyone else standing nearby. It was the skill upgrade card he had obtained earlier. Skill upgrade card, upon use, can elevate one skill by 2 levels. Fang Yu intended to apply it to Hypnosis Advanced, directly enhancing the skill to perfection. He had been thoroughly satisfied with the effect of the Hypnosis skill when utilized against Wei Zifen and his 2 bodyguards at Wei's Manor. Mental energy held countless applications awaiting his exploration. On another note, during the ambush on that SUV, Fang Yu discerned that his hypnosis skill had proven less effective against Nie Xiong, a martial artist of peak internal strength, seasoned by the rigors of battle. He had swiftly broken free, even managing to rescue another individual. Fang Yu contemplated. This indicated that as he ascended to the transformation realm, his mental energy had surged, rendering his current skill level increasingly inadequate to meet his needs. Further enhancement was necessary. With this in mind, he resolutely declared, Skill Upgrade Card, Activate. Please select the skill to be upgraded. Hypnosis, Advanced. In the next moment, the silver card in Fang Yu's hand shattered into scintillant particles, coalescing into a silvery stream that penetrated his mind. Ding. Skill upgrading in progress. Fang Yu felt a refreshing coolness envelop his brain. The once chaotic and vast mental energy, entwined without order, began to clarify in the wake of the silver stream's entrance. He could now perceive finer structures. Recognizing that the chaos was composed of strands of mental energy, he could effortlessly separate and manipulate any of them at will. Ding. Hypnosis, Advanced, has been upgraded to Soul Capture, Perfect. A hint of a smile graced Fang Yu's lips. This skill may not directly enhance his mental strength, yet it significantly amplifies his control over it, enabling him to unleash greater power within his current mental capacity. After completing this, Fang Yu stood motionless, akin to a statue, seemingly awaiting something. Time flowed slowly until, at a certain moment, a resounding roar of automobile engines echoed from afar. Several black Hummers sped toward him, halting abruptly before Fang Yu amidst the cacophony of tires screeching against the pavement. From one of the Hummers, Iron Guard led a contingent of bodyguards who leapt from the vehicle, approaching Fang Yu with utmost reverence, addressing him as young Master Fang. Fang Yu replied coolly, First, assess the scene. Understood. The group responded in unison, yet as they beheld the vehicle crushed into a pancake and the suspicious remnants scattered on the ground, their bodies involuntarily trembled. To crush a car and pulverize a person? What manner of monster is this young master from their own household? After delegating the tasks, Fang Yu disregarded them and inquired in a grave tone, Is everything prepared as I instructed? Iron One's expression was solemn. All is ready. Excellent. Fang Yu nodded. Now? Let me. With that, Iron One guided Fang Yu to the largest Hummer, opening the rear door. Inside, it had been modified. The original seats removed to accommodate various wireless communication devices and several computers. The entire team of Nightmare Eyes was already present, either calibrating equipment or manipulating the computers at hand. Upon entering, Fang Yu questioned Dyson, How are we proceeding? Dyson replied, The final checks and adjustments have been completed. We are ready to initiate the connection at any moment. However, Mr. Fang, I must caution you that while we at Nightmare Eyes possess great confidence in our capabilities, we cannot guarantee that we will evade the opponent's tracking entirely should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Fang Yu's tone was devoid of any fluctuation. Triple the stakes. Dyson halted momentarily. Young master, what do you mean? I'm afraid I don't quite understand. Fang Yu's voice remained steady and unwavering. The remuneration for this task I previously promised you will be tripled. I demand a 100% success rate.